After transmigrating into a book, I have an entire family of canon fodder. Chapter 49 to Chapter 86. Beaten up by a classmate and sent to the hospital. Didn't Xianxia promise him that he would never bully Xian again? Could it have been another classmate? Xianxia's mind was in a mess. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Holding on to his last hope, he called out to Anran, "Sister Anran, I'm going out for a while. Help me bring my things back to the hotel." Anran asked, "Where are you going?" "The hospital." Since it had already happened, waiting on set would not help. He quickly ran out and jumped into the car, instructing old Qin to follow Shang Yuliang's car. Half an hour later, Shang Yuliang stopped at the entrance of the public hospital. Xianxia also got out of the car and followed him to the 6th floor of the hospital. In the 4th ward on the 6th floor, a boy was lying on the bed with an4 drip. His eyes were closed and his condition could not be seen clearly. Tao sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes red. She was asking the boy wearing the same school uniform as Xian. What was worse was that there was a third person standing in the middle of the ward. He was wearing a black t-shirt, overalls, high-top Martin boots, and his signature gray hair color. Xianxia could tell who he was just by looking at his back. "Classmate," Tao's voice trembled, "are you the one who sent Xian here?" "Sister, it's me." "Do you know why he fainted?" Hearing this question, the boy seemed to be very angry. He snorted and turned to Xianxia. "He hit him with a basketball." "He hit him with a basketball." Xianxia's ominous premonition came true. He froze on the spot. He did not dare to imagine why the plot that he had avoided would still happen, just like when Zhou Yu came to Budget Traveler as a flying guest. If he did not take action in advance and get rid of Zhou Yu, perhaps Qi Yuji would have turned into a vicious cannon fodder and caused trouble for Tao. Could it be that the plot could not be changed? While Xianxia was in a daze for a few seconds, Shang Yuliang entered the ward ahead of him. Seeing that his classmate was accusing Xianxia, Shang Yuliang's expression turned unfriendly as he lectured, "You're so young, yet you're not learning the right things. How can you hit someone so casually?" "I didn't hit him." Xianxia defended himself loudly. I just threw a ball at him." "What do you mean? You were the one who smashed it. If you didn't use any force, how could Xian have fainted?" The male student roared. "What's the difference between throwing and smashing? No matter how you try to cover it up, Xian is already lying there." Shang Yuliang frowned. "If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. Don't lie. Children who lie are even more hateful." "I'm not lying." Xianxia clenched his fists, the veins on his forearms bulging. "If I'm not wrong, then I'm not wrong. I won't admit to something I didn't do. Why don't you believe me?" Xianxia shouted these words, but there was a slight tremor in his voice. "You don't wear a school uniform, dye your hair, smoke, fight, and drive a sports car. Someone like you." The male student paused for a moment. "Who would believe a lousy student like you?" "You." Xianxia was so angry that he could no longer control himself. He raised his fist and charged at the male student. The male student was so frightened that he staggered a few steps and almost bumped into Tao. Shang Yuliang saw this and stood between Xianxia and the male student. "Jiaza." Just when Xianxia was about to rush forward regardless of anything, he heard a voice that he couldn't be more familiar with. He lowered his fist and turned towards the direction of the voice. His lips were tightly pressed into a straight line. After a few seconds, he said, "Bro," like a kitten that had spread all its fur and was ready for a fight. It lowered its tail and retracted its claws when it saw its owner. It meowed to express its grievance. Xianxia's heart clenched. "Director Shang, Sister Tao, Jiaza is my little brother." Xianxia stood in front of Jiaza and turned to the male student. "Have you paid the medical fees?" The male student was still in shock. Seeing that Jiaza was stopped, he patted his chest with lingering fear. "I've paid for the ambulance, but I haven't paid for the 4 drip and the hospital bed." "Jiaza, go and pay for Xian," Xianxia ordered in a low voice. "Bro, you don't believe me either?" Jiaza panicked. "Go." Xianxia's tone was heavier. Due to the male student's words, no one in the room believed Jiaza. If he tried to explain himself now, it would seem like he was siding with his little brother. Tao Tao and Shang Yuliang would not believe him. He had to find evidence first, then slowly spread the news. Hearing his brother scolding him, Qi Jiazi gritted his teeth and went out to do the paperwork. Qi Xingchen walked to the bed and bent down to observe Tao Xian. Then, he realized that Tao Xian looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Right, wasn't this the boy that Qi Jiazi almost hit on the day he came back from Budget Traveler? He thought he could avoid it, but fate had already arranged everything for him. Tao Xian, who was lying on the bed now, was fate's biggest mockery. Qi Xingchen's face darkened. He suppressed his thoughts and carefully observed Tao Xian's condition. His body was thin and weak, and his face was pale. There was obvious edema on his exposed hands, and a small red rash could be seen under the open collar of his hospital gown. Some time ago, Qi Xingchen had checked the symptoms of systemic lupus erythematosus. What he saw showed that Tao Xian's disease had entered the active stage. He took a deep breath and straightened up. "Student, thank you for sending Tao Xian to the hospital. I'll ask the driver to send you back to school. He'll pay you all the expenses." "No need." Tao Tao calmed down a little. "Xing, don't trouble yourself. I'll pay for the medical expenses myself." Whether or not Jiazi hit Tao Xian, this was caused by him. "I should be responsible." His words were vague, but it also showed that he did not admit that Qi Jiazi hit Tao Xian. Shang Yuliang clicked his tongue. Qi Xingchen ignored him and went to the door to make a call. He asked old Qin to send the male student and pay him. He also asked for the student's name and address on the way. 5 minutes later, old Qin came up and took the student away. Only Tao Tao, Qi Xingchen, and Shang Yuliang were left in the ward. "Sister Tao Tao." Qi Xingchen wanted to apologize on his brother's behalf. Tao Tao interrupted him. "It's okay, Xing. Since he's your brother, I won't pursue the matter." Qi Xingchen was relieved after hearing Tao Tao's words. At least the crisis was over for now. He glanced at Shang Yuliang. The suspicion and disdain on Shang Yuliang's face were obvious. Shang Yuliang could not be blamed. In the eyes of people his age, Qi Jiazi was a student. Dressing like this was equivalent to being a hooligan. Who would believe a hooligan? To prevent Qi Jiazi from coming back and angering Shang Yuliang, he sent a message to Qi Jiazi and told him to go home after paying the fees. Then, he called the private hospital. By the time Tao Xian was transferred to the private hospital, the checkup was done, the caregiver was selected, and the admission procedures were completed. It was already past 8 in the evening. Fortunately, the doctor diagnosed that Tao Xian's vital signs were stable. He just needed to rest in bed for a while. Seeing that Qi Xingchen was busy, Shang Yuliang returned to the set. As the female lead, Tao Tao understood the urgency of the shoot. After seeing how professional the caregiver was, she also returned to the hotel. It had been more than 4 hours since they arrived at 4. Qi Xingchen wiped his sweat. He finally had time to ask Qi Jiazi. He dialed Qi Jiazi's number. "Brother." The person on the other end of the phone had a hoarse voice. Qi Xingchen was stunned. "Jiazi, are you still at home? I'll go look for you now." "No, I'm outside the hospital." "You've been waiting for more than 4 hours?" "Yes." Qi Jiazi paused. "Brother, I'm not lying." Perhaps because he had waited for too long, the young man could no longer hold back his grievance. His voice trembled, and he could not hear the last word clearly. Qi Xingchen frowned. After asking the caregiver to take good care of Tao Xian, he rushed out of the hospital. Qi Jiazi's Lamborghini was parked in the corner. Qi Xingchen opened the car door. The ashtray in the car was filled with cigarette butts. The entire space was filled with smoke. Qi Xingchen fanned himself twice, but it did not disperse. Instead, he choked and coughed. Qi Jiazi heard the coughing. He quickly put out the cigarette and turned on the circulatory system. After the smoke dispersed, Qi Xingchen realized that the young man's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his chin was raised to hide his grievance. Qi Xingchen sat in the passenger seat. "Jiazi. Go ahead and scold me." "I won't scold you," Qi Xingchen said gently. "I believe you." Qi Jiazi was prepared to be scolded. However, he was stunned for a few seconds. He reached out and grabbed Xianxia's arm. Then why did you ask me to pay the bill? I'm your brother. If I insist on protecting you without any evidence, do you think they'll believe me? They'll only think that I'm protecting my son. Xianxia was speechless. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Brother, do you really believe me? You're not just comforting me? Of course. Otherwise, I would have forced you to apologize on the spot. Xianxia smoothed his messy hair. Tell me the details. Knowing that his brother believed him, Xiaoxia's mood took a 360-degree turn. However, his expression was still arrogant. I promised you that I would protect him that day. Then this afternoon, when I was playing basketball, he passed by the basketball court. I felt that it was pitiful that he had no friends and no one to play with, so I asked him if he wanted to play with me. At the same time, I wanted to let the others know that he was my friend and not to be touched. In the end, he stood there and didn't say anything. I wasn't sure if he didn't want to talk to me or if he acquiesced, so I threw the ball to him. Who knew that he was like a porcelain doll and fell down when the ball touched him? I really didn't use any strength. I swear. I was afraid of hurting him, so I threw the ball gently. Xianxia sighed. So that's what happened. Xiaoxia's intentions were good. Perhaps it was because Tao Xian wasn't feeling well that he made a mistake. However, this also proved that everyone in the Qi family was still under the control of the plot. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Jiazi, Xianxia said, does the boy who sent Tao Xian to the hospital have a grudge against you? Cui Hao, Jiazi's tone was full of disdain. He stole a classmate's game console in the classroom. I saw him and beat him up. I didn't say anything because the console didn't cost much. I didn't expect him to frame me today. He's so stupid and disgusting. He wanted to continue cursing, but Xianxia quickly stopped him and continued to ask, how are Cui Hao's grades? His grades are good. He's our class's study committee member. The teachers like him very much. Hearing this, Xianxia understood. Cui Hao hated Xiaoxia and deliberately framed Xiaoxia for hitting someone. Not only today, but when the school dealt with this vicious incident tomorrow, the teachers would also choose to listen to the study committee member's testimony and push the blame to his brother. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, Jiazi, you have to go to class tomorrow. Otherwise, the teachers will think that you have a guilty conscience. Also, if anyone wants to force you to admit your mistakes, you have to persist like today. Because you didn't do anything wrong, you know? Xianxia smiled and said, you did a good job. Jiazi was happy to be coaxed by his brother. He whistled and sent Xianxia back to the hotel. Before he got out of the car, he asked Xianxia, what's wrong with Tao Xian? Do I need to go to the hospital to take care of him? You? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Forget it. It's not certain who will take care of who. I've hired a nurse. You don't have to worry about it. By the way, Xianxia paused. His illness will numb his senses, make him unable to concentrate, and make him suicidal. If you want to see him, you have to treat him well. Yes, yes, yes. Jiazi nodded vigorously. Xianxia got out of the car and ran back to the hotel. On the way upstairs, he told the nurse to inform him as soon as Tao Xian woke up. And Ran was about to fall asleep when he opened the door with the room card. She got up and asked, have you had dinner? No. I've mixed a salad. Come and eat. Xianxia had been exhausted the entire afternoon, and his stomach was shriveled from hunger. He sat down on the sofa, picked up a plate of grass, and started munching on it. Halfway through the meal, and Ran chatted. The Baiyi scandal has died down. Yes. Xianxia blinked. Did he respond? No. It's not like him to respond. Even if you didn't say anything, he wouldn't have explained anything. That was right. His idol's personality was like that. He would never take unfounded rumors to heart. Before he became a top celebrity, he was a singer, rapper, dancer, and songwriter. He attracted fans with his works, not with public opinion and scandals. He didn't need to care so much. Xianxia didn't answer. And Ran asked again, did Baiyi contact you? No. I don't know. Xianxia suddenly lost interest in eating. He put down the plate. I was too busy in the afternoon. I didn't check my phone. After that, he got up and went to the bathroom to turn on the tap. About 5 minutes later, he heard the door close. And Ran had left. He squatted beside the bathtub and watched the water level rise inch by inch. What he told Ran just now was the truth. In the afternoon, he was busy dealing with Tao Xian and didn't pay attention to the messages on his phone. Would Bai contact him? Seeing that he helped to refute the rumors, he should thank him politely. Other than that, would he explain? Xianxia hugged his knees until the bathtub was almost full. He soaked in the water and took out his phone. He opened Weibo. The overwhelming number of messages almost froze his phone, most of them were private messages. He clicked on a few. Ah, I really knocked on the head. Xing, promise me, I'll treat you better. Last night, the stars were locked. I swallowed the key. I wish you two a happy marriage. Thank you for helping Bai refute the rumors. I wish you all the best. I'm curious about what you two did at the hotel. Was it really just a scene? He. Xianxia looked at the screen and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that his refutation of the rumors would become a party for the couple's fans. He clicked on the trending list. Just as Ran said, Bai's scandal slid to the bottom of the list. After all, his evidence was too convincing. The storm would probably blow over by tomorrow morning. He closed Weibo. His finger hovered over the little green man icon on WeChat. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, his finger pressed down. Beside Bai's profile, there was a red circle showing 2, indicating that there were 2 unread messages. He took a deep breath and clicked on them. The first message, Bo, thank you for helping me refute the rumors. Don't do it again. It's easy to attract hate. The second message, Bo, I brought you supper. Come to the hotel's back door. Midnight snack. Xianxia's eyes widened. He raised his phone to his eyes. The first message was sent at noon. The second message was, half an hour ago. Did Bai leave? Xianxia typed in a panic, sorry, I came back late. I only saw it. BZZT, the reply was very fast, it's okay. I took a nap. Took a nap meant. Bai was still downstairs, he hadn't left yet. Xianxia scrambled to his feet and hastily wiped the water off his body. He quickly put on his clothes and pants and ran downstairs in his slippers. Afraid of being photographed by the paparazzi again, Bai parked the nanny van at the back door this time. Xianxia found his target and jumped like an antelope. Bai caught his arms. Slow down. Why are you always so flustered? I'm just afraid that you'll wait for too long. Xianxia's answer was exactly the same as the day before. It's okay. I'm going to wait until 10 o'clock. I won't leave before then. As Bai spoke, he realized that half of the little fan's hair was wet. He looked down and saw that this person was actually wearing slippers. His round toes were wrinkled from the soaking, and there was an obvious red mark on the back of his foot that was almost transparent. Bai's tone was unhappy. How did it happen? He must have been in too much of a hurry just now and accidentally bumped into something. Xianxia retracted his foot and lied. The shoes didn't fit. It's okay. I'll change them tomorrow. Bai snorted. However, it was only red and not bleeding. Bai didn't probe further. He picked up the lunchbox from the front seat and handed it to him. This restaurant's fish porridge is good. I packed one for you. It might be cold now. Go back and ask your assistant to heat it up before you eat. No need. Xianxia immediately opened the lunchbox. It's too hot. I'm eating grass tonight. I'll fill my stomach with it. Bai originally planned to leave after delivering the supper, but the little fan started eating in his car. He couldn't leave. He leaned back in his seat and admired the way he ate. After admiring for a while, he realized that this person was looking at the bowl, but in fact, he was peeking at him every 1 or 2 minutes. It seemed that he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Do you want to ask me something? Bai guessed. Xianxia, how could he tell? Of course Xianxia wanted to ask. He was about to die from holding it in. He opened his mouth. But the moment before he spoke, he suddenly panicked. He was afraid that Bai Ye's answer wouldn't be the answer he wanted. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he abruptly changed the topic. You should be done with the shoot tomorrow, right? Bai Ye said, tomorrow morning. I'll finish it in the afternoon. If there's anything I'm not satisfied with, I'll reshoot it the day after tomorrow. What's the style of the new song and music video this time? After all this time, the little fan was hesitating to let him spoil the story. Bai Ye smiled. This? I can't tell you now. Xianxia put on a regretful expression and buried his head to continue eating. After slowly scraping the last grain of rice, he wiped his mouth. It's delicious. Then. I'm leaving. Bai Ye laughed. Why do you act like you're in a fast food restaurant? Finish your food quickly and leave quickly. Xianxia bit his lower lip and asked, then what should I say? Intuitively, Bai Ye felt that the little fan's tone was strange. He didn't seem to be very happy. Was he angry that he wouldn't spoil the new song? Bai Ye reached out and held Xianxia's chin with his index finger. His thumb gently swept across the corner of his mouth, helping him wipe away the remaining liquid. For some special reasons, I really can't say, Bai Ye said. Can you wait a little longer? His fingertips were warm. Xianxia's senses instantly focused on the place where Bai Ye touched. He could even clearly feel the direction of the lines on his fingertips. As if he had been scalded, Xianxia pushed open the door with a bang. Thank you, Xiaoyi. I'm leaving. Even when the elevator door opened, Xianxia's mouth was still warm. He lowered his head and walked quickly to his room. He almost bumped into someone walking towards him. I'm sorry. He quickly apologized. He looked up and saw an acquaintance. Sister Tao Tao, are you looking for Director Shang? Yes, I'm looking for him to compare the songs. Tao Tao looked carefully. Xianxia, do you have a fever? Your face is so red. Probably because of the wind. It's fine. You came just in time. I was just about to look for you. Business was more important. Xianxia put away the mess in his head and repeated Jiao's words. Tao Tao nodded. I know Xiaoxian's health has always been poor. I don't blame your brother. It's fine. Although she said that, Xianxia could hear that her tone was very reluctant. Indeed, there was no evidence now. Anything he said was just empty words. The fastest way to solve the problem now was to wait for Tao Xian to wake up and ask him. Then, the truth would be revealed. Or, they could collect evidence from the students who were on the field. Either way, Jiaozi did nothing wrong. Sooner or later, the misunderstanding would be resolved. Sister Tao Tao, Xianxia said sincerely. Give me a few days. I'll definitely give you and Tao Xian an explanation. Okay. Filming is important. Don't force yourself. By the way, Xianxia, Tao Tao paused. There's something I need to thank you for. You're welcome. Xianxia waved his hand. I know the director of that private hospital. They'll take good care of Tao Xian. That's one thing. But I want to say something else. Xianxia's eyes were blank. He thought that Tao Tao wanted to thank him for helping her contact the best private hospital. Other than that, he didn't seem to have helped Tao Tao. What's the matter? Tao Tao, about the Weibo incident. Thank you for helping Brother Yi refute the rumors. What did helping Bai Yi have to do with Tao Tao? Xianxia was even more confused. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Seeing that he was confused, Tao Tao explained, 22 went to my place for a while after helping you with the script. Tao Tao lowered her voice. If the media found out, we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves. Fortunately, you're here. Xianxia, wake up. Xianxia. When it was time to go to work, and Ran went to the top floor to wake him up as usual. She had been ringing the doorbell for a long time but there was no response. Xianxia was a light sleeper and he would open the door for her after ringing the doorbell once or twice every day. And Ran got more and more anxious as she waited. She was afraid that it would affect the filming, so she swiped the key card to open the door. She went straight to the bedroom and saw that there was a bulge on the bed. The person she was about to wake had stuffed himself under the blanket. No wonder he couldn't hear her. And Ran was afraid that she would scare him, so she squatted beside him and called out softly, "Xianxia." There was no response. "Xianxia, Director Xiang is going to scold you if you don't get up." The other party finally reacted. No, this voice sounds very weak. And Ran sensed that something was wrong. She was glad that Xianxia didn't have the habit of sleeping naked, so she carefully lifted the blanket. She was startled when she saw the person under the blanket. Xianxia was hugging himself and curling up into a ball. His face was red and his lips were pale. Looking closely, she could see that his body was trembling slightly and the back of his cotton pajamas was soaked with sweat. And Ran reached out to touch his forehead. It was so hot, he had a fever, and Ran pushed him. "Xianxia, wake up. I will ask old Qin to take you to the hospital." "I'm fine." Xianxia could feel that he was sick, otherwise he wouldn't be so cold. "I'll be fine after taking some medicine." "No, you have to go to the 4 drip. And Ran pulled out a coat from the wardrobe and was about to put it on him. Xianxia bit the tip of his tongue. The pain made him feel less dizzy. He sat up with his arms and stopped her. "No, it's really not necessary. I have all the scenes today." "Sister and Ran, did you bring a thermometer and fever medicine?" "I did, but please help me get it." "Aya, you're really..." And Ran was so angry that she stomped her feet. However, when she saw that Xianxia was completely unmoved, she gritted her teeth and went back to her room to get her medical kit. Her room was on the 14th floor. When she came up again, Xianxia had already changed his clothes. He took the medical kit from her hands, opened the thermometer skillfully, and stuffed it under his armpit. She took out an antipyretic patch and pasted it on her forehead. "Sister and Ran, please pour me a cup of warm water, a cup of hot water." Warm water was for taking medicine, and hot water was for sweating. And Ran went to the water dispenser to get water as he said. Xianxia took advantage of this time to find cold medicine and fever medicine. After getting warm water, he raised his chin and swallowed 8 pills at once. After doing all this, he held the cup and slowly drank the hot water. After drinking more than half of the cup, the chill faded a lot. He looked at Ran frowning and pouting, and joked, "What are you worried about? Drinking more hot water can cure all diseases, right? I'll be fine soon." And Ran was teased by drinking more hot water and laughed out loud. However, after laughing, she felt even more sorry for him. "Xianxia, didn't anyone take care of you when you were young?" "Yes." Xianxia paused. "But they were more willing to let me be independent, so I learned to take care of myself when I was young." How could there be parents who let their children take care of themselves when they were sick? That was too irresponsible. And Ran was infuriated. However, she knew her position. She was just Xianxia's assistant. She was in no position to interfere in other people's family matters, and she was not qualified to criticize other people's parents. She frowned and sulked. "Okay, go get me another cup." Xianxia smiled and coaxed her. And Ran went to get another cup of hot water. Xianxia took out the thermometer and shook it a few times. 38.5 degrees, not bad. It was a medium temperature, and if handled properly, the fever would quickly subside. After drinking another cup of hot water, his body was almost warm. He quickly went to wash up. When he pulled and ran to the set, the rest of the crew had already arrived. Zhang Yuliang teased him while adjusting the equipment. "Xiaoqi, you're late today." "Ouch, why do you look so pale?" "I had a nightmare last night." Xianxia lied. "I'll be fine after the makeup. I'm going to find the makeup artist now." Makeup was indeed one of the 4 great sorcery in Asia. With a little touch, his face immediately returned to its previous state. After a whole morning of shooting, except for the fact that his steps were a little shaky, all the scenes were perfectly completed. At noon, in order to apologize for being late, he ordered more than 20 xiaolong shrimp and salad for the crew. He took a bottle of milk and went back to the van to rest. After a whole morning of high-intensity shooting, he was almost exhausted. He leaned against the seat, trying to relax and take a nap so that he would be more energetic in the afternoon. However, the scene from last night kept replaying in front of his eyes. After 22 helped you with the script, he went to my place for a while. If the media found out, we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves. Fortunately, you're here. Fortunately, you're here. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. And Rand's analysis was so accurate. He helped to clarify, and in the end, he helped Bai Yi and Tao Tao. Xianxia grabbed a piece of clothing and covered his head with it. The sun was too bright for his eyes to bear. So, why did Bai Yi go to Tao Tao's place, to talk to Tao Tao? Tao Tao was a professional actress. She didn't need him. To catch up with an old friend? It was not convenient or safe to go into an actress's room in the middle of the night to catch up. Or was it like what the netizens said, to find Tao Tao? For a moment, actually, after thinking about it, it seemed that this was the most reasonable reason for a top celebrity to risk being photographed and go into an actress's room. Also, this was not the real world. This was a novel full of Mary Sue stories. In the novel, Bai Yi should be getting closer and closer to Tao Tao. He was the outsider who shouldn't be involved in this. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly felt his empty stomach ache. He threw down the shirt and opened the milk. Before he drank, Bo sent a WeChat message. Xianxia unconsciously clenched his fists as he looked at the screen on his phone. The plastic bottle squeaked. It was not until he felt his legs were wet that he realized he had squeezed the milk out. He hurriedly looked for a tissue to wipe his pants. Xianxia and Ran got into the car with a paper cup. I saw that you didn't eat xiaolong prawns, so I went to the convenience store next door to buy some oden. It's still hot. Eat some. Okay. Xianxia threw down the tissue and the phone. Thank you. On the other hand, Bai Yi, who had finished filming, frowned when he saw that there was no reply. These days, his fans were getting slower and slower at replying to his messages, let alone actively sending messages. What went wrong? The hot soup made by the oden comforted his empty stomach. After eating, and Ran checked Xianxia's temperature and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, you're back to normal." Xianxia, how did you get a fever last night? He didn't know either. Maybe I didn't cover myself with the blanket. Next time you're sick, call me. Take medicine early so you don't feel uncomfortable. Xianxia nodded and a thought flashed through his mind. He was still without an agent. Although Ran hadn't been in the industry for long, she was very careful and alert to unexpected situations. After careful observation, she didn't seem to be involved in the plot and was a dispensable tool. This was the most suitable way for him. She could be a famous agent who might have connections with the protagonist and jump out when the plot needed to. He couldn't stand it. He carefully considered the feasibility of turning Ran into an agent. Soon, Ran patted him on the shoulder and pulled him back to reality. Xianxia, your phone is ringing. Could it be that Bai Yi had called to ask him about it after he didn't reply to the message? Xianxia hesitated. Xianxia, didn't you hear it? Oh, I heard it. He reluctantly picked up the phone. It was a call from the nurse. The nurse told him that Tao Xian had woken up. It happened to be lunch break. Xianxia quickly informed Tao Tao. Old Qin drove them all the way to the hospital. As soon as they stepped into the ward, they heard the nurse gently persuading Tao Xian, if you don't eat, your body will recover slowly. You'll miss a lot of classes. Xiao Xian, you're not eating again? Tao Tao took off her coat and walked quickly to the bed. Tao Xian was leaning against the bed and looking straight ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. Hearing Tao Tao's voice, his sitting posture finally changed and he turned to look at his sister. Let me do it. Tao Tao took the lunchbox from the nurse. Xiao Xian, didn't we agree not to distract me during the filming? Yes. Then eat your lunch. Take good care of your body and have enough nutrition. Only then can you wait for the kidney source to be operated on, right? Hearing this, Xianxia's heart sank. Yesterday, Tao Xian's physical examination required 24 hours to get the report. He didn't see the diagnosis results. He guessed that Tao Xian's disease had entered the active stage, But he didn't expect that it had already reached the stage where he needed a kidney transplant. When the SLE worsened, the patient would have strong hallucinations and suicidal tendencies. Now, Tao Xian's mental state was 80% unstable. As expected, Tao Xian lowered his head. "Sister, I don't want to wait anymore." "Xiaoxian, what are you saying?" Tao Tao stubbornly scooped up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his mouth. "I said, I don't want a kidney transplant." Tao Tao's hand holding the bowl trembled. Xianxia, a stranger, didn't feel good hearing it. One could imagine how tormented she was at the moment. At this time, it was inconvenient for outsiders to be present. Xianxia called the nurse, and the two of them sat on the bench outside the ward and waited. 20 minutes later, Tao Tao came out with an empty lunchbox and said to Xianxia, "Sorry, I made a fool of myself." "It's okay, Sister Tao Tao." Xianxia paused. "How is Tao Xian now?" "He's okay." "Then is it convenient for you to let me say a few words to him?" Tao Tao was stunned. Then, she understood what he wanted to say and nodded in agreement. However, Xianxia didn't have any expectations. Before, he was hoping that Tao Xian would prove Xiao's innocence. Now, he felt that it was better to use another method. In order not to agitate Tao Xian, he pulled away and sat down. He leaned over and maintained a very open posture. "Xiaoxian, I'm Xiao's brother. We've met on the road, do you remember?" Tao Xian looked out the window. "I'm also friends with your sister, so I asked Xiaoza to hang out with you in school more often. How are you getting along?" Tao Xian was still looking out the window. Seeing that Tao Xian didn't respond to his thoughts, Xianxia changed to a more tactful way and went straight to the point. "Yesterday before you fainted, Xiaoza threw a ball at you. Did you hurt yourself?" Tao Xian finally moved. He turned his head toward the window and opened his mouth. "I should have used more force." If he had used more force, he would have smashed him to death. "Xianxia, Xiaoxian, if you need anything, you can look for your sister or me. I won't disturb your rest. Try to recover." Xianxia massaged his temples and left the ward. Tao Tao had a scene to film, so after she coaxed Tao Xian to eat, she went back to the set. Xianxia walked back alone. On the way back, he opened WeChat and wanted to ask about Xiao's situation. After searching for a long time, he found a suspected species called king in his contact list. He probed, "Xiaoza? King, it's me. Can't you recognize me if I change my profile picture?" "I'll change it back to James." "Xing, it's okay. Did the teachers look for you today?" "King, they did. I listened to you and refused to admit it. They were so angry." Xianxia finally felt a little comforted. He typed, "Tao Xian isn't doing well. Find some time today to contact the students who were at the scene and ask them to testify for you." "King, okay, what's wrong with Tao Xian?" Xianxia sighed. This silly child. He hadn't even cleared his own name yet, but he still remembered what happened to others. Before he transmigrated into Peaches of the Night, he felt that the Qi family deserved to die. After transmigrating, he found that the Qi family was just a puppet manipulated by the plot. In fact, everyone had a soft and kind heart. Xianxia briefly explained Tao Xian's condition. Xiaoza immediately said that he would not provoke Tao Xian again. Xianxia felt even worse. He hoped that there would be a next time. Back at the aquarium, the scene had just finished filming. Zhang Yuliang said to Xianxia, "Go change and get ready. It's your turn. By the way, Xiaoqi, don't ask anyone out at night." Xianxia was curious. "There's a night scene?" "No night scenes," Zhang Yuliang said with a smile. "I heard that Tao Tao's brother woke up and he's in good health. We've been too tense recently. Let's go out for dinner to celebrate and relax." As an actor, it was normal and necessary to listen to the arrangements of the crew during filming. Xianxia had never taken the initiative to ask anyone out. If someone asked him, he would only agree if he was ready for tomorrow's scene. So he didn't have any arrangements. He nodded and went to the dressing room to change into his work clothes. In the afternoon, he and the extras would focus on the psychological changes and transformation of Lin Xiao after working in the aquarium and spending time with sea creatures. At the same time, this was also the last day of his home scene shooting. After filming some early scenes tomorrow, he would transfer to the university campus and outdoors with Team B to shoot scenes of Lin Xiao's life. The extras were very good people and their acting skills were good. A few scenes of seals were quickly finished. Before paying the bill and leaving, a young girl in her 20s held a book and shouted timidly, "Xianxia." "Yes?" Xianxia was looking at the script and looked up. "Can you sign for me? I'm your Xinguang." His fans had actually developed into the group of extras. Xianxia was quite surprised. He stood up with a smile, took the book and asked, "What's your name?" Ah. The girl couldn't suppress her joy. "You want to sign for me?" Xianxia suddenly felt that this scene was familiar. When he went to the airport to pick up Bai Yi pretended not to know him and drew a Xinguang on his hand. Xianxia blinked and said, "Yes, I'll sign for you." The girl read out a very delicate name, and Xianxia signed it in a few strokes. The girl happily left with him in her arms. Xianxia sat back in his stool and opened the photo album on his phone. He scrolled up to the date of the day of the pickup. That day, he didn't wash his hands the whole day. Before he took a shower at night, he took a photo of Xinguang on his palm as a souvenir. He stared at the photo for a while, and his finger repeatedly swiped the delete button. In the end, he put the phone back in his pocket, discouraged. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Shang Yuliang announced that they would stop work early for the sake of the dinner party. Everyone changed into beautiful clothes and got into their nanny vans. A row of business cars marched to the restaurant, and the scene was very spectacular. There were many people this time, including the secondary supporting roles, the director, assistant director, photography team leader, lighting team leader, and so on. There were nearly 30 people. Someone said that they wanted to eat hot pot, so Shang Yuliang booked a hot pot restaurant. Each person had a small pot, and they sat at 2 big round tables. Since it was in the name of celebrating Tao Tao, all the dishes were served. Shang Yuliang raised a glass of wine and said, "It was really dangerous this time. I hope brother Tao Tao's health will get better." Tao Tao was quite good at talking. "Thank you, Director Shang, for your blessing, but how can you make an issue of an actor's family member's health? I think Director Shang is just looking for an excuse to treat everyone to a meal, and he's looking for me." "Thank you," Director Shang sounded in the private room. Shang Yuliang laughed and drank a glass of wine. Since the main seat was empty, the others naturally couldn't fall behind. They all raised their heads. After the first glass, Shang Yuliang continued with the second glass. "During the last-minute adjustment, everyone has been working with me every day. It's been tiring. Thank you for your efforts." Of course. Isn't it our duty? You're the one who's tired the most. We'll continue to work hard in the future." Everyone was saying polite words, but their eyes were glaring at Su Xing. If it weren't for him, would it be so tiring? Su Xing had been mixing with the crew recently. Perhaps his manager had instructed him, but he automatically chose the most remote seat, so that he wouldn't be despised from the start to the end if he sat in the center. Xianxia also looked in his direction with everyone else. Suddenly, he found Su Xing's expression strange. There was a fake smile on his face, and a pair of gloomy eyes were staring at Tao Tao's side profile. Why is he looking at Tao Tao like that? Xianxia rubbed his stomach in confusion for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't this the plot of the hero saving the damsel in distress in Peaches of the Night? Tao Tao got drunk at a dinner party. Su Xing took her back to his room and tried to molest her. Tao Tao called the hero, and the hero rushed over to save the damsel in distress. In the original novel, this plot happened at Su Xing's rap party. He knew that he wouldn't see Tao Tao again in the future, so he made up his mind to take the side door. Now the timeline had been moved forward, but his motive hadn't changed. Su Xing's scenes were cut less, and there were only 3 days left to finish filming. With his current popularity, it was obvious that the crew wouldn't prepare a rap party for him. If he didn't do it today, he wouldn't have the chance. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Xianxia suddenly sobered up. Bai Yi and Tao Tao's night meeting was one thing, and knowing that Tao Tao was in danger was another thing. Women naturally had no advantage over men. During the struggle, Susheng would inevitably take advantage of her. He couldn't watch her fall into the fear of being molested. It would be better if he could change the direction of the plot. He hurried to Tao Tao and whispered, "Sister Tao Tao, don't drink too much. We have a lot of scenes to shoot tomorrow." Tao Tao smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I'll drink less even if you don't tell me." Xianxia was relieved and stared at her and Susheng. However, things didn't go as planned. After being tired for so long, everyone finally found a chance to relax. They kept raising their glasses. Shang Yuliang was happy to see the staff happy, and kept raising his glass. Everyone present was in the industry, and no one knew each other's background. If you didn't drink, it would be impolite. Maybe the other party would think that you didn't give him face and stab you in the back. Then you wouldn't be able to survive in the entertainment industry in the future. Therefore, by the end of the drinking, most of the people were drunk. Xianxia also drank a lot, and his stomach kept churning. "Okay, that's it. I'm afraid that we can't start work tomorrow." Shang Yuliang called the waiter over and said, "The boys are responsible for sending the girls back to their rooms. I'll send Sister Tao Tao." Xianxia quickly raised his hand. "I can see that you're drunk. I don't want to give my female lead role to you." Shang Yuliang glanced around. "Xiaosu is a good drinker. You can send Ji Yan." Xianxia, damn it, it was soon decided who would send who, but fortunately, everyone was staying in the same hotel. Xianxia got out of the car and sent another actor back to his room as fast as he could. After receiving the thanks at the door, he couldn't wait to take the elevator up. He ran down the fire escape to the 24th floor. He happened to see Susheng pushing Tao Tao into the room. He rushed over, but it was too late. Susheng closed the door, and Xianxia only had time to see the evil smile on his face. Ding dong, Xianxia pressed the doorbell. Clang clang, clang clang, he knocked on the door. But Susheng was determined to ignore him. Most importantly, why wasn't the male lead here yet? He had no choice. Safety first. If he waited for the male lead to arrive, Tao Tao would be molested many times. Xianxia dialed 110 with his left hand and knocked on Feng Qingyuan's door with his right hand. He wanted to ask him to break the door. Together. After a few knocks and no one answered, he remembered that Feng Qingyuan was sending Director Shang off. Seeing that the elevator was about to arrive, he ran toward it. Ding, the elevator door opened, and he rushed in. He bumped into the passenger inside. "I'm sorry." Xianxia hurriedly apologized. He only said one word. When he saw the other person's face, he suddenly couldn't say the other two words. Fever, stomachache, dirty pants, drunkenness. All the grievances of the day burst out at the same time. He reached out and punched Baiyi hard. He was drunk, and his punch was soft and painless. Baiyi looked him up and down. "Drinking again?" "Yes. I'm drunk." Xianxia was unreasonable. "No wonder you didn't pick up the phone," Baiyi said. "I'll send you back to your room first, and then I'll buy you some hangover medicine." "No need." Xianxia was worried about Tao Tao. "Help me." Sister Tao Tao was taken to his room by Susheng. As he spoke, he pulled Baiyi to the door of Susheng's room. Baiyi knew how urgent this matter was, so he joined forces with Xianxia. After more than 10 knocks, they finally broke the door open. Tao Tao seemed to have struggled. Her collar was torn, but other parts of her body were intact. Susheng was not in a clear state of mind, and he was especially flustered when his evil deeds were discovered. Xianxia and Baiyi pressed him to the ground. 5 minutes later, the local police arrived at the scene. Considering Tao Tao's identity, they only took a simple statement and took Susheng away. Shang Yuliang was scared out of his wits. He kept shouting that he was guilty and asked the driver to send Tao Tao to the hospital for a checkup. After everything was settled, Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he realized that his whole body was sore and he could not straighten his back. "Are you feeling better?" Baiyi stood at the door. "Let's go, I'll take you back to your room." "No, I'll go upstairs myself." "You've done your job, you can go back." What are you talking about? Bai held him. I'm not done with my business. I was going to go up too. Xianxia did not care. He wanted to say, aren't you just here to save Tao Tao? What business do you have? Then he realized that Bai's answer was not right. You. Xianxia asked tentatively, why did you come to our hotel in the middle of the night? To deliver the demo of the theme song of Heart of the Ocean to director Xiang. You didn't come because you received a call from someone? Xianxia could not believe it. I was going to ask you why you didn't pick up the phone. I don't know if I should come or not. Bai thought that he was just drunk. Go back and rest, don't just stand there. Xianxia's mind was in a mess. The male lead's words did not seem to match the plot. Since he was drunk, he was eager to prove it. Why didn't I hear you say that you were going to write the theme song for Heart of the Ocean? Director Xiang asked me before, but I didn't agree. That day after I finished rehearsing with you, he took me away and tortured me again. I had no choice but to agree. He took me away and tortured me again. Xianxia raised his hand and scratched the top of his head. He felt as if someone had stuffed a handful of fireworks into his head, causing it to crackle and crackle with a myriad of colors. Then, he took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Where did you and director Xiang discuss the theme song? If it were someone else who kept interrogating him like this, Bai would definitely leave with a cold face. But the little fan in front of him was too cute. Bai explained patiently, of course we went to Tao Tao's room. This song is for her. When he disappeared, he was dragged to Tao Tao's room by director Xiang to discuss the theme song of Heart of the Ocean. When he disappeared, he was dragged to Tao Tao's room by director Xiang to discuss the theme song of Heart of the Ocean. Xianxia repeated it twice in a row, and with each word, the little flame in his heart rose a little. In the end, it jumped to the top of his head and completely lit up the fireworks. Joy bloomed layer by layer, climbing to the corners of his lips, eyebrows, and his salty eyes. But then, little Comrade Qi restrained his expression and clenched his fists again. Why didn't you tell me? Bai was puzzled. Tell you what? That you went to Sister Tao Tao's room to discuss the theme song. Isn't it normal for director Xiang to ask me for a song? Halfway through, Bai suddenly realized that the little fan's focus was not on the theme song, but on Sister Tao Tao's room. This discovery finally solved all his recent doubts. Seeing that there were other crew members present, Bai lifted Xianxia by the back of his collar and whispered, come with me. So, Xianxia was carried back to the room like a chick. He stood in the middle of the living room with his feet together and looked at him fiercely. Bai first found a bottle of milk and stuffed it into Xianxia's hands. He sat down on the sofa opposite him and raised his eyebrows. You haven't replied to my messages recently because of this? No. I was busy filming and didn't have time to reply to your messages. Xianxia refused to admit it. Okay. Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his eyebrows. Tao Tao and I only worked together on Budget Traveler. This time I wrote a song for Heart of the Ocean because of director Xiang. It has nothing to do with her. Xianxia. I didn't say it had anything to do with Sister Tao Tao. Bai, I don't like Tao Tao. I didn't say that you liked her. Xianxia's momentum instantly weakened. So don't let your imagination run wild, okay? Xianxia said. I'm not imagining things. Bai couldn't help but laugh after being denied 3 times by this little fan. However, he did have a problem with this matter. Since the second year of his debut, almost everyone who knew him had asked him for a song. He was already numb to invitations for songs and never took them to heart. In his mind, he was there to discuss with director Xiang. In order to master Tao Tao's vocal range, he went to Tao Tao's room. After that, director Xiang described the atmosphere and feeling he wanted. Tao Tao poured 2 glasses of water for them and answered questions from time to time. There was no other interaction. Misunderstandings had to be resolved. Bai nodded at the sofa opposite him. Sit. Xianxia sat down with his hands on his knees. Bai leaned over to take the milk and stuffed it back into his hands. Drink. Xianxia's stomach was uncomfortable and he just wanted to drink milk. He raised his chin and drank 250 milliliters in one gulp. Bai Yi was afraid that he would choke. After he put down the milk bottle and wiped his mouth, he said, I was wrong this time. Previously, he had been questioning the other party relentlessly. Hearing the other party sincerely admit his mistake, Xianxia felt a sense of shame. There was no need for the other party to explain this to him. Xianxia, it's okay. Bai Yi, in the future, if I enter a girl's room again, I'll try my best to send you a message. Xianxia didn't expect him to make such a big concession. He wanted to be magnanimous and say, no, it's okay, go ahead. After struggling for a few seconds, he couldn't say it. So he pretended to play with the milk bottle and tore the logo off. He held it in his hand and squeezed it to vent his excitement. So, Bai Yi asked, are you still busy with filming tomorrow? Xianxia thought for a long time before he understood what Bai Yi meant. Just now, he used the excuse that he was busy with filming as an excuse not to reply to Bai Yi's message. I'm not busy, he said honestly. Tomorrow, I'll film a few more sets of scenes and then change the scene. I can send you a message for the rest of the time. Bai Yi was in a hurry to send the demo to director Shang. After he finished speaking, he got up and left. Xianxia strangely found that his stomach didn't hurt anymore. He didn't feel weak anymore. He threw himself on the bed and kicked the blanket for a long time before he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, there were only 2 words left in his mind. Oh my God, oh my God. What did he do last night when he was drunk? He punched Bai Yi. He explained the situation to Bai Yi fiercely. He forced Bai Yi to admit that he was wrong. Was this something that a normal person would do? But he had to admit that it was a little refreshing. Xianxia jumped down from the bed and went to the balcony to stretch his muscles as usual. Half an hour later, Ran came in to call him. She made him honey water and asked in surprise, Xing, what did you do last night? You look so happy. Xianxia asked, do I look happy? Yes. Ran nodded. You can tell at a glance? Yes. Ran sighed. You've been very calm, but your mood has been fluctuating for 2 days in a row. Of course I can tell. Xianxia choked and didn't say a word. Ran skillfully mixed the honey water and brought it to him on the balcony. She smiled and gossiped, why did you fluctuate so much? Tell me, I'm super curious. That's right, why? It was rare for Xianxia to feel confused about himself. He couldn't quite recognize himself. Seeing that he was silent, Ran thought that he was too embarrassed to say. She guessed, is it because you saved Sister Tao Tao? Yes, it's because of that. Since there was a way out, he went with the flow. At the mention of Tao Tao, Xianxia realized something else. In the setting of Peaches of the Night, after the male lead saved the female lead, they spent the night together and their relationship entered the second stage. But because of his involvement last night, Su Sheng was taken away by the police and Tao Tao was sent to the hospital by Shang Yuliang. Not only was the hero saving the damsel in distress plot ruined, but the male and female lead also lost their chance to be together. And last night, Bai Yi clearly told him that he didn't like Tao Tao. He accidentally changed the relationship between the male and female lead. Would it bring about other, worse changes? Thinking of this, Xianxia's high spirits finally sank. After drinking the honey water, he received a call from the director's assistant on his way to the set. Xing, did you go to the set? I'm on the way, Xianxia said. Oh, I should have informed you. You should go back to the hotel. You have a break this morning. A break? Xianxia was curious. Is everyone so drunk that they can't get up? No, Director Shang went to the hospital to see Tao Tao this morning. He said that Tao Tao is in a bad state and needs a whole morning to recover. No girl could recover so quickly in this kind of situation. Tao Tao was already very dedicated to her job by only taking a morning off. They were both on the set of Heart of the Ocean and Xianxia had a personal relationship with Tao Tao. He couldn't really go back to the hotel at this time. He thought for a while and said, I'm going to the 6th hospital to see Sister Tao Tao and bring you breakfast. Ask Director Shang what he wants to eat. You don't have to come. The assistant refused immediately. Tao Tao's problem isn't her own. Her brother, passed out this morning. Tao Tao didn't pull out the needles herself but went straight to Jing'an Hospital to see her brother. Sigh, how evil was that person who bullied her brother? Director Xiang was so angry. Ever since he joined the set, Xianxia had been working hard to build a good relationship with all the staff, adhering to the principle that more friends meant more options. Therefore, the director's assistant didn't treat him as an outsider. As long as it didn't involve Director Xiang's privacy, he was willing to talk to him about anything. On the other end of the phone, the assistant was still complaining, but Xianxia didn't listen. His heart sank. He mouthed to Ran, "Open Weibo." And Ran didn't understand but opened Weibo as she was told. Xianxia took her phone and searched for Shang Yuliang. He had just posted something 5 minutes ago. Shang Yuliang, today it's someone else's brother lying here, tomorrow it could be our children. Resisting school violence starts with you and me. By the way, if any hospital has a kidney source, please contact me or Tao Tao. Thank you. The picture was of Tao Xian's arm full of needle holes. The sleeves rolled up to his forearm were embroidered with Jing'an Hospital and Tao Xian's name. On the first day Xianxia transmigrated, he was lying in bed in this hospital. In the comments, there were already fans of Tao Tao and Tao Xian's classmate who recognized Tao Xian's identity and passionately exposed Xiao's evil deeds. Fortunately, as a TV series director, Shang Yuliang didn't have many followers and traffic was pitifully low. Those who could repost and comment were all Tao Tao's fans who saw this Weibo post. Xianxia's mind raced. After sending the director's assistant away, he first dialed Qi Yuji's number. Qi Yuji was obviously asleep. She yawned loudly and said, "Xing, you're up so early." Sis, Xianxia didn't want to waste time with her. Find Shang Yuliang and Tao Tao's Weibo this morning. Don't ask me why, now, immediately. When Xing had a request, Qi Yuji was energized. She immediately looked for them, then he sent a WeChat message to Xiaoza, "What time do you guys have lunch?" "I received your reply. King, 11:30. Xing, where is Cui Hao going for lunch?" King, should be at the cafeteria. Many of them are eating there. Xing, send me the location of your school building and cafeteria. No matter what method you use, you must block Cui Hao in the school building at noon and let him out at around 11:50. Can you do it? King, easy. King, brother, are you going to make a move on Cui Hao? Xing, that's right. There's one more important thing that I need you to do. Remember it well. Xianxia typed a long message, then closed WeChat and continued to call Qi Yunxiao. Brother, help me get a pass to Jiaoza's school. Qi Yunxiao thought that he wanted to go to the school to play with Jiaoza, so he did it without hesitation. Xianxia didn't eat or drink for the whole morning. He had been preparing the things that he needed. He occasionally glanced at Weibo. Although the restriction was effective, it couldn't completely control it. The number of reposts, comments, and insults continued to increase. Finally, it was 11:20. Xianxia put on his cap and mask and entered the school through the principal's personal message. He went to the toilet on the first floor and gave something to Jiaoza. Then, he walked the path from the school building to the cafeteria twice and carefully chose a place with a flower bed. Fortunately, he wasn't popular now. The students passing by didn't recognize him. He sent his location to Jiaoza. At 11:55, Cui Hao appeared at the end of the path, cursing something. Xianxia estimated his walking speed, calculated the time, lowered his head, and hurried toward him. The second they passed each other, Xianxia didn't seem to see anyone and bumped into him with his shoulder. Both of them staggered backward. Cui Hao was afraid of getting into trouble and hesitated whether he should go up and argue with him. Then, he saw a black object fly out of the pocket of the person who bumped into him. The person didn't notice it and continued to walk hurriedly. Soon, he was out of sight. What was that thing that flew out? Out of curiosity, Cui Hao crept to the flower bed and poked his head out to take a look. Oh my god, it was a Gucci men's wallet. There was a lot of money in it. Bang, 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 bang. Cui Hao was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Looking around, there were only a few students who had just finished their meals. None of them noticed him. There was so much money, at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. It was enough to buy a limited edition Switch. Gucci seemed to be very expensive too. All the young masters in his school had this brand of bag. Anyway, the person didn't notice that the wallet was missing. It didn't make any difference whether he picked it up or someone else did. Cui Hao rolled his eyes and quickly grabbed the wallet and stuffed it into the front of his school uniform. Suddenly, he heard someone call him from behind. "Well done, Cui Hao. I saw you stealing for the second time." Cui Hao was so scared that his legs trembled. He quickly turned around. The good news was that the person didn't speak loudly. It sounded like a joke. The students passing by thought that they were chatting and ignored them. The bad news was that it was Xianxia again. Xianxia approached him and deliberately lowered his voice. "This time, I won't let you go. Wait for me to tell the teacher. You wronged me. I didn't steal it. I want to take it to the disciplinary office." "You didn't steal it? Then why did you stuff it into your school uniform?" Xianxia sneered. "Besides, I gently threw the ball to Tao Xian, but you slandered me for throwing it at him." "What were you thinking?" "That's not slandering. It's getting rid of evil for the people. You're just a parasite. You rely on your family's wealth to find this and that to be an eyesore." "Bah. You're the eyesore. You know that Tao Xian's sister is a celebrity. Now that the keyboard warriors are calling you crazy, the principal can't protect you under pressure. Just wait to be scolded and punished." After Cui Hao finished scolding, he took 2 deep breaths and smiled proudly. "Xianxia, the cafeteria's building surveillance cameras can't capture this. You have no evidence, right? Now I'll hand the wallet to the disciplinary office. You'll hear the broadcast praising me on Monday." "Huh." Xianxia looked at him with narrowed eyes. He couldn't hide the disdain in his eyes anymore. His lips curled into an evil smile. He pulled off the large pendant around his neck. "Who said there's no surveillance here?" After leaving the school gate, they crossed 2 streets and saw the nanny van parked in a remote corner. Xianxia jumped into the car, took off his mask, and exhaled. "Did we run into any paparazzi?" "No, it's quite safe here," said and ran. "Okay, wait here for a while." About half an hour later, Xianxia sneaked into the car and whispered, "Brother." Xianxia. Uncle Qin, opened the door for him. Xianxia continued to sneak into the car. Just as Xianxia was about to ask him why he looked like a foreigner entering a village, he was interrupted. Xianxia opened his arms and hugged him. "Damn. Brother. This is so good. Let go of me first." Xianxia shook him twice. Xianxia was dizzy. "Did you get it?" "Yes. I recorded it from beginning to end." "Did you do it according to what I taught you?" "Word for word." Xianxia handed the necklace to Xianxia. In the necklace was the pinhole camera that Xianxia bought this morning. It could be synchronized to the selected player or stored locally. He downloaded the video and watched it from beginning to end. He smiled. "Very good, this is enough." "By the way," Xianxia asked, "how did you deal with Cui Hao?" "That bastard is not like a man." Xianxia put the tip of his tongue to the roof of his mouth and sneered. He was so scared that he was paralyzed. "You know, I'm really paralyzed." He sat on the ground and hugged my leg, begging me not to send the video to the school. I thought he would snatch the necklace or fight with me. Useless. Xianxia stroked his hair. "So, are you going to give it to him?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "Alright, I'll send you a copy of the video tonight. You can use it after you've thought it through. But remember 2 things." Xianxia paused. "First, don't overdo it. Let him bear the punishment he deserves, and don't do anything malicious. Second, don't let him off like last time. He's a petty thief now, and he's slandering his classmates. When he enters society, he may become a habitual thief and swindler. You didn't stop him out of kindness. Instead, you harmed him, okay?" Xianxia thought quietly for a few minutes, then nodded and said, "I'll remember it, brother. Last time, Sister Yuji said that I didn't believe it, but this time, I found that you have indeed changed a lot. Maybe it's because I fell on my head 2 months ago. That made me sober. Don't they say that people can see through many things when they're on the brink of death?" Xianxia rubbed his nose. No matter what, you'll always be my favorite brother. Xianxia hugged him again and sniffed. Thank you for helping me. His furry little head was right next to Xianxia's ear. Xianxia could hear his thick nasal voice. Actually, after Tao Xian's incident came out, he must have been the most upset. He was framed and misunderstood. No one other than his brother would believe him. When he saw the insults on Shang Yuliang's Weibo, how aggrieved was he? He had been holding it in until now. How worried was he? Xianxia looked down and rubbed his hair. I'll definitely clear your name. It was not convenient to send Xianxia to school now, so the two brothers disbanded. Xianxia went to the Public Security Bureau, while Xianxia went back to school for his lunch break. Xianxia was a little dizzy after not eating or drinking for the whole morning. Fortunately, Ran bought some snacks while waiting for him. After filling her stomach, she went straight to the bureau chief's office. The comprehensive physical examination report came out at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Because of a dinner appointment, Xianxia only got it this morning and sent it to the Public Security Bureau when he bought the camera. He thanked the bureau chief and took the 2 file bags back to the set. He arrived at the aquarium just in time for lunch. Xianxia walked to the director's lounge and knocked on the door. Director Shang, I'm Xiaoqi. Have you finished eating? Yes, Shang Yuliang said. Come in. He pushed the door open and entered. Shang Yuliang was reading the storyboard. Xianxia slapped the 2 file bags and a piece of paper on the table. Director Shang, I want to talk to you. It's because of the Weibo incident, right? Director Shang was very clear. I didn't say who did it. The netizens' guesses don't count. Let's talk about it tonight. In Shang Yuliang's mind, Xianxia was definitely the culprit. When he posted on Weibo, he didn't directly mention Xianxia's name, which was already giving Xianxia a lot of face. Without mentioning the name, the netizens could only guess. At most, they would scold Xianxia on the internet. It wouldn't have any impact on real life. They just had to stay away from the internet. That's because you don't know how serious online violence is. It's not worse than school violence. Xianxia understood Shang Yuliang's thoughts. A man in his 50s didn't spend much time on the internet. It was normal that he didn't know much about online violence. He decisively refused. I can't wait until tonight. I want to talk to you now. Shang Yuliang stopped work in the morning and was very busy in the afternoon. He opened his mouth and wanted to refuse. However, when he saw Xianxia's persistent eyes, he said impatiently, okay. Go ahead. Xianxia cleared his throat and pointed at the things on the table. These 2 are Tao Xian's medical report and the injury evaluation report issued by the Municipal Public Security Bureau based on the medical report. They can confirm that Tao Xian has no external injuries. Shang Yuliang hesitated for a moment and flipped open the report. This paper is the testimonies of the other students who were present at the scene and witnessed the whole process. Shang Yuliang pulled the testimonies over. On it was written, I volunteered to testify that Xianxia did not intentionally hurt Tao Xian with a basketball on X month X day X. Below it was a row of signatures and handprints. Xianxia added, the video of their signatures was also recorded. There's no sign of forgery. These documents couldn't be more authentic. Shang Yuliang's face was full of shock. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, he said, the student committee member in Tao Xian's class, the kid with the surname Cui, was very sure that your brother hit Tao Xian. Could it be? He didn't finish his sentence, but Xianxia could tell that he was still doubtful. After all, the eyewitnesses were all right. Moreover, Cui Hao was the student committee member that the teachers and students trusted. He couldn't be lying. It wouldn't do him any good. Then please take a look at this video. Xianxia pushed the freshly released video to Shang Yuliang. Shang Yuliang opened the video. Cui Hao's actions of secretly hiding his wallet in the front of his school uniform and insulting Xianxia were clearly displayed in front of him. This is already the 2nd time that Xianxia caught him cheating. Xianxia's face was extremely cold. I forgot to mention. The first time, Xianxia didn't want to ruin his self-esteem, so he taught him a lesson and didn't tell the teachers. From that day onwards, Chuihao has always hated Jiaza. Do you think that such a student committee member is trustworthy? Bang! The teacup in Shang Yuliang's hand fell onto the table, and the tea spilled all over the table. Qi Xingchen quickly picked up all the evidence and found a tissue to wipe the table. Sigh, I'll delete the Weibo post now. I was too impulsive. I'm sorry, little Qi. Shang Yuliang sighed and took out his phone. I don't know what happened either. This morning, I saw Tao Tao pulling off the 4-needle by herself and running to Jing'an to see Tao Xian. I felt so sad, so angry, and so anxious that I posted it on Weibo in a fit of anger. You know that I don't know how to use this thing. It took me a few tries to figure it out. Wait. Qi Xingchen stopped him. You don't need to delete your Weibo post. Shang Yuliang was confused. If I don't delete it, it'll cause rumors, won't it? What you need is, Qi Xingchen said word by word, a public apology to my brother. Shang Yuliang was stunned, as if he didn't hear what he said. Qi Xingchen continued, as the actor who plays Lin Xiao and an actor under you, I respect you, love you, and thank you for your guidance and appreciation. But as Qi Jiaza's brother, I feel sorry for you for being so sure that Jiaza is the murderer without any conclusive evidence. Jiaza is indeed not a good student, but he's a good person. Now that the evidence is in front of you, please post a public apology to him. Shang Yuliang stared at Qi Xingchen with wide eyes. Qi Xingchen also stared at him without blinking. The two of them faced each other in silence. After a long time, heavy breathing sounds could be heard in the room. Shang Yuliang was obviously angry. Little Qi, I already said that I was wrong. Don't go too far. You're the one who's going too far. If you don't publicly apologize, I'll post all the information online. This information is legally binding. You should be able to determine whether the netizens believe me or you. Shang Yuliang, and I'll take back Beijing Hall and no longer rent it to you as a filming location. You can consider the time and cost needed to change the scene again. You. Shang Yuliang roared. I signed a contract with the previous boss. You're breaching it. It's okay. Qi Xingchen was rarely generous. I can afford the breach of contract. Shang Yuliang had no doubt that if he had a heart attack, he would have died on the spot. He couldn't believe that the seemingly most obedient and youngest actor in the crew was actually the toughest nut to crack. Little Qi. He was so angry that his head hurt. You're also a part of Heart of the Ocean. Do you want to see it die? Or do you not want to film it anymore? This sentence already carried a hint of threat. Qi Xingchen shrugged. I don't care. There's a TV series about an attempted rape of a prisoner. Who knows how it'll turn out when it airs? Sushing's case was still in the process of collecting evidence. No matter whether he was sentenced or not, the impact of the news would be considerable. If Sushing's reputation was tarnished and Qi Xingchen left, Heart of the Ocean would be recast. The actor would only have to pay the breach of contract and reputation. The investors and directors would be the ones who would suffer the most. Qi Xingchen knew that he was being a little overbearing at the moment. Shang Yuliang was so old and had such a high status. It was really difficult for him to apologize to a child. It was normal for capitalists to pursue profits. Qi Xingchen thought for a while and took a step back. How about this? If you apologize, I'll find someone to change Sushing's sentence to another crime with the same sentence. This will be good for Sister Tao Tao and you. Let's win this time. How about it? Shang Yuliang had no reason to refuse Qi Xingchen, because Sushing's influence was too bad and the cost of reshooting was too high. As an actress, it was natural for her to use legal weapons to protect herself. However, society had always been biased against women. In a short period of time, rumors about Tao Tao would definitely spread. By then, Tao Tao's image and the ratings of Heart of the Ocean, which she played the leading role in, would definitely drop. And Qi Xingchen could issue an injury assessment without Tao Xian's ID card in just 2 hours. It was enough to prove that he was capable in this area. In the end, Shang Yuliang sighed and compromised. Qi Xingchen didn't want to leave. Heart of the Ocean was his first film and it was memorable. Also, he didn't want to give up the exposure on satellite TV. His popularity was poor and he needed to get on satellite TV. It was a win-win situation. Zhang Yuliang was a straightforward person, which could be seen from the way he reprimanded Su Xing and Qi Xingchen. Therefore, after posting the apology and closing Weibo, he continued to film and do what he needed to do. Qi Xingchen sent a message to Qi Jiaza while he was changing. Jiaza, look at Zhang Yuliang's Weibo. 5 minutes later. King, exclamation point. King, brother, what do you need recently? What was wrong with the Qi family? Qi Xingchen was speechless for a moment. Don't buy me a gift. I'll be angry. King, okay then. Thank you, brother. Xing, it's okay. Focus on class. After talking to Qi Jiaza, he felt much better, as if a huge stone had been lifted off his chest. After changing his clothes, he remembered that he hadn't contacted Bai Yi today. He had promised him last night that he would contact him. He looked at the date and clicked on Bai Yi's profile picture. Xing, have you finished filming today? Bo, yes, I'm at the airport now. Airport? Where are you going? Bo, City, for the Dongqing Music Festival the day after tomorrow. Dongqing TV was one of the 3 major video platforms in China. The annual Dongqing Music Festival was a big event that fans all over the country looked forward to. Qi Xingchen slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten about this. However, Bai Yi rarely attended such music festivals. Why would he go this time? It wasn't time to release a new song. Oh. Then he remembered that in Peaches of the Night, when the female lead finished filming, the male lead was filming a variety show on Dongqing TV. According to the timeline, Tao would finish filming in 1.5 months. Then, Bai Yi must have contacted Dongqing. It was normal for him to support Dongqing. Qi Xingchen was curious. How many songs are you going to sing? Bo, 3 songs. 3 songs. Xing, the finale? Bo, yes, the finale. Bo, it's time. I'm going to board the plane. Xing, okay. Have a safe trip. Xing, Kata duck waving handkerchief. GIF. After sending the message, Qi Xingchen held his phone and walked to the SEALs training ground. 3 songs. Rounding it up, it would be a small concert. He couldn't suppress the urge in his heart. He found the schedule for the day after tomorrow. There were no night scenes. He couldn't control himself. He opened the ticketing app. Xing and ran over. All the machines are in place. Don't play with your phone when you walk. Be careful not to fall. Okay. And Ran saw that he was being perfunctory. She held her chin and asked, what are you looking at? Buying tickets for Dongqing Music Festival, no need. And Ran pursed her lips. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. The tickets were sold out the day before yesterday. Qi Xingchen, his chest hurt. But he wasn't someone who gave in easily. Even if he couldn't buy the tickets, he might be able to get them on Weibo at a high price. He exited the ticketing app and opened Weibo. The script clerk shouted, hurry up, Xing. You're the only one left. Hey, I'm coming. As he shouted, he clicked on Yearning at Dusk Smith account and posted it at lightning speed. Frowny face buying tickets for Dongqing Music Festival Area A at double price. First row negotiable. After sending the message, he threw his phone to Enran and jumped into the SEALs training ground with his hands on the railing. The mission in the afternoon was to reshoot the parts that he wasn't satisfied with. Qi Xingchen didn't have to recite the lines. It was easy for him. After 2 hours and 6 scenes, it was time for the intermission. He gestured for Enran to prepare a wet towel for him. A thin layer of sweat covered his neck. However, Enran didn't go. She jumped to his side and said anxiously, Xing, how can you ask for tickets so brazenly? Qi Xingchen? He opened the Weibo app with trembling hands. Qi Xingchen, buying tickets for Dongqing Music Festival Area A at double price. First row negotiable. Qi Xingchen's vision turned black and he almost fainted. He must have been too anxious just now and didn't check if the switch was successful. Thousands of fans have already tagged Dongqing's official Weibo account for you. And Ran looked hopeless. I'm guessing there must be a lot of people scolding you now. Then I'll delete it quickly. Okay, delete it first and explain. Just say. I was trying to buy tickets on my account and accidentally switched to the wrong account. Xianxia wanted to cry but no tears came out. This wasn't a lie. It was indeed so. He quickly deleted the Weibo post and reposted it according to Enran's instructions. 10 minutes later, he received more than 40 comments. Ha 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 ha, so cute. He actually switched to the wrong account. Dongqing TV's official Weibo, quick, someone needs tickets. Brother Qi, you're looking for a chance to cause trouble again after the popularity of the Sea King has just died down? If you're talking about scamming, this is really YJJC. It wasn't easy for Dongqing to invite Bai Yi. Can't you just let Dongqing go? With so many haters popping up in 10 minutes, one could imagine how many Azures were coming. Most importantly, several netizens cued Bai Yi, which made him feel uncomfortable. Forget it, he might as well not look at it. He closed Weibo and went back to filming. After work, he learned from an ostrich and adopted a don't talk about it, don't ask about it, and don't care policy. After returning to the hotel for dinner, he copied Cui Hao's video to Xianxia as promised. After sending it, he put down his phone and continued eating. Unexpectedly, Xianxia called. Brother, I was just about to call you. What's the matter? Do you have a window facing the coastal plaza in your room? The pool faced Baisha Harbor, and the coastal plaza was on the other side. It was considered a medium-sized tourist attraction, and at the same time, it provided a place for the residents near Baisha Harbor to move around. The top-notch suites naturally had windows on both sides. Xianxia said there was. Xianxia said, brother, go to the window. Xianxia didn't know what he was up to. He put down his chopsticks and opened the window facing the coastal plaza. Brother, look outside. What do you see? Xianxia observed for a moment. There are a lot of people running, digesting, and walking their dogs. Don't look down. Look up. Look up, Xianxia looked up. He saw 2 fiery red hot air balloons slowly floating over from the sky. They had huge spotlights, and each hot air balloon had a red banner hanging below. The first banner, Xianxia is so F** King Handsome, the second banner, Xianxia is so F** Cat Up, then, the spotlights suddenly burst into a strong light, and countless rose petals poured down from the hot air balloons. The people in the coastal plaza were stunned. They took out their phones to take photos and videos. Xianxia. That night, Xianxia was taken away by the coastal police station for an hour of verbal reprimand for violating the city's health and security regulations. He was also fined 5,000 yuan and had to serve 3 days of public service. Bro, listen to me. Xianxia said, stop it. That's what my classmate did when she was supporting her brother. Her brother? Xianxia was expressionless. Her brother is her idol, not her real brother. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia said, why did she call her idol brother? Does he acknowledge you? I don't know if he acknowledges me, but I don't want to acknowledge you as my brother now. Xianxia said, Xianxia rubbed his messy hair and hung up the phone. He decided to ignore the little brat for a while. Compared to sleeping naturally, he believed that he fainted from anger last night. Wrong number plus being supported by his brother was a double kill. Heh. He might as well faint and not face reality. He didn't even want to face Enran. He sent her a message saying that he was going for a morning run and then jumped into the pool. The cool water of the swimming pool in the early morning finally suppressed the shame a little. He leaned against the pool and wiped his face. The executive producer, who had left the set for half a month, came back with a bathrobe. Seeing him, the executive producer laughed. Ha 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 ha, take your time, I'll go to the set. Xianxia quickly left the scene. He went back to take a shower and changed his clothes. Enran hadn't come down yet. Xianxia sat in his seat and looked around. Suddenly, he saw a few newspapers in old Qin's hand. The pictures printed on the newspapers were very familiar. Uncle Qin, Xianxia asked, why did you buy so many newspapers? Old Qin said, I want to pay attention to national affairs. From his hesitant answer, Xianxia sensed that something was wrong. He pretended to get up and change his clothes. Then, with quick reflexes, he snatched the newspaper. Sure enough, in the social news section of the City News newspaper, half of the page was dedicated to the strange things that happened in the coastal square yesterday. The next city morning paper was like this. The next Life paper was like this. The next Metropolis News Express was the same. Hot air balloons, 2 eye-catching banners, and rose petals were printed on the newspaper in a font that was as large as one could imagine. It was 50 cents per serving, and the price was low. People who came out for breakfast or morning exercise bought it and passed it around to their families. In short, a quarter of the citizens in H City already knew him. Xianxia finally understood that running away was probably useless. He looked at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. He called Old Chin, Uncle Chin, turn on the radio and switched to the H City channel. Old Chin opened it, and a sweet female voice came out. Yesterday, some citizens expressed their love to a celebrity named Xianxia by setting off hot air balloons, hanging banners, and scattering flower petals. Here, on behalf of the City Council, I would like to remind everyone that you need to be rational when chasing celebrities. Do not learn from this citizen. Xianxia took a deep breath. During the recording of Traveling Frugally, he joked that Bai Yi would be on the social news, but he did not expect that he would be the one to be on it first. It was too difficult. It was too difficult for him. Weibo had probably become a disaster area. After all, there were so many people at the coastal square yesterday. It was inevitable that someone would post it online. He opened the Weibo app that he had not touched for more than 10 hours. He first looked at Shang Yuliang's apology post. Very few people suspected that Shang Yuliang was threatened and had to apologize publicly, but most people's comments were rational. Yesterday, I scolded Xiao's younger brother. I apologized to him. I hope he can see it. I'm Xiao's classmate. Yesterday afternoon, the school investigated. He did not have any malicious intent to hurt Tao Xian. From the wording, it can be seen that this Weibo post was posted voluntarily. Some people should stop with their conspiracy theories. He's just a high school student. What did he do to offend you? Are all high school students so handsome now? What did they eat growing up? Ozzel. Seeing the comments, Xianxia felt a little comforted. At least his younger brother, who had a nervous breakdown and killed himself with a car in the original article, could continue to live well. Then, he opened the trending searches. His mentality changed rapidly. He wished he could end his brother's life with his own hands. Generally, it was very impressive for a small celebrity to be on the trending searches. Xianxia was special. In the middle of the list, the words Super F * King Handsome Xianxia and Flowery Xianxia were neatly placed next to each other. He clicked on it. Is this enough to apply for the annual Stupid News? Maybe it's not enough for the annual, but it's definitely enough for the monthly. 23,333 Super Handsome Xianxia. I've already taken a screenshot of the banner and used it as a lock screen. After seeing Xianxia's photo, passers-by agree that super handsome is right. Drooling, there were even fans who were unhappy about who was up and who was down. They started to fight with each other, trying to push their support to the top. Xianxia closed the app in despair. However, the good thing was that because of this stupid video, he had finally turned from being a joke. It was a disguised comfort. Wow, at this time, and Ran came down and saw that Xianxia was actually earlier than her. She asked curiously, "Have you had breakfast, super handsome Xianxia? Call me by my name." Xianxia collapsed. No. And Ran guessed that he didn't eat. She smiled and handed him the food. Are you not going to the aquarium later? Well, I'm going to H University to shoot the campus scenes. Then it's time to finish. And Ran counted with her fingers. About a week. Hearing the word a week, the car fell into a strange silence. Most artists had a detailed itinerary. After the work at hand, they knew what to do next. Xianxia was in a state without an agent. He didn't know where to go. And Ran didn't have the heart to ask Xianxia. She broke the silence first. Xing, what's your work email? I'll check. Xianxia told her the number and password. He knew that there was no job invitation. Xianxia knew his identity and didn't dare to arrange a job for him. He didn't have an agent to ask Xianxia for resources. Naturally, his schedule was free. Let me see. And Rand scrolled down as she deleted the spam. After flipping through 2 pages, she suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Xianxia was curious. What did you see? Op-ire, why does it sound so familiar? And Rand murmured. Op-ire. Après, yes, she said excitedly. It's Après, the perfume brand. They sent an email to your email 4 days ago. Xianxia had a vague impression of it. Après was a small French salon brand. It wasn't very famous, but its fragrance and quality control were good. Yuji mentioned it when they were chatting. What did Après say? He asked. Wait, I haven't opened it yet. And Rand read it from top to bottom. The sender said that he's the product manager of Après. He asked if you're interested in being the spokesperson for their new perfume in Asia. Wow, Xing. Spokesperson, you're going to be the spokesperson. You're not happy. And Rand was so happy that she almost jumped up. Xianxia didn't think it was that simple. He didn't have any works or fame. What did the other party see in him? Why did they want him to be their spokesperson? Sister and Rand, did they leave their contact number? They left their number. Help me call them. Tell them that I'm interested in working with them. Okay. And Rand thought about what to say, then dialed the number and put it on speaker. And Rand's assistant or translator answered the call. After Rand expressed her intention, the other party said that the product manager had a meeting in the morning. If they didn't mind, they could arrange for an audition in the afternoon or evening. Hearing the word audition, Xianxia understood. They didn't choose him, but listed him as one of the choices. He asked Rand to make an appointment in the evening. The other party agreed and sent the address and time after the call ended. City S was 40 minutes away from City H by plane. After landing yesterday, Baiyu went straight to City S Stadium for rehearsals and was busy until late. After an interview this morning, Dongqing said that they wanted to give him a welcome dinner and talk about plans for the variety show. Baiyu knew that he couldn't refuse this meal. After coming out of the studio, he asked the receptionist to send him to the restaurant that Dongqing had booked. Aluan worked with him for 2 days and was exhausted. On the way, he yawned and played with his phone. Aluan suddenly held his stomach and shouted at Baiyi, "Boss, look at this." "Ha ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Baiyi was checking the MB of the new song. He didn't want to talk to him, so he lowered his head and continued to work. Look. Aluan knew that he didn't like to talk to people at work. Xing, huh? Baiyi took the phone from Aluan and watched the entire hot air balloon show. He frowned slightly. Other people hadn't been to the fans' room, so they might not know the direction of the fans' window. He had been there before. The position of the hot air balloon in the video was directly facing the fans' window. It said that someone deliberately released the hot air balloon to show their love to the fan, but it wasn't fan support. Baiyi's fingers tapped on the armrest of the chair twice. Then, he borrowed Aluan's phone and opened Xianxia's homepage. Naturally, he saw the whole story of the ticket request. He didn't say anything and returned the phone to Aluan. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant. The deputy manager of Dongqing TV and the director, coordinator, and producer of the variety show were all in place. Everyone chatted for a while and got to the main topic. Little Bai, the deputy manager said, "Have you finished reading the contract for My Time?" My Time was the name of the variety show. Baiyi nodded. "I've finished reading it. The lawyer said that all the terms are in my favor. There's no problem. If it's not in your favor, we won't be able to invite you. Then I'll go back and ask the lawyer to draft a formal contract. We'll find a chance to sign it. You're not allowed to go back on your word." "I won't." Baiyi smiled. "Don't worry." After receiving Baiyi's affirmation, the deputy manager's expression relaxed a lot. He let out a long sigh. "With you, My Time is half successful. I can finally have a good sleep and finalize the rest of the mentors." Hearing his pitiful words, Baiyi asked faintly, "How many have you decided?" "You're the initiator. The dance, vocal, and acting mentors will be settled in about 3 days. Observer Xinguang is not easy to find. I've received a few files, but I haven't found anyone particularly satisfactory yet. If you have time later, you can give me some advice. Observer Xinguang. Bai Yi pondered for a moment. What are the requirements? It's best to know a little bit of everything, because there's a post-production segment. The deputy manager paused. But you don't need to be proficient, because the main task of this role is to objectively observe whether the contestants meet the requirements for debut. Don't make the dance mentor lean towards the dance genre and the acting mentor lean towards the acting genre. That would be boring. After hearing the deputy manager's words, Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. He drew a circle around the edge of the teacup with his finger. His cold white skin seemed to be whiter than white porcelain, and the eyes of all the women present were firmly glued to it. Have you followed Poor Traveler? Bai Yi said. There's a guest named Xianxia who fits the requirements. You can consider it. Xianxia, I know. Okay, I'll go back and check his information carefully. One sentence of recommendation was enough, and Bai Yi did not mention it. After discussing the general direction, he discussed some details of the variety show with Dongqing. The meal was very satisfying. At the end, Bai Yi stopped the deputy manager. By the way, leave me 2 tickets for the first row of the music festival. You've come to the deputy manager for tickets. You're really something. The deputy manager didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I'll go back and squeeze out 2 tickets for you. Who are you giving them to? Who, thinking of the Weibo of his little fan asking for tickets, Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle. No one. I'm treating my fan to the concert. The life of a male college student was nothing more than going to class, playing games, talking about the girl he liked, etc. It was much easier to act than sour love scenes. Xianxia handled it with ease and actually finished 1.5 days of scenes in 1 day. After the scene, Ran whispered, Xing, do you need a makeup artist to help you put on more formal makeup? Xianxia had never auditioned before and the original owner had never tried on the brand's products. He speculated, I don't think so. Maybe I need to try on the makeup. Now I have to take it off when I get there. It's quite troublesome. And Ran thought he was right. So the 2 rookies arrived at the rendezvous point under the escort of Uncle Qin and the old rookies. This studio was the H province branch of Après. After work, most of the employees had already left. Only 2 offices were occupied. One was the product manager's office and the other flashed from time to time. It was probably the audition studio. Seeing them come in, the man on the phone quickly greeted them, Hello, Mr. Qi. The manager is waiting for you. Please come with me. They followed the man. When they passed by the studio, they curiously glanced inside. An Asian and a Caucasian were sitting opposite each other. They were exquisitely dressed with a brooch, watch and other accessories. It was obvious that they were waiting for the audition. Wei Qin is here too. And Ran was afraid that Xianxia didn't know him and lowered her voice, Xing, that Chinese guy is Wei Qin. He's a star? Xianxia was curious. Well, the year before last, my time was the center. Now he's hovering between the B-list and A-list. He's a quasi-A-list celebrity. My Time was one of the top 3 talent shows in recent years. Trainees who stood out from My Time rarely had bad careers. To be able to become a quasi-A-list celebrity in just 2 years, Wei Qin was definitely strong enough. With his hardware, he still needed to audition. It seemed that Après was determined to enter the Asian market this time. Xianxia was a bit nervous before he came, but now he wasn't nervous. His opponent was so strong, so he just had to perform normally. If he could succeed, then he would. If he couldn't, then he would patiently wait for the next opportunity. He was very clear about his own rank. Novice level should be spent in the novice village grinding monsters and leveling up. He had never dreamed of soaring to the top. The product manager was a beautiful French lady named Camille. When the assistant brought them in, Camille greeted them cordially with French etiquette. Xianxia returned the greeting and sat down on the sofa. She then said a few words in French, and the assistant translated. The manager said she didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Please tell Miss Camille that I didn't expect her to be so elegant and beautiful. Camille covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she said a few more words. The assistant continued to translate. The first time she saw you and the white whale paddling across the water, she immediately thought of the new summer perfume. The first note is like the fresh sea breeze on the surface of the sea, while the last note is a combination of cedar and vanilla roots, outlining the tranquility and mystery of the deep sea. Xianxia didn't know why Opre had invited him to the audition, but now he knew. It turned out that Ka Meyer had seen the video of the man and the whale dancing together. The two sides chatted for a while, and the assistant received a message from the studio. The machine is almost ready. Mr. Qi, let's go to the audition first. Okay. Xianxia nodded. The setting of the studio was very simple. A pure white path ran through the entire studio, and on the other side of the path was a huge bathtub with blue seawater. Other than that, there were only 3 bottles of perfume on the ground. The bottles were made of thick dark blue glass and cut into irregular polygons. There was a silver ring at the nozzle, which seemed to be the key to open the deep-sea ink box. The main style of this season's new product is called Siren, a neutral fragrance. Camille pointed to the perfume on the ground. There are no questions in the audition. You can do whatever you want. You just have to portray the siren in your heart. The white man, Wei Qin, and Xianxia nodded to show that they understood. Then let's start. Dewey, you go first? Dewey was the white model. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had a burly figure. He looked very experienced. After making a face at the camera, he suddenly took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. He bent down to pick up the perfume and walked step by step to the side of the bathtub. He first sat on the edge of the bathtub to display the product, then lay naked in the bathtub. His abdominal muscles were wet and very sexy. Dewey's display was undoubtedly the most professional. Coupled with his deep facial features and sexy body, it was enough to attract a large number of female consumers to pay for it. Next, Mr. Wei? Wei Qin nodded slightly. Dewey wanted to give him his perfume, but he refused and picked up another bottle. From his behavior, it could be seen that Wei Qin was more reserved and aloof. In terms of product expression, he was completely different from Dewey. He didn't take off his clothes, but danced in the bathtub with the perfume bottle. At first, it was quiet. Then it was passionate, and then it was quiet again. It was like the whole process of a siren waking up, moving, and then sleeping. In the end, his clothes were a little wet, but he didn't care. He left with the perfume bottle with a smile. It was as if he had found this treasure and didn't have to worry about the scales on his body. Regardless of whether it was in terms of performance or technical content, his design was close to perfection. Xianxia frowned. And Rand sensed his emotions and comforted him in a low voice, "Don't be nervous. Just do your best." Although she said so, Xianxia could see that she didn't have any hope. After all, Wei Qin was famous and powerful. Okay, I will do my best. He had never liked to do your best. Camille quickly pointed to him. Xianxia took a deep breath and thought about the characteristics of the siren. The siren was sometimes innocent and sometimes evil. It was both pure and seductive. It was unpredictable, but one couldn't help but approach it. He put his perfume in the middle of the white path and returned to the starting point, indicating that the director could start. Camille observed Xianxia's performance through the camera. He strolled leisurely and picked up the perfume from the middle of the path. He played with it like a child curiously for a while, held it like a treasure, and continued to walk forward. Camille whispered to the director, "Is it okay? Xi's control and camera sense are good, but I don't think it's as good as Wei's." Well. Camille seemed unsure. "I have a feeling that he's more than that." After she finished speaking, Xianxia had already walked to the bathtub with his back facing the camera. Just when everyone thought that he was going to take the perfume into the bathtub like the other two, he raised his left hand high and then suddenly let it go. The heavy perfume bottle fell to the ground. Liquid and glass shards splattered everywhere. Then he turned back, looked directly at the camera, and smiled. His skin was snow white, his lips were red, and his black eyelashes were like crow feathers, half covering his amber eyes. Light poured out from his eyelashes, and he looked mysterious and flirtatious. He was a completely different person from the naive and innocent person a few seconds ago. Under the cold light, his smile was soul-stirring. Camille was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, Xianxia stepped on the edge of the bathtub and leaped into the bathtub with a fragrant scent. That innocent young man, that seductive young man, disappeared from her sight in a split second. He returned to the place where he should belong. Only a silhouette and a piece of film that couldn't be distinguished between real and fake were left. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. In the end, it was Ran who reacted first. She slapped her thigh. "Oh my God! Don't tell me he's drowning." She quickly ran over. Xianxia supported himself with his arms at the bottom of the bathtub. His lungs were about to explode. And Ran fished him out and quickly took a few breaths of fresh air. He was puzzled. Did they say cut? Why didn't I hear it? This is an audition, not an official shoot. What cut? And Ran helped the inexperienced newbie up and carefully warned him. Be careful of the glass shards. Xianxia walked over the glass shards. A hand handed him a bath towel. He took it and looked up. It was Camille. Wipe yourself well. It's very cold in China at night. The assistant translated for Camille. May I ask why you threw away the perfume? The sea monster won't be controlled by anything external, Xianxia immediately said. The whole sea belongs to him. He wants to control the magic box from the bottom of the sea. He can do whatever he wants. Camille nodded and asked the assistant to send the 3 actors out of the studio. Before getting into the car, Ran couldn't help but wink at the assistant. Is Miss Camille satisfied with our performance? Do you think we might be chosen? The assistant said in a bureaucratic tone, I can't guess what the manager means. Whether we are chosen or not, I will inform you as soon as possible. Oh, okay. Sorry to trouble you. Thank you. And Ran thanked the assistant and closed the car door. Her small face quickly fell. One moment, she complained about Wei Qing's stupid idea of snatching the endorsement of a small brand. The next moment, she sighed that it was lucky that the product manager was French. When choosing endorsers, he liked to find more appropriate ones, not more famous ones. After she finished nagging him, she realized that Xianxia was as still as a mountain. She grabbed a blanket from the car and covered his legs with it. Are you cold? If I had known, I would have brought more clothes. It's okay. I'm not cold. Why aren't you nervous at all? You said it. It's enough to do my best. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I've done my best. The rest is up to Upray. And Ran choked. Xing, your mentality doesn't match your age at all. But your performance today was really, really amazing. I think the probability of you being chosen is at least 50%. It's a pity that the bottle of perfume can be taken back by Dewey and Wei Qing, but ours is broken into pieces. The first batch of the latest perfume from the laboratory was indeed worth taking back. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. But he didn't feel it was a pity. He knew what Bai Qing liked. After returning to the hotel and taking a bath, Xianxia realized that he had really been tricked. His nose was a little stuffy and his head was dizzy. He didn't want to affect the shoot tomorrow, so he called Ran to send him medicine. Ran bought a few pieces of ginger and threw them in the fridge. After Xianxia took the medicine, she brought out the ginger soup and put it on the bedside table. Drink it while it's hot. Xianxia, hurry up. The effect won't be good if it's cold. I don't like the taste of ginger soup. Ran found something that Xianxia didn't like, so she immediately became excited. She pulled a chair and sat in front of the bed. You have to drink it. Otherwise, it'll be worse tomorrow. At the mention of tomorrow, Xianxia was discouraged. He picked up the bowl and dripped the soup into his mouth. Ran watched him while scrolling through her phone. Soon, she screamed. Xianxia almost dropped the bowl. He was surprised. What are you looking at? Brother Yi at you. Hurry up and go on Weibo. Why did Bai Yi at him? Xianxia hurriedly opened Weibo, which he hadn't touched the whole day due to embarrassment. At the top of the clean homepage, Bai Yi, Xianxia, let's discuss the price. The picture was of 2 censored tickets to the East Orange Music Festival. Xianxia's heart was pounding at a rate of 80 beats per second. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The effect was faster than the ginger soup. When did he find out that he was asking for tickets? Did he know who he wanted to see? Xianxia had a lot of questions in his mind. He quickly found Baiye's WeChat and put his thumb on the keyboard. The next second, he remembered that there was a living person in the room. He grabbed the bowl of ginger soup and finished it in one gulp. I'm done. Sister and ran, you can go back. And ran? Getting rid of the donkey after it left the millstone? Chasing the dog away after torturing it, seeing that she was angry, Xianxia tried to appease her. See? There are 2 tickets. You have 1. And Ran finally finished showering and left with peace of mind. When she completely closed the door, Xianxia snuggled under the blanket and thumbed, are the tickets really mine? Bo, yes, they are. Xing, which row? Bo, the one that can be discussed. Xing, the side or the center? Can you show me? Baiyi rubbed his temples, why are you typing so many exclamation marks? Only then did Xianxia realize that his first 3 sentences all ended with exclamation marks. He was excited, but it was not his fault. It was Baiye's fault for giving him the tickets. Xianxia, the exclamation marks are easy to type. Bo, side 12. 13, the center position is too eye-catching. I'm afraid you will be recognized. 12, 13. Xianxia read the seat number and happily kicked the blanket. He had seen the seating arrangement of the S-City Stadium on the ticketing app. Baiyi had chosen the seat number carefully. It was a place where he could see the whole stage clearly without any blind spots and would not attract too much attention. Xianxia flipped over and changed into a lying position. Can you send it to me? The exclamation marks continued. It seemed that the little fan was in a good mood. Baiyi was also in a good mood. We haven't agreed on the terms. Why should I send it to you? The terms, oh, it was the first row is negotiable. Xing said generously, say it, how much? Bo, you don't have to double it. I don't want money. Xing, then what do you want? Baiyi thought for a moment. Tomorrow after the ceremony, you have to treat me to supper. After sending this sentence, Baiyi switched to the chat interface and replied to a few questions from the deputy manager of Dongqing. 5 minutes later, when he switched back, the little fan still did not reply. Did he fall asleep while texting? He did not know that not only did Xianxia not sleep, but he was so excited that he did not need to sleep tonight. He could listen to Baiye's 3 songs and treat Baiyi to supper. Oh my god! How could there be such a good thing in the world? Xianxia calmed down and typed, okay. Bo, tomorrow before you arrive, tell Aluan that he will send you the ticket. After finalizing the meeting location, Baiyi went to work. Xianxia stared at his ticket for a long time and suddenly realized something. In fact, Baiyi did not need to post on Weibo. There was no difference between sending it privately and sending it on Weibo. Baiyi deliberately tagged him to let the haters know that he did not take advantage of the situation. The main character sent the ticket in a friendly tone. What could the haters do? They could only accept it. Xianxia opened Baiye's Weibo comment section. Frowny face. Xianxia, you have the ticket. Ah, brother Yi is so good to Xing. Who dares to say that this is not true love? Last night, the star flag will never fall. Killing a dog in the middle of the night is intolerable. Kitchen knife, CP fans, please go back to the stinky dungeon. Come out again. It was normal for the haters to reject the CP fans. Xianxia skipped over the dirty words. Most of them were congratulating him. Xinguang's comments were wishing their friendship would last forever. The same was true for the comment under his request for the ticket. Xianxia's heart swelled. He wrapped the blanket tightly around himself, leaving only his head exposed. His mouth was pulled so far that it almost reached his ears. In contrast to the joyous atmosphere at Xianxia's place, Su Changlin, Su Xing's father, looked at his son sitting on the bench in the city detention center of H City. He was so angry that his hands trembled and his face turned the color of pig liver. Tell me what you were thinking at that time, huh? There were so many women, why couldn't you just pick one? Why did you have to bully an actress? Sushing rested his elbows on his knees and dug his fingers deep into his hair. The 3-day detention made him lose a lot of weight and stubble grew out like bamboo shoots after the rain. His voice was very hoarse. I don't know. I drank a little that day. I didn't want to, but I couldn't control myself. Looking at his son's hesitant look, Su Chonglin kicked him. You can't control your dick, but you can control your mouth. Who did you offend? I don't know. I don't know anything. Su Sheng was kicked to the ground. He clutched his stomach and his face twisted in pain. I just tried to rape her. Why did it become fraud? Why did it become a 5-year sentence? He struggled to get up and hugged Su Chonglin's leg. Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail for 5 years. I don't want to. Attempted rape was convicted as rape, and the sentence was lighter than completed rape. Su Sheng's case was not bad. He was supposed to be sentenced to more than a year and suspended for half a year. His father could pull some strings and he wouldn't have to go to jail. But for some reason, he was charged with financial fraud yesterday, and it was a huge financial fraud. His sentence suddenly became 5 years. Even if he could get a reprieve, even if his father could use his connections, he would not be able to avoid going to jail. When he got out of jail, he would have no place in the entertainment industry. Looking at his son who was crying with snot and tears, Su Chonglin expected better from him. But in the end, he could not bear to kick him again. He said coldly, let go of your hand and stand up like a man. Su Sheng was afraid of his father's stern face since he was young. He wiped his tears and stood beside the bench helplessly. Su Chonglin motioned for him to be quiet and dialed a string of numbers. Chief Jiang, let's not beat around the bush. Can you tell me who wants to change Xiaoxing's charges? Didn't I say I can't tell you? Brother, please don't make things difficult for me. It's already good enough for me to let you enter the detention center to see him. Don't make it difficult for me, okay? Chief Jiang, I'm not making things difficult for you. If I don't figure out the cause and effect, I don't even know how to reduce Xiaoxing's sentence. I've been friends with our mayor for so many years, and every year, I travel across several provinces to visit you. What do you think? Su Chonglin was from another province, but because of business dealings, he had always had a good relationship with the higher-ups in each city. In the end, Chief Jiang couldn't take it anymore and said hesitantly, I definitely can't tell you who it is. Anyway, don't provoke that Chi guy in the future. I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. With that, Chief Jiang quickly switched off his phone. Su Chonglin held his phone and remained silent. Qi Xingchen. Su Sheng, who overheard the conversation, murmured, there's only one person with the surname Qi in the crew. It must be him, it must be Qi Xingchen. In order to leave early at night, Qi Xingchen was like a god of war during the day. He filmed one scene after another, wiping his nose with a tissue from time to time. When he finally finished his task, he rushed to the nanny van. Old Qin was old, and it was easy for him to have high blood pressure if he stayed up late at night. He was sent back to the hotel to rest. Now, only he and Ran were in the van. And Ran looked worried. Xing, can you really drive for 2 hours by yourself? S City was not far from H City. If they drove on the highway, it would take them 40 minutes to get there by plane. If they took public transport, they might run into the media, which was very troublesome. Therefore, he decided to drive and ran there by himself. In the real world, he had driven the van used by acrobatic troops to transport props. The original owner also knew how to drive, so he was familiar with the car's buttons. No problem, let me think about it. But you took cold medicine, will you be dizzy and lose focus? You have the nerve to say that. Qi Xingchen felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. You lied to me that ginger soup can drive away the cold. It's all pseudoscience, but I still caught a cold. And Ran shrank her neck and went to buy coffee. While he was complaining. After drinking coffee, they set off. 3 hours later, they arrived at the S City Stadium safely. Afraid that someone would recognize his license plate number, Qi Xingchen parked the car in the corner and informed Aluan. 10 minutes later, Aluan got into the car and said in surprise, "Wow, Xianxia, you drove here by yourself. That's great. The boss saved a parking space for you. You can drive to the staff area at the back." Xianxia drove to the staff area according to his instructions and parked side by side with Baiye's van. The music festival had been going on for half an hour, and there was still a long time before Baiye's performance. Xianxia was curious and asked tentatively, "Is brother Yi preparing backstage?" Aluan said, "Yes, I was just getting styled when I came out." "Has he been busy in the afternoon?" "The new album is in the final stage. You know him. If he is not satisfied, he will change it again." In the afternoon, he changed the plan twice with the post-production master. Speaking of this, Aluan understood Xianxia's meaning. "Xianxia, do you want to see the boss?" Xianxia said, "It's not necessary, I have a work permit." Aluan got out of the car first. "I'll take you in." Although he said no, Xianxia's legs followed Aluan as he walked down the stairs. "Big sister and Ran, you go in first. I'll look for you in a bit." As they walked backstage, he asked Aluan not to tell Baiye that he drove here by himself. Aluan nodded and then pushed open the door to Baiye's exclusive lounge. "Dang dang dang dang. Look who's here." Hearing this, everyone turned to the door. Xianxia's cheeks were hot from their stares. His gaze automatically filtered and searched, and finally stopped in front of the makeup mirror. It was the person he wanted to see the most. "Come in," Baiye said. "Aluan, help Xianxia find a stool." Xianxia walked behind Baiye, and Aluan dragged a stool over. "Just arrived?" Baiye asked. Xianxia sat down and nodded. Xiaoman looked at him from the makeup mirror and said, "Xianxia, did you do your hair specially? The stylist's skills are average." Xianxia's cheeks were even hotter. Baiye said helplessly, "Xiaoman, he's shy. Don't tease him." Hearing Baiye defend him in front of others, Xianxia was happy for no reason. His hands slid on his knees and he tried to find a topic to talk about. "There are still 3 hours before your show." "Almost there." "How did you get here?" "Old Qin drove," Xianxia lied. Aluan glanced at him faintly and almost choked to death. In fact, Xianxia said this to prevent Baiye from scolding him. After all, as an artist, driving for 3 hours at a high speed to watch a concert sounded very unreasonable. Baiye did not suspect anything. After chatting for a while, Xianxia was afraid of affecting everyone's work, so he got up and left. When he found his seat, and Ran was already in the mood and watching with great interest. Xianxia was afraid of being recognized, so he put on his hoodie and whispered, "Sister and Ran, did you bring the things in?" "Yes, I brought them according to your request." "Don't worry." And Ran was reliable. Xianxia did not ask much and watched the performance seriously. Although he came for Baiye, all the artists' performances should not be ignored. Dong Cheng's program was arranged very well. There was almost no need to pee during the whole performance. In the second half of the performance, he saw a familiar face. It was Wei Qin, who he had just seen last night. However, he was an artist from Dongqing TV, so it was reasonable for him to appear here. Xianxia pretended to rub his nose and raised his hand to cover his face. When he went to the front of the stage to interact with the audience, Wei Qin's eyes paused for a moment and then moved away. He did not know whether he saw him or not. After Wei Qin, there were only 2 performances left for Baiye. Xianxia could not help but be excited in advance. "Sister and Ran, quickly take out the things." And Ran opened her bag and took out 2 banners, 2 dark blue light sticks, Baiye's support color was dark blue, a sticker, and 2 Mickey Mouse headbands. Seeing the things in front, Xianxia was very satisfied. When he saw the headband, he immediately showed a look of rejection. "I don't wear this. But there is no light at all. Brother Yi will not recognize you." And Ran curled her lips. Xianxia did not dare to be too ostentatious, so he did not make a light sign. Every night sky had a light stick in their hand. It seemed that he was not easy to be seen here. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. And Ran saw this and persuaded, "You can only wear 3 songs. It's not embarrassing at all." "It's okay." Xianxia reluctantly clipped the headband on his head. And Ran tore off the smallest Bai cartoon and stuck it on Qi Xingqian's left cheek while clutching her chest, saying, "I'm sorry, Qi Xingqian, damn, Xing is too cute, such white and tender skin. Such sparkling dog eyes. Such smooth bangs. Put on the Mickey headband, I'm going to vomit blood because of how cute he is. Bai, that big pig trotter, must treat my Xing well, or I will not forgive you." Sob sob sob. Qi Xingqian did not know what Ran was thinking. He focused on fiddling with the light sticks. When the two were done, the host came out to announce the scene and the lights in the venue dimmed. The whole venue immediately lit up with a sea of dark blue, as well as an overwhelming cheer, Bai! 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 Even though he had seen this scene countless times, Qi Xingqian still could not help but feel his blood boil. He shouted with the rest of the night sky, "Bai! Bai! Bai!" The host's voice was drowned in the waves of cheers. He was obviously shocked by the night sky. He laughed and teased, "Since everyone is so anxious, I won't tremble. Next, let's welcome Bai Yi." The prelude played, the lift slowly rose, and a beam of light hit the person in the center of the stage. His white shirt, black pants, and bangs were blown into a one-sided comma shape. With his side facing the audience, he made the first dance move. The style was clean and neat, with his unique performance and strong stage control, as if to tell the audience, "From this moment on, the stage is taken over by me." All the night sky, including the passers-by who had not seen Bai Yi live, went crazy. Qi Xingqian's eardrums were almost torn by the screams. While enduring the screams of the groundhog, he stared at Bai Yi's performance without blinking. 30 seconds later, he unfortunately did not hold back and sang and screamed, "Don't give up, because I'm still here." And Ran was even more excited than him. Relying on the fact that a girl's voice was sharper than a boy's, she sang even louder. For a moment, the two of them were competing with each other, as if whoever had the loudest voice would be the best night sky singer of the night. After 2 dance songs, the third song was finally changed to a lyrical song. Qi Xingqian and Ran could finally stop. Both of them reached for the water bottle. Qi Xingqian said gentlemanly, "This bottle is for you." "What?" And Ran's voice was hoarse. "Your voice is broken, I don't understand." Qi Xingqian rubbed his throat and turned around to open another bottle of water. The girl in the back saw half of his face and wondered, "Hey, are you that, what's your name again, Qi Xingqian?" He pretended not to hear and immediately turned around. At this time, Bai Yi had already walked to the front row to interact with the audience. Qi Xingqian thought to himself, "Will Bai Yi come here?" He took out his phone and wanted to record a video as a memento. Then, he saw the person in the camera walk over and stop in front of him. He half squatted down and waved to the audience in the front row. When the video reached his seat, Bai Yi could not help but laugh. Brother is laughing. Brother is actually laughing. Brother is taking my life with his laughter. I'm going to die. Son, please look at me. Mommy has been waiting for you for a long time. Hubby, I won't allow you to laugh at other women, not even men. Suddenly, Qi Xingqian was enveloped in a sea of cries and howls. He was embarrassed and angry. He could guess why Bai Yi was laughing. Bai Yi saw his Mickey Mouse headband. He had said earlier that he would not wear this stupid thing. "I'm so angry, so angry, so angry." He angrily took off the headband and put away his phone, but his mouth did not stop singing. After the lyrical song, Bai Yi's performance ended. The audience shouted, "Encore! Encore! Encore!" This was not Bai Yi's solo concert. The next singer soon went on stage, and Bai Yi could not return. Qi Xingqian wanted to run away, but Aluan called. Xing, come to the parking lot in 10 minutes. Okay. He immediately ran over with and ran. Bai Yi's car lights were on, and he got in with ease. Bai Yi did not remove his makeup and was still wearing the white shirt on stage. He glanced at him. Qi Xingqian's soul was almost stolen away. After a moment, Bai Yi said, "Only the two of you?" Qi Xingqian paused. "That's right. What's wrong with your voice? Where's the driver?" He had forgotten about that. It was said that people could not lie, and a lie required countless lies to cover it up. Qi Xingqian pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, Uncle Qin said he was hungry, so I asked him to go eat first. My voice was just shouting, and I'll be fine after drinking some water. Bai believed him for now and threw him a bottle of water. Yesterday, Xianxia promised to treat him to supper, and he had already chosen a restaurant before coming. He turned on the GPS and handed it to the driver. The driver drove according to the GPS. On the way, Bai noticed that something seemed to be missing from his head. Puzzled, he asked, "Where are the Mickey Mouse ears?" Xianxia was about to say, "Throw them away," but Bai continued, "You look cute wearing them." He said cute. Xianxia quietly put his hand into his backpack. 2 minutes later, Bai saw the Mickey Mouse headband reappear on the little fan's head through the rearview mirror. She wore it until the supper was over. Unfortunately, this meal was completely different from what Xianxia had imagined. He thought it would be private, just for the two of them, the kind where they could talk about their feelings about the performance alone and flatter each other. The reality was the opposite. There were so many staff members in Bai's car, so it was impossible for him not to call them, right? And Ran was also here, so it was impossible for him to starve and Ran, right? Moreover, everyone was hungry after a busy night, so they did not have time to be polite with him. Therefore, the supper for two became several supper for two people. There was no place to express his feelings about the performance, no place to flatter, so he kept it all in his heart. He kept faking a smile. Bai thought he was tired and thought that the little fan had to film tomorrow, so he stopped everyone. "Okay, stop fooling around. Pack up and go back to the hotel. Xianxia, do you want the driver to pick you up, or do you want me to send you back to the parking lot? You can give me a ride." Xianxia was not in the mood to think too much. "Leave me nearby and we'll go there ourselves." Bai could not really do that, so he sent him directly to the parking lot of the stadium. However, strangely, the driver who went to eat did not come back, and the driver's seat of the little fan's Buick was empty. Bai frowned and said, "Where did the driver go? Tell me the truth. Maybe he's sleeping in the back seat. I'll go up and wake him up." The little fan's eyes were wandering as he spoke. Bai immediately saw that something was wrong with him and asked Aluan, "When you picked him up, was the driver in the car?" F***ck, I'm going crazy. I don't want to hold it in anymore. Aluan was scratching his heart and liver. "There's no driver. Xianxia drove here himself." A small star who had just debuted drove for 2 to 3 hours under the risk of being recognized when he had a shooting task. Just to listen to him sing 3 songs. Bai's heart softened, and his tone was unquestionable. "It's too late now, it's not safe for you to drive back. Stay here for the night, and I'll ask someone to send you back tomorrow morning." "No." Xianxia quickly refused. "There are many scenes tomorrow. I'll call Director Shang and ask for leave." "I really don't." Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia's voice stopped abruptly. Bai lowered his head, bent his index finger, and gently tapped Xianxia's forehead. "Listen to me." Bai's voice was low and gentle. "If you stay, I'll give you exclusive fan benefits." A fan benefit that was exclusive to him. It sounded very special and very tempting. Xianxia was successfully bewitched and asked eagerly, "What benefits?" "Tonight, you'll stay in the other room of my suite." Xianxia had stayed with Bai before. They had slept on the same bed in Budget Traveler, but they were not familiar with each other at that time. Plus, there were cameras everywhere in the room, so they slept separately without any communication. Today was different. There were only the two of them. Xianxia hesitated for 0.1 seconds and reluctantly accepted his exclusive fan benefit. Aluan helped Ran get a room in the same hotel, but on a different floor. Aluan was responsible for taking Ran to the room, and Xianxia followed Bai obediently. Stepping into the suite, Xianxia was scared. "Will the paparazzi take pictures of us swaggering in like this?" "Go ahead." Bai closed the door behind him. "Now everyone knows that you came to see me. It's normal for me to entertain you. I'm not here to see you. I'm here to watch the music festival." Xianxia protested in a low voice. Bai sneered and did not speak. This suite was Bai's temporary residence in S City, and there were not many traces of life. Xianxia was still looking around curiously and found some interesting little details. For example, as a child from an upper-class family, Baye's ability to take care of himself should be poor, but his room was clean and there was no sign of clothes and socks flying around at all. For example, Baye did not use any skincare products. There was only a toothbrush holder, an electric toothbrush, a bottle of what looked like makeup remover, and facial cleanser and makeup cotton on the sink. Other than that, there was nothing else. The big bedroom is full of my things. Can you stay in the small bedroom tonight? Baye asked. Xianxia immediately nodded. Yes, no problem. Then you go wash up first. I have to wipe my face. It's slower. Xianxia pondered for a while before realizing that Baye was referring to removing makeup. He could not help but tighten his lips. By the way, Baye gestured at his thick sweater with his chin. It's uncomfortable for you to sleep in this. Should I get you a t-shirt? After taking another piece of Baye's clothing, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed and nodded. Baye tossed him a white short-sleeved shirt. It was actually a sequined Gucci cat head design. The collar and cuffs were deliberately made to look old, but judging from the wrinkles and wear marks, Baye probably hadn't worn them even once. Xianxia threw the bag into the small bedroom and went into the bathroom with his short-sleeved shirt. He showered very quickly and came out in less than 10 minutes. Baye had just finished a phone call. He raised his eyebrows and said, "This dress suits you very well." A sequined cat head? Suits me? Xianxia found it hard to believe. Baye confirmed. You look very clean in it. Xianxia could only accept it silently. However, he was very curious. This t-shirt is just right for me. It should be too short for you, right? That's why I haven't worn it. I wouldn't wear such a cute dress. Xianxia was even more curious. Why did you buy it if you don't wear it? My mother bought it. After knowing that it doesn't fit me, she asked me to give it to other beautiful children if I have the chance. Baye told him the truth. I suspect that she deliberately gave it as a gift. Now it's just right. He put down his phone and stood up. I'll give it to you. Xianxia was indirectly praised as a beautiful child. He suddenly felt that the sequined cat head was very beautiful and cute. How could there be such a cute dress in the world? Seeing him lower his head and smile foolishly, Baye found a bottle of mineral water. I didn't know you were coming. I didn't prepare milk in advance. Just make do with it. After that, Baye walked to the sink. Xianxia didn't understand why he was associated with the milk lover. He looked at Baye as he washed the bottle of mineral water. He saw the man sprinkle makeup remover on a cotton pad and pat it on his face. Then he began to rub it hard. Xianxia could even hear the sound of the cotton pad scraping against the texture of his skin. He quickly ran over. Stop it. Baye was confused. You can't rub your skin like this even if it's good. Xianxia grabbed the cotton pad from his hand. Let me do it for you. He didn't know how to remove makeup himself, but he had been observing the makeup artist's techniques recently and learned a lot. He first poured the makeup remover on his palms and gently rubbed them open. He opened his hands and pressed them on Baye's cheeks. Then, he felt the cool temperature of the man's skin. He looked up and realized how close he was to the man. He was so close that he could even feel the man's warm breath. He didn't dare to look again and quickly looked away. After applying the makeup remover, he got some water on his palms and rubbed it on the man's face again. He didn't know that this step was called emulsification. He was just imitating the man. Baye suddenly said, I'm almost done, right now. No. Baye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're having a nosebleed. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia? Xianxia felt that he had lost all his dignity today. He hurriedly removed Baye's makeup and rolled back to the small bedroom. He covered his nose with a tissue and stared at the ceiling. He wanted to cry but had no tears. God, of all times to have a nosebleed, why did it have to happen when he was so close to Baye? How ugly and embarrassing would that be? The scene was too beautiful. He didn't dare to look. After a while, there was a knock on the bedroom door. The voice he didn't want to hear the most asked, Xing, did your nose stop bleeding? It stopped bleeding. Xianxia shouted. Don't hold on if you feel uncomfortable. I'll take you to the hospital. I'm really fine. Maybe it's because I drank too much ginger soup last night. Yes, Xianxia thought angrily. It's all because of that bowl of ginger soup. The other party was probably fooled by him and gave up asking. The room returned to silence. Seeing that Bai Yi really didn't care, Xianxia felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He put his arms behind his head and continued to stare at the ceiling in a daze. After some time, there was another rustling sound outside the door. But this time, Bai Yi didn't say anything. Xianxia sat up and looked at the door. There was a flat box and a piece of paper under the door. Bai Yi must have slipped them in through the crack in the door. He got down and picked up the two things. The flat box was cold medicine. The handwriting on the paper was strong and sharp. Take 2 pills before bed. There's water on the bedside table. It turned out that Bai Yi didn't ask, but guessed that he had a cold from the ginger soup and even helped him find medicine. Xianxia suddenly understood what it meant to be elated. The next morning, Bai Yi insisted on not letting Xianxia drive back. He sent his personal driver to send him back to H City. This trip to the music festival seemed to have given him a shot of confidence. In the next few days, Xianxia's performance was quite good. He didn't have more than 4 NGs. Shang Yuliang didn't have to worry about him at all. In the last scene, Shang Yuliang said, "Xiaoqi, I hope you can draw a perfect ending for Lin Xiao." Xianxia said, "Okay." Shang Yuliang picked up the walkie-talkie. "Is the scene ready? The extras are in position. The bubble machine is in position. Machines 2, 3, and 8 are in position." With the clapperboard, the wedding march resounded throughout the open-air manor. Ji Yan held her father's arm and walked step by step toward the man she loved. Lin Xiao sat in the audience and watched the couple make a sincere vow. He couldn't help but be lost in thought. Pick it up, pick it up. Ji Yan, why did you throw it so far? Please God, let me pick it up. I want to get married. Why did it fly that way? Be careful, handsome. In the midst of the noise, Lin Xiao felt something rushing straight at his face. He subconsciously reached out to catch it. The strong fragrance filled his nose. He looked down and saw that it was Ji Yan's bouquet. Ji Yan held Feng Qingyuan's arm and walked to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you'll be very happy in the future after receiving my bouquet. Okay, thank you. Lin Xiao smiled and looked at the girl he loved deeply. Without you, where would I find happiness? Cut. Shang Yuliang gave Xianxia a thumbs up. You didn't disappoint. You can finish filming ahead of time. Hearing this, everyone on the set put down their things and surrounded Xianxia. Xing, congratulations on finishing filming. Can you leave a day later? I can't bear to leave you. The assistant director took out the bouquet that he had prepared in advance and handed it to Xianxia. Xing, you've done well during this period. We all like you very much. Yes. The set was in an uproar. Everyone shouted, we all like you very much. It was the first time in his life that Xianxia had experienced the end of filming. He thought that it would be happy and easy. Hearing the shouts, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He took the bouquet and bowed solemnly to the crowd. I'm very happy to play an important supporting role for the first time. Because of my inexperienced acting skills, I brought a lot of trouble to everyone. Thank you for being willing to tolerate me and help me. I'll always remember it. Don't be modest, the head of the photography team said. You're much better than most newbies. Come on, brothers, let's give Xing a like. The head of the photography team waved his hand and a group of young men squeezed into the crowd. Xianxia was thinking about what a like was, and then he stepped on the air. Everyone threw him up high. Xing, we love you. The third male lead didn't deserve a rap party. Shang Yuliang asked the assistant director to organize the next scene and personally sent Xianxia to the parking lot. Before he got into the car, Shang Yuliang stopped him. Xiaoqi, to be honest, I wasn't satisfied when I saw your profile, but then you gave me a big surprise. There were even a few moments when I thought you were the real Lin Xiao. Thank you for giving this character a soul. I also know how much effort you put in to play Lin Xiao. If you don't forget your original intention and continue to work hard, I believe that I will be able to see you in a higher place. It wasn't easy to get his approval. Xianxia nodded. However, Shang Yuliang paused. You have to control your temper. Don't force the director to publicly apologize in the future. The entertainment industry is very complicated. You can only see the surface now. If you offend a big director with a lot of connections, you may not be able to find a role in the future. Thank you for your reminder. Xianxia knew that he meant well and said sincerely, but if I could do it again, I would still choose to do it. No one can hurt my family. Shang Yuliang was quite helpless. Okay. You're the ancestor. Get in the car. Remember to come back for the celebration party. Okay, thank you, Director Shang. After thanking him again, Xianxia got in the car and left. At this point, the experience of shooting Heart of the Ocean had officially become a thing of the past in his life. Xianxia felt a lump in his throat, and the reluctance he had been suppressing finally exploded. He pulled the blanket over his head. And Ran saw that he was in a bad mood, so she put a pack of tissue next to his hand. However, Xianxia didn't touch the tissue. He didn't cry easily, but he didn't want people to see his vulnerable side. They were both in H City, so 40 minutes later, they arrived at the neighborhood where he always got off. Old Qin stopped the car. And Ran pushed his arm and said, Xing, we're here. Okay. Xianxia got out of the blanket. You've worked hard during this period. I'll give you a few days off. Go back and have a good rest. Thank you, Xing. And Ran hesitated for a moment. Xing, do you think the company will transfer Uncle Qin and me back? She had talked to old Qin and felt that Xianxia was a good person and hardworking person. She wanted to work with him forever. However, if Xianxia didn't work for a long time, the company would probably transfer them to other artists. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Xianxia understood what she meant. He smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't happen. Besides, I have other work arrangements for you. Other work arrangements? And Ran was stunned. Yes, sister and Ran. Do you have any thoughts of becoming an agent? And Ran didn't expect that Xianxia would want her to be an agent. She was just a fresh graduate. She had no experience and qualifications. How could she be an agent? An agent can make a lot of money and have a good future. Of course, I want to be an agent, and Ran said timidly. But I don't have the capital. Who said you don't have the capital? If I say you have it, then you have it. Look for books about this at home. Also, help me keep an eye on the mailbox. I'm leaving now. Contact me if you need anything. Xianxia was afraid that Ran would pester him, so he quickly dragged the box and ran away. The bodyguard opened the door of the house. Xianxia saw Qiuji sitting in the yard drinking tea. Qiuji saw him in the next second. She dropped her book and ran over. Xing, why didn't you tell me that you were coming back? I have a driver to pick me up. You don't have to pick me up. Besides, I'm in the city. Xianxia changed the subject. Sister, let's go in first. I bought you gifts. Qiuji's eyes lit up when she heard the word gifts. She followed him step by step. Xianxia dragged the box to the living room. He didn't take anything when he left. When he came back with the gifts, it was twice as heavy. Father Qi and Xianxia were at the company. Qiuji was the only one at home. Xianxia opened the box and took out the gifts one by one. This is Jiaza's, this is Big Brother's, this is Dad's. Sister, this is yours. He gave Qiuji a photo album that he had printed out himself. It was full of photos of marine animals that he had taken. Especially Xianxia. He looked charmingly naive. When he was unhappy, his mood would immediately change. Qiuji was looking at the photo album with great interest. Suddenly, she noticed that there was something wrong with the clothes in her brother's box. Xing. Has your taste changed so much? Qiuji pointed at the cat head t-shirt. No, this was given to me by a friend. Qiuji patted her chest. I knew it. You've always chosen clothes with pure colors or fewer patterns. How could you suddenly change your taste? I was scared to death. I thought I bought the new clothes for nothing. Xianxia asked, you bought me clothes again? I went to Paris last week. It wasn't a lot, just about 20 or so. There were a few super swag. I can already imagine how handsome you'll look in them. Xianxia, I can't wait to see how you look in it. Xianxia was speechless. After Qiyuji calmed down, her sharp eyes noticed something else. Hey, Xianxia, do you have a cold? No. Then why did you bring back the leftover cold medicine? You have to take the medicine fresh. There was no need to hide anything from his sister. Xianxia replied, this box of medicine was also given to me by a friend. Qiyuji looked at him strangely for a long time. Then she said, what about this? Is it a Mickey headband or a gift from a friend? Xianxia said, no, we bought it ourselves. Qiyuji asked, are you wearing it for a friend? Xianxia was stunned. Oh my god, Qiyuji's heart ached. Our Xianxia has someone he likes. I'm no longer Xianxia's favorite, someone he likes Baiyi, no. But. Yes, putting aside the fact that Baiyi was the male lead of Peaches of the Night, he was a person who had transmigrated into this world while Baiyi was a paper person. They couldn't be together. Was there a need for him to like a paper person? Sister, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia hurriedly clarified. We're just friends. Qiyuji didn't let it go. Then tell me, did you look for him when you put on the perfume? Xianxia was speechless. You're happy when you see him, and you miss him when you can't see him. If he gets too close to other people, you'll be so upset that you feel like you're going to explode. You'll be overjoyed when you see him, and you'll want to collect everything that's related to him. Stop talking. Xianxia couldn't help but interrupt Qiyuji. His eyes were filled with confusion. Seeing him like this, Qiyuji sighed. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. You can ask me anytime if you have any questions. I'm willing to be your trash can. Don't forget, your family is your strongest support. Okay, thank you, sister. Qiyuji had loved before and understood that some things couldn't be understood in a short time. She changed the topic. By the way, Xianxia, have you received Xiaojing's message? Xiaojing. Xianxia was flustered. After thinking for a long time, he realized that she was talking about Liangjing. Xiaojing will return to H City the day after tomorrow. If you're free, let's go pick him up together. During the filming of Poor Traveler, Xianxia had talked to Liangjing on the phone. His intuition told him that Liangjing was a bit strange, so he subconsciously wanted to reject Qiyuji. However, as soon as he said that he did not want to pick up Liangjing, Qiyuji persuaded him, Xianxia, it's been so long. Don't be angry with Xiaojing. Besides, it's not up to him whether he wants to go or not. The school insists that he go to the laboratory, so he has no right to refuse. After Liangjing returned from Harvard's immunology program, he was sent to the Sino-Swiss Joint Laboratory for research in less than a month. He had left in a hurry. Qiyuji wanted to send the original owner of the body off, but the original owner had refused. Therefore, she had always thought that the original owner of the body was angry with Liangjing for leaving in a hurry without discussing it with the original owner. However, Xianxia clearly knew that was not the reason. He had no idea what the reason was. After transmigrating, he had only inherited memories related to the plot, so the unrelated memories were very vague. You two used to be so close. There's no need to be angry over such a small matter, right? Qiyuji tried to be the peacemaker. What else could Xianxia do? In the end, he could only agree. He got up the day after tomorrow and went to the airport with his sister. In the back seat of the car, Qiyuji saw him in sportswear and said, Xianxia, you're dressed so casually. My identity is different now, Xianxia said. I'll be recognized if I dress too conspicuously. Why weren't you afraid of being recognized the day you wore perfume? Qiyuji did not believe him at all. Xianxia did not care what she thought. He leaned against the back of the seat and looked at his phone with his back facing Qiyuji. Ever since Qiyuji said that she liked Baiyi the day before yesterday, he hadn't replied to Baiyi's messages. Frankly speaking, due to the fact that Bai Yi looked exactly the same as his true idol, had the same business ability as his true idol, had the same voice as his true idol, had an especially good personality, and was especially concerned about him, and so on and so forth, he indeed had a very, very good impression of Bai Yi. Moreover, through Qi Yuji and Qi Jiazi, he realized that the storyline was not completely unchangeable. This led to his natural hostility towards Bai Yi as the male lead to lessen a lot. If he could continue like this until the end of the storyline, it would be the most perfect ending. He didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. After all, they were people from two different worlds. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt annoyed for no reason. He frowned and stared at the chat history interface. The previous message was sent by Bai Yi yesterday morning, asking how he rested after returning home. After 24 hours, he finally replied, "I can finally sleep until daybreak." However, after sending the message, he waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no reply from the other party. Xianxia became even more annoyed. "Xing, we're almost at the airport. Do you want to disguise yourself?" Qi Yuji pointed at his mask and hat and reminded him. "Okay." Xianxia did this with ease. In 2 or 3 moves, he covered himself up until only his eyes were visible. Then, he followed Qi Yuji out of the car. Liang Jing took the VIP passage back to the country. The VIP passage in H City Airport led directly to the elevator in the parking lot. Therefore, they didn't need to go to the crowded pickup area. They could just wait at the exit next to the elevator. Next to the exit, they could see the tarmac through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Xianxia's left hand was on the railing as his eyes followed the planes flying around. His right hand was in his trouser pocket, holding his phone tightly. His phone still didn't vibrate. Soon, he heard Qi Yuji say excitedly, "Xing, Xiao Jing is out." Xianxia subconsciously looked at the exit. At first glance, he could tell which of the 5 or 6 tourists was Liang Jing. There was no other reason. Liang Jing's appearance was too eye-catching. The moment their eyes met, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his heart. He didn't know why. Liang Jing was wearing a simple shirt and trousers with a long trench coat. His facial features were not as sharp as Bai Yi's. Instead, they were much gentler. Maybe it was because he was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Qi Yuji spoke first. "Xiao Jing, Uncle Liang, and Auntie went out for an inspection. They asked us to pick you up. Are you tired?" The driver took Liang Jing's suitcase. Liang Jing thanked the driver and smiled. "It's okay. I'm not tired." Then, he turned to Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't pretend to be mute. He said perfunctorily, "What do you want to eat? I'll book a restaurant to welcome you." "No need. I'm already very happy that you're willing to pick me up." Liang Jing raised his hand as if he wanted to touch Xianxia's hair. Xianxia avoided him without thinking. Liang Jing's hand paused for a moment, then he patted his arm. "Xing, long time no see." Liang Jing said that there was no need to book a restaurant to welcome him. Xianxia really didn't book one. However, Qi Yuji was afraid that Liang Jing would go home hungry. On a whim, she insisted on bringing him back to the Qi family and cooked a few dishes for him. The Liang family and the Qi family had a very good relationship. When she was in school, the original owner often went to the Liang family to eat, drink, and stay. In order to express her gratitude, Qi Yuji had always treated Liang Jing as a younger brother. It could be said that other than the original owner and Qi Jiazi, Qi Yuji loved Liang Jing the most. Hearing that she wanted to cook, the other 2 passengers on the bus frowned at the same time. Qi Yuji caught their reaction and was angry. "Hey, what's with your expressions? Do my dishes taste bad?" Xianxia was stunned. Liang Jing quickly tried to smooth things over. "No, it's delicious. I haven't eaten Chinese food in a long time. I'm looking forward to it." "I see." Qi Yuji was easily fooled. She happily asked Liang Jing what dishes he wanted to eat. Xianxia wasn't in the mood to listen to their conversation. He also wasn't in the mood to think about where his tacit understanding with Liang Jing came from. He lowered his eyes and let his imagination run wild. Why didn't Bai Yi reply to his WeChat? Was he busy? Or Was he angry? It was indeed too much for him to not speak or explain for an entire day. Was it too late to make up for it now? No matter if it was too late or not, he would try it first. He took out his phone. At this time, Liang Jing called him. Xianxia? Yes? He put his phone back. Sister Yuji asked what you want to eat. Oh, I'm fine with anything. Xianxia paused. But I don't really want to drink soup. He still remembered the fishy soup from last time. When they arrived at the Qi family's house, Qi Yuji put on an apron and rushed to the kitchen. She handed the task of taking care of Liang Jing to Xianxia. She arranged it deliberately. First, these two were deeply in love and must miss each other. Second, they were in an awkward situation and needed to be solved. However, the reality was that Xianxia and Liang Jing were sitting opposite each other, which was as awkward as it could be. He wasn't the original owner, so he didn't know where to start. In the end, it was Liang Jing who spoke first. Xianxia, you've lost weight. Liang Jing took off his coat and put it on the back of the chair. Haven't you eaten well in the past 6 months? Maybe I've been busy filming recently. Xianxia knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make, so his answer was flawless. Do you have any work arrangements next? I don't have any plans yet, but... Xianxia thought for a while. I'm going to recharge. Art is also a subject that needs to be carefully studied. The reason why he said that was because he was afraid that Liang Jing would come to him often. After all, he had said on the phone that he would coax you when he came back. Liang Jing nodded. Then, Xianxia's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Bai Yi. Sorry, I'm going out to take a call. After saying goodbye to Liang Jing, Xianxia ran out of the door, and the leaves of the green plants along the way were trembling because of him. Hello. It's me. My phone was on silent during the meeting this morning, so I didn't see your message, Bai Yi said. So it was a meeting. Xianxia's heart instantly returned to its original position. I guessed that you were busy. Is it a meeting about the new album? Bai Yi said, yes, pick the cover photo and color concept of the new album in the morning. If the sample is good, it can be mass-produced next week. Knowing that Bai Yi's album was about to be released, Xianxia was more excited than when he released his own album. He walked in circles in the yard. Please make it better and faster. I've been waiting for too long. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Bai Yi couldn't help laughing. By the way, do you remember what you said? What did I say? Xianxia was puzzled. When we're done, invite me to your ocean world. Xianxia would never forget this. Seeing that Bai Yi was very busy recently, he didn't mention it. Since he mentioned it now, Xianxia asked, when are you free? I'll fulfill my promise. When the sample is out, I'll call you in advance. Okay. Xianxia agreed happily and then bit his lower lip. He also had a question to ask Bai Yi, but he was a little hesitant about whether to ask. Bai Yi heard that there was silence on the other side and said tentatively, Xianxia, what do you want to say? Just say it. Did he have clairvoyant eyes? Xianxia was shocked for a moment and decided to go all out. That. You said last month that after I'm done, you'll give me a gift. This person stuttered for a long time. Bai Yi thought that he was going to say something important, but it turned out that he was only thinking about the gift. He shook his head helplessly. I'll give it to you on the day we go to the aquarium. Don't worry, I remember. Yay yay yay. Xianxia was overjoyed and kept pushing the banana leaves. Liang Jing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at his actions. He pushed his glasses up. As expected, Qi Yuji's dishes were quite terrible. He didn't know what Liang Jing was thinking. Anyway, Xianxia was suffering. After tearfully stuffing a bowl of rice, he quickly escaped to his room in the name of taking a nap and gulped down a large bottle of water. It wasn't easy for the original owner to live until now. He covered his bulging belly and planned to go to bed to digest the food. Xianxia, are you asleep? As soon as he went to bed, Liang Jing's voice came in with a knock on the door. He had been in his room for about 5 minutes. It was definitely not appropriate to pretend to be asleep now. He reluctantly got out of bed and opened the door. Liang Jing's sleeves were rolled up to his elbows and he was holding a folder in his hand. I haven't been to your room for a long time. Can I go in and have a look? Xianxia couldn't find a reason to refuse. He turned sideways and let him in. Liang Jing walked in and looked at the layout of the room. Seeing the empty water bottle on the computer table, he said, I remember that you hate the taste of alkaline water. I want to change my taste recently. You also changed the toothpaste? Don't you like cherry-flavored ones? I just bought it casually. Xianxia had no doubt that if Liang Jing continued to ask, he would definitely be exposed. He said thoughtfully, I didn't rest well on the set some time ago. I've been sleepy and tired recently. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll find time to catch up with you, okay? Okay, Liang Jing agreed. Then I'll give you the gift first. With that, he opened the folder. There were a few pages of A4 paper with English words inside. At the end of last year, I went camping with a friend who studied astronomy. By chance, we found a very beautiful planet called Xianxia. I immediately thought of you. After returning to Sweden, I bought the naming rights of this planet and named it Fluophore, luminous body. I think it looks like you. I bought the naming rights of this planet and named it Fluophore, luminous body. I think it's very similar to you. Hearing these two sentences, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his heart. He tried to stay calm and think about how to deal with this gift. If the gift was from the Qi family, he would accept it without hesitation. Because in his heart, the Qi family was his family. He shouldn't be polite to them and he could find an opportunity to give them a gift of equal emotional value. But Liang Jing was different. He couldn't accept Liang Jing's gift with a clear conscience, let alone give him a gift of equal emotional value. From his body's reaction, he noticed the original owner's feelings for Liang Jing. It might not be as simple as friendship. He had to answer carefully. Thank you for your gift, Xianxia organized his words, it has a good meaning, but I don't think my current state is suitable for it. When I really become Fluophore, I'll ask you for it back, okay? Okay, Liang Jing didn't persuade him and said frankly, I believe that day is not far away. After he tactfully asked him to leave, Liang Jing finally returned to the Liang family. Xianxia didn't feel sleepy because of Fluophore. He sat in front of the computer and turned on the computer. Although he took over the original owner's body, he didn't touch the original owner's privacy. This was out of respect for the Xianxia who had passed away. But now he had to look. He desperately wanted to know what happened between the original owner and Liang Jing. After transmigrating, he inevitably looked at the original owner's phone memos and photo albums, but he didn't find any traces related to Liang Jing. He didn't even see a photo of him. Hopefully, it's on the computer. Xianxia silently apologized to the original owner and checked the hard drives one by one. When he got to the D drive, he found a hidden folder. Usually, only private things would be hidden in a folder. Xianxia felt that there would be the answer he wanted. He opened it. Fortunately, the folder didn't have a password. After the cursor spun for a while, countless photos and screenshots of QQ and WeChat messages were cached. He flipped through them one by one. The more he looked at it, the more upset he felt. The photos were almost all secretly taken from various angles. Some were of Liang Jing reading a book, some were writing an exercise book, some were eating, some were playing, some were sleeping, and some were smiling. However, the only thing he didn't do was take photos that were too big. He was reserved and restrained. Screenshots of various social media apps were naturally the chat records with Liang Jing. Xianxia couldn't bear to look at too many photos, so he skipped and looked at a few. Their tone was no different from that of close friends. He logged into the original owner's QQ account according to the screenshot. The password was easy to guess. It was the birthday on the original owner's ID card. After successfully logging in, he opened the locked QQ space. In this social software that was about to retire from this stage of history, there were densely packed records of the original owner's thoughts. The original owner liked Liang Jing. She had liked him since she was a student. The last comment stopped at the end of last year. The original owner said, he left. He must have felt disgusted by me. The penultimate message, I've decided to confess. Xing, you have to work hard //, */, the two messages were only half a month apart. At this point, Xianxia finally understood why the original owner and Liang Jing had a grudge. He also finally understood where the heartache came from. Liang Jing rejected the original owner's confession and went abroad in a hurry. How could a person who had been secretly in love with the other party for more than 10 years not be sad? For no reason. Xianxia and the original owner had a strong empathy. His chest was so tight that it almost exploded. He found the video taken on the day of the music festival and watched it several times before he calmed down. When he opened his eyes again, Xianxia was woken up by Ran's phone call. He looked at the time. He had taken a 4-hour nap like a pig. He quickly picked up the phone. Xing. Ran sounded excited. Double happiness. Hearing Ran's words, Xianxia even suspected that she had found his two sons. He asked curiously, what double happiness? It's hard to explain over the phone. Is it convenient for you to come out? I'll go to your neighborhood to find you now. No, you can book the restaurant. I'll pick you up. It was dinner time. Xianxia couldn't bear to see Ran talk about business on an empty stomach. He took out the keys to the most low-key car from the drawer and drove. An hour later, in the restaurant's private room. Xing, since you've decided to let me be your manager, I have to persuade you. Ran said bitterly. Your salary for Heart of the Ocean is only 300,000 after tax. Why did you spend so much money on a Bentley? Xianxia said, Port's ocean world is mine. Ran was speechless. That made sense. After this period of observation, Xianxia found that Ran wasn't a talkative and curious person. Even after his identity as the owner of Port was exposed, she didn't ask for details. In the future, he would hand everything over to Ran. The two of them were tied to the same rope. It was necessary to tell her his true identity so that if his identity was accidentally exposed, Ran could quickly come up with a public relations plan. Sister Ran, actually, there are a few things I want to confess to you. What? Xianxia said, I have a diamond mine in South Africa. Ran was speechless. Your teammate Ran has been hit with a health loss buff. Most of the shares of Xianxia Entertainment are owned by my family. Ran was speechless. Health minus 30%. The socialite Zhou Uf *Ked is my sister. Ran was speechless. Health minus 60%. I'm the second young master of the Qi group. Ran's health dropped by 100% and she fell to the ground. Xianxia resurrected her with fruit salad. She looked hopeless. So why did you enter the entertainment industry? Isn't it better to inherit the family property? How could Xianxia tell her that he entered the entertainment industry to observe the movements of the male and female leads in real time? He thought for a moment. Just treat it as me experiencing life. His words were too powerful, and Ran was completely dumbfounded. Xianxia waited for her to digest for a few minutes and said sincerely, I don't want to expose my identity now. Sister Ran, please keep it a secret for me. Ran, who was hovering between life and death, got up. After nodding vigorously, she finally remembered the reason why she looked for Xianxia. Xing, you're going to have a job. First of all, she stretched out a finger. Opera sent an email this afternoon and chose you as the spokesperson for their new summer product in Asia. Go to the studio at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to discuss the details of the contract. I've already informed the company's legal department to send a lawyer to follow the whole process. He was really chosen? Xianxia was a little excited. After all, the attitude of the product manager, Tom Meyer, was ambiguous that day. He thought he was not chosen. Second of all, it's really a big surprise, Ran said mysteriously. A variety show is looking for you, and it's a popular variety show. Xianxia's curiosity was piqued. Which variety show? My time generation. Ran could not hide her joy. Look at the other guests, the promoter, Bai Yi, the vocal coach, Yong Yuyang, the dance coach, Wei Qin, the performance coach, Chen Jiai. It's amazing. It's a popular pre-order. How is it? Is it a surprise? Ha 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 ha. My time? They looked for him? This was the top 3 variety shows in the country. Why did they choose him? Xianxia was surprised for a moment. Then he realized something was wrong. All the coach positions are taken. Why are they looking for me? Don't tell me they want me to be a contestant again? Of course not, and Ran said. Your role is Xinguang's observer. She explained the duties of Xinguang's observer in detail. Xianxia frowned. Xinguang's observer sounds simple, but it's actually the most difficult role. Because he has a lot of power to decide whether the contestants stay or leave. He has to make the right judgment of the contestants' performances. Otherwise, it's difficult to convince the audience. This means that on the surface, the program team wants Xinguang's observer not to be proficient in music, dance, and so on. In fact, he has to have a solid foundation in every category. He has to be able to clearly point out the contestants' strengths and weaknesses. Otherwise, he will definitely be ridiculed by the contestants and the audience. Maybe the program team chose you with the intention of using you as cannon fodder. And Ran spread her hands. Variety shows need topics and conflicts. If the contestants are not satisfied with Xinguang's observer's ability, he can be used as a conflict to support the topic of the first half of the variety show. The other coaches have reputations, so it's not appropriate to criticize anyone. It's better to criticize you. Xianxia did not say anything. And Ran continued, that's why I didn't agree immediately. I respect your opinion. If you want this exposure, we'll do it. If not, we'll wait for the next opportunity. Okay, let me think about it. How long will Dongqing give me? 3 days. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Compared to my time, Après was obviously more sincere. The process of signing the contract was very smooth. In order to express their love for Xianxia, Après packed all their recent styles together and gave him a set. There were more than 80 bottles of limited edition and normal edition. He directly gave them to Qiuji as a gift. The advertising plan for the main perfume, Siren, had also been prepared according to Xianxia's characteristics. The interior scenery was expected to be completed in 5 days. The exterior scene was relatively simple. It happened to be at the beach of Baisha Harbor. There was no need to submit an application to the management department. Xianxia could get it done 2 hours earlier. The commercial was initially scheduled to be shot in 6 days. Ka Meyer asked Xianxia to maintain a good figure and skin condition. In addition, there was another piece of good news. Baiye's new samples were unanimously approved and finally entered production. The night after signing the contract with Après, Baiye called Xianxia. Xianxia was looking forward to Baiye's gift. He decided to invite Baiye to Ocean World tomorrow. Baiye agreed, but he didn't want to affect Ocean World's business. The two agreed to play at night after work. So, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Xianxia put on a sequined cat t-shirt, washed jeans with holes, and white shoes. 2 young shepherds sprayed on their elbows and knees, and with a Balenciaga beige cap on their heads, they set off. When they arrived at the entrance of Ocean World, Baiye had been waiting in the car for a while. Xianxia leaned over and knocked on the car window. Baiye got out and said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, "Why did you come out in a short-sleeved shirt? It's cold at the beach at night. You were the one who said that I looked good in this." Xianxia didn't dare to tell the truth. He looked around and said, "Let's go in first, in case the paparazzi take pictures." Baiye turned around and found his jacket and put it on over his hoodie. Xianxia walked to the security booth first and knocked on the glass. "Sir, please open the side door for me." Ever since the parrot incident in Bird Park, the security guard always remembered the iron rule of "don't know the boss." He refused with a straight face, "It's time to get off work. Come back tomorrow." Baiye. Why did he always embarrass himself whenever he was with Baiye? Xianxia took a few deep breaths and wanted to cry, "Sir, you can know me now. I brought my friends here to play. Open the door for us." The security guard was skeptical, but he still opened the door. After they went in, Xianxia asked the security guard for the keys to the various venues. And asked, "Where's the first stop?" Most of the animals should be asleep by now. Baiye thought for a moment, "Let's just walk around the exhibition halls and the like." What he said made sense. Xianxia didn't want to disturb the animal's rest. The two of them reached an agreement. Xianxia took him to visit the Marine Museum first. However, as soon as he stepped in, he regretted it. At night, in the empty Marine Museum, the room full of marine fossils and bone specimens stared at them. The effect was similar to a horror movie. Xianxia's hair immediately stood on end. He pretended that he was not afraid and acted as a narrator. Baisha Harbor has more than 200 fossil specimens of marine animals and plants. 70% of them are displayed in this museum. On the left shelf are coral reefs, on the right shelf are tropical small fish. Go inside, this room is full of medium-sized fish specimens, the innermost room, Xianxia explained while he led Bai Yi to the depths of the museum according to the order. When they reached the innermost room, he turned his head. A bone specimen of a shark was in the southeast corner. It was huge and had sharp teeth. Its two black eye sockets were facing him. Its fins, which were much longer than the average fish, were open like two big knives. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Xianxia's eyes widened and he couldn't help but take a step back. His back bumped into a strong chest. He didn't expect that little gangster Qi, who could fight burglars at night and force his director to apologize, would be frightened by his own property. Bai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held his wrist with one hand and covered his eyes with the other, comforting him in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." In fact, Xianxia was not very afraid. The thing appeared so suddenly that he was not mentally prepared. But the next moment, when he felt the warmth on his back through his clothes and the warm touch on his eyes, he deliberately paused for more than 10 seconds to fight for his face. "I'm not afraid." "Well, you're not afraid," Bai Yi was quite cooperative. "Then should I take my hand off now?" "You're too long-winded." "It's not that I'm timid. If Stallone saw such a thing, he would be scared too." Bai Yi put down his hand, and Xianxia gently broke free. With psychological preparation, he was indeed calmer when he looked at the shark again. He touched his back and felt the residual warmth that had not yet dissipated. He was even grateful to Brother Shark. "Wait for me to give you dried fish tomorrow." After visiting the Marine Life Exhibition Hall, he took Bai Yi to the Petrification Hall. Only these two halls in Baisha Harbor were suitable for adults to visit. The rest were all for children. It was not easy to bring Bai Yi to his own place. Xianxia did not want to leave in a hurry. He had an idea. "Let's go see the jellyfish." "Jellyfish don't sleep at night." Bai Yi was skeptical. "Really?" "They really don't sleep," Xianxia affirmed. Anyway, jellyfish did not have eyes. He could not tell if they slept or not. He took Bai Yi to the entrance of the aquarium as he spoke. Outside the door, Bai Yi found that his hands had been in his trouser pockets. He usually did not walk like this. He guessed that the wind had blown through now. Bai Yi took off his coat and threw it to him. Xianxia quickly refused. "I'm not cold." "You wear it." "It's okay. I brought it for you." "Oh, so it's like this." Xianxia put on the coat, lowered his head, pursed his lips, restrained his smile, and raised his head again. "You've been wearing it. I thought you were cold." "I'm wearing thicker clothes." Bai Yi paused. "Take off my coat and give it to you. It should be warmer." Hearing this, Xianxia belatedly realized that he wasn't cold anymore. Because the jacket had already been warmed by the other party. Thank you. I'll open the door of the aquarium first." Before he could finish his sentence, he ran off. Seeing that no one was chasing after him, he covered his face and grinned foolishly for 2 minutes. His smile froze. When Bai Yi was almost behind him, he rubbed his numb cheeks and unlocked the door. The jellyfish base was located in a long corridor not far from the entrance. Xianxia turned on the light control valve, and dozens of transparent glass cylinders flashed with a blue-purple halo. There were tall and short pillars, thick and thin pillars. The thickest one was so thick that 2 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. Inside the pillar, large and small jellyfish swam along the light. They didn't know whether it was insomnia or they were awakened in the middle of their sleep. They curiously looked at the 2 uninvited guests. Unlike the large number of tourists visiting during the day, the empty corridor seemed to be a kaleidoscope opened solely for them. Through the blurred halo, the jellyfish wantonly showed their soft beauty and vigorous vitality. The two just looked at them for a while. Until they walked through the entire corridor side by side, Xianxia put his hand on the wall and asked for advice. Stay a little longer, or go to the next place? Stay a little longer. Bai suddenly remembered something. Did Dongqing contact you? Xianxia was stunned and then reacted. Bai was the founder of My Time, similar to the chief mentor, in the core position of the entire variety show. Naturally, he knew who the other members of the program group were. Yes, Sister and Ran told me the day before yesterday. Bai said, yes, Xinguang's observer. There are risks and benefits. Think carefully before you make a decision. When he heard from the deputy manager of Dongqing, he knew that it was not easy to be Xinguang's observer. He recommended the little fan just to help the little fan fight for the opportunity. In the end, it was up to the little fan to decide whether to go or not. Xianxia said, I've already decided. I'll go. Bai raised his eyebrows. Xianxia continued, Sister and Ran and I have analyzed the risks of participating in the show. It's nothing more than being laughed at by the whole internet. But, he raised his snow-white chin and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His eyes poured out from the slits of his eyelashes, 3 parts stubbornness and 7 parts arrogance. But who says I'll definitely fail? I admit that I'm not good enough, but I still have a lot of time to polish myself and improve myself. I'll bring a better version of myself to meet the audience. Okay. Bai's eyes fell on the shallow wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. After a moment, he smiled and said, I look forward to seeing a better version of you. The two of them went for a spin at the beach again. When they returned to the gate, Xianxia couldn't help but feel regretful. I was going to treat you to some fun, but you didn't go to any of the interesting places. It's okay. Bai comforted him. I'll look for you again when I have the chance. Xianxia especially liked to hear Bai say things like you'll treat me next time and I'll look for you again when I have the chance. He couldn't help but grin. Fortunately, he held back. He bit his lower lip and always remembered to ask for money. That. Did you forget something? For example, the gift you promised me. I didn't forget. Come with me to the car to get it. In order to prevent paparazzi, Bai's driver parked the car in the boss's special garage. Xianxia followed behind Bai and kept wondering what Bai would give him. In his entire life, he had never had such an urgent expectation and desire for any worldly possessions. Stepping into the garage and opening the door, Bai took out a simple shopping bag from the back seat. Xianxia thought he was buying skincare products or small accessories. When he opened the bag and saw the contents, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. It was an album and 2 rolled-up posters. You're the first fan in the world to get my new album, Bai joked. I don't even have one myself. Xianxia couldn't wait to unfold the poster. The man's sharp profile immediately appeared in front of him. In front of the person in question, he was too embarrassed to look at it carefully. He smoothed out the corners bit by bit and carefully rolled it up. Then, he took out the album and looked at it in the palm of his hand. He couldn't put it down. Oh my God! He was the first person in the world to get his idol's album. Was he shot by the arrow of the god of luck? What did he do to become God's favorite? Okay. Looking at his happy face, Bai couldn't help but laugh. It's late. Go back and rest. Okay, you should rest early too. Xianxia reluctantly put away the gift and said goodbye to Bai. Back at the Qi family, the first thing Xianxia did was to tell Ran that he had decided to participate in My Time. He also asked her to contact Xianxia and arrange for the company's best dance teacher, vocal music teacher, and performance teacher to tutor him. The second thing was to take out the album and posters and look at them repeatedly for a long time. Then, he went to the bookcase to clear out a place with good feng shui to store the album. Yes, the idol's album was for collection. Who would be willing to open it and listen to it? That night, Xianxia had a good sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Ran yawned and walked into Nuya's practice room. He was lying on the ground drawing a form. Xing, you're here so early. What are you doing? Xianxia sat up and shook the paper in his hand. Arranging the class schedule. And Ran tilted her head and read, "The first vocal music class is from 7 o'clock in the morning to 11:30 in the morning. The second performance class is from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The third dance class is from 5:30 in the afternoon to 10:30 in the evening. Xianxia, your class schedule is a bit unreasonable. Is it affecting the teacher's life?" "That's not it." And Ran frowned. "I discussed with the teachers yesterday. They all said that they were willing to cooperate with your schedule. And each class is only 4 or 5 hours. The teachers won't be very tired. But you are tired." And Ran spat. "From 7 o'clock in the morning to 10:30 in the evening, even if you rest for an hour and a half, you still have to maintain a high intensity of study for 14 hours. Can you stand it?" "It's nothing. As long as it doesn't affect the teachers." Xianxia ignored and Ran's yelling. In his mind, a problem that could be solved through hard work was not a problem at all. He took back the class schedule and added 2 more sections: morning self-study from 6 to 7 o'clock, evening self-study from 22:30 to 23:30. And Ran looked at him and her eyes changed from distressed to frightened. Because the class schedule was just released, he didn't inform the teachers in advance. The first vocal music class was delayed to 9:30. At 9 o'clock, Xianxia finished 2 dances and accidentally saw a familiar face. Han Qing, the original owner's only friend in the company and also his first friend after transmigrating into the peaches of the night, passed by the practice room with her bag. "Little Qing." He hurried out and called out to Han Qing. Han Qing was surprised to see him. "Xianxia, you're back." "I'm back. Come in. I was just looking for you." Because Xianxia's classes were very intensive, Xianxia specially prepared a multi-purpose practice room for him. Hearing this, Han Qing walked in with his hands and feet tied and stood a meter away from Xianxia. It was normal for people to come and go in the entertainment industry. One of their friends might become popular one day. Over time, the two people's situations and knowledge would be different. It would be difficult for them to continue being friends. Therefore, since Xianxia became a frequent guest on the hot search list, Han Qing took the initiative to withdraw from his social circle so that they wouldn't be embarrassed in the end. He didn't expect that Xianxia would stop him today. Han Qing said, "Xianxia, when did you come back to the company?" "I just came back this morning." Xianxia guessed what he was thinking. Without further ado, he said directly, "Little Qing, did you know that my time gave Nuya a lot of places to participate in the competition?" "Yes, I gave you 5. Are you in it?" "I've reported the information." Han Qing told him everything. "But I can't guess who the company will choose in the end." Han Qing's professional skills were good and he had a kind nature. Xianxia had always wanted to help him. During the most confused period when he transmigrated, Han Qing had practiced with him and joked with him. No matter what Han Qing thought, Han Qing was still one of his important friends. Xianxia said with certainty, "The company will definitely choose you. There are still 5 weeks before the first recording. You must practice well." "I'll practice well." Han Qing didn't understand. "Before the recording, I'll also be teaching in this practice room. You can come and listen when you're free." "Really?" It was difficult for undervalued trainees to meet good teachers. Han Qing was very excited. "That's great. Thank you, Xianxia." When she first saw Xianxia's class schedule, Han Qing wasn't so surprised as a trainee. However, she was also a little surprised by the packed schedule and the fact that there was almost no time for him except for sleeping. After the first day of class, Han Qing and Xianxia collapsed on the ground together, thinking, "Let's see how many days Xianxia can last." After the 3rd day of class, Han Qing and Xianxia collapsed on the ground together, thinking, "Xianxia is more tired than before." After the 5th day of class, Han Qing and Xianxia collapsed on the ground together, no longer thinking about anything. Then, it was time for the shooting of the siren commercial. After 5 days of high-intensity training, Xianxia lost a little weight. He sweated more and his skin condition was getting better and better. When the product manager of Après, Ka Meyer, saw him, he was even more surprised than during the audition. He kept praising himself for choosing the right person. The outdoor scene had a water shot, so the photography team prepared to shoot in a shed first. The shed shoot was mainly for publicity photos, and the theme of the project was under the sea. In order to match the theme, the interior used light blue and dark blue glass to build a shimmering dreamy palace. Xianxia had never seen such a setting before, so it was quite novel. While he was studying, the stylist ran over. "Honey, come with me to put on makeup." Her tone was cute, but she had a man's rough voice. Xianxia was shocked. The stylist took a sip of lipstick and smiled. "Don't be in a daze, baby. It'll be too late if you don't put on makeup now." As she spoke, she pulled Xianxia to the makeup mirror. When she turned on the light on the mirror, the stylist exclaimed, "Wow. Look at your skin, there's not a single pore. Baby, what kind of skincare products do you usually use? I touched your face and there's no filler or thread embedding. Did you do cosmetic surgery?" "No." Xianxia braced himself and answered, "Maybe I've had a good rest recently." "Just say that you're born beautiful." "It's okay, I don't mind. Then I won't put foundation on you. It'll affect the transparency and texture of your skin." "Okay, thank you." The stylist praised him while putting on makeup for him. The makeup was very simple. She adjusted the shape of her eyebrows and deepened the contours of her face. Single eyelids would easily look dirty, so the stylist simply used unicorn-colored polarized eyeshadow. A small area of the eye sockets and the back half of the eyelids was blurred, emphasizing the wet and rippling feeling. Then, she picked up a dark blue eyeliner and drew a tiny hook at the end of her eyes. A few strands of black hair fell between her eyebrows. She didn't use her hairstyle to accentuate her appearance. Instead, she placed all her focus and expression on her face. When she was finally done, the stylist clasped her hands together and said carefully, "Oh my God, baby. The style I gave you is very dangerous, but your little face is amazing. It fits the theme perfectly. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are really my most perfect creation this week." Xianxia had never worn such makeup before, so he was stunned by his words. He turned around and asked Ran, "Does it really look good?" And Ran nodded vigorously. "Please wait for me for a few minutes." Xianxia had an idea. "I need to go to the bathroom." Then, without waiting for the stylist's reply, he grabbed his phone and ran into the bathroom. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at his face from left to right. It looks really good." Then, he ran to the innermost cubicle, locked the door, turned on the front camera, and pointed the phone at himself. Click, he took a photo. Then, he found Baiye's profile picture and clicked send. Baiye was in Beijing for an event. He had just gotten off the plane. Feeling his phone vibrate, he passed the luggage trolley to Aluan and opened the message. "Xing, picture, Xing, après style, isn't it strange?" Baiye opened the picture. The first thing he saw was the young man's clear face. The next moment, he saw the large patterned tile behind the young man's back, as well as the flusher and the tissue box. Xiaoman was beside Baiye, so she couldn't help but see the picture. She smacked her lips. "Wow, little Xing specially went to the bathroom to take a picture of you." "Specially?" Baiye raised his eyebrows. "He probably went to the bathroom and took it while he was there. Who would take a picture after peeing?" Xiaoman was not very civilized. "Let me analyze it for you." She reached out her finger and enlarged the picture on Baiye's screen. "Look, his feet aren't standing on either side of the urinal, but on one side. This means that he didn't just go to the bathroom. The tissue box doesn't have any traces of being touched, which means that he didn't use any tissue. There's nothing in the wastebasket." "Okay, stop talking." Baiye didn't want to talk about whether he went to the bathroom or not, so he quickly stopped her. However, according to Xiaoman, the little fan did go to the bathroom to take a picture of him. If he didn't say anything, the little fan would be sad. Baiye took out the AirPods with the starry sky pattern and plugged in the earphones. Xianxia hurriedly rushed to the studio and was startled by the sudden ringing of the bell. "Hey, you're not busy?" He answered the call in a hurry. "I just got off the plane," Baiye said. "The shooting hasn't started yet. I was wondering why I heard the fan's support." The shooting is about to start. Are there exterior scenes? Yes, we're shooting the interior scenes now. We'll shoot the exterior scenes when it's dark. If there's an underwater camera, be sure to take precautions. Bai paused and cut to the chase. I've seen your style. Oh, my baby, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Halfway through, a strange man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Bai frowned. Who is he? Xianxia. Xianxia was anxious. He covered the phone and turned to the stylist. Brother, please wait for me for 2 more minutes. Then he walked to the corner of the studio and explained to Bai, the person who spoke just now was the stylist brother. I don't know why he called me baby. There's nothing between us. There's really nothing. His tone was flustered. Because of his grievance, his voice was slightly lowered, and it sounded a little sticky. Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Kong, who came to pick him up, said, "Ah, who's seducing my husband?" For the whole day, Bai was scrolling through the airport photos. Especially the photo of Bai smiling at the phone, it was already at the top. In the comment section, girlfriend fans, wife fans, mom fans, and sister fans were discussing in full swing. Damn, I've been licking him for the whole afternoon. Why does he look so good when he smiles? Me too. I'm almost looking through the screen of my phone. This is the first time I learned from brother that he can smile so sweetly. It's a blow to my heart. To be honest, the last time I saw brother smile from the bottom of his heart was at the East Orange Music Festival. At the mention of the East Orange Music Festival, everyone posted a wave of photos. Then, Yi Kong said, I noticed that brother Yi is smiling at the male fans in the front row. Are the male fans stronger? I'm in the same row as him. I saw the side profile of the male fans. They're indeed strong. They might even debut after some packaging. What nonsense are you talking about? He's an artist to begin with. Goodbye. It's Xianxia. I saw him when he turned around. I didn't remember who he was at that time. I regret it so much. Last night Star CP fans, who had been lurking around for sweets every day, were caught off guard when they saw this. They hurriedly searched through the photos taken on the day of the music festival. There were no photos of Xianxia, but in the selfies taken by the audience, they saw the iconic single eyelid. He even wore a Mickey Mouse headband. The costume makeover was 2F** king exciting. The couple fans shed tears of happiness. They didn't dare to chat with Bai. They ran back to the group that had almost exceeded the limit of 5,000 people and shouted, "You're chasing old Gong all the way to the scene. Stars last night SCD. Stars last night SCD1. Moreover, the Mickey Mouse headband aroused the creative desire of a group of ladies in the literary circle. Little yellow mosquitoes were produced continuously like an assembly line. At night, all the couple fans couldn't sleep. However, Xianxia didn't know about this. After shooting the siren commercial, he threw himself into the devil training again. 10 days later, Apre's official Weibo released 4 promotional photos for their new summer product. The first appearance of an Asian face on the poster made Apre's loyal fans confused. Who is this? Apre is finally going to enter the Chinese market? The spokesperson is so good-looking. Look, my favorite perfume brand, even the spokesperson's taste is so high-class. Color, my Xianxia's fans, he can be funny, he can act cute, he owns the entire Baisha harbor, he can perform acrobatics on the streets, and he can appear on the news. Aren't you guys tempted by such a man? It's not a loss to invest in him. 20 days later, Apre's new products were all released. The commercial for this season's siren was released. On the dark and boundless sea, the moonlight flowed slowly with the waves. Suddenly, a thin young man emerged from the water, as if he was bewitched by something. He stepped on the waves and tried to walk to the shore. Only when he got closer did he realize that his bare feet were covered with a layer of glittering scales. He jumped off the waves and picked up the perfume that the tourists accidentally dropped on the beach. After observing for a while with a confused expression, he raised his arm and put the perfume under his nose. Then, he tilted his head and closed his eyes. His red lips pulled into a devilish smile. The edited commercial was only 25 seconds, but Opry had put in a lot of effort to take root in the Chinese market. They hired a top international team for styling and photography, magnifying the beauty of the scenery and the model to the extreme. In addition, they spent a lot of money to buy advertising space on Weibo. Opry fans, non-Opry fans, those who knew Xianxia, those who didn't know Xianxia. As long as they used perfume, they were all planted with weeds. Of course, the one who contributed the most was Starlight. They knew that the most important thing for a brand was to promote sales. Those who were financially well off would order 8 or 10 bottles, those who were not well off would buy 1 bottle with 3 or 4 people, and after they got their hands on it, they could all smell the scent of their idol. Many famous bloggers also reposted and supported it. One of them, a socialite blogger named First Dawn After the Rain, and her fans contributed to the sales of nearly 10,000 bottles. On the afternoon of the second day, the official website warned of an emergency. Damn it, why is it so laggy? I can't submit my order. What should I do? I shouldn't have gone to bed early last night. I'm a pig. During the break, and Rand kept refreshing the page on her phone. Then, a pop-up window popped up. The product you selected has 0 inventory. F***ck. And Rand couldn't help but swear. You didn't buy it in the end. F***ck. It's okay. My sister bought a few thousand bottles. I'll give you 2 bottles tomorrow. Xianxia waved his hand generously. And Rand didn't particularly want to talk to the tycoon, but she had to say it. I don't want the perfume, I want to support you. I understand your intentions. Thank you, Sister and Ran. If you can't buy it, then I won't buy it. Oh right, did Meyer say anything? What can they say? And Rand smiled. It's the first time we've worked together so successfully. They're full of praise for your charisma. They even said that they'll hold a banquet to celebrate your first victory in Opry. Hearing this, Xianxia relaxed a lot. It would be embarrassing if he didn't do well as a brand spokesperson. No other brand would dare to work with him in the future. Xianxia and Rand paused. You have to attend the banquet in Opry. I'll send you an invitation when the time is set. Can I refuse? My time is about to start filming. And Rand had already guessed that he would refuse. She shook her head and said, Xianxia, first of all, you're the spokesperson and one of the main characters of the banquet. It's not right if you don't attend. Secondly, I heard that Meyer has been in China for 5 years and has a good relationship with celebrities and celebrities. This banquet is an opportunity for you to expand your network. I'm guessing that Wei Qin went for the audition because of this. And Rand had a point. Xianxia knew that he had to rely on his family at home and his friends when he was out. In the end, he compromised. Okay, let me know when the invitation arrives. I'll go as long as it's not the same recording. Don't worry, it won't be the same recording. Wei Qin is on the invitation list. Meyer will definitely avoid those 2 days. In that case, Xianxia didn't say anything else. He made full use of the remaining time to learn. In the middle of August, Baiye's new album was released. It was the #1 trending topic on Weibo for 5 minutes. It was the #1 video website in China and YouTube for 10 hours. It was #1 on iTunes for 24 hours. It was #1 on Billboard's pop chart for 1 week. It dominated the trending topic for 10 days. Riding on the unprecedented popularity of the creator, the first episode of My Time officially began. My Time was a talent show for idol boy groups. Its purpose was to find the most versatile and outstanding idol of the current generation. Of the 88 trainees selected by major management companies and signed up by individuals, only 6 of them were able to make their debut with the votes of the audience. The filming was planned to last for 3 months, and the whole process was a closed-door training. There were 7 rounds of competition, which would be cut into 10 episodes and 2 live broadcasts. It would be broadcast at the prime time slot of Dongjing TV. The night before the filming, the director of the show held a meeting with the 5 mentors. Thank you for taking the time to come, the director said. Starting tomorrow, I'll have to trouble you. Now, I'll sort out the process for tomorrow. At the conference table, the director, Bai Yi, and performance mentor Xianxia sat on one side. Vocal mentor Yang, dance mentor Wei Qin, and Xianxia sat on the other side. From the seating arrangement, one could tell the status and treatment of each mentor. Xianxia was in her early 40s. She was beautiful and had an excellent temperament. She was the teacher of the drama school and was mainly responsible for the physical and performance guidance of the students. Yang was 32 years old. He was a male singer and composer. He was mainly responsible for the vocal and creative guidance of the students. Wei Qin was 22 years old. He was only 1 year older than Xianxia. He was the center of the cast of My Time 2 years ago. He was almost an A-list celebrity and was responsible for the choreography of the students. Bai Yi was the initiator and also the host. He was responsible for the overall situation. Xianxia was mainly responsible for the objective judgment. The director continued to explain the rules. Tomorrow is the first level assessment. The contestants will perform in groups according to their management companies. What the teachers need to do is to give them a grade from A to F according to their performance. A is the highest and F is the lowest. After the level assessment, the contestants will enter the corresponding class for training according to their level. During this time, Xianxia had watched the first 2 seasons of My Time and had a general understanding of the rules. He nodded. These 3. The director pulled out a stack of documents. During the level assessment tomorrow, please be merciful. Merciful? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Was this an inside job, although Enran had warned him that there would definitely be a script for before he came? But he thought that the script was just for show. Unexpectedly, from the very first round, the production team had already started to adjust the contestants' results and exposure. After all, those with higher levels would definitely attract more attention than those with lower levels. The ratings could affect the audience's first impression of the trainees, which was very beneficial for accumulating popularity. After the 5 sets of documents were distributed, the instructors looked through them one by one. Xianxia opened them and took a look. Among the 3 sets of information, there was 1 individual trainee and 2 trainees recommended by management companies. Dongqing probably wanted to sign the individual trainees. As for the other 2, the company must have bribed them with money. If that was the case, there were only 3 slots left. It was not a 1 in 14 chance, but a 1 in 28 chance. The world was unfair to begin with. Inside stories and unspoken rules were unavoidable. As an adult who had stepped into society, Xianxia could understand and cooperate with the production team if they wanted him to make his debut. But in an instant, half of them had been decided. Wasn't that a bit too much? Thinking of this, Xianxia frowned and closed the documents. He deliberately did not take down the names of these people, so that he could review them as he wanted when the recording officially started. At this moment, his phone buzzed. Bai Yi sent a WeChat message, "Read the documents carefully." Xianxia frowned even harder. Did Bai Yi approve of the script? He actually had no principles? Xianxia looked up at Bai Yi. Bai Yi put away his phone and ignored Xianxia. Instead, he pushed the documents back to the director. "I will judge according to my own standards." Xianxia's frown instantly relaxed. The director probably knew Bai Yi's character well. He did not argue with him and smiled to smooth things over. "I'll just say this. The 3 of them are quite good. I won't say much. Teacher Bai will definitely approve of him." Bai Yi didn't comment and just smiled. This matter was brushed aside. Next, the director talked about a few things to take note of. After the meeting, Bai Yi called out to Xianxia. "Xing, come with me." The director paused in his steps. Yang, who had just finished packing his personal belongings, heard this and asked in surprise, "You know each other?" They filmed a variety show together. I even watched it. Xianxia joked. "Yang, you spent all your time writing songs, right?" Yang quickly said that he was very busy this year and did not have time to watch variety shows. It was embarrassing that he was ignorant and inexperienced. Wei Qin stood at the side with an indifferent expression, listening to their conversation. Bai Yi exchanged some pleasantries with everyone and left with Xianxia. Xianxia followed behind Bai Yi, knowing that he would most likely be scolded. Sure enough, when they got in the car, Bai Yi said with a straight face, "Sit." Xianxia braced himself and sat down. You were too obvious at the meeting just now. They went too far. I couldn't help it, Xianxia explained in a low voice. Bai Yi pressed his forehead. I understand what you're thinking, but you haven't established yourself yet. Don't offend people casually. Besides, don't you still have me? Bai Yi sighed. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can discuss it with me first. Don't act rashly. Can you do that? Xianxia suddenly had the illusion that there was someone above him. He lowered his head and said obediently, okay, I can do that. Bai Yi had just released his album and his schedule was busy. After being scolded, Xianxia took the initiative to leave. He opened the car door and jumped out. Coincidentally, he bumped into Wei Qin, who was about to get in the car. What a coincidence, Xianxia greeted him. Wei Qin nodded and then asked Bai Yi, Brother Yi, do you have an appointment later? Bai Yi replied, yes. Forget it then. I wanted to ask you out for dinner. Wei Qin sounded regretful. Wei Qin was talented and had a good family background. His career had been smooth sailing, and he was proud and reserved. Xianxia could understand people like him. He couldn't blame him for being cold to him. He went back to his nanny van. And Ran was leaning against the front windshield and craning her neck to look outside. Xianxia was curious. What are you looking for? Observing the enemy. Enemy? Xianxia didn't understand. Didn't you see? And Ran pursed her lips. Wei Qin is trying his best to get close to Brother Yi. What did Wei Qin looking for Bai Yi have anything to do with her? Xianxia was confused. And Ran sat up straight and explained to him. At the press conference after his debut 2 years ago, the reporter asked Wei Qin about his opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. Guess what he said? Because he likes dancing and singing? Wrong. And Ran made a big X sign. He said he gave up the opportunity to study abroad for Bai Yi and chose to be a trainee in an entertainment company. Bai Yi is the direction he is pursuing. So Wei Qin was also a fan of Bai Yi? Xianxia bit his lower lip. Wei Qin was so outstanding. With Bai Yi's personality of spoiling his fans, he must admire Wei Qin more than himself. So I have to keep an eye on him. I can't let him cause trouble and tear me apart. And Ran suddenly remembered that her artist was forbidden to be a couple, so she quickly shut her mouth. Xianxia didn't listen to her. He was replaying Wei Qin's performance on the day of the music festival in his mind. He didn't notice it when he didn't know, but after knowing that his idol was Bai Yi, Xianxia realized that his stage presence was indeed similar to Bai Yi's. It was probably as much as his admiration for Bai Yi. Because the program team required the 88 trainees to be evaluated in one day, Xianxia's nanny van stopped at the entrance of Dongqing at 6 o'clock in the morning. Nuya had given Xianxia the lowest level business car because he didn't recognize Mount Tai before. Now, he didn't dare to neglect Xianxia. He gave him the company's highest level RV and even sent a personal stylist. The stylist's name was Jiang. Her name sounded soft, but she was a ruthless woman of few words. Dongqing was probably very busy backstage, so Jiang styled him directly in the RV bangs and a military green work shirt. The boy next door turned into a cool guy. Xianxia was very satisfied. He walked into the studio with a straight face. Xianxia, who had already done her hair and makeup, gave him a thumbs up when she saw him. Little brother Qi, you're amazing today. I'm going to be your big sister fan for a day. Then I'll dress up tomorrow. You can be my fan for a day. Yang pretended to be jealous. Ha ha ha, I'm your fan now too. Little brother Qi relies on his looks, and you rely on your voice. Perfect. Yang was anxious and said, What, are you implying that I'm not good looking? You got it. Ha 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 ha. The two of them sang the same tune. Xianxia was a little embarrassed by the compliments and laughed foolishly. Not long after, two figures appeared at the door. Accompanied by the sound of rolling cameras, the three of them turned their heads and looked over. Bai Yi was wearing a black casual silk shirt. The collar and cuffs were lined with dark patterns, which made his already cold and white skin look even fairer. His bangs were parted in 3 parts and 7 parts. The third part was combed to the back, and the 7th part was left messily hanging in front of his forehead. The overall style was simple and lazy, but dignified. Wei Qin was wearing a white shirt with bangs parted in the middle. He should have looked fresh, but with a pair of black velvet choker, he looked pure and sexy. Hey! Xianxia was surprised. You two did your styling together this morning? One black and one white. Are you the black and white demons? It's a coincidence. Bai Yi answered while looking for a young fan. Finally, he found the target on the right side of the stage. The target was paying no attention to what was going on outside. He was focused on the flow chart. Bai Yi walked to his table and knocked on it. Xianxia slowly raised his chin. You're here. I just saw you. Bai Yi didn't answer. He put a bottle of milk on his table. Wei Qin's eyes darkened. With all the mentors present, the stage director and backstage director reminded them of the flow again. The recording officially began. The first few groups of trainees were average. They hovered between C and F. The 5 mentors almost didn't have any disagreement. The progress was fast. The 7th individual trainee made everyone serious. He was one of the trainees that the director had mentioned. He wanted the mentors to be merciful. However, the director wasn't bluffing. His singing and dancing were good. His stage presence was steady. After the 2-minute performance, the mentors unanimously agreed to give him an A grade. The trainee bowed and left. He walked backstage and asked him, "How was your performance?" "So. I was a little nervous." "Why nervous?" "I've been waiting for this stage for too long. I was especially afraid that I wouldn't perform well. Also, Senior Baiye's aura is very strong. When he's serious, it's very scary. I was dancing halfway and inadvertently glanced at him. I thought I was going to break the song. It scared me." "Don't worry. The result is good. You got the first A grade." The assistant comforted him and asked, "What about the other mentors? How did they make you feel?" "Teacher Chen is more gentle. Teacher Jing has sharp ears. Teacher Wei Qin has very high requirements for dancing. He gave me a few pointers, and every one of them hit the nail on the head." Xing Guang is the observer. At this point, he paused, as if thinking about how to say it smoothly. In the end, he said, "He's very handsome and very serious." He made it sound nice, but the director behind the monitor understood the deeper meaning behind his words. The strong trainees didn't need to care about Xing Guang's observer at all. During the performance, he probably didn't even look at Xianxia. He could only pick out the right words for his evaluation. The director ordered the editor, "Keep this interview." "Got it, Director Wang." The interview went on backstage. The trainees at the front desk came on stage one after another. After the first A grade, Nuya Entertainment's logo appeared on the LCD screen. Xianxia said, "Xing is from your company." Bai Yi was a senior figure who had accompanied Nuya's development. He held a part of Nuya's shares, and his management contract was extremely loose. He was basically half detached from Nuya. Otherwise, Aluan and the others wouldn't have called him boss. In this way, Xianxia and the Nuya trainees had a deeper relationship and were more topics to talk about. Therefore, Xianxia directly cued Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. In order not to make Han Qing feel disappointed, he didn't say that he was Han Qing's friend. "Then don't be biased." Yong Yuyang joked. Xianxia smiled. "With you guys around, I wouldn't dare." The Nuya trainee chose a typical boy group dance song with a strong rhythm. He came from a big company, had a solid foundation, and cooperated well with the group dance. After the song, the mentors all showed satisfied expressions. In order to avoid suspicion, Xianxia didn't plan to participate in the rating discussion. However, after everyone expressed their opinions, Wei Qin turned his head. "Observer Xing Guang, what do you think?" Since he couldn't avoid it, Xianxia picked up his small notebook. "The overall performance is not bad. Number 1 and 3A or A-. Number 2 and 5B to C are okay. Number 4 singing is weak, so let's go with AD. Number 3 was Han Qing." Han Qing was a little happy when he heard this. For him, his good friend was definitely more important than the other mentors. I think number 3 is average. However, Wei Qin said, during the whole performance, he was the one who was in charge of lifting. He might not have grasped the technical movements well enough. I think we should give him a B and observe him later. I agree with you on the rest. The two instructors had different opinions on the trainee ratings. This was a major point of interest. Smelling gunpowder on the instructor's podium, the two cameras were aimed at Xianxia and Wei Qin's faces. From left to right on the instructor's podium were Xianxia, Qin Jiai, Bai Yi, Yong Yuyang, and Wei Qin. Separated by two people and the camera, Xianxia tried hard to maintain his expression. Faced with such a situation, he knew the best way to deal with it was to follow Wei Qin's opinion. First of all, there were specializations. As a dance instructor with more than 10 years of experience, Wei Qin's doubts about Han Qing's dance were very persuasive. Second, if he spoke, the audience would definitely question him when the show was broadcast. What was Nuya Entertainment? It was Xinguang's company. Whenever Xinguang's observer spoke for Nuya's people, there was a possibility that he had something to hide. Even if there were so many people staring at him. But he didn't want to follow Wei Qin's advice. He had a clear conscience about his ratings just now. He had watched Cheng's performance from a bystander's point of view. He had even recorded the strengths and weaknesses of each trainee. Han Qing was worthy of an A or A- grade. I think. Xianxia's tone was very polite. If we judge the contestants' dance level based on this, isn't it comprehensive enough? They are a team. The team will analyze everyone's abilities and then assign roles. Since the part assigned to number 3 is a relatively simple one, it is enough to show that he does not have much of an advantage in dancing. And time is looking for an all-round idol. Wei Qin was very clear. After the instructors turned off their microphones, the trainees below the stage couldn't hear what they were saying, but they could see that the atmosphere between the two was not very harmonious. Han Qing was sweating. At this time, Bai Yi interrupted, since there are objections, let number 3 dance again. Choose a more difficult move, okay? Yes, let's dance again. Yong Yuyang helped to smooth things over. Xianxia and Wei Qin nodded in agreement, but Xianxia was not afraid at all. He was well aware of Han Qing's dancing ability. Moreover, before they came, they had undergone a month of devilish training together. She had improved a lot. Sure enough, Han Qing did a good job. Accompanied by the music teacher's random music, she performed a dance that she was good at. He was a little nervous to be pulled out for a solo performance, but among the trainees who had already appeared, he was able to stand at the front. In the end, Nuya got 2 As, 1B, 1C, and 1D. The strength of the trainees that followed was uneven. There were a few times when everyone had different opinions. For example, a contestant with a strong vocal but average dancing skills, or a contestant with a strong dance but weak in other aspects. As Xinguang's observer, Xianxia cautiously gave them an A grade and dealt with the rest with a B grade. After they finished learning the theme song, there would be a second grade assessment. At that time, they would be able to adjust the class according to the contestants' performance in the theme song. Gradually, the sky became darker and darker. The mentors, who had been in a tense state, became more and more tired. Twice, Xianxia could not sit still due to the pain in his back. He secretly twisted left and right, but when he saw from the corner of his eye that Bai Yi was still sitting upright, he straightened back up. In the third last and second group, the remaining 2 magnanimous trainees went on stage one after another. The one in the third last group was as good as the individual A trainee. He was strong and had obtained an A grade on his own. However, the one in the second last group, Xianxia, was a little hesitant. His name was Kevin, and he was a trainee under C Entertainment's China branch. C Entertainment's headquarters was in South Korea. Kevin was a Chinese American who had been selected by C Entertainment's headquarters in the United States. Due to his good looks and skills, he had many fans even before he debuted. In short, Kevin grew up in the United States, trained in South Korea, and was sent to China to compete. C Entertainment probably saw a gap in China's idol market and wanted to take advantage of his Chinese-American identity and his fan base to get a share of the pie. C Entertainment had selected a total of 3 trainees this time. The other two were Chinese, and their performance just now was not very outstanding. Only Kevin's dazzling breaking and the original American underground rap supported this performance. Anyone with eyes would be able to tell that he was a red flower that was being set off. But what made Xianxia feel conflicted was, Kevin, Xianxia turned on the microphone. Can you sing another song, or show us your Chinese rap? His teammates next to him whispered in Kevin's ear. Soon, Kevin stammered, I'm sorry, I only know a little simple Chinese. You've never practiced Chinese songs before? Xianxia asked. Even if he did not know Chinese, he could still sing one or two songs in transliteration. Kevin looked troubled. He said in English that he really did not know Chinese songs, and then sang an English song. His voice and range were average, but his intonation was okay. It was obvious that the company had positioned him as a rapper and a main dancer. Bai turned off the microphone and asked, what grade does everyone think? Xianxia, image and performance are very good. I want to give him an A. Yang, his rap is explosive. The rhythm is very good. I can tell even though I don't rap. I also want to give him an A. Wei Qin, an A. His dancing is in the top 5 of all the trainees. But he doesn't know Chinese. That's a big problem. Xianxia thought for a moment. Time is looking for a trainee who can lead our country into the era of idols. If he doesn't know Chinese, the songs for the next segment can't all be English raps. What should we do then? And there was one thing that Xianxia did not mention. He knew that he was going to compete, but he did not prepare a single Chinese song. He could not even understand simple Chinese. Obviously, his attitude was very casual and he did not care about this show. So, Xianxia continued, I'm inclined to give him a B first. After watching his performance, I'll adjust the grade flexibly. Xianxia and Yang heard this and fell into a dilemma. Wei Qin saw that they were silent and retorted, the theme song is in Chinese. Kevin has to learn it. Since the result is the same, why wait for an A next time? So my conditions are not harsh. As long as he can learn the Chinese theme song seriously, he can return to Class A. Xianxia did not give in at all. The two of them were at each other's throats for the second time that day. The chief director was so happy that he almost exploded. Where could he find such good material and such a good show? The studio fell into a stalemate. Other than the buzz of the machine, no other sound could be heard. Half a minute later, Bai was the first to break the silence. Everyone has a point, but I want to observe Kevin's attitude, Bai said calmly. I agree with observer Xingguang's opinion. Xianxia and Yang both made an okay gesture. Wei Qin lowered his head. His face was dark. Bai announced that Kevin's grade was B. When he heard the result, Kevin could not believe it. He forgot to bow and turned around to walk backstage. His teammates who were left behind bowed and thanked him before hurriedly chasing after him. The last group of trainees did not cause any trouble. The mentors' part of the day was successfully completed. The director held a small meeting with the mentors as usual. After that, Bai and the others left one after another. The trainees could not leave. They changed into uniforms that belonged to their grade and conducted their first voiceover interview. The content of the interview was nothing more than whether they were satisfied with their own performance, whether they were satisfied with the mentors' grades, which opponents they were more concerned about, how far they felt they could go, and so on. When the interview came to Director A, he smiled and said, I'm most curious about Kevin's grade. A long time ago, I saw his rap video on Facebook. He was really, really good. When I found out that he was coming before the competition, I thought I was doomed. Assistant Director, then what do you think is the difference between him and A? Director A waved his hand. I can't guess. He has no flaws. When it was Han Qing's turn, he showed his canine teeth. I think everyone is very strong, including my seniors and juniors from the same company. I just hope that I can stay for a few more rounds. I don't want anything else. Assistant Director, I'm very curious about the role distribution in your team. Why are you at the bottom for every lift? Han Qing made a Popeye pose. Because I'm strong and can lift. The Assistant Director laughed heartily. After laughing, Han Qing explained, actually, it's little 5. His throat has been inflamed recently and he can't sing high notes. We decided to give him the most outstanding part of the dance. We can't let anyone fall behind. When it was Kevin's turn, he seemed to calm down a lot. He said to the camera, "I was too impulsive today and forgot to thank the mentors. Sorry." "Okay, I believe the mentors will receive your apology." The program team changed to an English-speaking editor. "Do you accept the grade now?" "No, I think that people have to be real. I don't want to force myself to accept it." Kevin shrugged. "My fans know my ability. I believe you will also know on the next stage." Editor, then can you guess what made the mentors unhappy? Kevin, cultural differences. I just checked Teacher Chi's information. He didn't go to university, so he might not be able to accept the latest underground culture in America. When he finished his performance, only Xianxia had communicated with him, so he could guess that Xianxia had demoted him. This sentence was very explicit, mocking Xianxia's lack of education and inability to understand English. The editor was stunned. He really dared to say it. But the more he was like this, the easier it was for him to get attention among a group of people who adhered to the concept of "you're good, I'm good, everyone is good." And after this interview was broadcast, Xianxia would have to consider it thoroughly when he judged Kevin again. Otherwise, if he made the slightest mistake, he would be criticized for taking revenge. It felt good and made his opponent feel constrained. His response was quite good. The second recording was in the practice room, so it was not suitable for a formal style. The stylist, Jiang, loosened Xianxia's hair and changed into a black Louis Vuitton sportswear. His long legs were amazing, and his body proportions were excellent. The other mentors' outfits were similar. When all the trainees arrived, the group entered the large classroom. Bai took out the cue card. "Your next task is to learn the theme song in different classes. The time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, we will check your results one by one." "What? 3 days? Learn the whole song, the whole dance? Isn't time too short?" There was a commotion among the trainees. Bai had expected this. He put down the cue card and glanced at them coldly. "Is 3 days short?" "Short," 4 or 5 trainees answered in a low voice. "Okay, Xing, help me get my clothes." Bai took off his sportswear jacket and threw it to Xianxia. He used his phone to find the accompaniment of the theme song and played it at the highest volume. Then, he followed the accompaniment and performed the theme song in its entirety. The lyrics, the intonation, the rhythm, the dance steps, the positioning. There were no flaws. The large classroom was suddenly filled with applause. Bai was slightly out of breath. After adjusting his breathing, he said, "This is the result of 3 hours of practice when I returned home from recording the show last night. You've already extended it to 3 days and 72 hours. Can't you complete it?" The trainees could only brace themselves and shout, "We can complete it." After listening to the process, the trainees returned to their practice rooms according to their levels. There were 5 groups in AF and 5 practice rooms. The program team required each instructor to be in charge of 1 practice room. There were specialized teachers teaching dance and vocal music, so they did not need to do it personally. It was just for show. Bai thought for a moment. Teacher Chen will go to Class A, Teacher Jing will go to Class B. The remaining 3 classes will be divided into 3 groups. Class A and Class B had a high average level and were more convenient. They were suitable for Chen Jiai, who did not know anything, and Yang, who only knew how to sing. The 2 of them left happily. Bai turned his gaze to Xianxia. As if their brainwaves collided, Xianxia immediately understood what he meant. He wanted him to go to Class C. Just now, Bai had asked him to take the jacket. It was almost announcing to the contestants and the audience that they had a good relationship. If Bai assigned Class C to him now, he would inevitably be criticized for being biased. He quickly said, "I want to go to Class F." Bai frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I'm leaving." Without giving Bai a chance to regret, Xianxia ran away with a whoosh. Bai gave Class C to Wei Qin and went to Class D, pushing open the door of Class F's practice room. The dance teacher was warming up with the students. Class F had the most people, and a wave of heat hit him in the face. Xianxia sent a message to Anran, "Go to the ice shop to pack 60 slices of ice cream." Anran, "Roger that." After warming up, it was time for formal learning. Perhaps because Xianxia was young and looked gentle, the students were not afraid of him. They stood apart and talked and laughed. The students in the front row were fine, but the students in the back row could not hear the teacher's voice. Xianxia could not stand it anymore and clapped his hands hard. "Be quiet. Focus on class." "Oh." A few people answered. The classroom was quiet for a while. Xianxia could feel that there was some dissatisfaction in that "oh." The cameraman pointed the camera at Xianxia. 2 hours later, Anran and the ice shop's young man came in with the slices. Some were distributed to the teachers and students of Class F, some were distributed to the staff of the program, and 3 were distributed to Wei Qin, Xianxia, and Yongyuyang. Xianxia grabbed a portion and stood up, preparing to deliver it to Baiyi himself. Before she could leave, Baiyi came by himself. "You came at the right time. I have something for you." Xianxia handed over the ice cream box. Baiyi paused and couldn't help but laugh after taking it. "I happen to have something for you too." The next second, a bottle of milk appeared in Xianxia's hand. "1 bottle yesterday and 1 today." Xianxia did not understand why Baiyi liked to milk him so much. He tilted his head. "Do you think I like to drink milk?" "Yes." Baiyi said matter-of-factly. "You drank 250 milliliters in one go last time. I was afraid you would choke." Xianxia. "Okay." Baiyi had his own class to take care of, so he went home after delivering the milk. After Class F finished their slices, they studied for about 40 minutes. The bell rang and it was lunchtime. The program team of Time provided lunch for the students. If the teachers wanted to eat here, they could eat here. If not, they could eat outside. They could go back to their seats before the afternoon recording. The 5 teachers met and discussed. They all wanted to know if the students ate well. They asked for the location and went to the cafeteria. As soon as they stepped into the cafeteria, they were surrounded by the students. After chatting for a while, the director was afraid that the delicate teachers would be hungry, so he signaled the students to go back to eat. The students reluctantly dispersed. Only then did Xianxia pull everyone to the front of the vegetable rack. Each of them had a plate and could take their favorite dishes. There was a wide variety of dishes and the nutrition was reasonable. After the 5 of them took the dishes, the desserts were placed on the last shelf. Today's provision: red bean double skim milk, ginger milk. Xianxia's scalp went numb. Why was it milk again? Xianxia chose the double skim milk. Baiyi did not like desserts, so he did not take it. Yongyuyang called out to his brothers. Wei Qin, what do you want?" "I want ginger milk." "Xianxia does not eat ginger milk." Wei Qin and Baiyi's voices sounded at the same time. Xianxia opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he choked. Yongyuyang was stunned for a few seconds. He picked up a bowl of ginger milk and gave it to Wei Qin. Baiyi looked at Yongyuyang's curious face and explained, "Xianxia does not drink ginger milk. He will have a nosebleed." Xianxia, Sabernite Oxygen. JPG. Why do you keep exposing my secret? After a difficult lunch, Xianxia, who loved to have nosebleeds, quickly fled back to the practice room. He couldn't exercise immediately after eating as it was easy to hurt his stomach. The program team scheduled the first class in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Most of the 29 students in Class F went back to the dormitory to rest. There were only 7 or 8 people in the practice room, repeatedly memorizing the movements in front of the mirror. Xianxia turned around and left the practice room. He went to Class A next door to take a look. There were 6 students in Class A, and all of them were present. Therefore, the reason why some trainees ended up in Class F was not just a matter of talent or late entry. He went to the other classes to take a look and returned to Class F's practice room. After observing for a while, he walked to the middle of the trainees and asked, "Have you recorded the teacher's video?" The 8 trainees didn't expect him to speak. They were stunned for a moment before answering, "Yes." "Play it," Xianxia said. "I'll learn it with you." Everyone took out their phones. Xianxia took the first phone that was handed to him and looked at it. There were only videos of the teacher's demonstration and no explanation. The others were the same. When the teacher explained, they were all focused on learning and didn't have time to record a video. Forget it, put it away. Xianxia had a headache. Don't look at the video, I'll break down the movements for you. Hearing him say this, the trainees were even more surprised. Xianxia? Xinguang's observer? Breaking down the movements, looking at his resume since his debut, he acted in 2 or 3 supporting roles in web dramas, participated in a popular variety show, officially announced a star drama that hadn't been aired yet, accepted the endorsement of a brand of perfume. After that, he came to my time. None of the activities related to singing or dancing. So, did he know how to dance? Could it be that he was blindly dancing to show off in front of the camera? The 8 of them didn't have a good foundation to begin with. 3 days was very, very tight for them. They didn't want to waste even a second to accompany Xinguang's observer. The 8 trainees looked at each other, communicated with their eyes, and prepared to send a representative to reject him. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't care about them at all. He took off his clothes and clapped his hands. Okay, focus. Let's break down the first 8 beats. First, 1, 2, 3, 4, the first 4 shots are empty shots. The 5th shot, tilt your head and point your finger at the camera. As soon as he finished speaking, he made the first move. Seeing that they had no chance to refuse, the trainees could only give up on their previous thoughts and bite the bullet to follow his movements. The movements at the beginning were simple, and the first 4 octaves were quickly learned. As time went on, the students became more and more shocked. The more they thought about it, the more they realized that this Xinguang observer really seemed to be teaching them and not just putting on a show. He did not watch the teacher's video, but he was able to break down the movements very clearly. It was obvious that, like Bai Yi, he had already learned the entire dance in advance. Moreover, the strength, accuracy, and even the angle at which he raised his arm were exactly the same as a professional teacher. It was clean and neat. The vibrations of pop were obvious, and Wave and Robot handled it with ease. This was definitely not something that beginner noobs could do. It had to be said that they were much stronger than them. They could even compete with the students in Class A who were weak in dance. The 8 trainees were convinced. Only then did they begin to look at Xianxia in the mirror and seriously follow his movements, memorizing them one by one. Practice time always passed quickly. When they finished learning the first section of the theme song, it was 1:20 p.m. The other trainees in Class F entered the practice room slowly. They were in groups. Some were yawning, some were browsing their WeChat moments, and there was even one who was chatting with a friend through voice chat. They only hurriedly put away their phone when they saw the camera. Xianxia retreated to the side and frowned, but did not say anything. The camera was there. He had to leave them some face. The dance teacher entered the classroom right on time and led the students to warm up. She smiled and said, "Come, let's review the 2 sections in the morning." Review was not like beginners. There was no need to study each movement carefully, so she counted the beats very quickly. It was about 0.5 times slower than the rhythm of the theme song. The uncomfortable thing was that after reviewing, not many people could keep up with her. The 3 in the middle of the first row, the 2 on the right of the second row, and the 2 on the right of the third row are not bad. The rest are not skilled enough, the teacher said. Time is too tight. I can only take you from the beginning again. This time, no matter what method you use, you have to remember it, okay? Oh, okay, the trainees dragged out their words. After getting a guarantee, the teacher broke them down from the beginning again. However, the situation was different from what she had imagined. Most of them did not pay attention to carefully memorize the movements. There were even a few trainees who stuck their heads out and poked the backs of the students in the second row. You learn so fast. Your memory is so good. Thank you. My memory is average. Teacher Chi took us to practice at noon. Observer Xinguang? He can dance? Wu Qian. The teacher pulled a long face and shouted, "Focus on your studies. If you want to chat, wait until after class." Wu Qian immediately admitted his mistake. Seeing the teacher continue teaching, he whispered something. This outburst made Class F nervous for a while. After reviewing the movements in the morning, they entered the teaching of the new movements. There was a small noise in the practice room again. Xianxia sat next to the cameraman on the left. He could clearly see that the teacher's face was slowly showing signs of grievance and unbearable emotions. She did not dare to reprimand the trainees too much. What if one of the trainees had fans and scolded her after the program was broadcast? She could only bear with it. Sorry to interrupt. At this time a male voice came from the left. The teacher turned around and saw Xianxia standing up. He first nodded to her to express his apology and asked, "Can you give me 5 minutes?" "Yes. Thank you." Xianxia thanked him and walked to the teacher's side. The cameraman could tell that his tone was not good. He quickly adjusted the focus and zoomed in on his upper body. Xianxia's fair face with no pores immediately appeared in the camera. After lunch today, I went to each class to take a look. Class A has 6 people, all in the practice room. Class B has 15 people, 13 in the practice room. Class C has 18 people, 14 in the practice room. Class D has 20 people, 13 in the practice room. As for our class, there are 29 people. Xianxia's voice was low. Guess how many people are in the practice room? The audience was silent. No one made a sound. 8 people, only 8 people. Xianxia suddenly raised his voice. Not even half of 29 people. He was young and was not a teacher. The students of Class F were not afraid of him and did not pay much attention to him. Now that they heard him angry, they were stunned and stared at him with their eyes wide open. Xianxia stared back at them. Yes, being placed in Class F for the first time is the worst possible start. It means that you have a very high chance of being eliminated. I understand your thinking, but are you willing to leave just like that? You entered the crew with the expectations of your company and family, shared the camera with 88 people, and in the end, only showed 2 or 3 faces in the post-production. Maybe in less than a month, the audience will forget that you were here. Are you willing to accept that? These words were not pleasant to the ears. They almost perfectly pierced their hearts. The trainee closest to him lowered his head. The face of the person in the back row gradually turned red. The reason why the program team did not eliminate the contestants in the first 2 rounds was to give the audience more opportunities to get to know you. They wanted to give you the opportunity to improve yourselves, pull votes for yourselves, and fight for the opportunity to advance to the next round. Xianxia paused. Unfortunately, I only saw 8 people who grasped the opportunity today. They are all good. As for the rest, I don't know what you plan to do. I only have one thing to say. He took a deep breath and glanced at the trainees in the 4 rows. I believe that each of you came here to participate in the talent show with a yearning to be on the stage. The stage is big, beautiful, and bright. Take advantage of the fact that only half a day has passed. If you work hard, you might be able to stand on it in time. Class ends at 8 o'clock tonight. I will stay and practice with you. Those who want to go back to the dorm can go. Those who want to practice, I will try my best to answer all your questions. That's all I have to say. Sorry to disturb you, teacher. Please continue with your class. After he finished speaking, Xianxia did not look at the trainees' reactions and directly left the practice room. He turned into the bathroom and placed his hands on the sink. Only then did he realize that his breathing was rapid and his heart was suffocating. Compared to the dark days of the acrobatic troupe, how could anyone easily give up the opportunity to go to a bright place? The light was right in front of him, within reach. Why not strive for it? He turned on the tap and poured a few handfuls of water. The cold feeling in his stomach calmed him down. He wiped the corners of his mouth and slowly walked back to F class. Perhaps the students were intimidated by him. For the entire afternoon, there was no sign of disorderly discipline or whispering to each other. In the blink of an eye, the hour hand reached 8 o'clock. The teacher announced the end of class. Before leaving, he whispered, "Thank you for your hard work. You have worked even harder." Xianxia shook his head and watched the teacher leave. Then he said to the trainees, "You guys go eat. I will wait here until 9 o'clock. If there is no one at 9 o'clock, I will leave too." After he finished speaking, he opened WeChat and sent a message to Enran, "I will wait for a while. You and Uncle Chin don't wait for me. Go back to the hotel first." Putting away his phone, he looked up and saw that all the trainees were still in the same formation as before. They were motionless and looking at him eagerly. Teacher Chi." Wu Qian stuttered. The movements of the course in the afternoon were very difficult. "We didn't manage to learn it. Can you take us to practice a few more times?" Xianxia was stunned. "It won't take up too much of your time. Just tell us the main points and we will take care of the rest ourselves." Xianxia rubbed the tip of his nose and took off his jacket. "Why are you looking at me? Play the music." The progress of D class was faster than F class. They had finished learning all the dance movements today. After half a day of consolidation tomorrow, they could change to vocal music class. At 8:30, Bai Yi arranged for the selected class monitor to lead the trainees in training. He wanted to see if Xianxia had left before he left. He found F class's practice room. When he opened the door, he saw the room full of young men stretching their arms, kicking their legs, and wailing. The effect was comparable to a group of demons dancing. Among the dancing demons, the person he was looking for was crossing his arms. His sportswear was tied around his waist. He shuttled among the trainees and his voice was on the verge of collapse. "When you wave, use your forearm to move your forearm. Why are you fanning your arms? You are not a swan. Lower your waist, lower it. Yes, that's it. Don't be afraid of pain. You will get used to it. If you didn't finish the previous movement, don't rush to do the next one. You can't do anything in a hurry. Practice 2 movements first and then think about the connection. Do you think the audience can't see that you are slacking? Yo, the splits are quite good." "What? You said you didn't do the splits? Then why are your legs so wide apart? Take them back." The trainee who was pointed out was not angry. Instead, he smiled happily. He coaxed Xianxia and adjusted his posture according to his instructions. The room was a scene of joy and harmony. It would have been better if the smell of sweat was less. Bai Ye's eyes followed Xianxia as he walked around. After about 5 minutes, a sharp-eyed trainee called out loudly, "Mr. Bai." "Yes?" Xianxia turned his head subconsciously. When he saw the tall person standing at the door, he immediately put down his arms and stood at attention. He put away his baring fangs and brandishing claws face. "Is D class over?" he asked Bai Yi obediently. "No, I asked the class monitor to teach them." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. "How much longer do you need?" "I can't say for sure. They have a weak foundation. I will be stingy with them." "Okay." Bai Yi took a step forward. "Then I will teach them with you." Hearing this, everyone in F class screamed and almost blew the roof off. They did not expect Bai Yi to personally teach Xianxia. It was no exaggeration to say that half of the people in the room were fans of night sky and passers-by. They were so happy to be able to be in close contact with their favorite star. Bai Yi had always been a man of action. He did as he said and immediately started to guide them from the first row. Xianxia did not want to eat, but he did not want Bai Yi to go hungry. Fortunately, Enran insisted on staying. He took Enran to buy lunchboxes for D and F classes. The practice room of F class was the largest. After bringing back the food, Bai Yi called the students of D class to F class and they sat in a big circle. After the lunchboxes were distributed, Wu Qian, who was sitting opposite Bai Yi, looked at Bai Yi's lunchbox and then at his own. He scratched the back of his head and said, Mr. Bai's lunchbox is so high-end. It's different from ours." The people next to him quickly elbowed him. "How can the teacher's lunch be the same as ours? Just stop and eat your food." But Mr. Cheese is the same as ours. The dishes are the same. Broccoli, cabbage, shredded pork with garlic sauce, red braised pork. Mr. Bai's is quinoa and steak. I can't see the rest clearly. Oh, there are prawns. TSK. You're right. It's really like that. Their conversation was not soft and all of it went into Bai Ye's ears. Bai Yi looked sideways at the little fan. The little fan held the lunchbox and used his butt as an axis. His feet were on the ground, and his back was facing him. Bai Yi could not help but laugh. 3 minutes later, a hand reached out to Xianxia's waist. Before he could see what was in the hand, 2 bright prawns appeared in his lunchbox. Hey, hey, hey! A certain top student with the surname Bai was extremely bad at peeling prawns. Half of the poor prawns were peeled off by him. The prawns' bodies were full of holes, and the remaining half was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia was being fed in front of more than 50 students. His ears instantly changed color. He rubbed his ears and swallowed the first prawn. Seeing that their instructors were so close, Class D and Class F couldn't help but greet each other and get to know each other. Xianxia swallowed the second prawn. His face was so hot that he got up from the ground and prepared to wash his face. He turned the corner and was about to push open the bathroom door when someone walked out. A tall man with a mixed-race face. It was Kevin. Kevin glanced at Xianxia and walked away as if he didn't see him. Xianxia naturally didn't want to talk to him. The two of them walked past each other. After entering the bathroom and washing his face, Xianxia accidentally found 2 torn books lying in the corner behind the bathroom door. He walked closer and leaned over. One was the new practical Chinese textbook, and the other was the Chinese dictionary. There were 88 trainees, and Kevin was the only ABC. It went without saying who tore the books. It seemed that Kevin was tortured by Chinese. Xianxia thought for a while and took out his phone to take a picture. Young men in their 20s were the easiest to get along with. When Xianxia returned to the practice room, Class D and Class F were already chatting enthusiastically. Hey, do you think our instructors are a couple? Oh my, you know so much. Stay away from the fans. What's there to not know? Our village has been connected to the internet for a long time. The instructors are here. Don't talk nonsense. Whisper something. I think there must be one. Ha 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 ha. No, why are you suddenly asking about a couple? I'm telling you, don't be gay. Go away, don't be like me. You think too highly of yourself. It was as if more than 1,000 cicadas had flown into the practice room. It was noisy. After lunch, Bai Yi saw that the 2 classes had merged into one class. He decided to train together and come up with a gang policy. It finally felt better. When it was close to midnight, the students' stamina started to wane. In consideration of tomorrow's classes, Xianxia forced everyone to go back to the dormitory to sleep. The boys then escorted the 2 of them to the gate. Just like the Dongqing Music Festival, my time was also recorded in Dongqing TV City S. The production team booked a hotel for the 5 mentors, which was about 20 minutes away from the studio. Bai Yi asked Xianxia, Aluan is outside. Do you want to take my car? Class DNF, yo yo yo. What now? Xianxia was annoyed by their antics. Hurry up and go back to the dormitory. Wu Qian smiled mischievously. Alright then, let's go. Teacher Bai, we'll leave little teacher Qi to you. Xianxia was speechless. Why did it seem like he was marrying off his daughter? Okay. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. The students finally dispersed in a hubbub. However, Xianxia didn't need Bai Yi to send him back. And Ran and Old Qin were waiting outside. In the end, the 2 of them got into their respective cars and arrived at the hotel one after another. Dongqing did a good job. The 5 mentors were all treated the same and were all booked in business suites. Xianxia's room number was 2202 and Bai Yi's room number was 2209. Coincidentally, they lived across from each other. Xianxia swiped his card and entered the room. He leaned against the door and heard the electronic lock open. Knowing that Bai Yi had returned safely, he washed up and went to sleep. With the foundation that Xianxia had laid on the first day, Class F was at least on par with Class A in terms of attitude. During the morning roll call 2 days later, all the members of Class D and F arrived on time. However, there were 2 people from Class B and C who were late. Xianxia wasn't surprised to hear Kevin's name. It was normal that Kevin couldn't accept being forced to attend class with Class B. 2 days of practice passed quickly. Finally, it was time to check the results of the theme song. There would be no elimination in this round, but there would be a level adjustment based on the student's performance of the theme song. After this adjustment, the level would be fixed. In other words, the level set by the mentors today would be the same in the future. There would be no changes. Therefore, in the backstage waiting area, the trainees were very nervous. They were afraid that they would accidentally drop to a lower level. Soon, the assistant came in with a black box and asked the trainees to draw lots to decide the order of the performance. The assistant walked up to Kevin and asked curiously, "Kevin, have you learned the Chinese of this song?" His teammate translated for him. Kevin nodded perfunctorily. "Great, I'm looking forward to your performance." The assistant watched him draw lots and praised him. Then, he walked to the next trainee. About half an hour later, the studio was ready. The script clerk arranged for the first trainee to go on stage. The check officially began. Xianxia was still sitting in the same position as last time. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Han Qing was unlucky. She drew first place. But fortunately, Han Qing practiced hard enough. As soon as the prelude sounded, she performed the entire theme song reflexively. Yong Yuyang praised her. "Little brother Cheese Company is full of talents. You don't have any objections, do you?" The rest of the mentors nodded. Wei Qing snorted. Han Qing happily walked off the stage. Unlike the first round of self-selected performances, this round was equivalent to a thesis. The judging was very simple. The trainees quickly went on and off the stage. In the 12th place, Xianxia saw the brat from Class F. The brat's hand holding the microphone was shaking. It was unknown whether he was nervous or excited. He shouted into the microphone, "Little teacher Chi. I won't let you down." The echo echoed and lingered in the room. Little teacher Chi was shocked by him. "Ha ha 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 ha." Xianxia laughed so hard that she almost cried. "We believe in you. Come, start your performance." The prelude of the theme song sounded again. 4 minutes later, Xianxia's expression was indescribable. "Little Chi, I think he is not suitable to be an idol. He should stay in Class F, he has a weak foundation. I'll have a word with him." After that, Xianxia turned to the stage and said slowly, "Kiki, congratulations. In only 3 days, you went from not knowing how to sing or dance to being able to perform an entire dance. It's really amazing. No matter what the result is, I'm proud of your performance today. You are my idol. I also hope you can become your own idol. Continue to work hard, okay?" "Okay, I will." Kiki sniffed and nodded. "Thank you, little teacher Chi. I'm going back to Class F." With that, she turned and went backstage without waiting for the result to be announced. Xianxia couldn't help but tear up. A hardworking teenager was the most moving. It was Kevin's turn to perform. He wasn't as dazed as Han Qing, nor was he as excited as Kiki. Instead, he stood on the stage with his chest puffed out and his head raised. He nodded to the sound master, indicating that he was ready to perform. He didn't say a word and controlled his own stage. This came from his strong confidence in his ability. The sound master pressed the play button as he wished. After the 15-second prelude ended, the teacher's headphones played Chinese lyrics that were not standard, but they could hear the general idea. After the first chorus, it was time for the rap part. In order to be suitable for many people to sing together, the rap lyrics were extremely simple. 4 lines of English were repeated twice. The simpler it was, the more it reflected the singer's basic skills. Kevin's flow was more advanced than the previous trainees. Plus, he used his mother tongue, so the timing and pauses were quite accurate. An authentic American accent lit up the entire stage in an instant. There was a large LCD screen backstage, so the trainees could watch everything that happened on the stage in real time. A small trainee sighed. As expected of Kevin. Resby. He'll definitely be able to return to Class A this time. Of course. Didn't you see Teacher Wei and Teacher Zhang's expressions? One word, satisfied. Kevin originally belonged to Class A, so coming to Class B is considered an incognito visit, okay? Ha ha ha, F*King incognito visit. I'm sorry for swearing just now. I'll have to trouble the post-production master to cut this part. Thank you. Not only the trainees backstage, but Xianxia was also very satisfied. He was happy to see any trainee become outstanding. However, when it came to the second chorus, he felt that something was wrong. The second chorus had the same melody as the first chorus, but the lyrics were different. Kevin's Chinese was even more vague, but Xianxia could tell. He was still singing the lyrics of the first chorus. He didn't learn the lyrics of the second chorus. The next two repeated choruses were the same. He tried to muddle through with his unclear pronunciation. After the song, Xianxia and Bai Yi looked at each other at the same time. Bai Yi's eyes were cold. He was obviously very dissatisfied. There's a small flaw in his Chinese. After all, it's only been 3 days. It's pretty good to learn this. Wei Qin was the first to express his opinion. I think he can be promoted to Class A observer. Xinguang, what do you think? Suddenly asked, Xianxia didn't answer Wei Qin. He turned on the microphone and turned to the stage. Kevin, sing the second chorus again. The trainees came up alone without teammates. Bai Yi took the initiative to take on the responsibility of translation and passed this sentence to Kevin. Kevin's arm stiffened for a moment, then he raised the microphone and sang. There was no accompaniment, so everyone could hear it more clearly. This is the lyrics of the first chorus. What about the second? Xianxia asked. Kevin straightened his neck. I only know this part. You didn't learn the second part? Xianxia gave him some leeway. No, I thought they were the same. No, I thought they were the same. Bai Yi frowned and asked Yang in a low voice, didn't anyone tell him that the two parts are different? Yes. Yang was puzzled. The vocal music teacher taught him sentence by sentence in class. He has a strong sense of language. He must be able to tell the difference. Also, he has a good relationship with his teammates in the company. They couldn't have let him study blindly by himself. Bai Yi nodded. Kevin didn't want to learn and used his ignorance as an excuse. But if he insisted that he didn't know, the instructors couldn't do anything about it. After all, they couldn't find a way to verify it. Ask his teammates? That would make things difficult for his teammates. If his teammates said that they helped, it would be equivalent to announcing that Kevin was lying. The company would scold them. If his teammates said that they didn't help, they would be attacked by Kevin's fans. It was a dilemma. Bai Yi paused. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Xianxia with his head down and writing furiously in his notebook. Xianxia had just finished writing. He tore off the page and held it up. This is the English annotation and the Chinese pronunciation of the second chorus. I'm so sorry for our program T have bilingual teacher for that. But I can only give you a B grade if you make mistakes in the theme song acceptance, in all fairness. This is the English annotation and the Chinese pronunciation of the second chorus. We didn't think about it and didn't find a bilingual teacher for you. I'm very sorry. But now we are accepting the theme song. If you make mistakes, it means that your performance is wrong. I can only give you a B grade. Sorry. The long string of English pronunciation was perfect and very fluent. Bai Yi's gaze moved to the paper in his hand. The annotations on it were flamboyant. At a glance, he couldn't find any grammatical or spelling mistakes. So the little fan had been using him as a free translator. Bai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the middle of the stage, Kevin was stunned. A few days ago, he had mocked Xianxia's low education level in the voiceover interview. Now it seemed, Kevin's face gradually darkened. He could only pretend to be calm in front of the camera. The veins on his neck bulged. Xianxia asked the stage supervisor to pass the paper to Kevin. He turned to Wei Qin. Mr. Wei, if you don't take Kevin's mistake into account, what about the trainees? Wei Qin choked. After 30 seconds, he answered, Kevin, B grade. No one expected the situation to turn out this way. Kevin got off the stage and returned backstage. The trainees who didn't want to comfort him went straight to the toilet. Today was a B grade, which meant that for the next 3 months, he would always be a B grade. The B logo stuck on the clothes seemed to symbolize the brand of shame. Bang! Bang! Kevin's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his fist and punched the door twice. His phone vibrated. It was his agent. Kevin took a deep breath and picked it up. I heard that you were a B grade. What happened? Did you perform poorly? Kevin panted even harder now that his sore spot had been poked. His agent heard the old bellows on the other end of the phone and knew that he was extremely angry. Kevin was a seedling that the company focused on nurturing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hired East Orange to manipulate him. His agent didn't have the heart to continue scolding him. Forget it. Play well and get more screen time. I'll talk to the higher-ups and see if they can change the script for you. Backstage, the check on the front stage continued. In 4 hours, all 88 trainees finished their performances. Some advanced from low grade to high grade, while others dropped from high grade to low grade. Some were happy, while others were sad. After getting off the stage, the first thing Xianxia did was go to the F-grade practice room to find Wu Qian and the others. The F-grade class went from 29 to 24. 7 had left. 1 from C grade and 1 from D grade. Overall, it was good news. He opened the door. Before he could say anything, Wu Qian exclaimed, "Little Master Qi. You were so cold just now." Xianxia? Although we're trash, we want to compete fairly. Wu Qian laughed. This idiot dared to say anything. Xianxia's head hurt. He clasped his hands together in front of the camera and said, "Big sister post, our class's students don't know what they're talking about." The cameraman had become familiar with them over the past few days. He said in a high-pitched voice, imitating the female voice of the post-production teacher. Okay, ha 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 ha. Everyone in the practice room was amused by him. After laughing for a while, Wu Qian rubbed his stomach. He knew that he would be eliminated in the next round, so he acted casually. He winked at Xianxia and said, "Little Master Qi, aren't you going to praise us?" Xianxia said with a straight face, "Just passable. Keep up the good work." "TSK, you don't mean what you say. If you were unhappy, would you have come to us in a hurry?" Xianxia, Wu Qian was so annoying. After messing around with Class F for a long time, Xianxia finally returned to the hotel. Next, the trainees would continue to practice the theme song and dance, and record the music video of the theme song. This process only required the participation of the initiator, not the mentors. The next recording was in 4 days, so Yang left to catch up with work. Chenjiai went home to rest. Xianxia was going to go home too, but then he thought about it. Baiyu was here alone. It seemed a little lonely. He went home like a salted fish. He might be able to improve more if he practiced with the trainees here, so he decided to stay. 2 days after the grading, the first episode of My Time was officially released at 8 o'clock on Friday night. It only cut to the learning of the theme song, there was no content about the second grading. Since he had nothing to do, Xianxia changed from lying to lying down and opened Dongqing TV's app. Because there were too many online viewers, it took 10 minutes to get in. It was time for the mentors to introduce themselves. Where there was Bai Yi, there was Night Sky. The screen was filled with, Baiye's wife is here, Night Sky clocked in X80, Brother Yi is as empty as always, and so on. There were some other content mixed in frowny face mentor Chenjiai is so beautiful and elegant. She is indeed a teacher of CICC. Wei Qin, you can be my only relative. Ah, Stars Based is so A grade. It can be salty and sweet. It's great. Believer thanks Dongqing TV for giving Stars last night a chance to combine. Sisters of Night Sky, please don't spam, don't spam, don't spam, don't spam, don't spam, it affects the views of passers-by. Thank you for your cooperation. Sure enough, the Night Sky was very disciplined no matter where it went. Xianxia looked down happily. Qin is wearing a white shirt, Brother Yi is wearing a black shirt. I seem to have discovered something incredible, did they discuss to wear it together? I can already imagine a pure love story from Jinjiang. Hee, when will my family be free of vampires? Isn't it tiring to post this and then post this? Qin is Baiye's fan and is also Baiye's good friend. They are purely friends. Please don't mislead the passers-by. Thank you very much. Seeing the words good friend, Xianxia's smile faded for a moment. He got up and went to the fridge to find mineral water. When he returned, the mentors sat on the mentors' podium. It was time for the trainees' fans to show their skills. Every time a slightly famous trainee went on stage, the fans would change their tactics to cheer for their child. When it came to Han Qing, the comments were quieter. Only a few words floated past frowny face. Huyao brother is not bad. I voted. Being in the same company as observer Xinguang, there will definitely be an A level out of the 5 of them. God Ji Mei prophecy. Observer Xinguang is protecting him. 2333, look at the red eyes in front. They're dripping blood. His ability isn't A level? Your boss went to F class. Did that piss you off? When Xianxia spoke up for Han Qing, he had already thought about this. Alright, he sat upright. He had a clear conscience. When Kevin went on stage, the scene was quite lively. Xianxia took a look. Kevin was now ranked 3rd in the online voting. After entering the first round of the competition, the trainees' rankings were calculated by the weighting of their score in the competition and the online voting. Now that he was ranked 3rd, it would be difficult for Kevin to fall out of the top 6. Moreover, the appearance and strength he had displayed on the stage had attracted a lot of fans, and the number of votes was rapidly increasing. Kevin's performance ended. A small portion of the comments were, and, I announce that he is my new wall. Most of the comments were a single, A. They were so dense that they even covered Kevin's face. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He thought that he would definitely be scolded. As expected, when Bai Yi announced the B level, the comments suddenly changed. Are you kidding me? That Han Qing can give an A? If he doesn't give an A, how much did Nuya bribe him? Look at the face of a certain observer. He's paving the way for his brother. What do you know? This is called keeping the goodies within the family. Hee. But I think Xianxia is right. He came to our country to participate in a talent show. Didn't he prepare a song in advance? He should be able to memorize one, right? Xinguang wasn't good at arguing. The comment that spoke up for him was quickly brushed away. Xianxia decided to set up a business to appease the fans later. Otherwise, Xinguang would feel too wronged. The first rating ended. The progress bar was pulled to the stage of learning the theme song. He didn't expect that the post-production would actually edit the scenes of him training the students of F class and tutoring at night. He thought that he would be scolded again. To his surprise, the comments were actually quite good. Xianxia can dance so well. Why haven't I seen him dance before? He's an all-rounder. Little brother Qi is a little handsome when he's angry. F***ck, I actually cried when I saw the entire F class stay. Can you believe it? I believe it. I cried too. Xianxia is more responsible than I thought. I'm so sorry. Xianxia blushed slightly when he saw the screen full of praises. Then, his blush escalated from a slight blush to an explosive blush. The scene of Bai Yi peeling prawns for him was actually included in the video. The stars from last night's CP fans who had been quiet for more than 2 hours couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts anymore. Click. Click. See. Bai. Young. Master. Peeling. Prawns. Brother Ye's life skills are crippled, but he tried his best to peel prawns for his wife. Does anyone from Stars from last night SCD not believe it? She and her students ate boxed lunches. She leveled up Brother Ye's dinner. Xing is too sweet. Sob sob sob. HHHH Brother Yi is so cruel. He thinks that the 29 dogs in F class aren't enough to kill, so he brought in another 20 from D class. Will he only be happy if he turns this into a large dog slaughterhouse? Please watch the HD video. I want to go to be glue to produce food. If the fans were to ask about the benefits of the stars from last night's CP, the answer would be, dogs. Food. Care. Enough. The words of the CP fans were like a spell that kept drilling into Xianxia's mind. The more Xianxia read, the redder his face became. The more he read, the more dizzy he became. Suddenly, the screen of the variety show changed to the caller ID. There were two big words on it, Xianxia. Xianxia. Was his big brother coming to take him home? Xianxia instantly woke up. He rubbed his face and answered the call. Xianxia's deep and magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I saw some bad comments on the internet. Who's behind it? Fortunately, he was not going to take him home. Xianxia had always been reserved. The bad comments were probably because someone had seen him on Weibo. Xianxia thought for a moment. It should be a fan of one of the students. The variety show you're participating in now? It's produced by Dongqing TV, right? Xianxia asked. Xianxia said, yes. Okay, I understand. Xianxia paused. I saw your schedule. You don't have any filming these days. Why don't you go home? Xianxia, he couldn't escape in the end. I want to learn and improve with the students. Either I'm not qualified to judge others. Xianxia came up with the excuse he had prepared. Xianxia was easily fooled by him and said, pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Your health is the most important. Let me know if you want to go home. I'll send someone to pick you up. Got it. Thank you, brother. You, dad, and sister take care. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia felt warm in his heart. Xianxia called to ask after my time just aired. It meant that even though he was busy every day, Xianxia had been taking time to pay attention to his situation. In contrast, he was the one who lied and didn't go home. Xianxia couldn't help but feel ashamed. He secretly decided that he would go back to see his father and brother next time he had a break. Just then, the first episode finished airing. Xianxia curiously opened Weibo to see how many people were scolding him. It was bad enough to alert his big brother. He clicked on the hot search list. Damn, it was really bad. As one of the top 3 variety shows in the country, My Time had to be on the hot search list. Apart from My Time, which was on the hot search list, the popular student's name was also on the list. One of the contestants with good looks was listed at number 12 on the hot search list. Below him were the words, Kevin B Class in big letters. Xianxia clicked on it. As expected, Kevin's fans had already been cursing on the streets for more than an hour. Some fans of Time also felt that there was something wrong with his ratings. Their words weren't considered scolding, but they didn't sound good. Perhaps they were afraid that passers-by would be influenced by Kevin's fans, so Xinguang's anti-defamation team went all out to control the comments. Under every marketing account's Weibo, one could almost see Xinguang's popular science and explanations, as well as screenshots of his densely packed notebooks, to show that he had reason and evidence, and that he was not blindly commenting with his eyes closed. Unfortunately, compared to the discussion of My Time, Xinguang's influence was negligible, and the comments scolding him continued to appear. However, it could be seen that Xianxia had probably made a move at this time. No matter how much the popularity increased, the position of this trending topic remained the same. It even showed signs of decreasing. Xianxia's heart ached for Xinguang. He didn't want them to continue controlling the comments and wanted to divert their attention elsewhere. He got up from the bed, found his phone holder and headphones, sat in front of the table, and opened the live streaming app. A live broadcast notification was posted on Weibo, and within 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of fans flooded into the live broadcast room. I've lived for a long time. My child actually thought of live streaming? Grandma, the idol you're chasing is live streaming. You can rest in peace now. F***ck, 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 the baby's bare face is so good at fighting. F***ck, this must be the legendary face of first love. Ah, I have my first love again. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the endless stream of praises. Stop bragging. If you keep bragging, I'll fly away. It's okay. Xing flies bravely. Xinguang will always be with you. Xianxia, pfft. This batch of fans was quite naughty. Xianxia couldn't win against them at all. After chatting for a while, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 500,000. Xianxia didn't forget the purpose of live streaming. He told everyone to watch the variety show rationally and not let it affect their lives. He couldn't mention anything related to Kevin. He didn't want people with ulterior motives to overinterpret it. Fortunately, Xinguang's fans were very smart. They immediately understood what he meant and commented, "Frowny face, we'll do our best. We'll explain as much as we can. Thank you for your concern. QAQ, I have a guess. Brother didn't livestream just to say this, did he? Sob, 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 you're so heartwarming. Today is also the day that mommy is willing to shed blood for you." Both times, Little Seven's live broadcast happened. I must be the chosen one. Speaking of which, Brother Yi came to give me a gift last time. Can we catch a wild Brother Yi this time? At the mention of Bai Yi, the CP fans' words instantly flashed across their minds. Xianxia quickly put his hands on his cheeks to hide his reddened cheeks. Ding dong, suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xianxia said, "Everyone, wait a moment. I'll go see who it is." After that, he took off his headphones and ran to open the door. Bai Yi stood at the door and shook the milk bottle in his hand. "Can I come in?" Xinguang's fans in the live broadcast room. "What the F***CK? Sister, has your mouth been blessed?" "Yes. Yes." The table where the phone stand was placed was facing the door. The moment he saw Bai Yi, Xianxia knew that he had failed for the second time in his life. He braced himself and said, I'm in the middle of a live broadcast." "Is that so?" Bai Yi did not mind. "Am I disturbing you?" "Not at all." Xianxia turned sideways. "Come in." Bai Yi shoved the milk into Xianxia's hands. He entered the room and scanned the room in a gentlemanly manner. After making sure that there were no personal items that he shouldn't see, he naturally sat down on another stool in front of the table. Xianxia returned to his seat. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had increased by 200,000, and it was still increasing. Xianxia must have heard the news and was rushing over. The messages were so fast that it was almost impossible to see the afterimages. "Xianxia borrowed your precious place. Thank you, Xinguang sister. Who would have thought that my hubby's first broadcast in 2020 would be in Little Seven's room? Why do I smell a trace of heartache from the last sentence? Laughing and crying, laughing and crying, laughing and crying, laughing and crying, F***CK this last night Star's CP fan is going to explode and spiral into the sky. Brother Ye's words are so sweet and the milk. I'm going to die from sweetness When Xianxia saw the last comment from the CP fan, he almost dropped the milk bottle in his hand. He observed Bai Yi carefully and was relieved when he realized that Bai Yi should not be able to see the screen from his angle. "Brother Yi, our humble Xianxia would like to hear Brother Ye's voice. Can you let him say something?" In order to satisfy Xianxia's request and to ease the awkwardness, Xianxia turned his head and begged, "Brother Yi, please say hello to my fans in the live broadcast room." "Hi, I'm Bai Yi." Bai Yi agreed to all requests. Xianxia was speechless. "Brother Yi, our humble Xianxia would like to see Brother Ye's face." This time, without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Bai Yi dragged a stool and sat directly next to Xianxia. The phone screen was narrow. Perhaps he was afraid that his entire face could not be seen, so Bai Yi sat very close to Xianxia. They were so close that their sleeves rubbed against each other and they could clearly feel each other's heat. Xianxia rubbed the tip of his nose and suddenly realized that the other party's scent was somewhat familiar. He was worried that there was no topic to talk about, so he asked, "Brother Yi, when did you come back?" "Bai Yi, I just arrived at the hotel." "Oh my. You're here to deliver milk as soon as you return to the hotel?" "Bai Yi, yes, I was afraid that it would be inconvenient for him to sleep later." The comments were instantly filled with oh. Xianxia could not continue like this, so he quickly changed the topic. "Brother Yi, what perfume are you using? I feel like I've smelled it before." "You must have smelled it before." Bai Yi smiled. "Today, the stylist gave me the Sea Demon." Sea Demon? Why haven't I heard of it? Which company is it from? F***CK, it's actually Sea Demon, WSL. WSL. Replying to Xianxia JJ, Sea Demon is a new summer product of Après, endorsed by Xing. I have your scent on me. You two are going to kill me. Aha. Bai Yi used, the perfume he endorsed. Xianxia was not in the mood to read what the fans were saying. His heart was trembling. He did not want to screw up even more, so he hurriedly turned off the livestream with the excuse that he wanted to discuss with Bai Yi. The phone screen turned black. Bai Yi thought that he had disturbed him, so he said apologetically, "Sorry, I should have asked you before I came." "No, it's okay. I didn't plan to livestream for long anyway." Xianxia put away the stand and spoke incoherently. It was almost 12 o'clock, so Bai Yi did not want to disturb his sleep. "Then I'll go first. Rest early. By the way, don't look at those useless comments on Weibo. You did a great job with Kevin's comments." "Yes, I'll continue to work hard." After sending Bai Yi to the opposite room, Xianxia washed up and lay on the bed. His soul that had run away from home finally returned to his body. After turning off the lights, he realized that Bai Yi came to find him to say those words before he left. He was afraid that he would be sad because of public opinion, so he came over after work to give him milk, comfort him, and praise him. Xianxia felt as light as a feather. Even when he slept, it was as if he was lying on clouds. The next day, he was woken up by a phone call from the hotel. He thought it was a morning call, but he looked at the time. It was 10:30 in the morning. He picked up the phone in confusion. "Hello, Mr. Chi. I'm the hotel manager, Nini. There's a Mr. Liang at the front desk looking for you. Is it convenient for you to come down?" "Liang? Could he be an illegitimate fan or something?" Xianxia was confused for a moment. He was afraid that something might really happen, so he climbed out of bed and put on his clothes, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. He went out and got into the elevator. He brushed the hair on his head. 3 minutes later, he reached the first floor. He was stunned when he saw the man sitting on the sofa in the lobby. The Mr. Liang at the front desk was actually the original owner's childhood friend, Liang Jing. Xianxia had refused all gatherings related to the Liang family to avoid awkwardness after giving him the luminous object last time. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month and a half. Xianxia didn't expect that Liang Jing would come to S-City. He couldn't find a reason to avoid him, so he slowly moved to the sofa and pretended to be surprised. "Why are you here?" Liang Jing raised his head. "I'm on a business trip, so I stopped by to see you." So he was on a business trip. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Since she was here for him, he couldn't just chase her away. Xianxia politely said, "Then wait for me for a few minutes. I'll go back and get my car keys." "No need." Liang Jing got up. "I'm driving. Follow me." Then he walked toward the parking lot. Xianxia had no choice but to follow him and get into the car. It was lunchtime. Xianxia was afraid that he would be targeted by the paparazzi if he went too far, so he chose a nearby restaurant to treat Liang Jing to lunch. Liang Jing didn't have any objections. Xianxia asked about Liang Jing's recent situation to show his concern. The results of the last project were good. "I don't care if I go back to Switzerland," Liang Jing said. "So my mentor decided to let me stay in China with his project. I won't be leaving anytime soon." If he didn't leave anytime soon, it meant that they would have a chance to meet in the future. Xianxia asked tentatively, "Which stage is the mentor's project at?" "Clinical stage." "Jing in hospital." "Jing in hospital? Wasn't that the hospital where Tao Tao's brother, Tao Xian, was staying?" An ominous feeling welled up in Xianxia's heart. Maybe it was because he had been too happy recently that he almost forgot that he was still in the plot line of Peaches of the Night. According to the progress, it wouldn't be long before Liang Jing met Tao Tao through Tao Xian's treatment and fell in love with Tao Tao at first sight. Then, to save Tao Xian, he donated his left kidney. After the confession failed, he was too sad and died alone in the cold hospital room. Xianxia's heart suddenly tightened. After all, this was the person that the original Xianxia liked. Even if he didn't have any feelings for him, he couldn't just watch Liang Jing give up his heart and kidney for Tao Tao and end up in such a miserable state. In the current situation, he had to figure out his relationship with Liang Jing first before considering the next step of the plan. He thought quickly and said, "Liang Jing, I've thought it through." Liang Jing's hand paused. Feelings can't be forced, so I've decided to let go of this relationship and be friends with you again. Liang Jing picked up a piece of fish, picked out the bones, and threw it into Liang Jing's bowl. Seeing that he was silent, Xianxia gritted his teeth and asked, I don't want to lose this friendship. Let's pretend that the confession never happened. I'm still your best friend, okay? Okay? For some reason, Liang Jing didn't want to answer this question. Before he went abroad, he had always regarded Xianxia as his younger brother and best friend. The two of them were so close that they could share everything. Then, Xianxia suddenly confessed to him. Frankly speaking, he was terrified at that moment. He knew clearly that he didn't like Xianxia, only friendship. So, after rejecting Xianxia, he chose to take on the Swiss project and left the country quickly to give himself and Liang Jing a transition period. But when he returned to China, Xianxia seemed to have changed. He had become shinier and brighter. Especially in the variety show yesterday, when Xianxia reprimanded the students with a cold face and danced with the students, his eyes shone brightly. That was something that Xianxia didn't have in the past. Because of this, he didn't sleep the whole night. Like a crazy fan, he watched all of Xianxia's variety shows and commercials. This morning, he couldn't resist the urge and drove 3 hours to get here. Liang Jing slowly picked up another piece of fish and carefully picked out the bones. 5 minutes later, when he put the fish into Xianxia's bowl, Liang Jing was still looking at him with pursed lips. His gaze was firm and unwavering. He had to get an answer from him. After a while, Liang Jing nodded and chuckled. Okay. After the meal, Xianxia felt relaxed because their relationship had been cleared up. He planned to take Liang Jing around S-City. Liang Jing rejected him with the reason that he had to go on a business trip, so he could only ask Liang Jing to send him back to the hotel. Before getting out of the car, Xianxia thought for a moment. Since we are friends again, you must tell me before you make any big decisions in the future. For example, donating a kidney. Liang Jing thought he was referring to going abroad, so he agreed with a smile. Okay, I will tell you. The weather was getting hotter. Liang Jing wore a simple white shirt, exuding a faint scent of soap. His smile was clean and gentle. Xianxia suddenly understood why the original owner liked him. If such a person appeared in anyone's youth, he should be admired. He shouldn't end up dying of sadness because of love. Xianxia added, if you meet a girl you like one day, you can also tell me. I will give you some advice. Studies are more important. I don't have any plans to date for the time being. Liang Jing looked down, got out of the car, and opened the door for Xianxia. Thank you. It was better if he wasn't tempted. Xianxia got out of the car and said politely, I didn't treat you well this time. I will treat you to a good time when we are back in H-City. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of a nanny van coming slowly from the other side of the road. The license plate number was very familiar. He had been in it twice. It was Baiye's car. Baiye finished work so early today? Did he have lunch? What style was he wearing? How far was the shooting? Should he go to the studio in the afternoon? Xianxia's mind flashed with countless questions. He couldn't help but tiptoe and peek at the nanny van. Liang Jing was right in front of him, and he could clearly see the little flame in his eyes and the unconcealable smile on his lips. His heart sank. He followed his gaze and looked to the left. The nanny van was parked next to Liang Jing. Baiye got out of the car. When he looked up, his gaze inevitably met Liang Jing's. Both of them were startled. You're back. At this moment, Xianxia's voice broke the silence. The last syllable of his voice was slightly raised, and it was hard to ignore the excitement in his voice. Baiye was originally very tired from the morning shoot, but when he heard the voice of his little fan, he felt a lot more relaxed. He nodded and walked to Xianxia's side. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is Liang Jing, a brother of mine who grew up with me. Xianxia turned to Liang Jing and said, this is my idol and good friend, Baiye. You've been abroad for a long time, so you might not know him. He's super, 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 awesome. If it weren't for the time constraints, Xianxia could have said a trillion super S in one go. Liang Jing's eyes darkened. He put his left hand on Xianxia's shoulder and extended his right hand. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Hello. Bai Yi glanced at Xinxian's shoulder and shook Liang Jing's hand. The hotel was well enclosed, but it couldn't stop the paparazzi who were circling Bai Yi like flies. Moreover, Bai Yi and Liang Jing didn't know each other, so there was nothing to talk about. Xianxian lowered his shoulder and moved away from Liang Jing's hand. Then I'll go back to the hotel first. Drive safely. Liang Jing said, I'll send you up. No, don't worry. Before Xianxian could refuse, Bai Yi spoke first. Xingxing lives opposite me. I'll send him back to his room. Liang Jing was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Okay, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xingxing during this time. It's no trouble. I'm supposed to take care of him anyway. After that, Bai Yi turned and walked towards the hotel's turnstile. Xingxian waved at Liang Jing and followed him. Liang Jing finally got into the car and left when the two figures disappeared from sight. Bai Yi walked very fast. Xingxian's legs weren't as long as his, so he had to jog to keep up. When they got into the elevator, Bai Yi stood on the right. Xingxian took a step to the right and asked in a low voice, Have you had lunch? Yes, Bai Yi said calmly. I ate in the cafeteria. Oh, I'll be fine after lunch. While talking, Xingxian secretly looked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was shooting the MV today. His overall appearance was more formal, which made him look a little cold. No, it wasn't that he looked cold. He looked unhappy. Were you tired from the morning shoot? Xingxian guessed. What time did you get there in the morning? Not tired. I got there around 7. So early. If you don't go to the studio in the afternoon, you can catch up on some sleep. Bai Yi replied with a grunt. The elevator door opened. Bai Yi took out today's milk from his pocket. It was strawberry flavored. He was afraid that the little fan would get sick of the same flavor, so he asked Aluan to choose a different flavor. Xingxian blinked and took the milk. The two said goodbye and went back to their respective rooms. After closing the door, Bai Yi took off his suit jacket and threw it on the sofa. He found some water and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he took out his phone to check his messages. There were dozens of unread messages on WeChat. There were group chats, concerns from his family in this time and space, work tips for the next day, and greetings from his friends and various business partners. He glanced through them and was not in the mood to reply. The image of Liang Jing's hand on the little fan's shoulder and the words, Please take care of Xingxing, kept flashing before his eyes. It sounded like he was very close to the little fan, and he was an outsider. It was very uncomfortable. Bai Yi threw his phone aside and leaned heavily against the back of the chair, making a muffled dong sound. When he first transmigrated into this space, he didn't know what happened to him. Until after many questions and tests, he found that everyone here had a path to follow. A series of events were pushing him in a certain direction. It reminded him of the book Transmigration that Xiao Man often talked about in real life. Only then did he realize that he had transmigrated into a book like the protagonist of the book Transmigration. He didn't know what made him transmigrate into this book, nor did he know the specific plot. He walked forward step by step, cautiously interacting with the rigid characters in the book. Only the little fan made him feel fresh and lively. It was easy and pleasant to interact with. It was even a little cute. So cute that he couldn't help but want to satisfy all the little fan's requests. He wanted to treat the little fan better, a little better. However, Liang Jing's appearance today reminded him that no matter how cute the little fan was just a character. A papier-mâché created by the author to play a specific role. And Liang Jing was the little fan's childhood friend. The two grew up together, and their paths were full of each other's traces. He was a latecomer. Yes, he was indeed an outsider. Thinking of this, Bai Yi became even more irritated. The 4-day holiday passed quickly. Yong Yuyang, Wei Qin, and Qianxia returned to their positions. After the filming of the theme song was over, the real competition was about to begin. In other words, starting from the next round, my time would start a cruel elimination mechanism. Trainees who didn't perform well would leave the stage. On the eve of the recording, the choreographer held a routine flow meeting. Xingxian and Qianxia chatted as they entered the meeting room. When they saw the person standing in front of the whiteboard, they were stunned for a second. Hello, mentors. My name is Lazy. I'm the substitute choreographer. I'll go through today's flow with you. Where's the original choreographer? Yang was curious. Is he sick? He had a small incident and is being suspended for investigation, Lazy said. But we came up with the proposal together. I won't mess up the flow. Don't worry. The 5 of them expressed that it was okay and sat down. In the end, what Copper said next caused them to detect a trace of subtlety. Some time ago, choreographer Sun should have told you that there are 3 contestants who need special attention. Thank you for your cooperation. But starting from the next round, you don't need to take care of them. We'll judge them according to the standards set by the judges. Yang, okay. Now, let me introduce the rules of the first round. The first round will be in the form of group PK. 88 trainees will be divided into 12 teams. Each team will perform the same song. The winning team will be voted for by the audience. Each member of the winning team will receive 30,000 incentive points. After all the teams have finished performing, the net votes and the incentive points will be the total score of the trainees. Trainees with a total score of 67 or below will be eliminated. The remaining 66 contestants will automatically enter the next round. When he heard the word eliminated, Xianxia's head buzzed. 22 people would be eliminated in this round. Needless to say, Class F would make up the majority. And Class F had a total of 24 people. It was equivalent to a total team wipe. Although he didn't spend much time with these teenagers, he would still be very reluctant to let them leave. He had to make a training plan and try to keep as many of them as possible. Then, Lazy talked about some things to take note of, as well as the song selection of the program. Xianxia listened to the important points and carefully thought about how to quickly improve the skills of the students in Class F in a short time. 20 minutes later, the meeting ended. Xianxia sent a message to Wu Qian to gather everyone in Class F in the practice room. Then, he dialed Xianxia's number. Just now at the meeting, Yang and the others were curious about why Dongqing suddenly gave up the underhanded operation. He could guess. It was probably his big brother's doing. Beep. Beep. After 2 beeps, Xianxia picked up. Xing, you want to ask about Dongqing? Xianxia grunted in acknowledgement. He truly had the foresight of a god. The CEO of Dongqing is my friend. I asked him to thoroughly investigate the entire program process. If there are no accidents, the results will be out in half a month. Then, you can comment however you want. No one will dare to question your evaluation. Remember, no personal feelings. You must be fair. These children don't have it easy. Xianxia was not surprised that Xianxia could say such things. His family was so kind. He replied solemnly, I understand, brother. I was also a trainee. I won't deliberately ruin their future. I know you won't do that. It's just a reminder. Don't take it to heart. Oh, right. Xianxia suddenly remembered. Next week, the manager of the diamond mine will return to China to deal with some personal matters. He wants to report to you. I asked him to find a microphone manufacturer to make a special diamond-studded handset for you with the diamonds mined in the past 6 months. Try it after you get it. If it doesn't work, you can rework it. Diamonds? Diamonds mined in the past 6 months? Diamond-studded handset? Xianxia's head rang even louder. He immediately asked, Brother, can you tell me how many diamonds there are in total? Not many. About 20 diamonds above 3 carats. About 30 diamonds above 2 carats. I can't count the remaining small diamonds. About 200. You can play with them. If you get tired of them, there are still colored diamonds. You can change them. Xianxia was speechless. You used more than 200 diamonds to make a microphone, and you want me to play with it? What will the audience think of me then? A shiny boy with a diamond-studded handset? Xianxia once again experienced the suffocating feeling of saponin inhaling oxygen. Class F moved very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, everyone had gathered. Xianxia said, You all know what's going to be recorded tomorrow, right? Yes. Xianxia, what do you think? Wu Qian guessed for a moment. Prepare to leave early so that you won't be eliminated too suddenly? Xianxia wanted to send him home now. Tomorrow, after you're divided into teams and practice with your teammates, everyone will gather in this practice room, Xianxia said. Everyone will study together and help each other. It will be more efficient. But Wu Qian said weakly, this time, the top 12 trainees will choose their own team members. It's very difficult for Class F to be in the same group. I don't know what kind of team leader we'll meet. What if the team leader is more hardworking and asks the team members to practice together until midnight or something? Then you'll practice later than them. Although it was unpleasant to say, Xianxia had to say, no matter which team you're in, you'll be the one who slows down the progress. When it's the live performance, the audience will see it clearly. So, for the team and for ourselves, we trainees with a lower starting point must work harder than those with a higher starting point. Starting tomorrow night, I'll follow your practice. Whether you practice until 1 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll leave when the last person leaves. Okay, go back and have a good sleep today, Xianxia took a deep breath and said seriously, are you ready to fight? Ready. Louder, he repeated, are you ready to fight? It's ready for you. Okay. Xianxia was satisfied and let go of these poor kids. In fact, the fight mode was even crueler for Xianxia. The trainees only needed to practice one song of their own, but he needed to learn all 6 songs to be able to guide the trainees when they didn't know how to do it. Now that there were only 2 days left, he quickly found Lei Zi, the substitute choreographer, to copy all the videos and audio of the 6 songs and hurried back to the hotel. Fortunately, he had the foundation of the shock training before he came to, so his learning ability had always been at its peak. In about 3 hours, he would be able to finish the entire dance. He would be able to sing the vocal parts and music score. 7 hours later, he finished 2 songs. Sweating profusely, he looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Why is it so late? Bai still hasn't come to deliver milk to me? Could it be that he stayed in Class D, but in the afternoon, he clearly heard the sound of the door opening. Xianxia went into the bathroom and took a shower. When he came out, he could not help but feel thirsty. He really wanted to drink milk. The kind that Bai gave her. He hesitated for a long time and decided to go to the opposite side to ask about the situation. He threw down the towel and opened the door. Coincidentally, the opposite door also opened, but the person who came out was not the owner of the room. Wei Qin stopped in his tracks and said lightly, you haven't slept yet. Xianxia replied with I'm going downstairs to talk to my agent about something. I can't chat with you anymore, I'm leaving. With that, he walked straight to the elevator. When he entered the elevator, his tense shoulders relaxed. It's so late, why did Wei Qin come out of Baiye's room? What did they do? Chat? Have a midnight snack? Or something more intimate? No. As soon as these thoughts appeared, Xianxia immediately suppressed them and scolded himself for being too stingy. Wei Qin was also a fan of Baiye. If he could go to Baiye's room, why couldn't Wei Qin? And it seemed that they were old friends, so it was normal for them to find time to get together. Why was he being jealous here? Xianxia complained to himself as he got out of the elevator. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and he walked aimlessly for a few rounds before going upstairs to his room. That night, he didn't receive any milk from Baiye. Maybe it was because there was no milk to help him sleep, but that was the worst night he had slept recently. After recording the segment of the trainees groups in the morning, Xianxia invited the diamond mine manager for lunch to save time. The manager was in his 50s, surnamed Wu, and had a wife and children. He would never be misunderstood by entertainment reporters. Therefore, he chose the location very casually and found a Chinese restaurant next to the studio. Manager Wu returned to China yesterday and took the high-speed train to S-City this morning. His professionalism left him with only a few strands of hair on his head. Xianxia, out of humanitarianism, ordered a few plates of food that helped with hair growth and asked with concern, "Are you used to life in Africa?" "It was okay at first, but I gradually got used to it." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Qi." Manager Wu paused. "Now I'll report to you about the second quarter's operation." The Qi family only took over the diamond mine in the second quarter, so his report was mainly about the mining volume, production capacity, and other aspects compared to the first quarter. The result was that the second quarter's operation was better than the first, but they didn't make any money. That was because the diamonds mined, except for the small broken diamonds, were all used to customize a handset for Mr. Qi. Xianxia was speechless. After writing the report, Manager Wu took out a box and handed it to him with both hands. This is the output of our diamond mine for the first half of the year. Xianxia could totally imagine how tacky and eye-catching the contents inside were. He opened the box with slight disgust. However, to his surprise, the handset was very beautiful. It was made of silver zinc alloy and embedded with finely cut, uniform diamonds of high clarity. The distribution of the diamonds was irregular and streamlined, like a crystal-clear spring. It had a vivid beauty. The core and wire were made of the best materials in the world, and a smart computer version was installed inside. The sound pickup and noise reduction effects were world-class. The switch of the microphone was made of a blue diamond cut in the shape of Xianxia. Needless to say, one could tell who the handset belonged to at a glance. Manager Wu couldn't help but click his tongue. Others didn't know how precious it was, but he knew all too well. Not to mention anything else, just the blue Xianxia diamond alone could easily be sold at a price of several million yuan at an auction. Xianxia really didn't know anything about diamonds. He played with it repeatedly with joy. Manager Wu saw that he liked it and smiled. The outer shell of the microphone was designed by my wife. I was afraid that you wouldn't like it, but now I'm relieved. Your wife? Yes, she's a jewelry designer. She has designed many diamond necklaces and rings, but this is the first time she's drawn a blueprint for a microphone. I'm going home this time mainly to accompany her to a party of a French friend. At the mention of a French friend, Xianxia blurted out, could it be Meyer, the operations manager of Après? Manager Wu was surprised. It's her. Then they would have a chance to meet soon. Xianxia had also received an invitation from Meyer not long ago. However, he wanted to tease Manager Wu, so he didn't mention it. After lunch, Xianxia and Manager Wu walked out together. When they turned the corner of the stairs, they suddenly saw a familiar face. Wei Qin also had lunch at the same restaurant. Last night at the door, he said a few words and left. Later on, he thought it was impolite. Xianxia was about to have a good chat with Wei Qin, but Manager Wu spoke first. Young Master Wei, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Yes, Uncle Wu. Wei Qin smiled reservedly. I heard from my father that you've returned to China. I was about to hold a welcome dinner for you. When are you free? I'm afraid I can't. Manager Wu wiped the sweat off his forehead. In front of his boss, he didn't dare to get too close to other companies. Okay, then I'll ask my assistant to arrange another time with you. Wei Qin glanced at Xianxia. Since you're busy, I won't bother you. Goodbye, Uncle Wu. Okay, goodbye. Manager Wu said goodbye to Wei Qin. The two of them didn't mention Xianxia from beginning to end. Xianxia was like a human-shaped pillar, listening with great interest. After Wei Qin walked away, Xianxia asked curiously, Uncle Wu, do you know each other? Why are you calling me Uncle Wu? Just call me Old Wu. Manager Wu quickly waved his hand and explained, he's the son of Xianxia Jewelry. My wife has designed several jewelry for his family. In recent years, Xianxia has been looking for high-end diamond raw materials. I heard that our Qi Corporation took down a diamond mine. Chairman Wei came to Chairman Qi to discuss cooperation, but was rejected by Chairman Qi. Later, they found me through my wife and wanted me to say a few good words to Chairman Qi. I never agreed. Don't misunderstand, little President Qi. With the overexploitation of mineral resources, the price of diamonds was rising year by year. It was getting harder and harder to get high-quality diamond raw materials. Generally, diamond mines were signed with companies. Now that there was a new mine owner, it was normal for Wei Qin's father to be eager to cooperate with the Qi Corporation. Unfortunately, Chairman Qi didn't do his job and got all the love diamonds of thousands of girls' dreams into his son's handset. Xianxia was a little distressed about his father's money. He sent the driver, Old Qin, to take Manager Wu to the high-speed railway station. He walked back to the studio with his hand on his chest. Before the start of the afternoon recording, he was very hesitant to take out the handset. On second thought, this was his brother's kindness. If his brother knew that he accepted it but didn't use it, he might misunderstand that he didn't like it. How sad would his brother be? Xianxia sighed, gritted his teeth, took out the handset, and went to talk to the sound engineer about changing to a personal microphone. The sound engineer was adjusting the circuit of the incandescent lamp when a beam of light suddenly shone into his eyes. He exclaimed, "Who turned on the flashlight? Turn it off." Xianxia quickly covered the microphone and apologized repeatedly. The sound engineer rubbed his eyes and realized that it wasn't someone who had turned on the flashlight, but the shiny thing in Xinguang's observer's hand. He smacked his lips. "It's not a problem to change to a personal microphone. Connect it to your Bluetooth. The password is 68. What's on your microphone? Why is it so shiny?" "Crystal, artificial crystal." Xianxia fooled him. Unfortunately, he could fool rough men, but he couldn't fool women. Xianxia saw his microphone and her eyes widened. "Oh my god. Xing, what are you doing? Isn't this too extravagant?" Xianxia, huh? TSK, look at the clarity, look at the cutting. She pointed at the big 3-carat diamonds on the microphone. "You're actually willing to put them on the microphone. The market price for one is about 200,000 yuan. What a waste." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was attracted by the big diamonds and didn't notice the blue and small diamonds. Otherwise, he would be scolded to death. In the afternoon, they recorded a small interactive segment. Then, the trainees began to practice their performance. All the classes were separated during the grouping. The instructors didn't need to follow specific classes. The 5 of them inspected the practice rooms one by one and strolled all the way to the activity room. To their surprise, they found an automatic mahjong machine lying in the middle of the activity room. It was probably prepared for the trainees' spare time. Mahjong, chips, dice, everything was available. Xianxia was from Sichuan. When she saw the mahjong machine, a row of nails grew from the soles of her feet. She rubbed her hands and said, "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we play a few rounds?" The assistant following behind them found good material and helped Xianxia think. What could the rest of them do? They could only agree. As the initiator, Bai needed to supervise the trainees' practice from time to time. He couldn't sit at the table. Therefore, Yongyuyang, Xianxia, Wei Qin, and Xianxia sat on the 4 sides. They set the stakes for the winner and drew on the loser's face. Xianxia immediately became timid. He had played mahjong a few times at class gatherings before. Other than that, he had no experience. He didn't even know how to win. He didn't want to be drawn as a ghost. Xianxia hesitated. "Brother Yi, why don't you play?" "I'm afraid that when the program is broadcast, my face will leave a shadow on the audience and affect the program's image." Bai couldn't help but laugh at his frightened tone. "It's okay. Play well. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's on you." "Io, can you be more fair?" Yongyuyang pretended to be jealous. "You two should be a family. You even brought 2 people together." What they were doing was indeed unfair. Bai changed his mind. "Then I'll just take the punishment for him and not say anything. Is that okay?" Yes. Xianxia was anxious. Come, play your cards." As it turned out, little brother Qi was indeed a terrible mahjong player. In the first round, he made a move on Xianxia. 3 cat whiskers appeared on Bai's left face. In the second round, he made a move on Yongyuyang. Bai's right face instantly became symmetrical. In the third round, a pair of virtual reality glasses appeared on Bai's nose bridge. Seeing Bai's face gradually become more diverse, Xianxia's heart ached for him, but he was also a little happy. When he took the punishment for him, Bai didn't show any reluctance. He even told him to relax and encouraged him to have fun. Bai was really good to him. However, he couldn't just keep losing. He decided to change his strategy. He wouldn't win, but would play with the winner. He wouldn't try to win, but he wouldn't lose. Finally, it was Wei Qin's turn to make a move on the fourth round. Xianxia grinned. He turned around and extended his fist, wanting to punch Bai Yi in celebration. However, Wei Qin's voice came from beside him. He said, "Brother Yi, my skin is allergic. Can you take the punishment for me too?" The camera turned to Bai Yi. Everyone looked at him. Bai Yi was stunned. "Okay, I can take the punishment for you." Xianxia retracted his hand. The smile on his face gradually faded. I'm going to the bathroom. You guys go ahead. Don't wait for me." Xianxia suddenly stood up and left the activity room with his head lowered. Bai Yi looked at his back and frowned. He continued, "But my face is Xianxia's position. Brother Yang, you can draw on my hand." Yang opened the pen cap. Bai Yi watched him finish and said, "Wei Qin's face is allergic. Don't play. Have a good rest. Let's go check on the students." After that, Bai Yi left the activity room and walked towards the bathroom. The skinny man turned into the practice room and locked the door. As expected, Class F was very scattered. Almost every group in the 12 groups had students. Fortunately, Xianxia used the time after the recording to finish learning the remaining 4 songs. Otherwise, he would not have been able to guide them. At 10:30 p.m., the students returned to Class F one after another. Xianxia was afraid that they would not be able to keep up if they stayed up late to practice. He prepared porridge and side dishes early and waited at the door. He gave one to each person who came in. The assistant held the prawn biscuit and said in a muffled voice, "It's so late." The other teachers seemed to have left. "How long are you going to stay?" Xianxia did not say that he was going to stay until the end. Otherwise, when it was broadcast, people would definitely think that he was putting on a show. "Let's see how it goes," he said. "If everyone has no problems, I'll go back to sleep." However, how could there be no problems in Class F? After receiving the porridge, no one was in a hurry to eat it. One by one, they sat cross-legged against the wall. Their faces were so sad that it was as if they had not taken the second exam for 10 years. Xianxia was curious. "What's wrong? Tell me." "There's nothing to say." Wu Qian lowered his head. "Teacher Xiaoqi, you guessed right. We're dragging the team down." Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. He thought that by giving them a heads up, they would feel less depressed. Unfortunately, the children were still shocked. "Based on the current situation, mourning is the most useless emotion," Xianxia said. "Every second you mourn means you've wasted a second to practice and catch up with the rest of the team. Do you want to waste your time blindly? No. If you don't want to eat, then hurry up and eat." Xianxia clapped his hands and said sternly, "Hurry up and eat. After eating, get up and train." The students were spurred on by him. They wolfed down the food and lined up in front of the mirror in high spirits. 6 songs, 6 different sets of dance moves. In order to show the diversity of the music style, the music arrangement teacher covered almost all the elements of the current songs. Trap, R&B, blue, jazz. In order to match the arrangement of the music, the choreography was even more varied. Before the start of the training, the students of Class F were a little worried. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to learn, but they were also worried that if they asked a question and Teacher Qi was stunned and recorded by the camera in the practice room, it would have a bad impact on Teacher Qi. After the first episode of Time was released, Xianxia was scolded because of Kevin. They all saw it. Although they hadn't known each other for long, in their hearts, he was already a teacher, a friend, a teacher, and a friend. They respected and liked him. They didn't want to see him get scolded again, so they asked very carefully. What made him happy was that when Wu Qian asked him how to sing the chorus, he was able to answer it. When the students asked him how to sing the high notes, he showed them how to sing them. When the 2 dance moves couldn't be connected, he guided them step by step. The students of Class F thought, "Oh, Teacher Qi isn't just saying. Teacher Qi has practiced for them. Teacher Qi is the best." Everyone's enthusiasm for the practice rose. They abandoned all their scruples and only had one goal in front of them, exerting their strength and sweat. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Wu Qian wiped the waterfall on his face and advised him, "Teacher Qi, we're almost done. You should go back and rest first." It's okay. I'm not sleepy. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Wu Qian couldn't help but say again, Teacher Qi, we've learned everything. We just need to practice. We'll go back to the dormitory after a while. Don't worry about us. Go to sleep. Shut up. Qi Xingchen threw a towel over. Practice for another half an hour. Everyone go back and rest. Wu Qian was crying from being flung around. Everyone was laughing at him, but their actions did not stop. Qi Xingchen looked at these guys and felt a lot calmer. He leaned against the wall to help them count the beats, not daring to let himself be idle. When he was idle, the scene of Bai Yi agreeing to be punished for Wei Qin would unconsciously replay in his mind. Even though he knew that Wei Qin needed help for his face allergy in public and in front of the camera, Bai Yi could only choose to agree, whether out of sympathy or friendship. But he always wanted Bai Yi to be special to him, even more special. He might really like Bai Yi. After driving with Class F for a few days, the second episode of My Time was released. The main episode lasted 3.5 hours, from learning the theme song to the release of the first round of competition tasks. Just like the previous episode, it dominated the weekly number of views on the internet. Ever since he offended Kevin last time, Kevin's fans would go to the Time Topic Square or Qi Xingchen's homepage from time to time to scold him. But after 2 or 3 minutes, before the passers-by saw it, the Weibo post would mysteriously disappear, and even the account would be banned for 7 days. Over time, Kevin's fans became rabid. They secretly sharpened their knives, waiting for the second episode of My Time to be released so that they could take over the bullet screen and catch Qi Xingchen off guard. At the same time, Xing Guang had already expected this to happen, so he expanded the anti-defamation team from 5 teams to 10 teams in advance. They gathered 20 minutes before the start of the broadcast to copy anti-defamation and popular science. Therefore, when the second episode was released, in addition to a large number of night sky comments, the bullet screen instantly became a battlefield between Xing Guang and K's fans. Mirror, 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 tell me, will Brother Yi become my husband? Sister, you're dreaming. Brother Yi and I have already registered our marriage, hee hee. But recently, I realized that little brother number 7 is not bad. Why don't I commit the crime of bigamy? Xing Guang's observer's evaluation is unfair. Resources are biased towards Nuya Entertainment. Kevin's ability is obvious to all, but he's only a B-level Qi Xingchen. Qi Xingchen has no competitive spirit. Get out of my time. Qi Xingchen has no competitive spirit. Get out of my time. Qi Xingchen has no competitive spirit. Get out of my time. After a large number of K's fans flooded the screen, Xing Guang's popular science explanation and clarification followed. From time to time, Night Sky, who had enjoyed the benefits of Qi Xingchen's live broadcast, helped to say a few words. Most of the fans and passers-by held a wait-and-see attitude, watching the show while watching the two sides fight. Soon, the content of the performance trainees' hard work was over, and they entered the acceptance segment of the theme song. Han Qing was the first to appear. After watching, the passers-by said frowny face Xing Guang's observer's evaluation is good. This little brother is very good. He's a little silly and cute. I'm a fan. Cuckoo from Class F appeared and confessed to teacher Little Qi. After watching, the passers-by said frowny face I can feel that Class F has deep feelings for Qi Xingchen. I cried when Little 7 said those words. He's so warm. 1551, he scolded them sternly before the practice and comforted them carefully after the acceptance. Xing Guang put in a lot of effort. It's a blessing for Class F to be able to meet such a mentor. When it was time for Kevin to appear, K's fans were ready to fight the hardest. Xing Guang was ready to fight back the most tiring criticism. The passers-by and other fans were ready to eat the sweetest melon. Hundreds of millions of viewers were ready. Kevin sang a muffled Chinese theme song. K's fans, he's already working very hard to speak Chinese like this. Rap exploded. Rizabai. Qi Xingchen, that college student, probably doesn't understand. Ugh. Xing Guang, don't use your diploma to attack people. Passers-by, the melon is ripe. Kevin insisted that he didn't know that the chorus had changed. K's fans, he's new here and has no one to help him. He's super pitiful. Xianxia, that college student, only knows how to take advantage of his Chinese. Ugh. Xinguang, don't use your diploma to attack people. Passers-by, the melon can be picked now. Xianxia scribbled down a perfect English annotation, then explained to Kevin in fluent English and gave him a rating. Case fans, passers-by. F*CK, the melon is rotten. Xinguang, hands on hips, I said, don't use your diploma to attack people. Who dares to say that my brother is uncultured? Passers-by and other fans, I wouldn't dare. Sorry for the disrespect. Even I can't speak English as well as little Seven. The bullet screen was occupied by more and more praises for Xianxia. Case fans saw that things were not going well and left in a mess. They wanted to save their energy for the next battle. The bullet screen finally returned to the world of ha 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 and ah. However, just as the audience thought that they were going to spend the remaining hour in peace, something even more frightening happened. When the trainees were being divided into groups, a certain Xinguang observer who had just started a bloodbath had an extra microphone in his hand. From afar, it was bright, but from close up, it refracted thousands of beams of light. The curious female audience couldn't help but take screenshots and enlarge them to the maximum to observe and discuss. I thought it was a check diamond, but it doesn't look like it. Could it be an arcanite? Even arcanites don't seem so bright. Well, I want to say that these should be real diamonds, and they are high-quality diamonds with extremely high clarity. I'm a receptionist in a jewelry store and deal with these things every day. My judgment can't be wrong. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. I wanted to buy a blue diamond for a long time, but I couldn't find one. I didn't expect little Seven to embed it in his microphone. What a waste. What a waste. The male audience who didn't know about diamonds felt their scalps tingle as they watched the female audience speculate. Xinguang observer's microphone. It sounds very expensive. Why don't we go to Weibo and ask? With everyone's wisdom, we can basically figure out how much this microphone costs. We really want to know what kind of life rich people live. Soon, Weibo was flooded with screenshots of the microphone. Curiosity was the primary productive force. In less than half an hour, an employee of the diamond appraisal agency gave the answer frowny face 203 diamonds of 1 to 2 carat, average market price of 40,000 yuan per piece, total of 12 million yuan, 31 diamonds of 2 to 3 carat, average market price of 100,000 yuan per piece, total of 1 million yuan, 22 diamonds of more than 3 carat, average market price of 200,000 yuan per piece, total of 4 million yuan, 1 blue diamond, analyzed to be about 8 carats, auction price starting at 2 million yuan. Note, the market average price above is calculated by rounding down. A long list of numbers appeared in front of their eyes. The netizens were dizzy and turned on their calculators with weak limbs. 812,310,440,200 equals 1762 unit, 10,000 yuan. So, what kind of life was rich people like? F*CK, a microphone cost 17 million yuan, F*CK. The moment he decided to use the microphone, Xianxia guessed that it would cause a lot of discussion. He obediently locked his phone and tactfully chose not to surf the internet for the time being. The next night, it was time for the banquet set by Camilla. Xianxia arranged for Wu Qian to look after the students while he asked for leave to attend the banquet. For such an occasion, men did not need to dress up too exquisitely. They just needed to be solemn and gentlemanly. The stylist, Jiang, chose a smoky gray checkered suit. It was a casual style with a slightly tight waist. He did not wear a tie, and a hand-embroidered silk pocket handkerchief was inserted in front of his chest. A rose that had not yet bloomed extended diagonally from the bottom corner of the handkerchief, revealing half a tender and beautiful bud on the side of the pocket. It was as if a drop of blood had dripped onto his clean and pure temperament, adding a bit of brilliance to it. Jiang finished tidying up his hair and clicked her tongue. Little Xing, you can't lose any more weight. If your butt is not perky, you won't look good in a suit. Xianxia blushed at her words. He ran out of the hotel and drove to the city center by himself. It was a private trip, so he did not let Anran and old Qin follow him. Anyway, Manager Wu was going today. When he came back, he could ask Manager Wu to send him back. Camilla chose the banquet to be held at the rooftop garden in S City. She took the sightseeing elevator up. Xianxia and her husband were standing at the door, greeting the guests. Seeing Xianxia come over by himself, Xianxia asked curiously, "Sweetheart, you came alone? It's not convenient for me to bring a female companion. You know that." Xianxia communicated with her in English. "Yes, I invited some media. I hope it won't cause you any trouble." Xianxia paused. "Why didn't you come with Wei Qin? I heard that you two are filming in the same program." "We left the program at different times." Xianxia could not answer. "I'll go in first." As one of the main characters of the banquet, Xianxia asked her husband to personally lead Xianxia into the venue. She opened the curtains. There were food and wine racks around the venue. On the side of the window were tables of different sizes for dinner and rest. In the center of the venue, there was a 3-story stone table. On it, the new products of Après were displayed in order. As the main product, the Siren Blue bottle was at the top. Xianxia came later. At this time, there were already more than a dozen groups of men and women standing together, chatting and drinking. Seeing that Camilla's husband was personally leading a handsome young man, most of the attention was focused on Xianxia. Camilla's husband was Chinese. He introduced in a low voice, "The two groups standing by the window are media reporters and editor-in-chief of magazines. The tables on the right are mostly internet celebrities, self-media, and artists. On the left are businessmen, young masters, and socialites. Oh, by the way, there's a man you know, Wei Qin. He's also among them." Wei Qin was the son of Appointment Jewelry. He was not among the artists but was automatically listed as a businessman. Xianxia was not surprised. After all, rich businessmen had a much higher status than artists. In the eyes of many rich businessmen, artists were just playthings. Xianxia expressed his understanding. Camilla's husband finished his task and left. Xianxia picked up a glass of juice and found a corner with fewer people. He drank while looking for Manager Wu and his wife. He did not find them. The couple came later than him. After a while, almost everyone had arrived. Camilla decided not to wait any longer. She first said a few words of courtesy. "Thank you for coming. Please continue to support Après." Then, the Sirens commercial and behind-the-scenes footage were played live, and Xianxia's performance was greatly praised. Xianxia's face was hot from the praise. He thanked her. Camilla took his arm and smiled as she pulled him down to greet the guests. After getting drunk last time, he knew that he could not hold his liquor. He only took a small sip each time. After a round, he felt a little dizzy, but his stomach was not uncomfortable. He was clear-headed. Soon, the internet celebrities came to ask him to take photos. Xianxia declined, and Camilla followed them to a place with a good view. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. He did not like to socialize, mainly because he did not know the art of speaking. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was better not to speak. Unfortunately, his peace did not last long. A well-dressed woman raised her glass and walked to him. She smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Qi. I'm the editor-in-chief of Fashion Cosmo magazine. Why didn't you eat anything?" Fashion Cosmo was one of the top 5 fashion magazines in China. The cover was unimaginable. If one could be on its centerfold, it would be a first-class fashion resource. Xianxia did not read magazines before. He did not know what it meant for the editor-in-chief of Fashion Cosmo to take the initiative to talk to him. Seeing that the other party was older than him, he quickly replied, "You can call me Xiao Qi. I ate before I came. I'm not too hungry. Thank you for your concern. I thought you were trying to maintain your figure." The editor-in-chief clinked her glass with him. She could not hide the admiration in her eyes. "Your face is in line with the golden ratio. Your head and body ratio are also quite good. You're very suitable for the big screen. Maintain your current figure. You don't need to lose weight. If you lose any more weight, you'll lose your looks." Xianxia did not know how to respond to the compliment. He smiled gratefully. At this time, the other editor-in-chief of the magazine, artists, and media people also came over. They did not have a common language with the rich businessmen. It was more useful to socialize with the industry. This was Ka Meyer's place. For Ka Meyer and for Xianxia's stunning appearance in the commercial, everyone could not help but praise him. Xiaoqi has good taste. Today's dress is generous and special. Especially the finishing touch, the handkerchief. It's beautiful. I don't know when I can work with brother Xiaoqi. I want to play your sister, hee. I found that I have a lot of affinity with Xiaoqi. I went to the group interview for Heart of the Ocean last time. Those parrots. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xianxia waved his hand. Brother, don't talk about it. It's too embarrassing. Ha 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 ha, okay, I won't talk about it. The reporter stopped laughing and did not forget to dig for more news. Then tell me, what's wrong with your microphone? Xianxia rolled his eyes and quickly thought about how to respond. He seemed to be unable to find a better answer than a gift from his family. He opened his mouth. Suddenly, Wei Qin's voice came from behind. What are you guys talking about? You're so happy. I can hear your laughter from this stage. Wei Qin was in the industry. Naturally, he was welcomed by the media. Everyone made way for him and he easily blended in. With his participation, the media forgot about the microphone in the blink of an eye. Xianxia dodged a bullet. The circle of people chatted for a few minutes. Xianxia inevitably heard a familiar question. By the way, Xiaoqi, aren't you and Wei Qin filming my time? Why didn't you come together? I saw that you guys were playing separately just now. Xianxia paused. Although he did not know the identity of the woman who asked the question, it was obvious that she was an entertainment reporter or a self-media person. The question implied that he was not on good terms with Wei Qin. Ka Meyer held the celebration banquet mainly for publicity. It was not a private matter. The more the news spread, the better. Therefore, everything that happened at the banquet could be posted on social media. There was no need to keep it a secret. Xianxia knew that he had to answer carefully. He thought for a few seconds. Wei Qin spoke first before he could. I'm here to attend the banquet on behalf of the jewelry company. Before I left, the second young master of the Zhang family invited me. I didn't wait for Xianxia. After I arrived, the second young master of the Zhang family kept chatting with me. Now he has time to look for you and Xianxia sighed. In the end, Wei Qin sighed rather helplessly. Everyone understood in their hearts, Wei Qin meant that he was going to the banquet as a young master, while Xianxia was going to the banquet as an artist. They were of different levels and had different social circles. Of course, they could not be in the same frame. The meaning of this paragraph was too obvious. The media immediately touched the recording pen that they had turned on when they came in. They were going to organize a draft when they got home. They wanted to take advantage of the popularity of the microphone and Wei Qin's rising popularity. No one noticed that a couple had arrived late. With the gift in hand, she hurried to the venue. Manager Wu was mainly accompanying his wife. Seeing that his wife had gone to look for Ka Meyer, he tidied up his appearance and caught a glimpse of an acquaintance. Hey, wasn't this their little President Qi? Hey, wasn't that the young master of the jewelry company, Wei Qin? Why were they all here? Manager Wu quickly walked over. Wei Qin saw him first and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Wu, are you here with Auntie? You're dressed very gentlemanly today. Did you receive the appointment email from my father's assistant? Wei Qin's tone was very polite. The media looked at Manager Wu curiously, trying to figure out who this person was. Manager Wu said awkwardly, Thank you for the compliment. I didn't have time to check my email today. Wait for me to go back and check. Speaking of this, he nodded at Wei Qin and then turned to Xianxia. Little President Qi, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the banquet? Wei Qin was stunned. Little President Qi? Yes, don't you know? The diamond mine that you want to cooperate with is under the name of Little President Qi. As if struck by lightning, Wei Qin instantly froze in place. Media, F***CK. They bumped into a piece of news while having a meal. Awesome. 3 minutes later, seen in news frowny face the story behind the 17 million handset. Xianxia is actually the owner of a diamond mine in South Africa. He's so rich. The media didn't know the inside story of the appointment with Qi Corporation, so they happily posted the news. Wei Qin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He barely maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and left with the excuse of going back to second young Master Zhang. Xianxia could guess that he would face a storm of media bombardment. While no one was paying attention, he escaped to Meyer and used Meyer as a shield. The good thing was that the media couldn't harass him anymore. The bad thing was that Meyer asked him to drink with him again. After a while, Xianxia started to get a little carried away. He motioned to Meyer to go to the bathroom. Meyer nodded in agreement. As he walked to the bathroom, he vaguely felt a gaze following him. After entering the cubicle, he sat on the toilet lid and massaged his temples to stimulate his brain while taking out his phone to check the time. He saw that there were 12 missed calls. 2 of them were from Enran. The remaining 10 were from Bai Yi. Why was he looking for him? After figuring out his feelings, Xianxia had been looking for opportunities to distance himself from Bai Yi for the past few days. Firstly, he wanted to confirm whether his feelings for Bai Yi were real or fake feelings of dependence brought about by long-term close contact. Secondly, Bai Yi was a 2D character and the male lead. How could he fall in love with the male lead of a 2D character? Xianxia looked at the words 10 missed calls and his eyes became more and more teary. Zizi. Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated. Bai Yi called for the 11th time. Xianxia was flustered. He didn't know what to do with this person. He subconsciously pressed the answer button. The male voice he liked sounded from the receiver. Is the banquet over? No. How did you know? Enran told me. Bai Yi paused for a moment. Did you drink? Just a little, not much. Okay. Try not to get drunk and go back to the hotel as soon as possible. Got it. Then. I'm hanging up. After getting an affirmative answer, Xianxia hung up. The smell of alcohol dissipated a little, but his mind was even more muddled. He suddenly felt bored. He got up and walked out of the bathroom to ask Meyer to leave the banquet. Meyer tried to persuade him to stay but failed. He wanted to send him off but was rejected. He walked slowly into the elevator. Just before the elevator door closed, a man squeezed in. They had met at the banquet. It was one of the rich businessmen. Xianxia ignored him. Outside the banquet hall, Bai Yi sat in the driver's seat with his elbows on the steering wheel. He looked at the entrance quietly. For the past few nights, the little fan was not in the room when he delivered milk. Today, he found out from Enran that the little fan was attending the banquet, so he drove here himself. He had seen his little fan get drunk twice, so he couldn't be at ease. Moreover, the little fan was not in a good mood recently. When he practiced, it was like his life depended on it. It was easy to get drunk in this state. If the media caught him drunk, the consequences would be unimaginable. He tapped the steering wheel again and again to relieve his boredom. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Just as he took out his phone to make a call, he saw a man following closely behind the little fan. The little fan's footsteps were frantic. It seemed like he was avoiding him. Xianxia was indeed avoiding the man behind him. As the elevator went down, he felt that the man kept looking at his lower body. It was disgusting. After they got out of the elevator, the man knew that he would not have a chance to attack him. He reached out his arms to hug him. Fortunately, he was agile. He twisted his body and dodged, running all the way out. Unfortunately, he was not completely sober. His legs were a little weak. The man was not drunk at all. He ran very fast. He was only a few steps away from catching up with him. Xianxia sped up again and ran wildly to the place where he parked his car. The man was getting closer and closer. A second before his hand was about to grab the hem of his shirt, Xianxia felt his vision go black. Then, there was a thud, the man fell to the ground with a thud, and he screamed incessantly. Everything happened too fast. Xianxia had no idea what had happened. He looked up blankly. Bai Yi kicked the man and felt that it was not enough. He added another kick and wrapped Xianxia's head with his jacket. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. It's safe now. Follow me." Xianxia's head was covered by his clothes, so he couldn't see anything. He only felt a hand on his back, patting him comfortingly, and then pushing him in a certain direction. It was pitch black in front of him, so he subconsciously pulled the sleeve of the person beside him. Bai Yi thought he was still in shock, so he grabbed his wrist. The young man's wrist was thin and weak, so he could easily grab it. He didn't know how such a thin body could contain so much energy. The car was parked not far away, so Bai Yi opened the door of the passenger seat and stuffed the young man in. When he returned to the driver's seat, the young fan had already freed his head from the clothes, and said anxiously, "When did you get here? Are there paparazzi?" "I just got here, so I didn't pay attention to the surroundings." "Oh no, I didn't pay attention either." Xianxia scratched his head hard. "What if the paparazzi took a picture of you hitting someone?" "It's all my fault." Bai Yi looked at his messy hair and was stunned. When faced with such a situation, the first reaction of a normal person would be to cry in fear, but the young fan's first reaction was to worry that his reputation would be damaged. He had planned to teach the young fan a lesson, but now his heart had softened, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to open his mouth for the time being. It wasn't a good place to stay, so Bai Yi leaned over and helped Xianxia fasten his seat belt. When he was fastening the belt, he smelled the sweet fragrance of champagne on him, so he fished out a bottle of water from the back seat for him to quench his thirst. Xianxia saw the round bottle and thought it was milk. When he saw that it was water, his scattered hope was completely shattered. He squeezed the bottle with his fingers. "Rest for a while." Bai Yi put his clothes back on him. "I'll call you when we arrive at the hotel." Xianxia closed his eyes, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. Today, Bai Yi came to pick him up and save him, so he was very grateful, but also sad. He hadn't received any milk from Bai Yi for several days, and that was the only thing that made him feel special to Bai Yi. Now that Bai Yi didn't send him milk, did he start to hate him, or had Wei Qin replaced him? His emotions were like a bottomless whirlpool, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt. The drunkenness that he had almost dissipated came back, and he couldn't tell if it was because of the champagne or because he wasn't sober. Anyway, he felt very wronged now, very wronged. When he went back to his room, he reached his peak. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it well, Bai Yi followed him into the house and prepared to coax him to sleep before leaving. He pointed with his chin, and asked, "Is there anything I can't see?" Xianxia, "No." There was A's eyes, he SSS was S's C. He's, he of him S, he TTSTS. Xianxia remained silent. It. Is. TG. After that, he turned around and went into the bathroom. Showering while drunk was the most dangerous. Bai Yi was afraid that he would choke on water, so he stood guard at the bathroom door. In less than 5 seconds, the sound of water splashing could be heard. "Bai Yi, you didn't take off your clothes?" Xianxia, who was well dressed, finally reacted. He turned off the shower, took off the suit that was sticking to his body, and put on the shower gel. After washing off the foam and drying himself, he looked at his and then looked at the pajamas Bai Yi gave him. There was nothing. Bai Yi was still outside. He couldn't go out in pajamas. If he was seen, wouldn't he be a pervert? He leaned against the door and said awkwardly that he couldn't say it. Bai Yi immediately understood his intention. "You want to change your underwear?" "Yeah." Not long after, the door was pushed open a little. The hand that was supposed to be holding the microphone, playing the violin, or signing autographs for fans was picking up his underwear. Xianxia felt that his behavior was blasphemous. Blood rushed to his head. He took the underwear as if he had been electrocuted and put it on quickly. He was in too much of a hurry when he pulled it up. The rubber band bounced on his butt, causing him to hiss in pain. When he went out, his mind was even more confused. Bai Yi had already made the bed for him. Seeing him standing in the middle of the living room, he raised his eyebrows. "Come and sleep." "No." "Not sleepy?" "No." "Are you thinking about the students in F class?" Bai Yi guessed. Xianxia stiffened his neck. "I'm not sleeping." Bai Yi and him confronted across the air. He knew that it was useless to beat around the bush. He had to solve the problem first. "Why don't you sleep? Tell me." Xianxia didn't have to care about his face anymore since he had already made Bai Yi give him his underwear. He bit his lower lip. Because I didn't drink milk. Bai Yi had slept in the same bed as his fan during the recording of Budget Traveler. Now that he thought about it, his fan didn't have the habit of drinking milk before sleeping. He understood something and asked tentatively, "Do you want to drink milk or the milk I give you?" "You don't give me any milk." "What's the difference?" So it was like that. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. "I've been coming every night around 10, but you're not here." He came every night. Xianxia couldn't believe it. Then one day, "Why didn't you come when Wei Qin looked for you?" When he said Wei Qin looked for you, his tone suddenly became heavier. Bai Yi clearly understood the two meanings. He explained one by one, "The third round of the competition is an original song. The program team asked me and Wei Qin to come up with an original song. Wei Qin came to discuss it with me. At 10:20, I was afraid that you would fall asleep, so I asked Wei Qin to leave first. But you didn't open the door when I knocked." Xianxia was speechless. When he saw Wei Qin that night, he was so annoyed that he didn't even know where he was. For the rest of the time, because he didn't want to face Bai Yi, he hung out with Class F until 2 or 3 in the morning. It wasn't that Bai Yi didn't give him milk, but that he missed it. Xianxia felt a little better. He rubbed the tip of his nose. Bai Yi continued to ask, "What other grievances do you have? Tell me." "Nothing." Based on the little fan's character of not being able to hide things, if the misunderstanding was solved, he would definitely go to bed satisfied. Now he was still standing there. How could it be that nothing happened? Bai Yi sighed, walked in front of him, and stroked his bangs that were stuck to his forehead. He suddenly found that there were red circles around his eyes. Obviously, he had a lot of things on his mind. "I don't want to see you wronged." Bai Yi twirled his half-dry hair. "Tell me." Xianxia shook his head. "Bai Yi, I've been an idol for 7 years, but it's the first time I've been so close to a fan. You have to give me a chance to correct myself, okay?" Maybe his tone was too gentle, or maybe the words, "the first time you've been so close," touched a nerve. Xianxia's accumulated grievances for many days exploded. He could no longer suppress them. He raised his chin, gritted his teeth, and complained, "Why did you become someone else's kitten?" Kitten, Bai Yi thought for a while before he realized that the kitten he was talking about was the day when he helped Xianxia get punished for drawing a cat's face. Later, Wei Qin also offered to help. He didn't let Wei Qin draw his face, but his arm. But at that time, the little fan went to the bathroom and didn't see the situation. Explaining would probably not work. He could tell that the little fan didn't want to be a kitten, but to be his one and only. "Go to sleep." Bai Yi pressed his forehead, and said in a helpless and indulgent tone, "I'll only be your kitten in the future." Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't believe what he heard from Bai Yi. He was pushed to bed by Bai Yi in a daze, and then woke up in a daze. He wasn't drunk. His super memory told him that Bai Yi really said that. However, he still couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that he was special to Bai Yi. She turned on her phone worriedly and saw a WeChat message. "Bo, come find me across the street when you wake up. Let's have breakfast together." Xianxia, ah. This is the Tibetan plateau. He was so happy that he wanted to scream. Bai Yi actually asked him out for breakfast. He rushed to the wardrobe and pulled out a hoodie, but he felt that it was too careless and stuffed it back in. He pulled out a shirt and stuffed it back in because it felt too formal. In the end, he found a Cromwell short-sleeved t-shirt. It was pure black with a large print on the back. Paired with Tom Brown sweatpants and Ajax off-white sneakers, it looked simple and cool. Jiang would help him take care of his hair before the recording. In any case, this was already much better than his usual messy clothes. Bai Yi wouldn't think that he was ugly, right? Xianxia habitually applied 2 bottles of perfume and knocked on the door. Bai Yi was also ready. He was dressed in sportswear and his hair was also unstyled. The smell of the sea monster mixed with the smell of the young shepherd, strangely exuding an indescribable beauty. Bai Yi locked the door and the two walked forward side by side. Unfortunately, as soon as the other party spoke, Xianxia's heart sank. "You weren't in a good state last night, so I didn't ask you." Baiye's tone was serious. Why did you attend the banquet alone? Xianxia sighed inwardly and didn't escape the fate of being scolded. He said honestly, and Ran and old Qin have been waiting for me until the wee hours of the morning. They're too tired. I was thinking of giving them a day off. Then the host of the banquet should have sent you to the car. I didn't expect this to happen, so I didn't let her send me. Also, I'm not afraid of the old man chasing me. I didn't hit him because I was afraid of the paparazzi outside. The two of them were entangled. If they were photographed, it would be easier for it to be misinterpreted. It was better to escape. Then don't be alone next time. Baiyi was helpless. Now a lot of people like good-looking boys like you. What did you say? Before Baiyi finished, Xianxia boldly interrupted, say it again? Baiyi frowned. Don't be alone. The next sentence. A lot of people like good-looking boys like you. Xianxia repeatedly chewed on the words good-looking boys. What did this mean? It meant that Baiyi thought he was good-looking. He. Xianxia was afraid that he would accidentally laugh out loud, so he raised his hand to cover his mouth. At this time, Wei Qin walked towards them. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked a little haggard. He probably didn't sleep last night. Seeing the two of them, Wei Qin slowed down and couldn't help but clench his fists. At Ka Meyer's banquet, Manager Wu revealed Xianxia's identity in front of so many people. It was equivalent to slapping him in the face. He could imagine how the fashion industry and the media would laugh at him in the future. Overconfident, blind, arrogant, he didn't dare to think about it. If he thought too much, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. And all the humiliation was given to him by the person in front of him. He had already lost yesterday. Today, he had to win back. Wei Qin straightened his back and said lightly, "Are you going to the studio?" Xianxia was in a good mood and replied, "No, we're going to have breakfast." "I haven't eaten either." Wei Qin turned to Baiyi. "Brother Yi, let's go together." They were staying in the same hotel. It was normal to meet in the morning and have breakfast together. Xianxia didn't mind. After all, they were going to be colleagues for 2 months. He opened his mouth and was about to say yes, but Baiyi said, "I ordered breakfast for 2. Sorry, I can't take you with me. You can order it yourself." After that, Baiyi directly took Xianxia to the elevator. Xianxia was stunned by Baiyi's ruthless rejection. He thought about it and licked his lips. It's not good if we don't bring Wei Qin, right? Baiyi was speechless for a moment. He couldn't understand what was in the head of this little fan surnamed Qi. Hurry up and press the floor. Don't be long-winded. Baiyi pinched the back of his neck. Didn't I say that I'll only be your kitten? Some people claimed that they were kittens, but they would pinch the back of others' necks as if they were playing with a cat. Some people were shameless enough to ask others to be their kitten, but when they were pinched by the back of their necks, they didn't realize that something was wrong. They were so greedy for other people's warmth that when they took their hands away, they would be disappointed for a few seconds. However, Xianxia was soon cured by the sumptuous breakfast and milk. Baiyi used to think that milk helped sleep, so he sent it every night. Now, he sent it morning and night. Anyway, it was cheap. As long as a certain Xianxia could drink it, he could afford it. Aluan had to start worrying about the milk. His boss said that he would get sick of drinking the same milk all the time, so he had to change it from time to time. It was as if he was raising a kitten. It was so annoying. Perhaps because he was too happy in the morning, Xianxia chose to lose his memory. He completely forgot what he had done yesterday and had a great time eating breakfast with Baiyi. Little did he know that the entire Weibo was going crazy. A few days ago, netizens were still looking for the source of the 17 million yuan handset. There must be a source for the hundreds of diamonds. As long as they could find the source, they would be able to see Xianxia's background. Xianxia's first year was peaceful, but in the second year, he suddenly started to appear on the hot searches. Variety shows, movie contracts, and business deals weren't exactly explosive, but they were smooth sailing. His popularity kept soaring. It was obvious that he had no one to rely on before, but later, he found a sugar daddy who fed him resources. Everyone was curious about who his sugar daddy was, so they dug into it day and night. Now, they understood. What was there to dig about? They couldn't dig it out, the diamonds were mined from his own mines. In summary, this little brother Chi had Oceanic World and South Africa's diamond mines under his name. He once went head-to-head with the company because of a management dispute. He won in the same day, and the management company apologized. He offended Kevin's fans, and Kevin's fans came out to scold him. He was restricted and banned. Did all the above rely on the income from Oceanic World and the diamond mines to buy resources, but the diamonds were all embedded in his handsets. Where did the money come from? The netizens were even more curious about his background. Someone had an idea. Do you remember when Xianxia tore the scumbag apart? Yes, yes. Do you think there's something wrong with that girl? It seems like I know her. Why don't I start with her? NSDD, let's go. Chi Yuji's Weibo was flooded by netizens who were bored out of their minds, as well as marketing accounts who wanted first-hand information. Then, he found out that this beautiful sister had 4 houses dedicated to storing clothes and a warehouse dedicated to collecting old clothes. She collected all the rare leather Birkins from Hermes. In her spare time, she either went to Fashion Week or was on the way to Fashion Week. Some time ago, he had bought thousands of bottles of perfume in one go. On the order form, he had accidentally exposed the word Chi. Following her likes, everyone found another high school student. This high school student rarely went on Weibo. 3 years ago, he had posted a few photos of himself when he was young and frivolous. Most people couldn't escape from those photos. There were 2 new posts on Weibo. One was the official announcement from Xinguang of My Time, and the other was an apology from director Shang Yuliang. On closer inspection, it seemed like Shang Yuliang was apologizing to this handsome guy. Oh, the handsome guy's surname is also Chi. Then, through an exclusive interview shared by the handsome guy, they found the Baidu encyclopedia of the president of the Chi Group. He graduated from HEC Paris, was the honorary president of the Chamber of Commerce in H Province, and was a member of the National People's Congress. He was one of the top 10 outstanding young people in 2019. In the photo, he was tall and had deep facial features. His appearance and family background were impeccable. With just one encyclopedia entry, he could support tens of millions of writers. Coincidentally, his name was Qi Yunxiao, and his surname was Qi. His father, Qi Xiaoming, the chairman of the Qi Group, was also surnamed Qi. Looking at the industries under Qi Yunxiao's name, there was a Stars Asset Management Fund, which held 40% of the shares of Nuya Entertainment and was the actual controller of Nuya Entertainment. What was Nuya Entertainment? It was Qi Xingqian's agency. Layers upon layers of relationships were laid out, and everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it, but they had to believe 2 things. First, Nuya Entertainment was also Qi Xingqian's. Second, Qi Xingqian was the F*King's second young master of the Qi family. He was sitting on trillions of dollars and had an outstanding status. Even his hair exuded the smell of money. No wonder he worked so hard. If he didn't become famous, he would have to go back and inherit the family fortune. No one expected that a low-key artist who made money by performing on the streets would have such a strong background. Not long after, #Qi Xingqian will inherit the family fortune if he doesn't become famous # became a hot search. A verified account summarized the process of exposing the truth. It was not difficult, mainly because Qi Xingqian was too weak in the past and had no motivation to expose it. Not long after it was sorted out, this Weibo post naturally did not escape the fate of being deleted. However, everyone had already taken screenshots and kept evidence. They covered their hearts that had been beaten by reality and laughed happily. However, less than 2 hours later, before he could finish eating the melon, another big melon fell from the sky and hit him on the head with the speed of lightning. The entertainment reporters exposed a video. In the video, a thin young man was running in front while a fat old man chased after him. 20 seconds later, Bai stood in front of the young man and kicked the old man down. He took off his jacket, covered the young man's head, and kicked him again in one go. Bai patiently guided the young man into his car. No matter what it was, as long as the name Bai was involved, it would become a hot topic. Once the video was posted, it was forwarded and commented on more than 10,000 times in the blink of an eye. The comment section was also in a mess. Today is also the day I become a groundhog. Oh my god, how can brother Yi be so handsome? How can he be so handsome? A WSN with a kick. His boyfriend strength is max 1551. When will the country send me such a boyfriend? I beg for condoms. The other party is brother Yi, right? Is brother Yi passing by or is he here to pick him up? At the mention of brother Chi, Night Sky, who was dazzled by their idol's handsomeness, immediately sounded the alarm. It was obvious that Bai Yi did attack for Xianxia, and it was considered legitimate self-defense. However, it was not good for public figures to fight. If Xianxia came forward to suck their blood, it would be equivalent to suffering a double loss. The gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, Night Sky quickly came up with a response plan, ready to kill the CP fans before they could say anything. Unexpectedly, the management group of last night's Star's CP fans became even more serious. Group leader, F*CK. F*CK. I'm tired of talking about last night's SCD. Moderator 1, I'm crying because of the sweetness. Let me cry for a while more. Moderator 2, I feel sorry for little Xing. Go to hell WSN. Brother Yi is so handsome protecting his wife. I wish them a long life together. Ah. Moderator 3, with this attitude, if they're not real, I'll pull my head off and let you guys kick it like a ball. Ah, sweet me to death. Everyone held for a while and realized that the situation was urgent. Now was not the time to talk about the CP, so they quickly discussed countermeasures. Group leader, the video this time is easy to be misled. Little Xing looks like he's a little drunk, and brother Yi kicked him a second time. In short, it's easy for people with ulterior motives to say that Xing doesn't love himself, or that brother Yi has a bad temper and a heavy hand. Moderator 2, it's not a big deal if it's another celebrity, but when it's brother Yi's turn, we have to be careful. Little Xing's background is too high profile. Let's manage the CP fans this time and quickly calm things down and let the video pass. Moderator 6, I agree. I'll download the video and keep it for myself. Moderator 2, me too. Let's hurry up and inform our group now. Every moderator sent a message to their group and at everyone, forbidding them from making any comments about the CP in the video. As CP fans who survived in the cracks of society, they were already very happy to have such a big sugar mountain to eat, so they humbly agreed to the moderators. Some of the more idle ones were even called out by the moderators to help Night Sky and Xingguang fight against the haters. Thus, when Night Sky was facing a formidable enemy, he realized that the CP fans with the ID last night stars not only did not scream, they even told him that Bai Yi and Xianxia were brothers and had a great relationship. Night Sky? Instead, it was the passers-by who held. Ah, can someone tell me who the little boy running in front is? That sharp chin, that thin waist, I'm going crazy. I've always heard that Bai Yi is arrogant and is willing to fight for this guy. The two of them must be very close. I just climbed out of the pit of the last CP, and now it seems like I'm going to fall into a new pit. You're good, Night Star. I'm going to make up for my old sugar. Jijuki, look at her boyfriend, and then look at yourself. Hitue. After observing the situation, the CP fans of last night stars shrugged. Helplessly. This has nothing to do with us. Night Sky and Xingguang, of course it's not your fault. Thank you for your help. The point is, we also think that it's a little sweet. CP fans of last night stars, huh? The day before the official competition, the uproar on Weibo did not affect the teachers and students. At night, Xianxia routinely patrolled Class F, and Bai Yi was prepared to check all the practice rooms, so he went to Class F's practice room with him. Wu Qian was leading the students in a hot dance when he saw the door open and two figures, one tall and one short, appeared at the door. He raised his head and whistled. The rest of the students followed closely behind. Yo yo yo. Are you guys addicted to yo-yo? Xianxia was so angry that his head hurt. How's your progress today? Wu Qian, reporting to Little President Qi, we're basically familiar with everything. Change back to what you used to call me. Why are you calling me that? You're too rich. Wu Qian laughed. If I don't show you some respect, I'm afraid that you'll smash me to death with diamonds. yes, yes, yes. The other students followed suit. Little President Qi, please spare our lives. Xianxia's face was burning from their antics. He knew that the students were purely joking, and he guessed that he would definitely be ridiculed today. He had already planned to shamelessly endure it. However, he did not expect that Bai Yi would come with him. During the day, Bai Yi had his own filming schedule and almost never stopped, so they did not meet. When the two of them walked over just now, Bai Yi did not mention his identity as the second young master of the Qi family at all. For Bai Yi's team, they must have gotten the news immediately. He did not believe that Bai Yi did not know. Xianxia quietly glanced to the left, trying to observe Bai Yi's reaction. He was afraid that Bai Yi would be angry that he did not inform him in advance. Unfortunately, Bai Yi's expression did not change. He could only vent his anger on the students. Don't stop, practice hard. Why are you being so fierce? His curiosity overcame his fear of little teacher Qi. Wu Qian could not help but turn to Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, you're really too handsome, too handsome, too handsome. Have you practiced martial arts before? No. F***ck? You haven't? I feel like you're going to break that pervert's ribs with that kick. I was a little angry at the time, Bai Yi explained. Maybe I hit him a little too hard. Hearing this, the students were amazed. Only Wu Qian dared to continue. He looked meaningfully at Xianxia and then at Bai Yi. Teacher Bai, did you pass by last night? No, Bai Yi answered straightforwardly. I went to pick him up. Hey, hey, hey. Just now, it was only Wu Qian who looked at them meaningfully. Now, everyone began to look at them meaningfully. Xianxia's ears were burning. When he did not know that he liked Bai Yi, it was better to encounter such topics. Now that he understood his feelings, a little teasing could make him shy, and happy for a long time. Bai Yi stood beside him. He could see his red ears if he tilted his head slightly. Knowing that his little fan was thin-skinned, he stopped the topic. What else do you want to say? If not, I'm leaving. Wu Qian raised his hand. Yes. I do. Speak. Hee, Teacher Bai, Wu Qian said with a cheeky smile. Our little teacher Qi is handsome, capable, and rich. We're entrusting him to you. You have to treat him well. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia was anxious. Wu Qian, are you itching for a beating? I wouldn't dare, Wu Qian ran away with a smile. He was not itching for a beating. The video incident had blown up, and the program team wanted to ride on the hype. They deliberately let Class F lead the conversation in this direction. Even if he did not say it, the program team would have to find someone else to say it. So, it was better to let him say it. Moreover, it was easy for Bai Yi to respond to his joke. Just like Xianxia, he told everyone not to joke around or just casually said a few words to fool them. However, Bai Yi nodded. Okay, I will. Wu Qian was stunned. Nuya is already his. Of course, I have to please him. Bai Yi looked at Xianxia half-jokingly. Right, little boss? What little boss? Bai Yi had his own studio now. He was basically independent and did not listen to Nuya's orders at all. Xianxia's legs turned to jelly and he became angry. Go to the next class. Don't disturb our class. Wu Qian said, Wow, is this how you treat your employees? Xianxia was speechless. I'll train you to death later. Stop fooling around. Practice hard. There's a recording tomorrow. Go to bed early today. Bai Yi was afraid that Xianxia would hide in the cracks of the floor, so he finally stopped Wu Qian. He turned to Xianxia and chuckled. I'm leaving, little boss. Xianxia was speechless. Ah. However, the Class F still had a conscience and did not continue to laugh at him. Xianxia said that he would train them to death, but in fact, he saw that the effect was almost there. At around 12 o'clock, he drove everyone back to the dormitory. After finding the milk, Xianxia found the long-lost deep sleep. He got into the nanny van in high spirits. And Rant's words instantly made his good mood fall to the bottom. Xing, don't look at Weibo today, and Rand said gently. There are some bad things on Weibo. Leave it to me. You can focus on the program. What is it? Saying that I relied on my family's resources to get to where I am? And Ran was stunned. Did you check Weibo this morning? No, Xianxia shook his head. But I can guess. Since he knew, and Ran did not stop him. Xianxia glanced at the topic square of my time while doing his styling. Sure enough, thousands of marketing accounts and netizens said that he relied on his family to get resources. Many influencers posted that he bullied others and stole other artists' roles. They described it vividly as if they had experienced it themselves. From the moment his identity was exposed, he had expected this to happen. However, he did not expect so many people to be jealous of him. He thought that only Kevin's fans, who did not like him, would do this. He tried to click on the homepages of a few netizens. There were indeed Kevin fans, but most of them were small accounts with very little trace of life. The traces of the water army were extremely obvious. Someone must have hired a marketing company to defame him. Xianxia logged out of Weibo. There was still a recording to be done in a while. No matter how curious he was, he had to hold back his curiosity. He told Anran to think of a way to deal with this matter properly. After nearly a week of sleepless training, going to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning and waking up at 6 or 7 in the morning, almost everyone in F class had lost a lot of weight. Now, it was time to check the results. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 88 trainees gathered in the makeup room. The wardrobe team was so busy that they took off. At noon, the styling, lighting, choreography, and so on were all prepared. The trainees had their third rehearsal. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the production team selected 500 audience members from all over the country to enter the venue. The assistant director warmed up the crowd. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first round officially began. Most of the 88 trainees had never really faced an audience before. They were all nervous and kept taking deep breaths. Xianxia was preparing in the waiting area and couldn't talk to them face to face. He took out his phone and sent a message to the F class group, "Don't be nervous. Show your true strength. I'll wait for your triumphant return. F class, Wu Qian, if we are all eliminated, will you still love us? Xing, first of all, you can't all be eliminated. Secondly, you are my students if you stay here. After you leave, you will be my friends. Thirdly, don't be sad now. Do your best, okay? Wu Qian, for you, we will all do our best. Xing, not for me, but for yourselves. Don't do your best. Do your best. F class, roar. Xianxia was very satisfied with their attitude and put away his phone. The director gestured to start the mentors meeting. After all, this was a talent show for trainees, not a talent show for mentors. The mentors just had to go on stage and greet the audience. Xianxia felt no pressure at all. He was led by Bai Yi and followed at the back of the team. As soon as they saw Bai Yi appear on the stage, the audience screamed like a tsunami. Bai Yi brought the 4 of them to a stop in the middle of the field. He put a finger to his lips and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Xianxia tried to find his own light sign among the light signs of Bai Yi and the trainees. In the end, before they could find it, they first saw the Last Night Stars CP's handwritten banner among a group of miscellaneous soldiers. The background of the scroll was dark blue, and a galaxy was drawn in silver on the upper left corner. In the middle was a headshot of him and Bai Yi. Their eyes were enlarged and their cheeks were pink. The two heads leaned close together as if they were snuggling up to each other. Xianxia's gaze stopped for a few seconds before he looked elsewhere as if nothing had happened. But these few seconds were enough for the fans to notice that the two girls were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The baby found us. Ah. Boo-hoo, this is the first time I've seen Xing live. He's so skinny and handsome. I'm so handsome. Brother Ye's trench coat today is too awesome. I'll go to the crematorium with Awei. They're so compatible. How can there be two people who are so compatible in this world? Mommy is willing to eat vegetarian for a month in exchange for the two of you to only have each other in your eyes. After the two CP fans finished screaming, it happened to be time for the last mentor to be introduced. Bai bowed slightly and looked sideways at Xianxia. Xing, it's your turn. As he spoke, he smiled and looked straight at that person with his dark eyes. Xianxia came back to his senses when he heard that. His heart was thumping wildly. His fingers that were holding the microphone unconsciously scratched twice. He pursed his lips and nodded at Bai. CP fans, I didn't believe you. If I had known, I wouldn't have made a wish. Damn it, I want to eat meat. Boo-hoo. After Xianxia finished his greetings, the 5 mentors returned to the mentor's desk. Under Bai's introduction, the first group of trainees came on stage. Their performances were average. Their overall strength was about above average. Xianxia's attention shifted away from Bai. He looked at everyone's performance seriously and made a few notes in his notebook from time to time. When the last set of movements was over, Xianxia picked up his 17 million microphone. Your performance can reach 70%. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Jiang Yan's voice was slightly off. It should be me do re. You floated a key too high. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Xian Yu's movements couldn't keep up with the beat. His 2 arms didn't pop. He stretched out his arms to demonstrate. I didn't do it well either. It should be like this. The live audience didn't expect him to say anything. Since his identity was exposed and he was brainwashed by Weibo, almost everyone tacitly agreed that he spent money to buy resources and entered my time to gild his name. They didn't expect him to be so observant that he could even notice such a small detail. One had to know that in a group performance, there was a lot of movement, cushioning, and harmonies. If one wasn't particularly familiar with the dance, it would be difficult to notice. Not only did he notice it, but he also demonstrated the standard movements. The audience looked at him with a hint of doubt. Then he pointed out a few shortcomings and strengths. After listening, Bai asked the other mentors, do you have anything to add? Yung Yuyang pouted. Little Chi pointed it out. Okay. Bai nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Group A will take a short break. Group B, please take the stage. The next few groups were uneven. Xianxia didn't want to steal the limelight. Most of the time, the other mentors commented. If someone asked him, he would speak. Soon, it was Kevin's turn. The live audience screamed several times louder than the previous groups. Kevin's group had a total of 6 people. 3 of the trainees were in the top 15. They were the group that the program crew thought was good and the group that the audience was looking forward to. After the acceptance of the theme song last time, Kevin had toned down a lot. According to the trainees in his group, he was no longer late or early. Even though Xianxia suspected that Kevin was the one who had paid for the marketing account and the water army to post the brainwashing packs, he didn't have any evidence. If Kevin could let go of his grudge and focus on the game, Xianxia didn't want to have any more conflicts with him. As a mentor, it would be degrading to fight with trainees. The song that Kevin's group was matched with was more difficult. In order to use Kevin's specialty, rap, the music arrangement teacher gave Kevin 20 seconds of freestyle. A dance song was about 4 minutes. Including the lead part of the chorus, Kevin's part was almost a minute. It was obvious that the program crew and his team members recognized Kevin's ability. A strong prelude sounded and the audience quieted down. The 6 trainees formed a circle and squatted on the ground. Then, they did backflips in 6 different directions. The opening was explosive. Watching the mature trainees perform was a pleasure. Xianxia couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After 2 main songs and 2 choruses, Xianxia lowered his head to record the number of mistakes. The 10-second interlude was used to show the knife dance. Then, Kevin stepped out. It was time for his freestyle. Kevin took out his trump card and started with a 15-second non-stop English a cappella. The audience listened to him to their heart's content. Many of the audience couldn't help but stand up and clap for him. The applause pushed the atmosphere to its climax. Kevin noticed the audience's reaction and smiled disdainfully. After the 2-second break, his gaze met Xianxia's in the air. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. He lowered his voice. Hey bitches. Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. You can call me Kevin / I'm an American / I can't say that I'm rich for more than 20 years, but I'm very free every day / I heard that it's popular here to win with money / but sorry, you met me today / haters, if you don't surrender, I'll cripple you / watch how I use flow to tear the mouths of the bigwigs. It was a short sentence that lasted about 5 seconds. At first, everyone listened attentively. Later, everyone's eyes widened. They felt that there was a hidden meaning in the rap. It wasn't until the next contestant stepped out that the audience realized that Kevin was dissing Xianxia. Moreover, he deliberately used Chinese to diss him. This was a blatant provocation. Who else could the so-called bigwigs be other than second young Master Qi, who had revealed his identity yesterday? No one believed that Kevin would dare to publicly mock Xianxia during the competition. However, they couldn't say anything. Authenticity had always been the spirit of rappers. Moreover, this was a competition. Even if the mentor was dissed, it could only be because of the competition. They couldn't give him a low evaluation because of personal grudges. Because of the rap, the entire performance was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The audience wasn't in the mood to enjoy the song and dance. They all looked at Xianxia. However, his expression didn't change. He was still serious and serious. On the other hand, Baiye's face was as cold as ice. He frowned. The remaining chorus ended in a subtle atmosphere. The 6 contestants stood in a row and waited for the mentor's comments and the audience's vote. It seemed that the contestants didn't know Kevin's lyrics beforehand and were a little panicked. In order to calm the situation down, Xianxia grabbed the microphone and commented on the contestants one by one. When it came to Kevin, she only said a few words and then asked, Yu Yang, Xiaowei, do you have any objections? If not, then it's over. Wei Qi nodded. Yu Yang was the best at stirring up trouble. Okay, let's move on to the next group. Wait, just as the 6 contestants turned around and were about to go backstage, Xianxia called out to them. It was over. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. The 2 of them were going to quarrel. Since things had developed to this point, the program crew pointed the camera at the 2 of them. Seeing Xianxia's unforgiving attitude, the director guessed that he might be angry to the point of spitting. He was prepared to use this as the highlight of the next episode. However, Xianxia didn't care about the camera or the worried or malicious gazes coming from all directions. He raised his chin and gently pushed the switch with his thumb. The next second, a cold voice came out of the loudspeaker. You think you're good / I'll make you kneel / this is a stage made in China / please wipe your eyes before you turn on the microphone / if you want to be a Chinese idol, learn Chinese first / if you want to earn money from Chinese, respect Chinese culture. Xianxia paused. Trash like you should be separated from wet / oh sorry, I forgot that we don't recycle foreign trash / then clean up your IQ / go back to your free A, B, C. Insiders could tell that Xianxia's flow wasn't as advanced as Kevin's, but his lines were very rhyming. His calm counterattack was not weak at all. Xianxia dared to think, speak, and act. He was famous for his rap career and had even participated in an underground rap competition in the United States. Xianxia's momentum was definitely not inferior to Kevin's. Kevin must have prepared his lines in advance, but Xianxia was freestyle. His ability to respond on the spot, as well as his professionalism in not affecting the other trainees in his group, was enough to move the audience and make them cheer. Clap, 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 the sparse applause started from the back and gradually spread to the front. 10 seconds later, the entire studio was blown up by Xianxia. The director and the camera team were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the best stage effect in the first round of the competition was not contributed by the trainees, but by Xinguang, the observer. So, Xianxia, the little rich kid. Did he come to the entertainment industry to experience life, or did he come to kill monsters? The director gestured for the camera in the front to take a close-up. Xianxia's calm face and Kevin's embarrassed and ferocious expression were all displayed on the camera. The yellow light on the camera shone into Kevin's eyes and he finally remembered to manage his expression. The expression on his face disappeared, but his arms shook even more. He couldn't even hold the microphone. It was hard to imagine that the trash-rich kid who had always suppressed his level dared to fight back in public. It was even harder to imagine that the trash-rich kid's counterattack, whether from a technical or psychological point of view, had perfectly grasped his weakness. He didn't want to learn Chinese, so what? He was an American. Even if he debuted in China, sooner or later he would return to his own country. For him, this was a place to gain popularity and make money. Saying "I love you, moi," or "you're so beautiful" to his fans was already very professional. Why waste his energy learning Chinese? Why did the trash-rich kid not let him go? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He raised the microphone and wanted to continue his battle with Xianxia. But before he could speak, he suddenly realized something. Only between rappers would a battle be used to solve problems. Subconsciously, he had already treated Xianxia as a rapper. Clearly, the trash-rich second generation had made his debut through acting, and clearly, this was the first time they had clashed in music. How could he put Xianxia on the same level? Battles were just like that. It didn't matter how dirty and vicious the two of them were. However, once the energy dissipated and their nerves relaxed, the game would be over. Kevin's mind went blank. He suddenly couldn't figure out a single rhyme. While he was thinking, the director's voice came through Baiye's earpiece. Try to persuade Xiaoqi. There are still a few more groups to go. If this continues, it will affect the progress of the competition. Baiye turned a deaf ear to him and observed Xianxia from the corner of his eye. Seeing that he had turned off the microphone and did not intend to continue speaking, Baiye said faintly, "Kevin." Kevin turned to Baiye. "Director, Motherf ****, the two of them were singing the same tune. Did they have to blow this matter up?" The director felt a headache coming on and hurriedly begged Baiye to stop talking. Baiye did not fall for his trick. Seeing that Kevin had come back to his senses, he asked in English, "In China, there is an old saying, there is a second time, but there is no third time. Have you heard of it?" Kevin shook his head confusedly. "No." "The meaning of this saying is," Baiye explained, "if some mistakes happen once or twice, I can forgive you on account of your ignorance. However, if it happens a third or fourth time, I have a reasonable suspicion that you will not change." Baiye paused for a moment. "In the early stages of the competition, Teacher Chi reminded you twice about the problem of Chinese. In order to protect your reputation, he was very subtle about the reminder." Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. Although he was dissatisfied with Kevin's behavior of not learning Chinese during the first rating and acceptance of the theme song, he had never made it clear. Before the start of this round, he still hoped that Kevin would think it through and learn well. Just as Xianxia had said, he could not destroy the future of any trainee. It turned out that Baiye had seen all of this. Xianxia's stomach, which had been hurt by Kevin's words, immediately stopped hurting. He rubbed his hands happily. Baiye did not know how happy Xianxia was. His voice became colder. "But your performance today disappointed me. You did not understand Teacher Chi's painstaking efforts and wrote lyrics against him. This behavior made me understand that narrow-mindedness knows no boundaries. Even if you live in a free country that you worship, you still do not know how to be grateful and appreciate other countries' culture. I am ashamed of the word free. You are bound by your narrow vision. Your soul is not free." Xianxia cared about the trainee's future. As the person in charge of the entire talent show, Baiye cared about the overall fairness of the competition. He was too lazy to say more and concluded. "Time wants to choose China's idols. If you can apologize to Teacher Chi on the spot and start learning Chinese from the moment you leave the stage, we are still willing to open our arms and engage in cultural exchange with you. But if you are not willing, I'm sorry. Your name will definitely not be among the 6 people who will debut in the end." Whoa, when the last word fell, the audience was in an uproar. The audience was watching the edited program. In the early stages, the management company had secretly manipulated the editing to deliberately weaken Kevin's problems. The audience had always thought that the main conflict between Kevin and Xianxia was that they had 2 B-level ratings. Therefore, when he dissed Xianxia, the audience had the attitude of watching a good show. They watched with relish. It was not until Xianxia and Baiye separately asked questions in Chinese that the audience smelled a clue. But before they could figure it out, Bai directly nailed Kevin. Xianxia was tough. He was even tougher than Xianxia. With Kevin's arrogant personality, how could he apologize to Xianxia? He smashed his microphone on the spot, leaving his teammates behind. Without another word, he panted and returned to the dormitory. 2 hours later, Bai and Xianxia, who had just finished filming, received the news Kevin had withdrawn from the competition. This was Kevin's best choice. Instead of staying on the stage and gradually exposing his true nature, it was better to leave while the audience was still thinking about him. But Xianxia stopped Bai, who was about to leave the stage. Wait a minute. Bai looked at the audience who were leaving one after another. Let's talk backstage. It's okay. I want to thank you for speaking up for me. But you don't have to help me next time. I'll only attract hate for you. They would definitely be scolded for forcing a trainee to withdraw from the competition. I'm not helping you. As the organizer, my responsibility is heavier than yours. Besides, Bai sneered. You don't have to worry about such a small bug. Don't worry. Xianxia, of course, knew that with Bai's current connections in the industry, it would be easy for him to make sure Kevin never made it big again. But he couldn't bear to see Bai being scolded and criticized. It was worse than being scolded himself. Okay, trust me, okay? Bai looked at his guilty little face and squeezed the back of his neck twice to comfort him. Oh, the two girls who had yet to leave the stage in time immediately screamed when they saw the scene. Oh, Brother Yi, Xing, can you give us an autograph? Bai rarely rejected fans' requests for autographs. He nodded, grabbed Xianxia by the back of his neck, and pushed him over. But after a few steps, Xianxia realized that something was wrong. These two girls looked very familiar. Weren't they the last Night Stars couple fans he saw on stage? Xianxia instantly panicked. Let's not sign it. Why? The director is looking for us urgently. Business is more important. Signing autographs for fans is also business. It won't take more than a few minutes. Bai didn't seem to understand. Let's go. Unable to find any other reason, Xianxia was dragged to the front of the stage by Bai. The two girls were already waiting below, their faces flushed with excitement. Where do you want to sign? Bai asked. The girls looked at each other and took out their ticket stubs and pens. Sign here, thank you, brother. Ticket stubs? Bai asked, where are your banners? Seeing the girls take out their ticket stubs, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. But Bai touched a sore spot, and Xianxia began to feel uneasy again. Apart from fake business to increase popularity, most artists were against being a couple. He wasn't sure if Bai liked it or not, but there was a high chance that he didn't like it. The couple fans had the same idea as Xianxia. They were afraid that their two idols would hate them, so they didn't take out their banners. The girls said, our banners are not very good. Aren't the banners our photos? What's wrong with them? Bai said calmly. It's not easy to keep the ticket stubs. Use the banners. Xianxia. Did he hear wrongly? He knew that these two were couple fans, he knew that the banners were couple banners, then Bai didn't reject being a couple with him. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Bai. Then, Bai answered his question with action. Bai took the banners and signed his photo without hesitation. Then, he handed it to Xianxia. It's your turn. Xianxia was confused. Of course, the couple fans were even more confused than him. They didn't understand why the flowers were so red. After signing, they sent the fans away. Just as Xianxia expected, the choreographer, Lei Zi, was waiting for them in the conference room for a meeting. At this point, one of them was the guarantee of ratings, and the other was the brother of the president's friend. The program team couldn't hold them accountable. They explained the process of the next round while vomiting blood. Kevin's withdrawal didn't affect the next round of the competition. After the first overall ranking was announced today, 22 people, including Kevin, had been eliminated. The remaining 66 trainees entered the next round of competition, the free group competition. In the second round of competition, the top 10 trainees in the first overall ranking would be the team leader. They would choose the songs according to their ranking. The rest of the trainees would choose their teams according to their ranking. The higher the ranking, the more likely they would be to choose the songs they liked and the stronger the team members. The lower the ranking, the greater the risk. Survival of the fittest. After the second round of competition, the program team would release the second overall ranking. At that time, the 45 to 66 trainees would be eliminated immediately, just like the first round. Each round was crueler than the last. Xianxia listened to the competition rules and couldn't help but sweat for Class F. Class F performed unexpectedly well in this round. 7 trainees were left, much better than the 2 that were expected to survive. It could be seen that hard work might not guarantee success, but if you didn't work hard, you definitely wouldn't succeed. After the meeting, Xianxia packed up his things and rushed out of the conference room. The program team required that the eliminated trainees couldn't stay and had to leave quickly. He was going to visit the trainees' dormitory and take one last look at the trainees who didn't stay in Class F. As soon as he went out, he saw Bai also walking toward the dormitory. He asked curiously, "Do you have another recording?" "No, my next recording is the same as yours." "It's tomorrow," Bai said. "I'm going to see Kevin's teammates." Kevin's teammates had all advanced, but they were probably in a bad mood after encountering such an incident. "I'm going to see Class F," Xianxia said. "Let's go together." They chatted as they entered the dormitory building. Class F was on the second floor, so Xianxia followed Bai upstairs. After turning the corner, Xianxia was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. In the short corridor, there were more than 30 suitcases piled up against the wall. Next to the suitcases, the eliminated students of Class F were lined up in 3 rows. Wu Qian stood at the front, holding a big cake in his hand. The cake was simple, and there were 8 words written on it with red jam. Frowny face. Little teacher Qi, we love you. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned red. The program team had a car to send them to the airport, so they couldn't have a meal together. He originally planned to help the trainees pack their things and then go to the parking lot together. In the end, these little bastards. In the corridor, there were 2 cameras, one in front and one behind, recording the trainees leaving the group. Xianxia quickly took a deep breath and pretended to be angry. "Why are you making a cake?" "It's not my birthday." Wu Qian changed his usual cheeky attitude and sniffed. "We don't know what you like, so we made a cake for you." "Little teacher Qi." He choked. "Class F is gone. We're gone. I hope you can take care of your body and continue to be handsome. I also hope you can remember the taste of the cake and remember us." Xianxia's heart was blocked. He didn't know how to respond. After a long time, he suppressed his jealousy. "How could I forget you? Before going on stage today, I said that I'm your mentor on the show, and I'm your friend after the show. We have plenty of time to keep in touch." "Friends?" Wu Qian shook his head. "Little teacher Qi, you were right in the practice room. Before we came, we all dreamed of being famous. When we saw how strong our competitors were, to be honest, we were scared. I don't know if you've experienced that feeling of not being able to see the end. We actually worked hard, but either our aptitude was not good enough, or we entered the industry too late, or we were stupid. In short, no matter how hard we trained, we were not as good as trainees who might have just trained for a year. Time made us understand that there is always someone better than us. We were about to be eliminated, so we didn't practice hard in the beginning. Until we met you. You told us that the stage was big and bright. You told us to work hard from then on and that there was still time to stand on it. You told us that you would practice with us. We were moved by you, and we started to think about giving it a try." Wu Qian looked up and blinked hard, blinking back his tears. "Now it seems that the results of the test are good. In the end, 7 people were left. This is the best result I can think of. We who were eliminated didn't feel bad. We enjoyed the stage today and the time we spent with you. Little teacher Qi." Wu Qian looked back at the boys who were trying to hold back their tears. "Can we hug you? Can we hug you?" Xianxia didn't say anything. He just opened his arms. He jumped forward and threw himself into the pile of Class F students. The group of boys hugged each other and burst into tears. The crying went from whimpers to uncontrollable howls. For those dark days of practice, for the lost tomorrows that they didn't know where to go, for the past and the future, for themselves who had persevered and would always persevere. Little teacher Qi. In a trance, Xianxia heard someone say, "You are not a friend. You will always be our mentor." Bai had followed Class D and F in the early stages. Later on, there were some scattered recordings, so he didn't continue to follow the two classes. He heard that Xianxia had been training Class F, but he didn't know how far Xianxia had gone. He didn't expect them to have such a deep relationship. One could imagine how serious Xianxia was about Class F. Bai felt gratified and a little distressed. He retreated to the back. The organizer, who was in charge of sending the eliminated students, couldn't bear to rush them when she saw the students' faces full of snot and tears. She waited for them to finish the cake with Bai. They were all sensible children. In the end, Wu Qian felt that it was about time. He couldn't delay the program any longer. He pulled his suitcase and walked down. Xianxia's face was covered in cream. He wiped it and said, "I'll send you there." "No need." Wu Qian grinned. "Mr. Qi, please remember our handsome backs." They didn't want him to send them, so Xianxia didn't force them. He nodded. Bai saw that Xianxia was so upset that he couldn't speak. He said to Class F on his behalf, "Go back and adjust your emotions. Continue to work hard. One elimination doesn't mean that your path is cut off. I'll wait for you to come to the stage to find me." With Bai's status, the impact of his words was comparable to a ton of motivation. The eliminated students suddenly became excited and shouted, "Mr. Bai, wait for me." Then, one by one, they quacked and scattered like ducks out of a cage. Xianxia's expression finally softened. Probably because they saw that Xianxia was interesting, the two cameramen didn't leave with the eliminated students. One of them stayed in the dormitory. The cameraman pointed the camera at Xianxia's face and asked the assistant, "You have a good relationship with Class F. Are you sad to see them leave?" "Yes, they are super cute." Xianxia's voice was hoarse. "Do you have anything to say to them?" Xianxia cleared his throat and was about to speak. Bai suddenly said, "I've said what I wanted to say. I'll accompany him to wash his face. Please make way." As he spoke, Bai grabbed his arm and walked past the photographer and the assistant. Xianxia's mood improved a lot. Bai did this because he didn't want the production team to keep poking at his sore spot. The cameraman couldn't do anything to Bai, so they had no choice but to leave. Bai dragged Xianxia to the bathroom at the end of the corridor and searched his entire body. "Sorry, I didn't bring any tissues." Xianxia searched all over his body and said awkwardly, "I didn't bring any tissues." "It's okay, let it dry naturally." Before Bai could understand what it meant to dry naturally, Xianxia's head was already under the faucet, and his hair and face were flushed. The way he washed his face and hair was simple and rough, comparable to washing clothes. His cheeks were getting redder and redder. Bai inexplicably remembered the time when the little fan helped him remove his makeup. She couldn't be any gentler, as if she was afraid of ruining his face. It turned out that the little fan was only gentle to him, but was so rough to him. Bai stood at the side, and his heart softened from the splashes of water that he raised. Xianxia spent a lot of effort and finally got rid of the cream on his head and face. He was afraid that water would get into his eyes, so he closed his eyes and straightened up. The next second, his hair was wrapped in a soft cloth, and someone said in his ear, "Don't move, I'll help you." The voice was Bai's. Xianxia's legs went soft when he heard it. But this person who was used to serving young Master Bai didn't even bring a tissue. Where did he get a towel? Xianxia's hands clung to his trousers like a primary school student, and he stood obediently, letting Bai help him dry his hair while guessing the source of the towel. It was a soft towel, and it even had a hint of warmth. When his hair was half dry and the water on his eyelids was wiped clean, Xianxia opened his eyes, and his heart was in his throat. Bai was grabbing the hem of his t-shirt and carefully wiping his skin with the front of his shirt. He was actually using a tight-fitting t-shirt. No wonder it felt warm to the touch. Xianxia's blood vessels were about to explode, and his heart was pounding non-stop. What was even scarier was that no matter how loose the shirt was, if it was pulled up, it would definitely expose his skin. Therefore, Xianxia only needed to look down slightly to see Baiye's smooth abdominal muscles and deep waistline. He could even see a little bit of his hip bone. This was too *king exciting. Xianxia didn't dare to look anymore, and quickly retracted his eyes. Fortunately, Xianxia's face was small, and he wiped it quickly. Not long after, Baiye let go of his hand, and the shirt stuck to his skin again. It was wet and uncomfortable. He frowned slightly. Wait until it's dry before going out. It's windy outside now. Thank you. It's okay. Baiye saw that his eyes were still red. We're all in the same circle. As long as they don't give up, we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Don't be sad. Xianxia grunted. Actually, I'm not sad. It's just that they were too emotional and made my nose ache. I didn't cry, I really didn't cry. The more he spoke, the hoarser Xianxia's voice became. Actually, he really didn't cry just now, and had been holding it in. However, when he heard Baiye's comforting words, the wall that he had built up with great difficulty instantly collapsed. His throat was sore, and something wanted to break free from his eyes. Cry if you want. Baiye had a helpless look on his face. He didn't know how to comfort someone, and he was afraid that crying would hurt the little fan. He reached out his hand to cover his eyes. It's okay, I can't see. It's not embarrassing. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. I won't cry over something like this. Okay, don't cry. Baiye was tickled by his fluttering eyelashes. A moment later, a moist feeling came from his palm. After comforting him and visiting Kevin's teammates, Baiye brought the little fan back to the hotel. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. It was too late to eat out at this time, so the two of them ordered some supper at the hotel restaurant. Baiye delivered milk as usual, and Xianxia finished his supper with milk. He patted his belly and went to sleep. There wasn't much to be recorded the next day. It was mainly to announce the rules of the second round of the competition and guide the trainees to choose their songs and teammates. After about half a day, the next recording was 10 days later. Xianxia said goodbye to Baiye and got into the car to go home. After staying up late to train with F class for so long, he was extremely sleep-deprived. He caught up on sleep whenever he could. In his half-asleep state, he heard Ran's intermittent voice. That's not a good response. He's asleep. I'll ask him when he wakes up. Ask about what? Xianxia got up from the back seat. He's awake. And Ran hung up. I'll get back to you in a bit. And Ran's tone was probably discussing with someone about how to respond to a certain incident. Sure enough, and Ran sat next to him and went straight to the point. 2 things. First, Kevin's management company announced that Kevin has withdrawn from the competition. Second, Kevin released a song last night. I won't say the content, but you can probably guess it. What content could Kevin's brother have? It must be a scolding. Xianxia didn't like to look for trouble. He ignored Kevin and opened Weibo to prepare for C Entertainment's announcement. In the next second, countless notifications popped up. His phone buzzed with the sound of the sound card. He waited for the pause to fade away before opening a private message. So what if you're rich? You're just a dog that only knows how to bully others. Go back to your golden dog's nest. He looked calm and opened the next private message. The crematorium called to ask if the horse's urn needs to be inlaid with gold. Since your family is so rich, I made the decision to let them inlay it. Xianxia looked serious. The original owner's mother had passed away when he was very young. He didn't have a problem with the body, but it was disgusting to have the body touch his family and deceased relatives. He took a screenshot and memorized the person's ID. The third private message: what right does a disgusting person like you have to be a judge? What else do you have other than your face and money? Can your IQ even be measured on a scale? Don't show off your IQ and bottom line. Through these 3 messages, Xianxia could basically guess what the other private messages and his own homepage looked like. He closed the messages and searched for Kevin's management company's official Weibo. The first one was an announcement of his withdrawal. See Entertainment China. Yesterday afternoon, our artist Kevin withdrew from the recording of my time for various reasons. Thank you for every vote you cast for him during the competition. From now on, Kevin will continue to perform with a new identity. Please continue to pay attention and support. It was just 2 lines, and it didn't seem to say much. However, the words various reasons were very subtle, and it was easy to make one's imagination run wild. Especially when this announcement was posted at the critical juncture before Xianxia's identity was exposed and the next episode of the show was broadcast. It felt like Xianxia was abusing his power to force away the popular trainees. Xianxia locked the screen and asked and ran, "Was the director on the phone just now?" "Yes." "What's his decision?" "He's going to let the 5 mentors speak together. The specific script hasn't been written yet. If the 5 mentors responded together, the fans would be strong, but it would also drag Yang and the others down. He already felt guilty enough for implicating Bai Yi, but he didn't want to implicate others. Tell the director not to respond yet. We'll talk about it later." Xianxia thought for a moment. "We'll see how things go when the 3rd episode is broadcast." "Okay," and Ran answered, but the worry on her face didn't lessen. There were still 5 days before the show was broadcast. Even if everyone found out that there was something wrong with Kevin's attitude during the competition, what could they do? Those who wanted to scold Xianxia had already finished, and the keyboard warriors had had enough fun. Kevin had gained sympathy and gained more fans, and his popularity might even have passed. There was no point in responding. Also, due to the early editing, Xianxia and Kevin's outburst over Chinese was particularly sudden in the eyes of the audience. If someone deliberately led them in the direction of Xianxia finding fault, they might not be able to clear their suspicion. However, since her idol didn't want to respond, and Ran couldn't force him, she went back to her seat with a bitter face to think of a solution. Xianxia understood her feelings and comforted her with a few words. The phone that had just been turned off suddenly lit up. It was Qiuji. He guessed that she was urging him to go home. Xianxia answered the call and said that he was on his way home. Qiuji was overjoyed. She told him to be careful and to leave some space for good food when he came back. Xianxia was speechless. His sister's cooking shouldn't be considered good food, right? On the other end, Qiuji was humming a song as she hung up. Xianxia looked up from King of Glory and asked anxiously, "Sis, will brother Xing come back?" "Look at how happy she is," Qi Xiaoming said. "He'll definitely come back." "Not only will he come back, but," Qiuji deliberately dragged her words. When she saw that everyone was looking at her, she continued, "And he's on his way home now. He'll be home in about an hour." "Really? Is that true?" Xianxia stood up and gave up on participating in the team battle. "I'll go back to get the gift for brother Xing. Don't wait for me to eat. Bye." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared with a gust of wind. When will this kid change his habit of being careless? Qiuji picked up the Belgian goose down pillow that Xianxia had knocked over. "By the way, brother, did you find out the old man who was plotting against Xing 2 days ago?" "Yes, he's a businessman from Y City. His surname is Wang," Xianxia said. Father Qi happened to want to ask too. He nodded and asked, "What kind of business does he do?" Xianxia said, "Family planning products." Ordinary people might feel awkward when talking about family planning products with their families. However, when it was mentioned as a product by a businessman, it was just a cold product. Xianxia added, "He specializes in the production and processing of condoms, lubricants, and sex products." The production industry, the Qi family was an old rich family. They started out in real estate and later dabbled in e-commerce and other fields. Qi Xiaoming was not familiar with the production industry. "What do you think of this company? Is it worth buying?" "It's not worth it. I asked a friend. The company by the surname Wang specializes in high-end products. They use the best rubber as raw materials. The market price of a box of condoms is 198 yuan for 3 pieces. The price of lubricants ranges from 399 to 699 yuan. So, the goods are average, the sales are average, and the market share is low. I'm not optimistic about the company's prospects." Qi Xiaoming had always trusted his eldest son's judgment. He pondered for a moment and said, since the prospects are not good, then don't buy it. The production industry is too worrying. However, Xianxia can't be scared for nothing. Make some arrangements. Now that spring is over, let the Wang company go bankrupt. You don't need to remind me. Xianxia smiled. I've already found the bank and cut off the capital chain of the Wang company. Yuji had been influenced since she was young. Even though she was a girl, she was not completely ignorant about business. To be able to bring down a company in just a few days, not only did the company itself have problems and was on the verge of collapse, it also showed how strong Xianxia's skills were. Yuji looked at her brother in admiration for a few seconds and then asked, how far is the bankruptcy process? Is it the auction of the property? If the property is good, help me keep it. I haven't achieved my plan to buy a house for Xianxia in every city. It's not the stage of disposing of the property yet. We're sorting out the inventory of products. There are about 30,000 products. I'll let you know when we're done. Okay, thank you, brother. Yuji smiled and thanked him. Then, as if she remembered something, she slapped her forehead. Hey, brother, we can keep the birth control products too. Xiaoming immediately denied her. Don't fool around. The birth control products are not reliable. You have to take care of your body. Don't always have close contact with men. Dad, I'm not the one who wants to use them. Yuji was a little shy and said coquettishly, after my last boyfriend, I already know what I want. The birth control products are not for me. They're for Xing. Father Qi and Xianxiao exclaimed in unison. He has a girlfriend? Yuji was shocked by their reaction. She patted her chest and said, no, but he has someone he likes. Don't ask me who it is. I don't know either. I guessed it from his reaction. Girls were more sensitive in this aspect. Hearing this, Father Qi and Xianxiao felt a little lost. Their little Xing had finally become closer to their family. Was he going to be snatched away by someone else, who was the one who stole their treasure? Xianxiao digested it for a while before he said in a low voice, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll call them tomorrow and ask them to keep the goods. 30,000 items should be enough for him to use for a while. When he comes back, I'll talk to him. Poor little Xing did not know what had happened in that short hour. Before he had a home, the dormitory was just a place to stay. Now that he had a home, the moment he saw the door, he actually felt like returning home. He wanted to see his father, brother, and sister. He wanted to see if they were healthy and happy. If the little brat who drove the hot air balloon was here, he wanted to see him too. Then, he opened the door and saw his father and brother with serious expressions. Dad, brother, sister, I'm back. Xianxia almost thought that his family was about to go bankrupt. What's wrong? Xing is back. Yuji hurriedly got up. My soup is still simmering. Wait for me to take a look. When Father Qi saw his handsome and tender youngest son, his serious expression instantly turned into a loving one. It's nothing. We were just talking about some business. Come here and let Dad take a look. Xianxia put down his backpack and obediently sat on the sofa next to Xiaoming. Xiaoming observed for a moment and said with heartache, you've lost weight. Don't drink your sister's soup later. Eat something else. Seeing that Xiaoming was still wary of Yuji, Xianxia knew that there was nothing wrong at home. He joked with Father Qi. Then, Xianxiao asked, Xing, are you tired? No, I slept on the way here. Even someone as calm as Xianxiao could not suppress his worry for his younger brother. He got up and said, if you're not tired, come with me. I have something to ask you. Xianxia thought that he was going to ask about Kevin or what happened at the banquet, so he happily followed him into the study. In the end, Xianxiao's words directly smashed him to the ground. Xing, you have a girl you like? It was Yuji who helped him figure out that he liked Bai Yi. Xianxia could guess that Yuji was the one who told his elder brother about it. His face fell instantly. Seeing his reaction, Xianxiao knew that Yuji was right. He couldn't help but ask, which girl is she? How did they know each other? A friend or a colleague from the entertainment industry? Does she like you? After saying so much, Xianxia paused. It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I'm just asking. I don't have any other thoughts. As long as you're happy, it's fine. No, there's no girl I like. Xianxia didn't want to hide it from his family, but he wasn't sure if they would accept the fact that he liked someone of the same sex. He said tentatively, but I think I like a man. Xianxia fell silent. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. In the eyes of many people, liking someone of the same sex was an abnormal state of mind. Many people even thought that homosexuality was shameful and perverted. What if his family couldn't accept it? Would he run away from home like the original owner? But wouldn't his family be sad? But he really didn't want to give up on Bai. Xianxia clenched his fists and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Xing. About 2 minutes later, Xianxia called out softly. Xianxia looked up at Xianxia. Are you sure, you really like men? Or is it because of a moment of impulse or because you've been influenced by others that you've misunderstood your sexual orientation? Compared to the general public, the entertainment industry and the arts industry liked people of the same sex more. Xianxia was afraid that his younger brother would be led astray in such an environment and not really like people of the same sex. Xianxia nodded firmly. I'm not sure about my sexual orientation, but I'm sure I like him. It's good that you're sure. Xianxia sighed in relief. As your brother, I'll support all of your decisions. But this has to be based on the fact that you know his character and that he doesn't have a history of promiscuity, illness, or a simple private life. Otherwise, we won't agree to let you be with him. I'm sure I don't have any of those. Xianxia had absolute faith in Bai's character. Xianxia relaxed completely after hearing that. What followed was a strong itch in his heart. What did this pig look like if he could take away the little cabbage that the Qi family had spent so much effort on? How old was he? What kind of work did he do? Was he good enough? Was he good enough for Xing? The elder brother was like a father. Xianxia's head was getting bigger and bigger. He was afraid that he hadn't thought things through and let his beloved Xing be wronged. Young master, second young master, dinner is ready. Out of the blue, the butler's voice came from the door. His stomach was more important. Xianxia decided to put aside his worries for now and bring his younger brother downstairs for dinner. Unfortunately, Xianxia still couldn't escape from Qi Yuji's evil clutches this time. A bowl of soup was placed on the dining table. The smell of the dark cuisine kept wafting into his nose. However, perhaps it was because he was familiar with it the first time, but Xianxia actually didn't find it that bad. He used a small spoon to slowly digest the soup. Little did he know that his family members were typing furiously under the table, each faster than the other. Qi Yuji created a 3-person group chat. First clear after the rain, big brother, did you find out who Xing likes? Qi Xiaoming. Xiao, I don't want to force Xing. He didn't take the initiative to say, so I didn't ask either. First clear after the rain. Why didn't you ask? Qi Xiaoming. Xiao, Yuji, control your expression. Xing is looking at you. First clear after the rain, okay. First clear after the rain, actually, I have a guess. Do you want to hear it? Qi Xiaoming. Xiao, say it. First clear after the rain, big brother, did Xing tell you whether he likes men or women? Qi Xiaoming, question mark. Xiao, men. Qi Xiaoming, exclamation point. First clear after the rain, Dad, don't be surprised. Whether it's Xing or us, we have the right to choose to be with girls or boys. We can also choose not to be with anyone and live freely. You can't be like those parents in novels who break up Mandarin ducks. Xiao, yes. Qi Xiaoming. First clear after the rain, Dad, I'll talk to you later. I'll tell you my guess first. I dug around and found that Xing is very close to a celebrity named Bai. Xiao, I've heard of Bai. Qi Xiaoming, I've heard of it too. First clear after the rain, Dad, where did you hear it? Qi Xiaoming, Spring Festival Gala. First clear after the rain, ah. I'll continue. Xianxia personally went to watch Baiye's performance, ate ordinary boxed lunches himself, ordered the best meals for Baiye, and took Baiye to the aquarium to play at night. Anyway, he's super good to Baiye, so I suspect that Xianxia likes him. Papa Bro was speechless. I'm a little jealous. Qi Xiaoming, what's the character of that kid surnamed Bai? First clear after the rain, I'm not sure. Xiao, I can't comment. I've considered asking him to endorse before, but it didn't work out. But I believe in Xianxia's judgment. Qi Xiaoming thought for a moment. Believe is the most useless emotion in the world. Seeing is believing. Why don't I go and see for myself? Qi Yuji hurriedly stopped him. Don't go, Dad. You'll scare him. Qi Xiaoming had been in the domestic and international business circles for many years and frequently interacted with all kinds of big shots in the business and political world. Therefore, he looked very serious. In fact, he was indeed a serious person, but he was more kind to his children. If he rashly went to see him, he would probably scare his sister-in-law away. Xiao, why don't I go? Xiao, when Xianxia returns to the show, I'll pretend to visit him and observe Baiyi. The other two thought that this was a good idea. After exchanging glances, they gave each other a thumbs up in agreement. Dad, brother, sister. Qi Xianxia saw that they had not eaten and asked curiously, aren't you hungry? Oh, I'm hungry. Let's eat now. The Qi family was not addicted to alcohol, but today, their youngest son was home. The four of them were finally reunited after half a month. Father Qi was happy. He poured a bottle of low-alcohol white wine and had 2 glasses with his children. During the meal, Father Qi asked some work-related questions, and Qi Xianxia answered truthfully. The meal was joyous and harmonious. After the meal, the auntie removed the table and replaced it with desserts and fruits. The four of them had just eaten a few pieces when there was a rumbling sound outside. It sounded like a truck had passed by. The Qi family's villa was built independently, so there was no situation of neighbors driving trucks. Usually, the gardener used a small pickup truck to carry the soil and fertilizer, so there was no noise. The harmonious atmosphere was broken, and Qi Yinxia's face instantly darkened. Qi Xianxia was afraid that his brother would get angry, so he took the initiative to say, Brother, wait here. I'll go out and take a look. Xianxia, I'll go with you. Qi Yuji got up with him. The two of them walked through their garden and asked the guard to open the door. Indeed, there was a truck parked not far away. The cabin was completely sealed and they could not see what was inside. Qi Xianxia opened his mouth and wanted to ask the truck driver. Before Qi Xianxia could say anything, the door to the front passenger seat opened and Qi Jiazi, who had grayish-gray hair, jumped out. He rushed to Qi Xianxia and said, Brother. You're really back. Yes, I'm back. Qi Xianxia took 2 steps back and patted him on the back. Have you been in a fight recently? No. Didn't you tell me not to bully my classmates? I was very obedient. I didn't fight even once. Qi Jiazi let go of Qi Xianxia and looked him up and down. F***ck, why are you so thin? Didn't the program take good care of you? The program is very good. Qi Xianxia quickly waved his hand. I didn't lose weight. I just became a little stronger because of the intensity of the training. Qi Jiazi was skeptical. Qi Xianxia's attention was still on the truck behind them. He asked in confusion, Jiazi, why did you come here in a truck? Did your family take your car away? F***ck, I was so happy to see you that I almost forgot about business. Qi Jiazi rubbed his bangs. No, I'm here to give you a gift. Qi Xianxia's pupils constricted when he heard the word gift. The gifts from the Qi family were getting more and more expensive and ridiculous. Qi Xianxia felt that he was going to get gift stress disorder and quickly refused. I told you last time that I didn't want a gift. And what kind of gift would need a truck? It must be something expensive. You said you didn't want an expensive gift. Qi Jiazi seemed to be able to read his mind. He walked to the back of the truck and smiled mysteriously. Mine is not expensive. You can accept it without worry. Hearing this, Qi Xianxia relaxed a little, but he didn't dare to believe him completely. After all, the expensive in Qi Jiazi's eyes might be different from the expensive in the world. Yuji was very curious about what this kid was going to give. She looked at the truck with Xianxia. Then they saw the door of the truck open with their own eyes. 2 white horses jumped out. Their bodies were as light as swallows, and they drew a beautiful arc in the air. They landed on the soft grass and neighed with their heads raised. Xianxia was speechless. He had seen cats, dogs, and hamsters as gifts in his life, but he had never seen a horse as a gift. How could he still accept this little brother? Xianxia's mind went blank. Yuji frowned and observed for a moment. Eh? She trotted to the side of the horses. Perhaps because they were in a new environment, the horses were not used to it and were jumping around anxiously. Yuji was not afraid at all. She touched its mane and said, "Its head is thin and its neck is high. Its skin is thin and its hair is thin. Its sweat is like blood. Xiaxia, where did you find this golden Fergana horse?" Fergana horses? Were they the Fergana horses that often appeared on TV and in novels? But why were the Fergana horses white? Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but go forward to observe. When he got closer, he realized that the horse's mane wasn't white, but a light gold. The structure of its muscles was perfect, like a carefully carved work of art. It was delicate and wild. No boy could resist this temptation. Xianxia reached out and touched it gently. Xiaxia glanced at his movement and smiled at Yuji proudly. "I ordered them from Turkmenistan. I spent almost a month trying to persuade the horse farm to sell them to me." "How much?" Yuji asked. "Less than 200 or 300, right? Money isn't important. As long as you like them." Xiaxia moved to Xianxia's side. "Brother, do you like them?" "I like them," Xianxia said affirmatively. "But don't waste them next time." He knew that Yuji was definitely not talking about $200 or $300. With such good condition, it was estimated to be $2 or $3 million. Okay. Xiaxia nodded perfunctorily. Xianxia sighed and thought about how to return the money to Xiaxia. He was underage and couldn't work. It wasn't good to spend his parents' money to buy the horses. Xiaxia didn't know what he was thinking. He pulled his sleeve with his left hand and led the horse with his right hand. He talked about the interesting story of buying the horses as they walked to the backyard of the Qi residence. There was a stable in the backyard of the Qi residence that had never been used. Xiaxia tied the horses and said, "I've contacted the breeder. He'll come over tomorrow morning. You don't have to feed them tonight." "Okay. What about the water?" "Water is like this." Xiaxia told Xianxia a few things to pay attention to and the habits of the horses. Xianxia took notes carefully. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Xiaxia, I don't know how to ride a horse. I remember that you learned from brother Liangjing for a while." "It's okay." Xiaxia took out his phone. "I didn't attend the equestrian class well. Why don't you ask brother Liangjing to teach you?" Xianxia really liked the 2 horses. He took out his phone and took a few photos of them from different angles and poses before sending them to Bai Yi. He missed Bai Yi a little after not seeing him for half a day. He wondered what he was doing now. Recording a show? Training with a trainee? Helping the production team with a song? Thinking of the song, he suddenly realized that the production team had asked Bai Yi and Wei Qin to come up with an original song. Now, Wei Qin didn't know how to. Could he be with Bai Yi? Xianxia scratched his head anxiously. At this moment, his phone vibrated twice. Bai Yi replied. "Bo, very beautiful horses. Xing, my brother sent them. I like them very much." "Bo, you like horses?" "I have a few ponies. They are more docile and suitable to be raised for fun. Come over and pick 2 after the show." Xing. No need. I travel all over the world. How can I have time to raise a bunch of horses? It's good enough that I can take care of these 2 horses. Bo, okay. You can come over anytime if you want to play. Xianxia didn't want Bai Yi to think that he liked to play, so he continued to decline. But on second thought, if he could take the opportunity to visit Bai Yi's house, that seemed great. Xing, Red Panda kneeling and kowtowing. GIF, Xing, thank you, Your Majesty. Bai looked at the little panda emojis kneeling and kowtowing in a row and laughed silently. Thinking that he could visit Bai Ye's house in the future, Xianxia felt better than before. But he still wanted to know if Bai Yi was with Wei Qin. He walked back to his room from the stables without turning on the lights. Science had shown that darkness could increase one's courage. He looked at the video called button on the screen. With his dark eyes, he clenched his teeth and pressed it. 20 seconds later, the video call was connected. Bai Yi had probably just finished taking a shower. He didn't have time to tighten his bathrobe, and his collar was open, revealing a large portion of his collarbone. Water dripped from his hair. A line of sparkling water droplets slid down his sharp jawline, past his chin and protruding Adam's apple. Xianxia felt that his throat was a little dry. "Is she in the room?" Bai Yi was the first to speak. The water droplets on his face quivered with the movement of his Adam's apple. "Why don't you turn on the light?" Xianxia gulped. "I was in a hurry to come in, so I didn't turn it on. I've eaten dinner." Xianxia nodded and added, "My sister cooked it. Her cooking has a weight loss effect." Bai Yi smiled. "You don't have to lose weight. You look good on camera now." This was the second time that Bai Yi had praised him for his good looks. Xianxia was dazed by the compliment and asked subconsciously, "Am I better looking than Wei Qin?" Bai Yi was stunned. Why was Wei Qin suddenly brought up? Then he remembered that when he was punished for Wei Qin, his little fan was jealous. She even asked him why he wanted to be someone else's kitten. "She's jealous for a long time," Bai Yi couldn't help but mutter. "What did you say?" Xianxia didn't hear clearly and widened his eyes. "Nothing. Life wasn't easy." Bai Yi sighed. "You're better looking than anyone else." "Oh really? Don't lie to me." "I'm not lying. You're the best looking and brightest star in the night sky." Bai Ye's lips curled up slightly when he said this. There was a smile in his voice, but his tone was very serious. Xianxia suddenly felt all the blood in his body flow to his face. His limbs went numb and his brain stopped thinking. Was he really the brightest star in Bai Ye's night sky? No way. Bai Yi said this to comfort him. Xianxia shook his head and shook himself out of his beautiful fantasy. Then he finally remembered the purpose of his video. He licked his lips and said, "That. Are you alone in the room?" "Of course. I'm taking a shower. No one can come in even if they want to." "Oh. No." Xianxia suddenly thought of something. "When I played the video for you, you were taking a shower?" "Yes." "Halfway through?" "Yes." No wonder Bai Yi didn't even have time to tie his bathrobe. Xianxia said shamefully, "I'm sorry to disturb your shower. Don't worry about me next time. Finish your shower first." "It's okay. I'm just wiping my hands." Bai Yi played it down. "You're more important." Speaking of Liang Jing, Xianxia was actually going to visit Jing in hospital this time. Firstly, he wanted to visit Tao Xian. Secondly, Liang Jing's project was being done there. He had to ask Liang Jing and Tao Tao how they were doing now. He woke up naturally and stretched his muscles in the yard. Qiuji dressed neatly and walked past him. "Xing, I'm going to the spa with my friends today. I can't have breakfast with you. The chef just cooked the porridge. Remember to eat it as soon as possible. It'll hurt your stomach if it gets cold." "Got it." Xianxia was very happy despite being nagged. "Take care of yourself too. Call me if you need anything." "No, I can't let those girls see your handsome face. I'm afraid they'll steal my brother." Could they steal her brother? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that he would never be stolen by other sisters and asked, "Is the breeder here?" "Yes, he came at 5 in the morning." "That's good. 2 or 3 million horses. You must treat them well." "It's okay. It's not expensive," Qiuji said. 2 or 3 million US dollars for 2 Fergana horses in such good condition. Jiaza didn't lose out at all. 2 or 3 million US dollars? Xianxia almost spat out blood. It turned out that he didn't think about the word beautiful last night. But with the word beautiful, the price of the horses was nearly 7 times higher. He was still thinking about returning the money to Xianxia, but now it seemed that he couldn't return it for a while. Xianxia, who only had a few million in his account, shed tears of poverty and ignorance. Jing'an Hospital was not far from the Qi family. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xianxia wrapped himself up tightly and drove to the hospital. On the way, he received a call from Qi Yunxiao, saying that the results of Dongqing TV's handling of under-the-table operations were out. After Xianxia heard it, he asked Qi Yunxiao to wait for his call. He sneaked into the hospital building through the back door and learned about the situation from the nurse. He learned that Tao Xian had been transferred from the intensive care unit to the ordinary VIP ward. Xianxia found the ward according to the room number and unexpectedly bumped into Liang Jing at the door. Has Liang Jing already started to treat Tao Xian? Has Peaches of the Night entered the plot where the cannon Fodder is about to kill Liang Jing? Liang Jing glanced at him and asked curiously, Xianxia, what are you doing at the hospital? You can recognize me? Xianxia was quite surprised. Afraid of being discovered by the paparazzi, he covered himself with a mask, hat, and sunglasses. I can recognize you just by looking at your back. Liang Jing's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Are you here to visit the patient, or to find me? I'm visiting the patient and also to see you, Xianxia said honestly. The clinical effect of the recently developed drugs was so. In addition, his tutor was unwell, so he threw a few patients to him. Liang Jing was almost busy from morning to night. Knowing that Xianxia had returned to H City, he didn't take the time to visit Xianxia. He didn't expect that Xianxia would take the initiative to visit him today. Liang Jing's accumulated fatigue dissipated a lot. He stepped forward and held Xianxia's wrist. His voice was gentle. You've lost weight. Let's go in first. Xianxia quickly pulled his hand away. Liang Jing stopped in his tracks. The two of them had always been very close. When they were in school, they often put their arms around each other's shoulders. Xianxia never showed any resistance to his touch. Did Xianxia really not like him at all? Looking at the other person's back, Liang Jing frowned. Xianxia didn't wait for him. He walked straight to the bed. Tao Xian must have just woken up. He looked sleepy and turned his head to look out the window like the last time they met. Xianxia was afraid of scaring him, so he called out softly, Tao Xian. Tao Xian didn't say anything. He turned his head back. How are you feeling recently? Are you better? Before asking this question, Xianxia didn't expect him to answer. However, he saw his mouth open slightly. Just like that. It was an improvement for him to be able to communicate with outsiders. Xianxia was stunned for a few seconds and asked a few more questions. For example, did he need to take extra classes? Did he crave food? Did he want to go out to play? If Tao Xian's condition could improve, then Liang Jing wouldn't need to donate a kidney. However, reality told him that he was overthinking. After that, Tao Xian didn't talk to him anymore. Xianxia sighed and left the ward. He was thinking of a solution. When Liang Jing saw him come out, he put away his chaotic thoughts and returned to his role as a doctor. Can you communicate with him normally? No. Unfortunately, Liang Jing's voice lowered. It'll be good for his recovery if his mentality changes. He's not cooperating with the treatment? He's not very cooperative. Liang Jing shook his head. He's even very resistant to the routine checkups twice a day. He's only a little better when his sister comes. Hearing the word sister, Xianxia immediately raised his guard. You have met his sister? I have. Liang Jing didn't know why he had such a big reaction. What's your impression of his sister? Liang Jing was puzzled. I heard that his sister is a celebrity, but I feel that she doesn't have the airs of a celebrity. She's very approachable and a gentle and kind girl. At this point, Liang Jing paused. It would be better if she could visit Tao Xian more often. They had only met once, but Liang Jing had such a high opinion of Tao Tao. It was enough to see how powerful the heroine's halo was. Xianxia anxiously scratched the back of his neck and found a blind spot. He asked, Sister Tao Tao only came to see Tao Xian once? Yes. Almost a month had passed since Liang Jing went to the hospital for clinical treatment. Xianxia was surprised. Could it be that you weren't there when she came and didn't see her? Tao Xian was a key observation target. His daily life was recorded. According to the records, Tao Tao only came once, not as often as Jiazi. Xianxia's head hurt. What is Jiazi doing here? He came 3 times to deliver exercise books and textbooks. Tao Xian was annoyed by him, Liang Jing said with a smile. But I hope he can come more often because Tao Xian feels more alive in front of him. How should I describe it? He no longer looks like a porcelain doll, but a living person. Hearing this, Xianxia vaguely had a few thoughts in his mind. They weren't clear enough and needed to be sorted out. He said goodbye to Liang Jing, and Liang Jing remembered something. By the way, Jiazi asked me to teach you how to ride a horse. When are you free? I'm free all week. It's up to you. After leaving the hospital, little President Qi decided to inspect his business. After this morning, he sadly realized that it was difficult to earn money from acting contracts. He could only rely on squeezing the income from the marine world and the diamond mine to supplement his empty wallet. He didn't want to make a big fuss, so he bought a ticket to enter the park. He also went to see his brother Xianxia and big brother Shark from the fossil museum. After walking around and seeing that everything was in order, he walked along the path to the beach with satisfaction and observed the yacht docked at the harbor. He didn't know how much this thing could be sold for, at least a few million. But would his sister be sad if he sold it? Just as he was thinking about it, Ran called. Xing, what do you think now? Do you want to keep your mic off? Xianxia took a few seconds to realize that Ran was talking about Kevin. Calculating the time, the public opinion was about to reach its peak today. Ran must be anxious. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, there will be a response in an hour. How do you plan to respond? Dongqing will do it, but I can't tell you the details. Don't worry, Sister Ran. Xianxia was young, but he was very reliable. Ran was relieved to hear his confidence. She reminded him to be careful of paparazzi and try not to go to crowded places. Xianxia, who had just finished his tour of the marine world, agreed. He hung up the phone, opened Weibo, and clicked on My Times topic square. As he expected, Kevin's fans, Sea Entertainment's Water Army, brainwashed passers-by, and netizens who hated the rich gathered together and labeled him as an enemy. Xianxia is a bully. He doesn't deserve to be a mentor. If you have money, go back and inherit your family property. Don't pollute the entertainment industry, okay? Don't you want your IDs? You can't afford to offend rich and powerful capitalists. Be careful that one day, second young Master Qi will make you disappear from the world. I really want to know how much money Xianxia spent to sneak into time. They can just shove anyone into their variety show. I think Dongqing is done for. Of course, there were also many fans and passers-by who spoke up for him. Xianxia's professional ability is obvious to all. Please watch the show before you fart, okay? He stayed up all night to train with the students of Class F, but you chose to ignore him? Why are you so sure that he got into the show because of his power? I'm just a passerby. I don't care about Kevin. I admire Xianxia's seriousness. His notebook is almost full. My dance teacher, Qi, is really good at dancing. I heard that he has only been practicing for a year and a half. He must have put in a lot of hard work. Seeing these lines, Xianxia couldn't help but feel happy. It wasn't for praise, but because his efforts were seen and recognized by the public. He didn't embarrass himself, nor did he embarrass Xinguang, who had worked hard to follow him. He took out his phone and dialed Xianxia's number. An hour later, Dongqing TV released an announcement. Dongqing TV official Weibo. In late August, an unknown sum of money appeared in the accounts of our operations director, project manager, and chief editor. After investigation, it was confirmed that this sum of money was a bribe given to the 3 by an entertainment company to modify the competition results of their trainees. At the beginning of the broadcast of My Time, such a vicious incident occurred. Dongqing TV management conducted deep introspection and made the following decisions. 1. Fire all employees involved in this vicious incident and return the bribe money. 2. Fully investigate the My Time project team to ensure that such a situation will not happen again. 3. To ensure fairness, My Time will keep the voting channel database open until the end of the show. The public is welcome to supervise and inspect. 4. Open a special customer service hotline to accept and answer the audience's questions and suggestions about the fairness of the show. Dongqing TV once again deeply apologizes to the audience. Although we have already investigated this matter before the competition, and although the trainees involved have withdrawn from the competition due to personal reasons, we will not shirk our responsibility as long as it happens. Here, we do not ask for forgiveness. We only hope that everyone can give Dongqing another chance and continue to supervise My Time in the form of full transparency. Finally, we express our sincere respect and gratitude to the 5 mentors. Thank you to the 5 mentors for your contribution and fair judgment. 2020-09. 25. When the netizens saw the announcement, they were dumbfounded. Since the launch of various online talent shows, there had been many complaints about under-the-table manipulation. This was the only one that had exposed themselves. Did Dongqing TV want to go bankrupt? However, after carefully studying the announcement, the netizens found that the under-the-table manipulation was discovered before the competition. In other words, the under-the-table manipulation was not successful, and it did not affect the results of the first round of competition. Dongqing TV's actions of hanging themselves in the southeast and promising transparency of the data showed that they were serious about the show. Their words were full of sincerity. F***ck, I actually have a good impression of Dongqing. What's wrong with me? As soon as the announcement was released, under the public's discussion and the popularity of the show, Dongqing's announcement immediately became a hot search. When the topic started, some netizens expressed their satisfaction with Dongqing's handling of the situation. Their favorability increased. Others were so surprised that they did not know what to say. The announcement mentioned the trainee involved withdraws from the competition. It went without saying who the trainee involved was. Kevin's fans and the haters who scolded Xianxia without thinking were slapped in the face. They scolded Xianxia for several days for spending money on the show. In the end, Kevin was the one who spent money on the show. Does your face hurt? It hurts. It really fucking hurts. Kevin's fans were as quiet as chickens until the program team of My Time released a video. In the video, Kevin used rap to attack the judges for not being free and Xianxia for using money to decide the winner. Xianxia quickly retorted, "If you want to be a Chinese idol, you have to learn Chinese first. If you can't, please go back to ABC." Every word was powerful and sonorous. In an instant, it ignited the patriotism of the netizens. Kevin's biggest fan was the first to speak. "I apologize for my attacks on Mr. Xianxia these days. From now on, this Weibo will be closed and blacklisted. I hope Kevin will take care of himself." Then, Sister Station left. The website has been running for so long, condensing the blood and sweat of many people. It's a pity that we didn't find a worthy idol. From now on, this website will be closed and no more content related to a certain male star. Thank you for your company. See you again. The remaining fans had nothing to say. They rushed to the topic square and Xianxia's and Kevin's Weibo. I'm not a good person. Not only will I stop being a fan, but I'll also scold him. F***ck you're stupid Kevin. If you don't like it, don't come. Hurry up and leave. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't see Kevin's character clearly. I apologize to Teacher Chi. Thank you, Teacher Chi, for protecting our culture. I respect you. F***ck, this rap is so hot. So why didn't I become a fan of Teacher Little Chi, who had good professional skills and was handsome, but chose to become a fan of foreign trash? Was I cursed by K? I want to be a fan of Teacher Chi. I want to be a fan of Teacher Chi too. Sisters, count me in. If you want to be a fan, let's be a fan together. Thus, the entire Weibo became a scene of people leaving their fans and returning to their fans. But what about that foreign trash? He signed the contract termination agreement on the spot and went back to his free ABC. When he received Xianxia's call, Xianxia actually didn't want to release an announcement for fear that it would affect Dongqing's image. Moreover, My Time was still airing. What if the audience still didn't believe in the fairness of the show after the announcement? If the show was ruined, he, Bai Yi, and the other mentors would also be criticized for being in the same boat and would be easily implicated. However, he didn't expect Dongqing to be so transparent and in such a good way. Not only was the platform's image not damaged, but it also made a good impression on them. As a result, the attention on my time increased. Many netizens who didn't like to follow talent shows and didn't want to cultivate idols came to support the trainees of my time. There were even VIPs who called my time the first completely transparent talent show competition in the mainland. The platform was not connected to any management company, and there was no manipulation behind it. It was a true public vote, and it tested the trainees' own strength. Under the influence of such public opinion, the trainees, the official Weibo, and the mentors all gained a wave of fans. Xianxia was amazed by the development of the incident until he saw his brother when he returned home. Xianxia said, "Dongqing wanted to protect you, not the show. If they could tell, they wouldn't have released an extra clip of Kevin and me." Xianxia was curious. Why didn't Dongqing protect my time? Isn't my time the ace variety show of Dongqing? Dongqing TV was bought by my friend Ji Dongdong, Ji Yadong, in order to broadcast his lover's web drama. Later, his lover won the Best Actor award and Ji Yadong didn't care much about it. Otherwise, the employees wouldn't have accepted gifts and colluded with each other. So that was the case. Xianxia suddenly felt a little disappointed. My time came to me because you helped me talk to Boss Ji, right? No. Xianxia shook his head. He couldn't bear to let his baby brother go out to work and tire himself out. Someone recommended you to the show. Who recommended me? Xianxia was curious and happy. If it wasn't for his strength, the person who recommended him wouldn't have thought of him and the show wouldn't have chosen him. Therefore, he didn't enter my time because of his family's resources. He fought for it on his own. Thinking of this, Xianxia happily went upstairs and skipped back to his room. He threw himself onto the bed and waited for his emotions to settle down before calling the caregiver. "Hello, Mr. Qi. You're welcome. I have something to ask you," he said. "After you took over Tao Xian's care, how many times did his sister come?" "Let me think. Tao Xian came once 2 days after he was admitted into the hospital. He came once a few days ago and hasn't been here since." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. My colleagues and I have been eating and living with the patient. We have seamless shifts. There's absolutely no mistake." When Xianxia was looking for a nurse, his only requirement was that the nurse had to take good care of the patient at all times. Because Tao Xian's mental state was more dangerous, he was afraid that Tao Xian would commit suicide. Moreover, Tao Xian's VIP ward had a private bathroom, so there was no need for the caregiver to go to the toilet. Therefore, Tao didn't come once a month as he thought during the day. She only came once in the 2 months since Shang Yuliang posted on Weibo about Qi Jiao's school violence. As an artist, Tao's career was on the rise. It was understandable that she was busy. However, Tao Xian was her brother after all. No matter how busy she was, she could always find time to visit him. Tao's behavior was very strange. Xianxia had always seen Tao as his sister and friend. Now, he didn't like her for some reason. However, the most important thing was not to like her, but to help Liang Jing get out of danger. Tao didn't mind letting Tao Xian take care of him, but he couldn't. When Tao Xian's condition worsened, Liang Jing would bear the brunt of it. Xianxia thought for a moment and found Qi Jiao's WeChat. "Xing, are you done with your class?" Qi Jiao replied instantly, "Self-study at night. I'm bored to death." "King, bro, let's go out for hot pot." "Xing, don't find excuses to skip class." "King, I just want to eat hot pot with you." Xianxia wouldn't give him the chance to skip class. He changed the topic. "I heard from bro Liang Jing that you went to see Tao Xian recently." "King, yes, I went to send him an exercise book." "King, I listened to you. I was very careful when I spoke to him. I didn't make him angry." Xing, okay, I believe you." Xing, Jiaoza, I have a task for you now." "King, bro, tell me." Xing, Tao Xian might have to stay in the hospital for a long time. The college entrance exam is in June next year. I'm afraid he won't be able to keep up with the classes. King's scalp went numb. You're not asking me to tutor him, are you? Xianxia, you guessed right. Xianxia was silent for a long time. Bro, you must have some misunderstanding about my grades. You should look for tutors or good students to tutor him. Xianxia, no, you're the only one who can do it. Have you seen Tao Xian's condition? Do you feel comfortable letting someone else do it? Even Xianxia's extremely gentle attitude was ignored by Tao Xian. On the contrary, every time he saw Xianxia, he would be lively for a while. This meant that although Tao Xian was annoyed by Xianxia, he had already accepted him. If it were someone else, they would probably make Tao Xian even more depressed. Moreover, Xianxia had a little selfish motive for doing this. Xianxia was a bad student. By giving him the tutoring task, he could enrich his knowledge base and prevent him from getting a big 0 in the college entrance exam. Xianxia, how about it? Can you do it? Can I do it? Xianxia looked at the phone screen and was very conflicted. It was true that he didn't like studying. Tao Xian was originally a good student in Xianxia North. It was a pity that he was held back by his illness. Last semester, they had finished all the courses in high school. This semester, they were going to review. Every day, the content of the class was nothing more than doing questions, explaining questions, and summarizing types. As long as they took notes and understood the way to solve the questions, they just had to forward it to Tao Xian. It didn't seem difficult. Xianxia took a deep breath. How about I try? Helping Tao Xian with his tutoring and helping Liangjing out of trouble was important. His brother's safety was also important. Xianxia repeatedly reminded Xianxia not to do anything to Tao Xian. Although that plot had passed, it was hard to guarantee that violence in the ward would happen again. The plot had deviated a lot. Xianxia didn't dare to take a wrong step. Xianxia promised him solemnly. From the next day, he started to listen to the lessons seriously. At night, after the evening class, he gave Tao Xian his first tutoring session. Xianxia listened outside the ward for a while. He secretly praised his brother's intelligence and kindness. After only one day of class, he was able to understand all the questions in a type of topic and explained it clearly and logically. At the same time, he carefully took care of Tao Xian's emotions. His voice was much lower than usual. What a rare little angel. Xianxia thought angrily. It would be better if he didn't do the stupid thing of supporting a hot air balloon. Just like that, he stayed in the hospital and watched Tao Xian for 2 days. The third episode of My Time was released to the public's anticipation. With the black box incident adding fuel to the fire, the number of views for the third episode set a new record. The number of comments and discussions had more than doubled compared to the previous episode. Xianxia was stuck for more than 20 minutes before he could enter. The screen turned from black to colored. It was a scene of the tutor playing mahjong and Bai Yi taking the punishment for him. Bullet comments, F*CK, F*CK, Brother Yi is spoiling Brother Xiaoqi. Next, Wei Qin said that his face was allergic and begged Bai Yi to help. Bai Yi let him draw it on his arm. Before the game started, Brother Yi took the initiative to help Brother Xiaoqi. Wei Qin begged Brother Yi, but Brother Yi told him not to play if his face was allergic. What a double standard, Brother Yi. Ha 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 ha. The 5 tutors are friends and have a good relationship. Please don't read too much into it. Thank you very much. So he didn't agree to help Wei Qin at that time. I misunderstood him. Xianxia was ashamed. After watching the show, he must apologize to Bai Yi properly. The progressed to the part where he accompanied Class F to practice. He thought that it would be over quickly, but he didn't expect to edit a few short clips of the practice room. The time was marked at the bottom right corner of the clip. It was 2, 3, and 4 o'clock in the morning. Bullet comments, he didn't have any obligation, but he chose to help Class F. There's nothing to say. I'm giving teacher Xiaoqi a thumbs up for his dedication. Then it was the first round of the competition stage. Kevin attacked him with freestyle, and he fought back without hesitation. Bai Yi forced Kevin to apologize with a cold face. After watching the trailer released by Dongqing, I guessed that this part would be very popular, but I didn't expect it to be this popular. Oh, is teacher Xiaoqi really not a hidden underground rapper? F***ck. Great. It felt so good. Teacher Xiaoqi is the best. Brother Ye's words are so appropriate. They hit the nail on the head. I'm 100% stunned. Oh my god, Brother Yi is so cool. That apologized to Teacher Chi. I can't take it anymore. How can there be someone in the world who dares to say such a thing? Aha. The screen was filled with the word burning. Xianxia's face was red from the wave of flattery. Finally, the scene stopped at the back view of the Class F students and Xianxia hugging each other and crying. I'm crying. It's so touching. I can understand the feelings of the Class F students for teacher Xiaoqi. If I were the Class F students, I would definitely fall in love with such a good teacher. No, I'm falling in love with him now. The faces of Wu Qian and the others flashed in front of his eyes again. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He threw down the tablet and hugged his pillow. Before he could recover from the discomfort, Ran called anxiously. The first sentence was F***ck. The second sentence was F***ck. Xianxia pretended to speak in an old-fashioned tone. Mizzen. Please show your professional side. No, I'm going crazy. I'm going to heaven. And Ran sounded excited. Xing, do you know how many fans you have now? Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, she shouted, 5 million. 5 million. Xianxia's eyes widened. Recently, he had been scolded by Kevin's fans and rarely surfed the internet. It had been a long time since he paid attention to the number of fans. When did the number of fans climb to 5 million, he couldn't believe it. He murmured, I'm worth 5 million people liking me? Yes, you're worth it. And Ran sniffed. Xing, before coming to Time, I didn't understand why you set a month-long course. Now, I understand everything. Your efforts didn't go to waste. You being seen and liked by the public is just the result of your efforts. It's an inevitable phenomenon. Your efforts have paid off. And Ran blew her nose. I'll ask Uncle Qin to pick you up in the next 2 days. The company wants to position you. Xianxia didn't quite understand. What do you mean? It means. And Ran deliberately dragged the last word. From now on, your career path, character, brand value, salary, and so on need to be carefully planned. Xing and Ran paused. You're different from before. You're no longer a small actor in that company. You've become a mature artist, idol, and star. Congratulations. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't know what to do. Half a year after he transmigrated into the book, he entered traveling penniless in order to save his life and acted in Heart of the Ocean in a muddle-headed manner. Then, he was recommended to My Time. Along the way, he learned acting, singing, dancing. Unknowingly, he went from an orphan struggling in the mud to a star. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. Okay, I'll hang up, and Ran said. I'll call you in advance when I need to come. Have a good rest. By the way, please repost the official Weibo of Time to show that from this episode onwards, we hope the public will supervise. Okay, I got it. After agreeing with Ran, he hung up the phone. Xianxia put the phone under his pillow, turned over and looked at the ceiling with his arms and legs spread out. When he heard his heartbeat gradually calm down, he took out his phone again and reposted the Weibo. Xianxia, hope the public will supervise together, work hard. At My Time official Weibo video. About 40 minutes after the repost, he received a notification on his phone. Baiyi, work hard. Xianxia, hope the public will supervise together, work hard. At My Time official Weibo video, Xianxia turned off the push notification. He could receive notifications about Baiyi because Baiyi was under the special attention section. He rubbed his cheeks. He had time to repost the Weibo? Wasn't Baiyi busy now? Coincidentally, he wanted to chat with him. He switched to WeChat, Mushroom Head. GIF, Xing, you're not filming now? Bo, waiting for the set. Bo, how do you know I'm not filming? Xing, I saw your Weibo post. Bo, I just finished reposting. You saw it so quickly? Xianxia, the person he liked saw things in a very tricky way. Seeing that there was no response, Bai asked Aluan, "Why can Xianxia see my status in real time?" Weibo has a function called special attention. Aluan spread his hands. Either Xianxia is browsing Weibo, or you're his special attention. Bai didn't go on Weibo often. Usually, Aluan would help him manage his account. Just now, his agent Xianxia had informed him of his position. He opened the homepage and was too lazy to look for the official account. Instead, he reposted it directly from his fan. Thinking about it carefully, his fan didn't have the habit of using his phone all the time. He could rule out the possibility that his fan was browsing Weibo. Then, there was only one thing left. He was the special attention of his fan. Bai held his left hand in the air and coughed lightly to hide the smile on his lips. Aluan saw that the set boy was struggling to move the props, so he ran over to help. Bai sang the empty fort strategy beside him, and he fumbled around to open his special attention list. 2 seconds later, all of Night Sky's fan apps popped up. Frowny face, your idol Bai is online. Night Sky was puzzled. He had just reposted a Weibo post and now he was online again. Was he doing a lot of publicity work today? Then, their screens were flooded with real-time updates. Frowny face, your idol Bai has unfollowed Xianxia. 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 Night Sky was stunned by his actions. What was her brother doing? Was there something wrong with his phone? Was he playing with Little Seven? All the fan groups were flooded with question marks, but Bai did not know that there was such a magical thing as a fan app. He continued to mess around. Xianxia stared at his phone in shock. Yes, that's right. He had chased after celebrities for 7 years. He did not have time to reply to the previous question and quickly typed, "Was your Weibo account hacked?" "Bo, no." Xianxia did not dare to expose the fact that he used a fan app, so he asked in another way, "Then, you still use Weibo?" Bai tried a few more times, but he still could not figure it out. He was about to ask Baidu. Seeing Xianxia appear, he said directly, "Tell me how to set up a special attention list." Xianxia instinctively responded to his idol's request, and he took screenshots step by step and sent them to him. Until the fan app popped up again, "Your idol Bai has unfollowed Xianxia." Bai's status went offline. He laid in Bai's attention list and did not change again. Xianxia's heart pounded. He knew a secret that all Night Sky did not know. He was Bai's special attention. Xianxia, eat slowly. It's all yours. No one's fighting with you. In the morning, at the dining table, Chiyuji looked at her brother who was wolfing down the food and reminded him with heartache. It's okay. Xianxia stuffed 2 shrimp dumplings made by Chiyuji into his mouth and praised, "It's delicious." Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, you don't have to force yourself to eat. It's okay." "Who said I can't eat? I can eat a lot." Xianxia took one chopstick after another and ate happily. It didn't seem like he was forcing himself to eat. Xianxiao and Xiaoming looked at each other, confused. For 2 days in a row, their little Xianxia was full of energy and enjoyed everything he ate. He even ate Chiyuji's dishes with relish. Was little Xianxia possessed by something, or had he been poisoned by his sister? But other than that, everything else was normal. He even looked more lovable because he smiled all day. It was really strange. His brother and father couldn't figure out the reason, but Xianxia knew it very well. He was Bai's special attention. There was the word special in special attention. To round it up, he was special to Bai. He was in such a good mood that he was about to fly into the sky and walk side by side with the sun. After breakfast, he took a 20-minute walk and finally calmed down. Old Qin drove him to Nuya Entertainment. He remembered the first day he came to Nuya. He looked at the photos of his company's artists on the wall of honor and felt that it was surreal. And now, his photo was among them. Xianxia opened his palm and measured the distance between him and Bai with his fingers. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. He was in the 4th row from the bottom, and Bai was at the top. They were 3 palms apart. He would work hard to climb up. He wanted to be closer to Bai. Xianxia and Ran held a thick stack of documents and stood on tiptoe at the end of the corridor, calling him. Come on, let's go into the conference room. Okay. Xianxia looked at Baiye's photo again. Stepping into the conference room, other than Enran, there were two other employees. Enran introduced them one by one. This is the publicity agent, and this is the business manager. The publicity agent was mainly responsible for public relations and publicity planning. The commercial agent was responsible for commercial performances, branding, endorsements, and so on, and Ran was the executive agent, responsible for leading Xianxia to announcements, negotiations for film, TV series, and variety show resources. From the Buick minivan to the luxury RV, from Enran and Old Qin to the current 5-person team, it could be said that at this moment, Xianxia's team was finally complete. Enran poured a glass of water for Xianxia. Although she was now the leader of the team, she still had the habit of taking care of Xianxia. She didn't trust others to take care of him. She took out the plan that they had discussed in the past 2 days and briefly talked about it. After listening, Xianxia said, "There's no need to set a character. I'll face my fans as I should." Enran. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Then you take these 2 books." Scripts. Xianxia took the portfolio that Enran pushed over. Opening it, there were 2 scripts inside. One is the second male lead in an international drama, and the other is the first male lead in an online drama. Enran paused. "I selected them from 4 invitations. The plot and the team are good. Go back and take a look. If you're energetic, the 2 dramas will start filming a month apart. You can prepare for them at the same time." The entertainment industry was a bowl of youth. Other than a few actors who stayed young, there were many actors who took advantage of the popularity to quickly become popular. Xianxia said, "I don't know how to act, and I don't have the capital to do so. I'll tell you after I'm done." "Okay." Xianxia got out of the car with the scripts. Before he entered the house, Liang Jing, who had finally found some time, dragged him directly to the Liang family's racetrack. The Liang family's racetrack was adjacent to the Liang family's golf course. They were both in the suburbs of H City, about 50 minutes away. Not long after the car left, Xianxia fell asleep unknowingly until he heard someone whispering in his ear, "Xing, wake up." "Okay." He rubbed his eyes and straightened up. Something slipped off his body. He looked down and saw that it was a jacket. He bent over and picked it up. "Sorry, I dirted it." "It's okay," Liang Jing said, "I prepared it for you." With that, Liang Jing got out of the car first. Xianxia saw him walking to the passenger seat, so he quickly opened the door and jumped out. He didn't have the habit of waiting for others to open the door for him. Liang Jing stood still for 2 seconds, then turned around and opened the trunk. He took out 2 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of riding boots, and a helmet. "I just came out of the hospital, so I didn't have time to carefully choose the style. I hope you don't mind." Xianxia didn't know how to ride a horse at all. If Liang Jing hadn't said so, he would have worn his own clothes. "Of course I don't mind, thank you." He looked around. "Is there a place to change?" "There's a changing room in the racetrack. Follow me." The Liang family's racetrack had a membership system and was mainly open to the upper class of society. However, there wasn't a single person or horse on the lawn. Xianxia and Liang Jing walked side by side and were about to ask. The racetrack manager drove the patrol car and stopped in front of them. "Young master, second young master Qi." "Yes." Liang Jing nodded. "Have you announced the closure notice?" "It's done as you instructed." "Okay, get the horse trainer to bring the horse in." The horse was in the truck behind, and the manager followed his orders. Xianxia asked curiously, "Why is it closed today?" "Because you're here. You're a public figure. It'll be bad for you if someone takes a picture of you and spreads it," Liang Jing said helplessly. "Idiot." Xianxia. "Oh." After changing, Xianxia started to act silly again. "Hey, this set of clothes suits my figure. We grew up together. I know all the sizes of your clothes and shoes at every age." Liang Jing knocked on his helmet. "Okay, let's warm up." Xianxia was flustered by his words. He shut his mouth and stretched while listening to Liang Jing talk about things to take note of. For example, what to do if the horse was frightened and suddenly went crazy, what to do if he accidentally fell from the horse's back, what position to take to protect himself, and so on. He memorized it carefully and then put it into practice. In the past few days, the Chi family's breeders had equipped the horse with a full set of saddles, reins, and pedals. The horseshoes had also been remade. Looking at the Fergana horse that was brighter than when Xianxia had first brought it here, Xianxia felt excited for no reason. He turned his head and said, "I kind of forgot how to get on the horse." He couldn't say that he didn't know how to get on the horse, so he could only use the excuse of forgetting. "Don't worry." Liangjing looked at his anxious expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Come, put your hand on the side of its neck." Xianxia followed Liangjing's instructions and put his hand on the side of the horse's neck. "Can you feel its temperature and pulse?" Xianxia widened his eyes slightly. "Yes. It's a fresh life. It's your friend." Liangjing put his hand on the back of his hand. "Feel its emotions carefully." Xianxia's arm stiffened when he felt a warm touch on the back of his hand. He calmly withdrew his hand. Liangjing paused and continued, "If it shows signs of irritation, you need to immediately check its physical condition and feeding. It might be sick or eat food that doesn't match its usual diet. It's more gentle now. You can try to build a relationship with it." "Okay, how do I do it?" "Let it," Liangjing patiently guided, and Xianxia studied seriously. An hour passed unknowingly. The horse and Xianxia were much more familiar with each other. "Next, you can try to get on the horse," Liangjing said. "Stand beside the horse's left shoulder, grab the reins and the horse's mane. Yes, hold the stirrup with your right hand and lift your left foot." Seeing that Xianxia was a little hesitant, Liangjing subconsciously wanted to give him a hand and took a step forward. Just as he was about to touch the horse, Xianxia flipped over and got on the horse. His movements were neat and without any hesitation, as if he was avoiding a flood or a fierce beast. Liangjing's eyes became darker and darker. Learning how to get on a horse made riding much easier. Liangjing held the reins and guided the horse forward slowly. He let Xianxia get used to the feeling of being on the horse and taught him how to use the reins and his body to control the direction and speed. Xianxia tried one by one, and when he was almost done, he said excitedly, "I'll try it myself." Liangjing let go of the reins. Xianxia clamped the horse's belly with his legs. The horse neighed and galloped forward. Liangjing's hands were empty. When he let go of the reins, it was as if he let go of something important. It was not appropriate to ride a horse for the first time. Liangjing got on his own horse and followed him for a few laps. Then, the two of them slowed down and walked slowly towards the changing room under the afterglow of the setting sun. "How was it? Did you have fun today?" Liangjing asked. "Yes." Xianxia had not had such a good time in a long time. He smiled and nodded. "The racecourse is not open to the public these few days. You can come over any time. Call me before you come. I'll arrange work to accompany you." "No, no." Xianxia did not want to trouble him so much. He quickly refused. "Once is enough for me. Besides, I have to go back to work the day after tomorrow." Liangjing was stunned. "I heard from Sister Yuji that you have almost 10 days of vacation this time. Why are you leaving so early?" Xianxia had planned to go back after the vacation, but it was just that he missed Baiyi more than a little Baiyi. "My friend is alone in S City." Xianxia lowered his voice. "I'm afraid that he'll be bored, so I'll go back to accompany him." What a good friend to make little Xianxia so worried. Liangjing nodded and did not say anything. Soon, they arrived at the changing room. Xianxia took out his phone, adjusted the angle, and took a half-body selfie. He changed back into his own clothes and took a ride home with Liangjing. Xianxia went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he did not even dry his hair. He took out his phone, and his fingers quickly moved up and down. "Xing Xing, I'm going home." He had originally typed exclamation point at the end of the sentence. But then he deleted it. The tone of this statement sounded more like a notice. It was not a rush to report to someone. "Bo, yes. What did the company say?" Xianxia, they said that my next job is to focus on acting. I won't take on variety shows for now. Bo, the company did the right thing. What you need now is a good work to stabilize your popularity. Without any work, popularity was too low. Fans would easily run away. Xianxia knew this and continued to type, so when Ran gave me 2 scripts. Bo, movie or TV series? Bo, what genre? Xianxia, TV series. One is a web series with a more realistic theme. The male lead. The other is a workplace drama in Star City. The second male lead. Baiyi was probably thinking about it. After a while, he replied, which one do you prefer? Xianxia wanted to tell him his thoughts, but before he said it, he suddenly thought of something. I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to reply. When I go back the day after tomorrow, you can help me analyze it, okay? This way, he would have an excuse to look for Baiyi. He could not help but praise himself. Xianxia, you're really smart. Who would have thought that Baiyi would see through his thoughts at a glance? If he needed his help to analyze which script to choose, what was the point of having an economics team? However, Baiyi did not expose him. He replied indulgently, okay, let's study it together. Xianxia, hee. Xianxia, then it's a deal. Bo, yes, it's a deal. How are you coming back the day after tomorrow? Are you driving? Xianxia, plane. The driver has something going on at home. He'll drive the minivan 2 days later to meet me. In fact, he had given Old Qin 9 days off. In the end, he changed it at the last minute and did not want to interrupt Old Qin's vacation. Bo, be careful. Xianxia, don't worry. Xianxia smiled for a while and then typed, oh right, I went to learn how to ride a horse in the afternoon. Bo, you learned? Xianxia, pretty much. Xianxia, let me show you. He chose the photo in front of the changing room and sent it. A second later, the young man's smiling face appeared on Baiyi's screen. Baiyi subconsciously clicked on it and zoomed in. The young man was wearing a light green narrow-sleeved shirt, black pants, and riding boots that outlined his long and straight legs. The anti-fall helmet made his face look smaller and more delicate. His head was slightly tilted, and his eyes were curved. Under the red sunset, his smile was bright and warm. Looking at the young man, Baiyi's eyes gradually softened. Then, he looked down to observe the body condition of the Fergana horse. However, at the bottom left corner of the photo, he saw a man's face unintentionally. The man looked gentle and handsome, and he was wearing thin-rimmed glasses. Baiyi suddenly remembered that this was the young man's childhood friend. Some time ago, he came to S-City to look for the young man. At that time, he put his arm around the young man's shoulder. His action was so natural, as if he had done it thousands of times. An indescribable feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. The smile on Baiyi's lips faded instantly. After a while, he said, what time do you land the day after tomorrow? I'll pick you up. Xianxia didn't know why Bojiu suddenly changed his mind and wanted to pick him up. He quickly rejected Bojiu's offer. Sister and Ran informed the production team to send a car to pick me up. You go do your thing. Bojiu, landing time. Xianxia, you really don't have to, Bojiu, I'm not busy. They had been apart for almost a week. If he could see Baiyi as soon as he arrived in S-City, it would be a good thing. Xianxia asked carefully. Bojiu, really? Bojiu, yes. Xianxia, aren't you afraid of being in the headlines again? Baiyi snorted. Bojiu, I'm not afraid of anything. It had been almost 8 years since he debuted at 17. Baiyi had experienced everything and won everything. He was indeed fearless. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he obediently sent the plane ticket over. The flight time was 9 o'clock in the morning. Xianxia deliberately chose the earliest flight. He woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning and washed up. When he went downstairs for breakfast at 7 o'clock, the Qi family, including Xianxia, looked at him and exclaimed in unison. Xianxia. What are you guys doing? We're shocked by your handsomeness, Xianxia said exaggeratedly. Xianxia, he usually didn't look good on the plane and he was about to meet Baiyi. Of course, he had to be neat. No wonder you have more and more fans in school, Xianxia said angrily. You call me your husband and brother on the forum every day. Don't you know who your real brother is? This little brat was actually jealous of his fans. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that the little brat had crawled over early in the morning just to see him, Xianxia didn't hold it against the little brat and rubbed his head a few times. He hurriedly finished his meal and carried his luggage to the car. Then, Jiaozi, Yuji, Yunxiao and Father Qi boarded the car one by one. He deeply felt the sadness of being a migrant worker who had to be separated from his family. S city was not far from H city. After a nap, the plane had already landed on the ground. Xianxia sat up in a daze. After a few seconds, he suddenly grabbed and ran. Is my hair? No, it's not. You look so good. And Ran said happily. You're more and more aware of your image. You're not bad. Xianxia was a little embarrassed, and his eyes darted left and right. I know it's not good to let the fans see my sloppy side. Get up, big sis, and Ran. What's the hurry? Xianxia pretended that he didn't hear Ran snagging and ran to the luggage carousel. After taking the luggage, he couldn't help but urge her. Give me your luggage. Hurry up. No, the fans will say that the company mistreats you. I'll take it myself. Oh, stop nagging. Boys should take care of girls, and Ran fought with him for 2 rounds. She was not as strong as him, so she lost in the end. She chased after him in her high heels. When they reached the arrival gate, she suddenly understood why her artist was in such a hurry. Outside the arrival gate, a large group of boys and girls, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, surrounded a young man. Some were shouting for his autograph and some were holding up their phones to take pictures. Some were even holding Xianxia's sign. Obviously, they were here to pick up Xianxia. However, the blind box revealed a hidden card. What a surprise, and Ran was stunned for a while and said in surprise, Isn't Brother Yi with the crew? Why is he at the airport? Xianxia was even more confused than her. He thought that Bai Yi was waiting for him in the parking lot when he said pick him up. Who would have thought that this man would be standing outside the arrival gate so brazenly? Wasn't he just waiting to be photographed? Seeing that Ran was still confused, Xianxia coughed and said in a low voice, He is here to pick me up. Ran. What the F***ck? Afraid that Bai Yi would be hurt by so many people and that it would affect public order, Xianxia didn't explain too much to Ran. Instead, he quickly walked towards the crowd. Aluan and the bodyguards were trying to persuade the crowd. Bai Yi was blocked by them and he was signing the book in front of him. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, Teacher Little Chi? Bai Yi looked up and saw the young man in the photo from the day before. There was a hint of anxiety on his face and he wasn't smiling as brightly as in the photo. His expression instantly turned cold. When the chattering Xinguang fans around Bai Yi saw that Xianxia had come out, they reluctantly left Bai Yi and gathered around their idol. Some passers-by who were purely there to watch the show also flocked to Xianxia. There was finally a large empty space around Bai Yi. Ding, a notification sounded and Bai Yi took out his phone. Xing, I'll lead them away. You wait for me in the underground parking lot. Bai Yi didn't reply and put away his phone. 5 minutes later, Xianxia, who was signing autographs and chatting with the Xinguang fans, felt his vision darken. A tall figure loomed over him. Bai Yi grabbed his suitcase and said calmly, Let's go. Xinguang and passers-by, yeah? The couple fans, aha. For some reason, Xianxia felt that Bai Yi wasn't in a good mood. He tried to guess what made Bai Yi unhappy as he continued chatting with Xinguang and followed Bai Yi. Brother, have you had a good rest these past few days? Xianxia, not bad. You hit Kevin's face in the last episode of Time. That was so cool. Have you learned rap? What do you mean by hit his face? I learned a little rap before I debuted. The students in F class are so good. They will definitely develop better and better. Brother, you don't have to be sad for them. Thank you, I think so too. Xing, a girl asked carefully, Did Brother Yi come to pick you up? Xianxia knew that he couldn't avoid this question. He glanced at the girl and felt that she looked familiar. Bai Yi, who was walking in front, seemed to have heard the question. He stopped for a moment and said to the girl, "Your hair is short." "Ah, Brother Yi, you remember me." The girl was excited. "I'm going to military training soon. I cut my hair short when I went back last time." Xianxia suddenly remembered that she was the Xianxia couple fan who asked for their autographs in the studio during the first round. Bai Yi had so many fans, but he could still remember the hairstyle of a fan he had only met once. Xianxia thought that it was no wonder that people liked Bai Yi more and more. No matter how many fans he had, he never treated them as a tool to make money. He cared for them from the bottom of his heart and treated them as friends and family. Bai Yi was a god, right? An angel? Oh my god. He fell in love with the best person in the world. He was so happy that he was bubbling with happiness. He even felt grateful to the author of Peaches of the Night for describing the male protagonist in the same way as the real Bai Yi. As for his personality, of course, Bai Yi in the book was better. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen in love with the male protagonist without hesitation. In reality, Bai Yi was so high and mighty that he could only look up to him. He couldn't feel anything other than admiration for him. Xianxia lowered his head and let his imagination run wild. He didn't notice that Bai Yi had stopped walking. Oh my god, he took 2 steps forward. Fortunately, Xianxia reacted quickly and immediately braked. He almost fell into the other person's back. Xianxia lowered the brim of his cap. Seeing that no one noticed his embarrassment, he asked softly, why aren't you walking?" Bai Yi said coldly, "Because you're taking your time." Xianxia, sorry, I'll go faster." Who offended young Master Bai? He was so fierce today. The elevator in the parking lot was not far ahead. Xianxia put away his fancy thoughts and prepared to continue walking. Unexpectedly, because they stopped together, the bodyguard who was busy maintaining order didn't notice them and directly bumped into Xianxia. The bodyguard was tall and strong. If he bumped into Xianxia, it would be painful even if he didn't fall. Moreover, he was surrounded by female fans. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He could only choose to take a defensive posture and try not to fall in public and embarrass the Qi family. However, the moment the bodyguard was about to hit him, a hand wrapped around his shoulder and gently pulled him into an embrace. Then, the bodyguard turned around and stood in front of him to protect him. Bang! Flesh collided with flesh. Xianxia didn't feel any pain. Bai Yi blocked the blow for him. The fans outside didn't see what happened inside, but the fans around the two of them saw it. The couple fans were confused. Xinguang and the passers-by didn't think too much about it. They thanked Bai Yi on behalf of Xianxia. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Thank you. Are you okay?" Xianxia asked belatedly. Bai Yi let go of his hand. He didn't look at him or say anything. As the warmth dissipated, Xianxia's face reddened as he sniffed. He discovered that his entire body was filled with the faint fragrance of the other party. After waving goodbye to the fans and returning to the hotel, Bai Yi went to the studio. Xianxia and Anran finished their lunch and wanted to take an afternoon nap. They tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He sent a message to Aluan. "Aluan, did anyone make your boss angry these days?" After nearly half an hour, Aluan replied, "No, who dares to provoke him?" Xing, is he too busy? I feel that he's not in a good mood." Aluan, from what you said, it probably started yesterday morning. I also feel that he's been a little irritable." Xing, what happened? Aluan. Nothing happened. Xianxia sighed and put down his phone. Even Aluan, who was closest to Bai Yi, didn't know what was going on, let alone him. He thought for a moment. Then, he thought of something and his eyes lit up like a light bulb. He jumped out of bed, wrapped himself up, left the hotel, and turned into the supermarket next door. Half an hour later, he came back with a bunch of ingredients and condiments. Beef, shrimp, avocado, bitter lettuce, and so on. The suite he was staying in had a small kitchen. It didn't have a complete set of kitchen utensils. It was mainly prepared for boiling milk and heating food for guests. However, it was enough for frying meat and cooking noodles. He put the steak into the pot and slowly fried it. He removed the shrimp lines from the shrimp and blanched it in water. He washed and cut the vegetables and mixed the salad dressing and vinegar according to the recipe. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Bai finished his recording and returned to the hotel. Before he entered the room, the person opposite called out to him, "Wait, don't close the door." Bai said, Xianxia didn't say anything. He carried 2 plates into Bai's room and put them on the table. He turned back to the room and brought out 2 more plates. Okay. Xianxia clapped his hands. The kitchen is limited. Don't mind it. Bai glanced at it. Pasta with tomato and meat sauce, Caesar salad, fried shrimp with sea salt, fruit platter. The little girl was right. The kitchen was limited. It must have taken a lot of effort to make these dishes. His heart softened. But his thoughts were even more uncontrollable. The little fan was cooking for him now. A few days ago, when she was at home, did she cook for that man too? Was the little fan only so good to him, or was she so good to everyone who was close to her? After putting down his laptop and cell phone, Bai went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came out, Xianxia had already prepared the cutlery and was waiting for him at the table. The meal was a little quiet. Most of the time, it was Xianxia who asked and Bai who answered. The dishes were all finished. Not a single bit was wasted. Xianxia sighed as he washed the plates. He didn't coax Bai well, however, he wasn't a person who gave up easily. After cleaning up the table with Bai, he took out the script and said softly, "You promised to help me analyze it." "Okay." Bai pressed between his eyebrows. "Let me take a look." Xianxia opened the 2 scripts and placed them in front of Bai. Bai held his temples with one hand and flipped through the pages with the other. His slender fingers and exposed wrists were wider than the pages. Xianxia stared at them for a few seconds and looked away with red ears. Not long after, Bai finished reading. He pondered for a moment. And Ran chose the scripts very carefully. The plots and themes of the 2 TV series are good. The first one is suitable for your current situation. It's good for increasing your popularity. The characters are also suitable for your image. It's easier to control. The other one is a web series. The background and inner drama of the characters are more complicated. It's relatively difficult to control. But you're the main lead. If you act well, it'll be better than a web series. Of course, web dramas are not as valuable as star dramas. If the response after the broadcast is average, it would be equivalent to delaying the golden period of your popularity. Bai paused. In conclusion, workplace dramas are safe while web dramas are risky. It depends on which path you choose. In fact, Bai's analysis was similar to what he thought. Xianxia pondered for a moment. "I want to choose, Bai, a risky path?" "How did you know?" Bai smiled silently. He knew the character of his little fan too well. Since they reached an agreement, Xianxia smiled and discussed the scripts with Bai for a while. Unfortunately, Bai tried his best to talk about business and told him everything he knew. However, as soon as Xianxia showed the intention of testing his mood, his brows furrowed even tighter, and his tone became cold and indifferent. After talking for almost an hour, Xianxia saw that Bai was tired. He reluctantly decided to go back to his room and continue to coax him tomorrow. Before he left, he sighed. "If you're unhappy, you can tell me. I'll help you." Bai was even more irritated. Was he going to tell his little fan that he was angry because she was too close to that man? Was he going to be overbearing and not let his little fan hang out with his childhood friend? He was in no position to say or do that. It's okay. Don't worry." Bai suppressed his turbulent emotions. He turned and took out a bunch of bottles from the fridge and piled them in Xianxia's arms. "I owe you milk these days. Go back to sleep." Comrade Little Chi knew very well that if he wanted to coax someone, he needed to coax them from all angles. It was not enough to coax them at night. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he took and ran and refreshments to the headquarters of Dongqing TV. As soon as he stepped into the studio, the production crew said in surprise, "Oh, Teacher Little Chi, you're back early?" "Yes." Xianxia found an excuse. "I'm staying at home anyway. It's better to come back." It was the first time the production crew heard that someone was willing to work instead of rest. They laughed and said, "No wonder Teacher Bai went to pick you up yesterday. He's going to reward our hard-working little bee." Xianxia was speechless. He knew that this matter could not be hidden. However, because Xianxia had decided to return to S City at the last minute, there were only fans who could find out about his ticketing information. There were no entertainment reporters waiting for him. After the photos of Bai Yi picking him up were posted online by fans, it did not become a hot topic. Moreover, Xingguan did not want Xianxia to continue to be accused of riding on Bai Yi's popularity, so he controlled the spread of the photos strictly. The matter of him licking his idol's beauty was only spread in Xingguang and a small part of the night sky circle. It was still under control. Except for the fans of the stars couple last night. They couldn't help but go crazy. Helping Xianxia block bodyguards and whatnot is the best boyfriend. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead ors, I was there. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't be able to imagine how much brother Yi doted on Xingxing when he hugged him. They must be living in a sweet pampering novel. I'm willing to give my wife all my coins. F***ck. You're mistaken for a couple at work. I didn't even see such a scene. F***ck. This couple's sugar content is too high. Who dares to say that they have a socialist brotherhood? And Ran was very active in the CP fan group. She thought to herself, if I tell you that brother Yi specially went to the airport to pick up Xingxing, will you guys be sent to the ICU? However, she didn't say anything. She turned off her QQ and looked up, only to find that there was no one beside her. Her artist had already gone to look for the other party. Sob sob sob. After all, Xianxia was here for Bai Yi. He was not in the mood to care about Ran. He walked out of the back door of the studio and went to the training ground for the trainees. Right now, the production team was recording the game segment as material for the next episode of My Time. The trainees sat in a circle, leaving the middle empty. Bai Yi was also requested by the production team to mingle in the practice room and play games with everyone. Xianxia pushed the door open a crack and peeked inside. The trainee, who was facing the door, saw Xianxia poking his head out. He sat up straight and widened his eyes curiously. The other trainees and cameramen saw that his reaction was abnormal, so they followed his gaze and looked outside. Therefore, a certain instructor with the surname Chi was caught red-handed. Boys at this age easily developed a good impression of people who had sex with each other. Ever since Xianxia insulted Kevin, the trainee's attitude towards him changed greatly. The activity room was instantly filled with cheers. Bai Yi glanced at him indifferently and then turned back. Xianxia was speechless. He was indeed still unhappy. At this moment, the trainee started to jeer, "Mr. Chi, come in and play with us." Yes, 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 come and play with us. Xianxia asked the assistant, "Can I join?" Of course, the assistant said with a smile, "It's more fun if you join." Xianxia obeyed and went in. He looked left and right, wanting to sit next to Bai Yi. The trainee opposite him quickly stopped him, "Mr. Chi, don't tell me you want to be in the same group as them? They already have Mr. Bai. You guys split into groups?" Xianxia paused. Yes, one group in the left half circle, one group in the right half circle. The assistant said, "Mr. Chi, go to the right half circle and give them some motivation." Okay. Xianxia walked with heavy steps and sat opposite Bai Yi. For the convenience of playing the game, Bai Yi was wearing a simple sweater and trousers. But even dressed like this, he looked as beautiful as a painting, making people unable to look away. Xianxia looked at the trainees on the surface, but in fact, he was secretly sizing up Bai Yi. Bai Yi seemed to feel his gaze and raised his eyebrows. At him. Ah, how can there be such a good-looking person in the world? Is this beauty real? Ah, my eyes were born to look at my brother. It's my brother who lit up my world. After reading 3 bullet comments, Xianxia had no qualms about praising him. Bai Yi didn't know what he was thinking and continued to watch the game. The trainees were playing a game called cockfighting. The rules of the game were very simple. 2 people stood on one leg and used their hands to form a triangle with the other leg. With their knees facing outwards, they used their knees to attack each other. Whoever landed on both feet first would be the loser. Now, the two people on the field were almost equal. The right half-circle team was obviously no match for the left half-circle team. Sure enough, after 30 seconds, the right half-circle team lost and the left half-circle team gained another point. Okay, Bai said, send out your next player. Xianxia didn't care about it and watched the show with a smile. Then he heard the captain say, we've decided to send out a heavyweight player, Mr. Qi. Xianxia said, huh? Then we'll have to use our trump card, the captain on the other side said, we'll send out Mr. Bai. There was nothing wrong with a mentor facing off against a mentor. The camera panned to the two of them. Xianxia and Bai had to stand up according to everyone's wishes. They walked to the field amidst the cheers of their teammates and stood facing each other. The camera assistant said, teachers, cheer yourselves up with a slogan. Xianxia wasn't a virgin who had never been on a variety show before. He knew that he needed a variety show now. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he raised it and waved it in front of Bai Yi. Be careful, brother Yi. I'll make you lose so badly that you can't even find your bearings. Okay, Bai Yi pursed his lips. You let me win. Xianxia was speechless. Why did it seem like something was wrong, but in front of the camera, he didn't have time to think. He lifted his left leg and jumped toward Bai Yi aggressively. Bai Yi was very calm. He jumped gently to the left and dodged the attack. Due to the force of his charge, Xianxia only managed to steady himself after taking 2 steps back. He turned around and found that Bai Yi was still standing in the same place and didn't take advantage of the opportunity to attack. This action instantly ignited his desire to win. Xianxia said seriously, brother Yi, you don't have to go easy on me. Let's rely on our own abilities. Bai Yi nodded and then got into a defensive position. He didn't deliberately go easy on his little fan. The floor was too hard and he was afraid that he would accidentally fall. The little guy was delicate. It would be bad if he fell. At the moment of victory, Xianxia temporarily put his beauty to the back of his mind and jumped 2 steps to the left in an offensive position. Seeing his movements, Bai Yi subconsciously dodged to the right. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly changed direction and jumped far away, directly in front of Bai Yi. The attack caught Bai Yi off guard. Before he could stabilize himself, his opponent's knee hit his knee. Bai Yi was about half a head taller than Xianxia. His knee was also a few inches higher than his opponent's. Therefore, Xianxia's knee hit from below. If he hit, he would definitely lose his balance. In a flash, Bai Yi didn't have time to think. He pressed his knee down hard and the two of them collided head-on. The result of the collision was obvious. Xianxia was completely inferior to Bai Yi in terms of strength. His body tilted and he couldn't support his body with one leg. He fell straight onto Bai Yi. Bai Yi was still on one leg. For a moment, he couldn't stabilize himself and fell backward from his pounce. Before his back touched the floor, Bai Yi reached out and pressed the back of Xianxia's head. He was afraid that he would roll off his body and hit his head. Xianxia, on the other hand, was afraid that Bai Yi would hurt his back. He wrapped his arms around his opponent, crossed his palms, and spread his fingers. He tried to cover as much of Bai Yi's back as possible. Therefore, he held him down while he held him down. The two of them fell to the ground in a tight manner. Wow! The trainees couldn't figure out their twists and turns. They could only see that they were hugging each other. They were all dumbfounded. Are you okay? Xianxia chose not to hear the sounds around him. He got up with both arms and said urgently, Are you hurt? Does it hurt? I'm fine, Bai Yi answered after a few seconds. He stood up very slightly. Then he pulled down the hem of his shirt. The game was only a small segment. The trainees still focused on practicing their performance songs. About half an hour later, everyone returned to their assigned practice rooms according to their teams and continued to work hard to not be eliminated. Bai Yi's task changed to observing everyone's training. He didn't need to keep an eye on them all the time. The cameraman left with the trainees. Only Xianxia and Bai Yi were left in the lively activity room. Xianxia went up to him and said flatteringly, It's almost noon. Let's go out for lunch together? I found a Western restaurant that's good. Let's try it. Bai Yi hesitated slightly. And Ran's voice came from outside the door. Xing, are you in there? Someone is visiting. Visiting? Who would visit him at work? Xianxia had a lot of questions. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Bai Yi, I'll go out and take a look. Bai Yi frowned imperceptibly. Yes. Xianxia was anxious that he hadn't even made a date yet. He ran out of the studio in big strides. And Ran ran with him, her face full of infatuation. He's a handsome guy. A super handsome guy. He's mature and ascetic. His voice is so nice. Why is my heart still beating? Mature and ascetic handsome guy? He didn't know this type of friend. Xianxia was even more confused. When he ran to the East Orange Hall and saw the man in a suit at the front desk, Xianxia confirmed in Rant's words. Because that was the president of the Qi group. Brother, Xianxia was stunned. Why are you here? I came to S City for a meeting and came to see you. Xianxia glanced behind his brother. He didn't see his future brother-in-law. Xianxia said, the meeting. Is it over? Xianxia nodded and looked down at his watch. Do you still have work? If not, I'll take you to lunch. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia came to see him. He couldn't leave his brother alone. I've finished my work. This is my assistant in Ran. Let's take her with us. Xianxia naturally agreed. The three of them got into his car. Xianxia landed on the ground and quickly sent a message to Bai Yi to apologize. Sorry, I can't eat with you today. After a while, Bai Yi replied. It's okay. I've been eating in the cafeteria recently. Eating in the cafeteria, although the cafeteria of Time was good, it was not as exquisite as the restaurants outside. Xianxia pursed his lips and decided to pack some delicious food for Bai Yi when he came back. Xianxia was more familiar with the Qi Group's subsidiary in S City. He took Xianxia and his assistant to a fusion restaurant. It was one of the must-visit restaurants for internet celebrities. The desserts were quite good. Xianxia missed Bai Yi and didn't eat too much. And Ran always remembered to maintain her ladylike image in front of a super handsome guy. She didn't eat too much either. So the meal was finished quickly. Before paying the bill, Xianxia packed a grilled pork chop, a stir-fried vegetable core, and a dessert. Xianxia smelled something fishy. Who is it for? My friend, Xianxia said. You may have seen him on TV. His name is Bai Yi. He ate in the cafeteria for lunch. I'm giving him an extra meal. Hearing the words Bai Yi, a smile finally appeared on Xianxia's face. He's in the studio? Yes, I think so. Then I'll go back with you and take a look at your work environment. You don't have to tell the program crew. I have a pass. With his relationship with the boss of Dongqing, it was normal for him to have a pass. Also, he wanted to take his family to see his workplace. Although it was hard and tiring, his blood was boiling. Okay. Xianxia jumped up and down. Let's go. Back in Dongqing, Xianxia introduced the structure of the studio to Xianxia as they walked. He was puzzled because he didn't see Bai Yi in the cafeteria. He asked the stage manager, but the stage manager said that he didn't see Bai Yi either. Xianxia was puzzled and continued to take his brother to the practice room area. Bai Yi hadn't had a good appetite for the past few days. He didn't have much of an appetite at noon and had been watching the trainees train in the practice room. After singing a song and turning off the accompaniment, he vaguely heard the voice of a young fan. This floor is basically full of practice rooms. There are more than 20 of them, big and small. The rest are activity rooms and storage rooms. Then came the voice of a strange man. So many practice rooms? We have a lot of trainees too. At first, there were 88 of them. Unfortunately, there are only 66 left now. The young fan's voice was full of laughter and even used pleasant-sounding auxiliary words like yeah. Bai Yi frowned. He didn't want to listen to him and turned on the accompaniment again. However, the two people's questions and answers were like a curse that kept drilling into his ears. His already irritated mood became even more irritated and his face became colder and colder. Until a minute later, his irritation was pushed to the peak. Bai Yi rarely couldn't control himself. He said, "You guys are free to practice first." Then he rushed out of the door that was slammed shut made a muffled sound that echoed in the corridor. Xianxia's explanation was interrupted. He turned around to look at the source of the sound. Bai Yi's face was as calm as water. His eyes were bottomless as he strode toward them. Seeing the person he had been thinking about all afternoon, Xianxia said excitedly, "So you're in the practice room." "This is me, sorry." Before he could finish, Bai Yi interrupted him and forcefully inserted himself between him and Xianxia. He pulled him behind him and said to Xianxia, "Wait for 2 minutes. I have something to say to Xianxia." After that, he didn't care whether Xianxia agreed or not. He grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "Come with me." Xianxia had never seen Bai Yi like this before. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, making him scared and worried. Moreover, Bai Yi had called him by name. Xianxia belatedly realized that, perhaps Bai Yi had been angry with him for the past few days. He mouthed to Xianxia, "Wait for me." Xianxia expressed his understanding and nodded. The two of them communicated so tacitly that Bai Yi's last shred of rationality was burned away by his anger. He half-dragged Xianxia to the storage room at the end of the corridor and locked the door. Few people came to the storage room. At this time, the lights were off and the room was dim. With the pitiful light in the corridor, Xianxia groped around the wall with his hands, trying to find the switch. "Don't move." Bai Yi stopped him. "But I can't see you if the lights are off." Xianxia continued groping. "I said don't move." Bai Yi couldn't hold it in anymore. He leaned forward. Xianxia was startled by his voice. His arms froze on the spot. Before he could ask, he felt a warm body pressing him against the wall. A familiar breath came closer and closer. Finally, it stopped at his lips. Without any explanation, Bai Yi kissed him on the lips. Maybe because he was too angry, or maybe because he had been holding it in for too long, Bai Yi's movements were not gentle. After rubbing his lips for a while, he realized that he wouldn't open his mouth. Then, he used his canine teeth to bite his lips. "Hiss!" Xianxia cried out in pain. Bai Yi took advantage of the situation. As if he was declaring his sovereignty, he plundered and occupied inch by inch. Xianxia's mind went blank. He lost the ability to think. His hands clenched and unclenched in midair. Then, due to the lack of oxygen, his fingertips spasmed involuntarily. Until his limbs became as disobedient as his hands, and Xianxia was almost suffocating, Bai Yi finally let him go. The spasms gradually disappeared. Xianxia panted heavily. After some time, his voice trembled. Do you know what you were doing just now?" Bai Yi didn't seem to be any better. His voice was hoarse. "I know. I was kissing you." "Kissing can't only be done with the person you like. Don't use me to practice kissing. This is my first time." Bai Yi clasped the back of his neck. His voice was low and fierce. "I didn't use you to practice kissing. You're the person I like." He liked you so much that his gaze was always chasing after you. He liked you so much that he was happy with you. He liked you so much that he couldn't bear to see you suffer even a little bit. He liked you so much that he couldn't bear to see any other man beside you. At first, Bai Yi thought that he was just a fan who doted on him. But unknowingly, he doted on him to the bone and in his heart. He couldn't change it anymore. "You." Xianxia pinched himself hard on the arm and sucked in a breath of cold air. The pain told him that this was not a dream, but he still couldn't believe it. "Don't tease me. I'll take it seriously. I'm not teasing you. I want to be your boyfriend." Xianxia's eyes widened. "Can I?" He said that he wasn't joking. He said that he wanted to be his boyfriend. His body was faster than his brain. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. "Yes." After a pause, as if he was afraid that Bai Yi would go back on his word, he agreed even louder. "Yes." After getting the answer, Bai Yi's heart, which had been in suspense for 3 days, finally found its place. It didn't return to his chest. It was all tied to someone else. "I forgot to tell you that this is also my first time kissing." Bai Yi pinched his chin and stroked his cheek gently with his fingers. What did you have for lunch? It's so sweet. Cheesecake. I didn't taste it just now. Bai Yi leaned forward. I want to taste the cheesecake again. Bai Yi's tone sounded like he was asking for Xianxia's opinion, but his actions did not show any intention of asking. Without waiting for an answer, he kissed him directly. It was not as forceful as the previous kiss. This time, his kiss was very gentle. First, he patiently licked Xianxia's lips, then used the tip of his tongue to open the gap between his lips. He did not open the gap. He gently pinched the little fan's waist. Open your mouth. Xianxia was confused. You have to open your mouth when kissing, Bai Yi whispered. I can't bear to bite you again. After listening to that voice for 7 years, Xianxia felt as if his legs had been stripped of all their bones. In an instant, he felt so weak that he couldn't stop trembling. He pressed his elbows against the wall to prevent himself from sliding down. Bai Yi felt his movements and guided him helplessly. You can hug me. Xianxia did not move. Bai Yi saw that he did not move and asked, Are you sorry? No. Then what is it? I'm afraid. Xianxia's voice was soft. I'm afraid that if I touch you, you'll break and turn into bubbles. I'm afraid that this is a dream. A dream? Why would he think so? Bai Yi found it funny and distressing. Without saying anything, he turned on the light that the little fan could not find. Suddenly, the light in front of him turned dark. Xianxia frowned subconsciously and opened his eyes slightly. He clearly saw the person in front of him. If I kiss you with the light on, Bai Yi asked him seriously, will you still think that it's a dream? Then, the person in front of him gradually enlarged. His eyes, nose, and mouth were real and clear. Even the touch on his lips was so real. Bai Yi continued kissing him. Xianxia did not have much ability to react. His lips and teeth were easily pried open. After some time, the sound of leather shoes on the marble floor came from the corridor. Was someone here? He really came at a bad time. Xianxia didn't have enough kisses and complained in his heart. In the next second, he suddenly remembered, damn. His big brother was still outside. What should they do now? Reason finally prevailed over emotion. Xianxia pushed Bai Yi. Wait, outside. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that his voice was sticky. It sounded like he had just done something improper. Bai Yi guessed his thoughts and his expression changed instantly. You still miss that man? Yes, I can't let him wait for too long. Why not? He's very important to you. Of course. Xianxia said anxiously. That's my big brother. Bai Yi? Xianxia was afraid that he did not understand the seriousness of the matter, so he added, my biological brother, my biological brother. Bai Yi was speechless. So here's the question, known condition A, the little fan is his boyfriend. Condition B, the man outside is the little fan's biological brother. Question, what is the man to him? The answer was easy to understand. Everyone in China knew that the man was his brother-in-law. Now, he thought about his behavior just now. He refused to greet his brother-in-law. He forcefully pulled the little fan in front of his brother-in-law. What kind of consequences would he get? The answer was also very easy to understand. Everyone in China knew that he had personally adjusted the difficulty level of the quest to bring his little fan to his house. But the most important thing now was not to let his brother-in-law wait any longer. Bai Yi smoothed the hair on Xianxia's head. Xianxia rubbed his cheeks and pretended that nothing had happened. He led Bai Yi out of the storage room. Xianxia was still wandering in the corridor. His expression was normal and he didn't seem to be impatient. But he was the kind of person who didn't show his emotions. Xianxia couldn't figure out what he was thinking. He called out weakly, brother. Xianxia was afraid that Bai Yi would feel awkward, so he only introduced him halfway. This is the Bai Yi I told you about. We went to the room just now, to look for props. Bai Yi didn't know if Xianxia minded the two men being together. He didn't say much and extended his right hand. Hello. Xianxia's gaze fell on his younger brother's watery eyes and slightly red and swollen lips. He instantly understood everything. He shook Baiye's hand and couldn't help but squeeze. You found the props? Yes, I found them. Xianxia stuttered and rushed to answer. Xianxia was speechless. Well, the cabbage had just been taken away and he had already learned to side with the outsider. Xianxia looked at his younger brother for a while and then looked at Baiyi. He felt sad. His golden cabbage had actually been snatched away by a pig right under his nose. Although the pig looked handsome and came from a good family, and from the way he talked, he didn't seem like a scumbag. He just couldn't bear to let him go. He lowered his voice and said, I have something to do in the afternoon. I'll leave first. Brother, I'll send you off. No need. Work hard. Remember to come home next time. Xianxiao quickly turned and left. Xianxia was a little unhappy after spending less than 3 hours with his brother. Baiyi sensed his mood and suggested, there's still time before the next shoot. Why don't I send you home first and pick you up the day before the shoot? No, it's okay. Xianxia also couldn't bear to part with his new partner. I'll go home after the second round of the competition. Let's not talk about this. I packed some food for you for lunch. Eat some first. Xianxia waved the bag in his hand. So it's for me. Baiyi raised his eyebrows. No wonder you didn't let go just now. He didn't let go even though his legs were weak. I'm afraid you can't eat well in the cafeteria. Thank you. Baiyi took the bag. There's a camera in the practice room. Let's eat in the car. Xianxia couldn't figure out why the camera in the practice room would affect eating. Baiyi ate very elegantly. He didn't lose his idol image because of eating. When the two of them got into the RV and closed the door between the driver's seat and the rest area at the back, Baiyi scooped up the little fan and held the back of his neck, squeezing it neither lightly nor heavily. Xianxia narrowed his eyes comfortably. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like an animal. He didn't forget the purpose of coming here. He took out the dishes one by one and placed them on the table. Baiyi, who was picky about food, glanced at him. No staple food? No. Xianxia found something wrong. You didn't eat lunch? Baiyi shook his head. No wonder he couldn't find him in the cafeteria. Is it because? Xianxia tried. I left with my brother. That's why you didn't eat, right? Baiyi, why did this guy have to be smart when he shouldn't be? Seeing that he was silent, Xianxia's mind gradually cleared up. So today you suddenly said, you like me because of my brother? Yes. My identity has been dug up. You don't know him? I don't use Weibo much. Baiyi was helpless. Well, if Baiyi always used Weibo, he wouldn't have asked him how to set up special followers. Xianxia felt inexplicably uneasy. He frowned. You didn't confess to me on impulse, did you? He didn't like him very much, but when he saw him with another man, he confessed to him on impulse because of possessiveness or other strange feelings. Baiyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his thoughts. He also felt sorry for his repeated insecurity. He reiterated, no, I didn't do it on impulse. I like you, that's all. He wasn't good at explaining himself, but at this moment, in order to reassure his little fan, he tried to analyze. I've never been so attentive and nice to anyone as I am to you. At first, I didn't realize it. Later, when I saw the photo of you and Liang Jing riding a horse, I made a childish decision. I decided to pick you up at the airport. I also wanted to appear in the photo with you, to let Liang Jing know who you belong to. Today, you asked me to have lunch with you, but you left with someone when you heard that someone was visiting. I was so annoyed that I couldn't eat a grain of rice. Including the game in the morning, when he accidentally came into physical contact with his little fan, his body's uncontrollable reaction told him very clearly, his feelings for his little fan had long surpassed the category of idols and fans. Xianxia's scalp tingled. It turned out that he was the one who made Baiyi unhappy. How many stupid things had he done unknowingly? Okay, stop talking. Xianxia quickly interrupted him. Stop talking, I know. He frowned and kept scratching the seat with his hands. He was very anxious to atone for his sins. But the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't find a way. In the end, he could only climb up to her neck and kiss her to express his apology and love. His kissing skills were inexperienced and he didn't know the key points. He only knew how to nibble on the lips and didn't know that kissing required him to stick out his tongue. After he finished kissing her, he hurriedly confessed, "I like you too, I like you very much. I like you so much that I'm willing to give up my original things for you. For example, I'll throw away my real identity and live with you forever in the book." Most of Class F had left. The day before the competition, Xianxia went to the dormitory of the surviving Class F to cheer them on at the request of the program team. He also went to Han Qing's dormitory to take a look. Class A's dormitory was on the top floor. It was called the top of the pyramid by the trainees, the home of the big boss that needs to be looked up to, and so on. Xianxia went up and covered his nose, making a suffocating gesture towards the camera. "Is this the smell of the big boss?" The assistant asked him, "What's the smell?" "Rice noodle rolls, Odin, fried chicken wings, and smelly socks." "Who accumulated socks for so long without washing them?" "Ha ha ha ha." The assistant was amused by him. In the aspect of variety shows, Xianxia was more mature. He knocked on Han Qing's door while chatting with the assistant. Han Qing was putting on a facial mask. When she saw who it was, her facial mask almost cracked. "Xing, why are you here? Hey, you look great today. Your skin is white and rosy. Are you really barefaced?" Xianxia thought that Han Qing was looking for an excuse to praise him, so he didn't care. "Maybe it's because I've been resting well recently." "Who's here? Can I go in and take a look?" Han Qing pointed out a few names and said embarrassedly, "It's so messy inside." "Cameraman, let us go." How could the cameraman let go of the material? He followed Xianxia and squeezed in. The trainees who were lying down or tilting sat up straight. When they saw Xianxia, they were all surprised. "Wow, little teacher Qi, I only realized that your skin is so good when I look at you up close. You're so handsome." Xianxia was speechless. Was Han Qing telling the truth? "You guys are not bad either," he praised. "You guys will definitely look good on camera tomorrow." Everyone played around for a while. Xianxia finally completed his caring mission and quickly slipped back to the nanny van. However, he didn't leave. He told old Qin to wait for a while and turned to ask Ran, "Sister, do I look good?" "Yes. I wanted to ask you," and Ran said enviously. "Did Jiang use some new skincare products for you?" "No, I didn't do anything." Xianxia was puzzled. After being together with Bai Yi, he often laughed in a daze. After laughing, he would continue to be in a daze. The rest of the time, he would take a shower. He didn't even remember to spray the spray that Ran gave him, let alone make a facial mask like Han Qing. How could his skin suddenly become better? And Ran saw him pinching his cheeks and joked. It's said that people who fall in love will become prettier and have better skin because of increased dopamine secretion. Xianxia's hand trembled and a red mark appeared on his fair skin. And Ran kept her eyes on Xianxia as the two conversed. This action was clearly reflected in Ran's eyes. Her heart thumped. "Xing, you're not in love, are you?" I'm on the set every day. I'm with you when I go to work. How can I date someone?" And Ran nodded. "If you're dating someone, you must tell me. Of course, it's best if you're not dating someone. You're on the rise and have a lot of wife fans and girlfriends. Try not to hurt your fans." In other words, Xianxia didn't have any works or career fans. He relied on traffic to support his popularity. He mainly relied on fans to support him. If he was in a relationship, a large number of fans would be scared away. The foundation that he had built up in the early stage would be destroyed and he might not be able to recover. "Yes." Xianxia responded vaguely. It wasn't that he deliberately hid it from Ran, but once the news of them being in a relationship spread, it would have a great impact on Bai Yi. Bai Yi loved the stage so much. He couldn't ruin Bai Yi's passion. He didn't dare to make a mistake. And Ran felt relieved after getting the answer and continued to scroll through her Weibo. After waiting for about half an hour, Bai Yi got into the car with Aluan. Xianxia and Bai Yi were staying in the same hotel. Seeing that they were about to finish filming, he didn't want to trouble Bai Yi's driver. He planned to take Bai Yi back on the way. Of course, he also had some selfish motives. The second round of the competition was about to start. Qianjia, Wei Qin, and the other two also returned to the set. Everyone had their own filming tasks. Because of the different end of work hours and because they were afraid of being discovered, they didn't have much time to be alone together after confirming their relationship. Xianxia looked for a long time and finally found a chance to be alone with Bai Yi. He moved in hesitantly and Bai Yi naturally sat next to him. Aluan complained, "Boss, the car is so spacious. Why do you have to squeeze with Xianxia?" Bai Yi opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Xianxia said, "I don't think it's crowded. It's okay." He was afraid that Bai Yi would change seats with Aluan. Bai Yi glanced at him and smiled silently. Xianxia realized that he had overreacted just now and said, "If you think it's crowded, I'll sit somewhere else." "No, it's not crowded." Bai Yi obviously knew what he was thinking. Of course, he did as he wished. Aluan, who was ignored, clicked his tongue and said, "Boss, you have double standards. It's not like you think I'm noisy and annoying and want me to sit in the next row with you." Bai Yi scolded him. "Shut up and sit." "Okay." Now that everyone was here, old Qin started the car. As the car shook, Xianxia's upper body moved with it. His arm accidentally brushed against Bai Yi's arm. Bai Yi felt his touch. While the others were not paying attention, he moved his hand down and found the other person's palm. He squeezed the soft palm. His movements were very light, and he moved away with just a touch. A numb feeling spread from his palm. Xianxia clenched his hand tightly to retain the remaining warmth. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Xianxia took it out and glanced at it. "Bo, what do you want to eat tonight?" Xianxia's face gradually turned red. He was just sitting next to him. Why did he send a WeChat message? It was as if they were having an affair. However, he chose to cooperate with Bai Yi. "Let's eat something simple. I have a shoot tomorrow and need to wake up early." "Bo, eat porridge?" Xianxia, "Okay." Xianxia, speaking of which, Aluan is not a noisy person. "Why do you think he's annoying?" Bai Yi, "Mainly because I want to have some private space after work." "Private space," Xianxia thought to himself, "then am I occupying your private space?" "Bo, you're also part of my private space." Xianxia almost dropped his phone. It turned out that Bai Yi had already included him in his private space. Xianxia was a little happy. Unfortunately, happy times were always short-lived. The car soon arrived at the hotel. Xianxia was a little reluctant to leave. He was reluctant to get out of the car. Bai Yi also tacitly stayed put. After Ran and Aluan got out of the car, only the two of them were left in the car. Bai Yi rubbed the little fan's head. Xianxia was finally happy. 2 light creases appeared on his single eyelids. After eating porridge and appetizers in the hotel restaurant, Xianxia and Bai Yi returned to their respective rooms. And Ran had something to discuss with Xianxia, so she went into the room with him. The two of them talked about the script first. Xianxia said that he wanted to take on an online drama. And Ran had no objections. She was ready to go back to contact the crew of the online drama. Before she left, she said, "Xianxia, do something tonight. You can post a photo or a short video. Your fans are waiting for you." Xianxia. Ever since the last episode of the show, he had been thinking about Liang Jing and accidentally got a boyfriend. He was busy every day and had indeed wasted a few days of his career. He opened Weibo and was instantly surrounded by his mother's fans, girlfriend's fans, and wife's fans. "I've been licking the airport photos for a few days. When will my son appear? Mom has been waiting for you. My boyfriend hasn't appeared for the nth day. I miss him, miss him, miss him QAQ, honey, the marriage law allows you to return to your family as soon as possible. It's against the law if you don't appear again. Brother, come out for a while. Even if it's an advertisement, it's fine." Xianxia felt a deep sense of guilt as he looked at his fans' sorrowful words. He thought that it was not easy to take photos, so he charged the tablet and turned on the livestream. The last livestream was before the theme song was accepted. Not many fans were in his livestream room. 5 minutes after the livestream notification was sent, the screen began to sparse with comments. Baby, the screen is black. Is it lagging? No, thanks for the reminder. I forgot to turn on the camera. Xianxia turned on the camera. Ah baby, you've become more handsome. That's cheating. Mom's nose is going to bleed. Xianxia joked. The weather has been dry recently. Take care of yourself. What do you mean by take care of yourself? Ha 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 ha. He liked to make his fans happy. Seeing that there were more and more people, he began to tell jokes seriously. The comments were all, ha ha ha. From time to time, he would look at his phone to check the messages from Bai Yi. This time, he happened to see a new message. Bai Yi asked him, have you washed up? Xing, I haven't washed up. I'll start the livestream for a while. When the comments saw him lowering his head and playing with his phone, they were also curious. Xing, what are you playing? Nothing much, Xianxia said. Brother Yi is explaining the process to me tomorrow. Obviously, Xinguang had mixed into the night sky. Immediately, a girl with Bai Yi's profile picture asked, Brother Yi, have you been tired recently? Have you lost weight? Xianxia could not help but recall the time when Bai Yi hugged him. The other party did not have any extra fat on his body. His figure was really good, and he was also really thin. He wanted to comfort Night Sky for Bai Yi, but Night Sky's style suddenly changed. Ah, thank you, little brother 7. Why did she thank him? Then, more and more people started to leave comments. Frowny face, thank you, little brother Chi. Without little brother Chi, I wouldn't be satisfied now. What did I say? There's nothing wrong with waiting for little brother 7's livestream. Xianxia was confused. What are they talking about? At this moment, his phone vibrated again. He thought that it was Bai Yi's reply, so he lowered his head to check. In the end, it was not WeChat. Instead, it was a livestream message that he had specially followed on Weibo. Bai Yi had started a livestream too, not to mention Night Sky. Even Xianxia was shocked. The number of times Bai Yi had livestreamed could be counted on one hand. It was probably harder to watch him livestream than to watch him post. Could it be for business? Xianxia placed his thumb on the keyboard and was about to type a question. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the tablet in front of him. Bai Yi requests to video connect with you. Xianxia. What the hell? They lived opposite each other. If they had anything to say or wanted to meet, they could open the door at any time. Why did they have to do a livestream? There were hundreds of thousands of fans watching. No, there were hundreds of thousands here, but Bai Yi had tens of millions. Xianxia was about to suffocate. The notification kept ringing. Seeing that he was not moving, the comments urged frowny face baby, hurry up and answer it. Little brother, are you scared? 2333, is Brother Yi trying to cue the process face to face? Brother Yi is so obsessed with showing his face in Xing's livestream. He can either come directly to the room or connect to the livestream himself. What is this? This must be love, heart, CP fans, crawl. Can't you see my 40-meter-long broadsword? Last night star CP fans. Alright, we've been eating too much candy recently. We're going to dive. With so many people urging him, Xianxia had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the call. The livestream app's connection function was a bit like WeChat video. Xianxia's side was the main picture, while Bai Yi's side was the small picture. Xianxia stared at the small picture for a while. After confirming that the other party was dressed neatly and was not wearing only a bathrobe like the last time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Yi automatically greeted, hello Xinguang, I'm Bai Yi. Oh, Brother Yi actually knows the name of little brother Chi's fan? Xianxia also greeted, hello Yi Kongs, I'm Xianxia. Alright, there's no need for introductions. You're our koi. Yi Kongs loves Brother Yi the most, and loves you the second. With Bai Yi in front, Xianxia was not in the mood to look at the bullet screen at all. That person was like a magnet. As long as she appeared, she would constantly attract his gaze and stick it to her. He restrained himself and did not want to be too attached. He asked the other party, "Why are you calling me?" Bai Yi said lightly, "Yes, the process." Xianxia's eyelids twitched. How did the other party know that he was lying? Could it be that he watched his livestream? Watched him talk to his fans for half an hour. Xianxia wanted to find a hole to hide in. Bai Yi did not intend to let him go. He actually started the process of asking questions. What's the first thing to do tomorrow? Announce the rules of the competition, Xianxia said listlessly. What's next? The trainees will perform in groups. Next? The audience will vote live. Finally? The live voting will be weighted and the online voting will be combined. The top 44 will be left according to the highest score. If it was anything else, Xianxia might not be able to answer. But for the work at hand, Xianxia was not afraid at all. It was all in his mind. Bai Yi called him on the live stream because he did not have enough affection in the car and was afraid that the little fan would be disappointed. He came here to tease the little fan. He continued to ask, what if it's all over? He asked this because he remembered the scene of the little fan and the F class crying together after the last episode's filming. At that time, his heart ached, but he did not know how to coax her. Now that he was the rightful owner, he could hug his little fan until she stopped crying. Bai Yi looked at the screen softly. The next moment, he heard Xianxia say, "Of course it's to find you for dinner." Bai Yi, Yi Kongs and Xingguang, huh? Last night's star CP fan, sob sob sob, it's not that I don't want to crawl. They're always like this. I can't crawl out, I can't crawl out, ah 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 ah. Unsurprisingly, a certain Xing's livestream failed again. Almost at the same time, "Of course it's to find you for dinner," became the most popular meme in the circle for Xingguang and last night's CP fans. A fan posted a picture of the scenery and said that the weather was good today. Another fan commented, "The weather is so good, of course it's to find you for dinner." A fan posted a newly bought bag. Another fan commented, "Carrying a new bag, of course it's to find you for dinner." A fan posted a lot of homework that she could not finish. Another fan commented, "Before doing homework, of course it's to find you for dinner." Just like that, Xianxia rose from a handsome young man to a eating idol. However, the ones who made the memes were Xingguang and Yi Kongs. Xianxia still had the face to face his other colleagues. When he woke up in the morning, he combed his hair into an adult style and put on a handsome suit. He was still the serious teacher Qi. The second round of the competition was the same as what he had said yesterday. After a fierce competition, 44 people were left in the end. Among them, there was only one person left in Class F. Han Qing successfully advanced and was ranked 9th. There was basically no danger. After the director finished the meeting and sent off the eliminated trainees of Class F, Xianxia went back to the hotel to pack his things and prepare to go home. When he went downstairs, he bumped into Bai Yi. In the 7 years of his career, Bai Yi had been trying to learn a variety of music styles. Almost every album was a breakthrough, getting closer and closer to the international mainstream style. Therefore, in the next round of the competition, the trainees would ask him for advice if they had any doubts. After the process meeting, everyone left. He was the only one who stayed in the practice room to guide the trainees in choosing the direction of composition. Xianxia was quite happy to see him before he left. He walked up to him with small steps. Bai Yi asked, "How many days will you be gone?" 3 days. Spend time with your family. He still had to coax his big brother. Xianxia said, "I know. By the way, that," seeing him hesitate, Bai Yi said helplessly, "Say it." "Can I?" Xianxia asked tentatively, "Send you a video call every day?" In the 6 months they had known each other, they had only video called twice. If they video called every day, Xianxia was not sure if Bai Yi would think it was too frequent. After hearing the question, Bai Yi was even more helpless. He sighed. "Okay. He, yay yay yay." After cheering in his heart, Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. He didn't feel bad when he sent off Class F today. Who would have thought that at this juncture, he would be reluctant to leave? 3 days. That was 3 days. He had to leave Bai for 3 whole days. He blinked and said in a muffled voice, "You finished filming?" "No, I asked for leave from the trainees." "You asked for leave to see me one last time?" Hearing this, Bai couldn't help but laugh. He shook the car keys in his hand. "Of course it's to have dinner with you." "Xianxia, why are you making fun of me?" "Big bad guy, sob." It was getting late. Xianxia was afraid that old Qin's blood pressure would rise if he stayed up all night, so he had a simple hot pot with Bai and set off on his way home. Before entering the gate, he deliberately borrowed a mirror from Enran so that he could adjust his expression. However, when he asked the security guard to open the door, the security guard was surprised. "Second young master, what's the good news?" "Xianxia, question mark. You look very happy." "I'm home." "Of course I'm happy." Xianxia could only keep a straight face. "I'll go in first." "You should rest early." "Oh, okay." Was he that happy? Xianxia was about to collapse. He took 3 deep breaths and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Swish, 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on him like flying arrows. Xianxia was confused for a moment. He felt that his family gathered too often these days, as if they were discussing something important. Even Qiuji forgot to make soup for her beloved brother. "Xianxia," she asked, "have you eaten dinner?" "I asked Aunt Zhang to cut a fruit plate for you." "I'll bring it right away." "Well, there's no hurry." Xianxia sat down next to Xiaoming. "Dad, how are you feeling?" Xiaoming's worried expression instantly turned affectionate when he heard that his youngest son was concerned about his health. "Don't worry, I'm fine." "That's good." "Brother, is the company busy recently?" "Sister, the season is about to change." "Do you have enough new clothes?" "Jiaza, is the midterm exam coming soon?" "Are you ready?" His brother, sister, and brother were all moved. They scrambled to answer, same as before. "Enough." "Better than last time." Xianxia saw that everything was fine at home. He thought that everyone gathered together just for a simple chat. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I had hot pot before I came back. My clothes still smell like hot pot. I'll take a shower first." "I'll be right back." Qiuji told him to go quickly. When her brother's figure disappeared at the door of the room, she immediately changed her expression. "Who do you think Xianxia ate hot pot with?" "It must be Bai." Jiaza gritted his teeth. "Yunxiao." Father Qi looked at his eldest son who was sitting on the sofa opposite him. "Where were we just now?" "Right, what do you think of that young man?" "Based on my many years of experience in judging people, both their looks and self-restraint are not bad. Their family background is also fine, but, what is it?" Jiaza anxiously shifted his butt. "Brother Yunxiao, don't just leave things hanging." "That's right." Yunxiao said helplessly. "Xianxia seems to really like him. He's completely under his control. I'm afraid that Xianxia will be bullied." Hearing this, the other 3 people's expressions changed. Little Xianxia was their Qi family's most precious treasure. How could they allow him to be bullied so easily? Then, Qiuji reacted. "I don't think so. I watched Xianxia's show and felt that Bai Yi was very protective of Xianxia, and his behavior was especially good to Xianxia. Also, did you forget that when Xianxia met that pervert at the banquet, it was Bai Yi who saved him?" "Although that's true, but," after pondering for a moment, Xiaoming concluded. "Since Xianxia likes that young man, I have to see him with my own eyes. Otherwise, I'll be worried." Jiaza slammed the coffee table. "I also want to see what kind of trash kidnapped my brother." "How about this?" Qiuji suggested. "Let's split up. I'll go first, then Jiaza, and Dad will be last." "How about that?" "Okay, I agree." After leaving home for a few days, Xianxia was most concerned about Tao Xian. He had no choice but to let Jiaza tutor Tao Xian and adjust Tao Xian's emotions. It was a risky choice. He wasn't sure if Tao Xian would open up under Jiaza's influence, but he still decided to take a look. When he arrived at the hospital, it was morning activity time. The caregiver was accompanying Tao Xian for a stroll in the corridor. Seeing that her employer had arrived, the caregiver stopped. Xianxia gestured that she didn't need to greet him. He walked to Tao Xian's side and probed, "There's not enough sunlight in the corridor. Do you want to go out and take a look?" Unsurprisingly, Tao Xian shook his head. Xianxia was already very satisfied that he was able to respond instead of being indifferent. He said softly, "Okay, the corridor is good too." Tao Xian didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Xianxia was 1 meter away from Tao Xian. He followed beside Tao Xian and observed his movements from the corner of his eye. Patients who were seriously ill usually had weak bodies, and Tao Xian was no exception. It was difficult for him to walk, and he had to stop every few meters to rest for a few minutes. However, he didn't give up. He persisted for 2 rounds before returning to the ward and sitting by the bed. Xianxia realized something and pretended to chat with him. "How's Jiao's tutoring going?" Tao Xian didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Did you ask him to tutor me?" This question wasn't easy to answer. Xianxia didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted, "It's me." "However, you've been classmates with Jiaoza for a long time. You should know his personality. If he doesn't want to, he won't come even if I force him." Tao Xian was stunned. "So, you don't have to worry about troubling him. If you need help, just tell him. He's very willing to help you." Xianxia paused. "Also, I asked him to come for my own selfish reasons. His foundation is too weak. It's like building a house on the beach. It's very unstable. So, I hope you can help him strengthen his foundation. It's like helping each other." Tao Xian didn't speak for a long time. He didn't expect Jiaoza to come voluntarily, and he also didn't expect Xianxia to be so honest. He thought that Xianxia would lie to him and trick him into asking Jiaoza to volunteer. He suddenly had a good impression of Xianxia. After a long time, he replied softly, "Jiaoza's foundation is extraordinarily weak, and his temper isn't good either." "Temper isn't good?" Xianxia was surprised. "Did he bully you?" "No, it's just that he tends to get anxious when discussing problems." As expected, Jiaoza wouldn't lose his temper at Tao Xian, who couldn't fight back. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll ask him to control his temper later." "It's okay, there's no need." For the first time, Tao Xian's face showed emotions other than melancholy. "He's fine like this, I can bear with it." This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be stunned. "Okay," Xianxia said sincerely. "Thank you for being willing to help him." Obviously, Tao Xian's situation was developing for the better. Xianxia was in a good mood. He repeatedly told the nurse to take good care of Tao Xian and to contact him immediately if there were any abnormalities. He hummed a tune as he walked out of the ward. When he walked to the elevator shaft, Liang, who was doing his routine rounds, appeared in the elevator. When he saw Xianxia, he was silent for a few seconds before walking out of the elevator. "Xing, you're back." Xianxia knew that he might run into him, so he said calmly, "I came back yesterday." "You're here to see Tao Xian?" "Yes." "How's his mood?" "He's fine." "Then I won't go now. We'll talk about it at noon." Liang was silent for a moment. "Since you're here, do you want to sit in my office?" Last time, because of Liang, Baiyi was angry for a few days. Xianxia nodded in agreement to not let this happen again and to find out if Tao had any contact with Liang. Liang and his supervisor were clinical and consultation specialists. They didn't work in ordinary doctors' offices. The hospital had prepared a separate research room for them. There was no one in the research room at the moment. Liang poured him a glass of water and the two of them sat on opposite sides of the desk. There was a thick stack of medical records beside the desk, including Tao Xian's. Xianxia asked a few questions related to his condition. After he understood, he said casually, "Has Tao Xian's sister come over recently?" Liang raised his eyebrows. "You seem to be very concerned about her." "Mainly about Tao Xian." Xianxia found an excuse. "She often comes to see Tao Xian. It's helpful for Tao Xian's condition." "She didn't come," Liang said. "But Tao Xian's condition has been good recently." Maybe it's because Jiaza often tutored him. She really didn't come. Xianxia became more and more suspicious of Tao Tao. By the way, Xianxia looked outside the door and didn't hear anyone pass by. He lowered his voice. I have something to tell you. When he said this, his eyes moved and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was as if he was trying to hide some kind of joy that he couldn't. It burst out from the bottom of his heart, his limbs, his organs, and his boiling blood. It made him feel so alive and lively. Liang Jing suddenly couldn't take his eyes off him. However, the next sentence was like a bucket of ice water splashed over his head. He heard the person opposite him say softly, I'm in love. Just 5 words. It took him a long time to understand what it meant. When he said let go that day, it wasn't a lie. Xianxia, who had liked him for a long time, now liked someone else. Liang Jing couldn't help but tighten his grip on the fountain pen. His knuckles turned white from the excessive force. His voice was hoarse. The other party, is Bai? Xianxia didn't expect Liang Jing to be able to guess it. His nerves suddenly tensed up. He couldn't answer, and he didn't want to answer. He lowered his eyes and remained silent. Liang Jing was a smart person. From Xianxia's reaction, he knew that he had guessed correctly. He felt even more disappointed. I promised you that I would share everything with you, Xianxia negotiated. Please help me keep it a secret, okay? It was better not to tell him. At least he could still hypnotize himself and wait for Xianxia to come back to him. Okay. Liang Jing smiled bitterly. I'll keep it a secret for you. On this day, Liang Jing got off work early for the first time. The doctors of Jing'an Hospital weren't convinced of this young man at first. They thought that he was an ungraduated graduate student and wasn't qualified to intervene in treatment as an expert. Later, they found that he not only had theoretical knowledge about the immune system but also had experience. He could often come up with effective treatment plans. Gradually, they became more and more convinced of him, and their relationship became better. In the locker room, seeing him change absent-mindedly, a young doctor came up to him. Jing, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Liang Jing said perfunctorily, nothing. You're in a bad mood. You need to relax. I know a private club with good wine and many games. It's also quite private. It won't affect your promotion. Come and have some fun with me? Liang Jing was a little tempted. Let's go. The young doctor wanted to get close to him and continued to persuade him. I'll treat you. Okay, you don't have to treat me. It's my treat. Liang Jing left with him. The club that the young doctor took him to was quite good. After entering, he had to check whether he had pinhole cameras and other photography equipment on him. The private room was completely closed. As the two went upstairs, they even saw a familiar singer. It was indeed very private. After getting the private room, Liang Jing directly ordered 2 bottles of wine. He didn't order songs or talk. He just drank the wine. At first, the young doctor was able to accompany him. Later, he was frightened by his reckless attitude. Liang Jing drank 3 glasses, and he drank 1 glass. Even so, after drinking for another 20 minutes, the young doctor was so drunk that he fell asleep on the sofa. Liang Jing looked at his colleague who was snoring. He wished that he was the drunk one at the moment. That way, he could temporarily forget about Xianxia and the little boy who used to follow him. Forget that Xianxia used to like him. Forget that Xianxia no longer belonged to him. That's right. Maybe people were like that. They only knew how to cherish something after losing it. He hated himself very much now. He hated himself for leaving his hometown. Why did he only realize that little Xianxia was so dazzling when he came back? If he had been a little earlier, would he have been the one who made Xianxia so vivid? Feelings that came later were the most useless. The upbringing he had since he was young made it impossible for him to lose his composure in any public place. He wanted to shout and vent his anger, so he turned it into his alcohol tolerance. He asked the waiter to refill 2 bottles of red wine and drank alone. After drinking for a long time, he got up and went to the bathroom. When he came out of the men's bathroom to wash his hands, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. After a moment of careful observation, he realized that it was his patient's family member. He immediately recovered his doctor's temperament and said, "What a coincidence, Miss Tao." "What a coincidence." Tao Tao also drank some wine. Her cheeks were as pink as peach blossoms. "I'm here to talk about a script. I didn't expect to meet you at the club. Dr. Liang, you seem to have drunk a lot. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." His body, however, swayed twice disobediently. Tao Tao looked worried. "No, you must be drunk. Did you come alone or with someone else? Did you drive or take a taxi?" After asking, Tao Tao found that Liang Jing didn't move. She closed her eyes and then opened them. Her soft little hand grabbed Liang Jing's arm. "My driver is driving a private car today. Why don't he send you home?" In the afternoon, he went to the ocean world for a routine inspection. When he returned home at night, Xianxia ate fruits and chatted with his family. After washing up in his room, he got into bed and sent a WeChat message to Bai Yi, "Are you free?" Bai Yi was thinking about the trainee's question and didn't realize his intention. He replied, "Yes, what's up?" 2 seconds later, Xing invites you for a video call. Bai Yi picked up and said casually, "You're not with your family?" "My family goes to bed early." Xing probed. "Are you working?" "Yes, I'm thinking about the music score." He paused. "But it won't delay our video call." Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Then, he realized that he might be a little insensible. He said, "You think about it. I'll check Weibo and supervise you." Hearing his cautious tone, Bai Yi sighed in his heart. Logically speaking, with the Qi family's background, even if the little Fan wasn't raised to be arrogant and domineering, he should be willful, self-centered, and reckless. However, in the process of the two of them getting along, the little Fan had been very careful. He didn't even need Bai Yi to do or say anything. He had already put himself in the lowest position. Like being bitten by a kitten that had just grown its teeth, Bai Yi's heart ached. He lowered his head, took a picture of the music score, and sent it to the other party. "Your video call came just in time. I've watched it a few times. I've lost the ability to distinguish this music score. Sing it for me and I'll see how to change it." How could Bai Yi not be able to tell good from bad? Xing couldn't believe it. "Really? Really? Why would I lie to you?" It turned out that not only did he not disturb Bai Yi, but he could also help him. Xing's vitality was instantly maxed out. "Sure. But I don't sing well." "Don't mind." "I don't mind. Go ahead." After all, he wasn't a professional singer. Xingchen couldn't sing very well, but his intonation and rhythm were not a problem. Bai Yi listened to him and thought for a moment. "What do you think of this part?" Xingchen was flattered that his idol, who had been in the industry for 7 years, had asked him for his opinion. "I think the third and fourth sections are too tight. Maybe we can add a couple of 8 beats to ease the tension." It was easy to find the problem with just singing at once, but it was difficult to come up with a solution. When Bai Yi asked him, he had the mentality of coaxing his boyfriend. He didn't expect the little guy to give the correct opinion and solution without learning composition. It was full of spiritual energy. He said in surprise, "You and I feel the same. Let's change it together?" Bai Yi actually invited him to compose with him. Xingchen was even happier. He nodded heavily. Okay. Music was something that people were addicted to. Many of their ideas coincided. The more they discussed, the deeper they became. An hour passed unknowingly. Xingchen's phone indicated that the battery was low. Only then did he realize that it was already past midnight. He was afraid that Bai Yi didn't have enough sleep, so he quickly stopped. "Let's call it a day." Bai Yi said, "Okay. Tomorrow I'll ask the trainees to rewrite it according to the direction we talked about." After transmigrating into the book for more than half a year, Xingchen seemed to have accepted his identity as the second young master of the Qi family, but deep down, he was still the same young man who looked up at the night sky from the abyss. The word we gave him a secret sense of joy. Xingchen inexplicably felt a lump in his throat. How could he stand side by side with such an excellent Bai? He said gratefully, "Thank you for staying with me for so long tonight. I'm too clingy. I'll change it." However, Bai immediately refused. "No, no need to change. Keep it as it is." His voice was low and gentle. "I like you sticking to me." After staying at home for 3 days and making his family happy, Xianxia rushed back to the hotel. In the past, he didn't understand why a day apart felt like 3 years. Now, he understood. He put down his things and lay on the bed to wipe away his sweat. At the same time, he sent a sticker to his WeChat, "Hello duck." GIF. Bai turned on his phone and saw a white duckling waddling to the screen with its yellow claws. He couldn't help but smile and send a sticker, "Cat singing." GIF. "Xing xing, exclamation point. Xing xing, you stole my sticker." Bai, I didn't save stickers before. He was always straightforward and rarely chatted. After he got together with his little fan, he searched everywhere for stickers so that he could match her brainwaves. Xianxia, no, you took my sticker. You have to compensate me. Bo, okay, what do you want? Xing xing, I want to eat Arctic scallops. Xing xing, free up your lunch break. I'll treat you to Japanese food. Free up my lunch break, Bai paused. You're back? Xing xing, yes. Bo, it's only 10. What time did you get up? Xing xing, I think it's 6. I can't remember. Bo, why didn't you get enough sleep? Xianxia bit his lower lip. It was all because I wanted to have lunch with you. Xing xing, early to bed and early to wake up. It's good for your health. Bai took his words seriously. Okay, I'll pick you up around 12. After ordering with Bai, Xianxia happily hung up the clothes he brought in the closet. He had to record the mentor's original work this afternoon. He also needed the mentor's guidance in the post-production, so he couldn't leave for a while. In the next round, the mentors would act as assistants. Each of them would have to act as a group of students, so it was even more impossible for them to return. Then came the final night of the carnival. It could be said that from now on, Xianxia would have to stay here for a short period of time. After he was done with his clothes, he washed his face. The longer he stayed in the room, the more itchy he felt. She wanted to see Bai. Or he could use the excuse that he did not want to trouble Bai to pick him up and go to the recording studio to look for him. Yes, that's what I'll do. Comrade Xiaoqi's actions were superb. He picked up the car keys and left. She didn't use old Qin either. She drove the nanny van to the studio. The students and cameramen were already used to teacher Qi's sudden appearance. In the name of supervising the students, he shamelessly strolled around the practice rooms one by one. Finally, he found the person he was looking for in the 5th practice room. Bai was playing the guqin to accompany an a cappella singing trainee. He was stunned when he saw Xianxia walk in, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia didn't say anything either. He leaned against the wall and listened to them sing. After they finished singing, Bai made a few requests for the trainees to practice on their own. Only then did he call Xianxia over. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the hotel? After discussing the song with you 2 days ago, I suddenly became very interested in composing, Xianxia said casually. So I want to see how everyone composes. Looking at his wandering eyes, Bai knew that this little guy was lying. He didn't have the heart to expose him, so he continued, if you're interested in composing, you need to develop your musical sense first. He got up and pointed at the stool he had just sat on with his chin. Come on, let me see your basic skills. Xianxia, playing the piano? Bai said, yes. No, no. Xianxia waved his hand. I don't know how. It's okay, I'll teach you. The two of them whispered here, and the trainees who were discussing the arrangement and dance moves glanced at them from time to time, as if they were curious about what they were doing. At this time, the camera also moved over. Xianxia couldn't refuse. He could only put his hands awkwardly on the edge of the piano. He didn't even know how to position his fingers, let alone play the piano. Bai seemed to see his embarrassment, and his voice slowed down. Let's start with the piano keys. From left to right, the piano keyboard has a total of 52 white keys and 36 black keys, divided into 7 complete tone groups and 2 incomplete tone groups. Bai turned the score to the page where the tone groups were divided. The first note of the leftmost group is La Feel It. According to him, Xianxia pressed the key, and it was La. Next, Bai briefly explained the notes and abbreviations of each tone group to him. Except for the first group, every group started with Do. It was very easy to remember, and Xianxia memorized it very quickly. Now, we can start with the simple fingering practice. Bai leaned against the piano and pressed a string of notes without looking at it. E, F sharp, G hashtag, A, B, C sharp, D hashtag, E, this is E major. Xianxia, he didn't remember it at all. Bai slowed down and pressed it again. This time, Xianxia remembered it, but when his hands were on the piano keys, they didn't listen to him at all, as if they didn't belong to him at all. Xianxia smacked his lips angrily. Bai rarely saw his little fan being troubled by something. He admired his annoyed expression for a few seconds and went behind him. Then, he leaned over, grabbed his left hand with his left hand, and grabbed his right hand with his right. He said above his head, "I'll play with you." Xianxia. Bai's posture was no different from hugging him from behind. Xianxia could clearly feel that his warm chest was pressed against his back, and his chin was rubbing against his hair. The heat from their contact climbed layer by layer to his face. Xianxia's neck turned red first, and then his whole face turned red. With so many pairs of eyes watching, he gritted his teeth and protested softly, "I can do it myself." Bai ignored him and played one key after another with him. However, it was indeed better to have someone guide him. After the first time, Bai played a few more times. Xianxia listened carefully and felt. That's about it. Bai let go of his hand and didn't move his body. Try it again yourself. Xianxia closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, he smoothly played the key of E major. The feeling of the melody flowing from his fingertips was wonderful. Xianxia didn't expect that he could play the piano. For a moment, he forgot where Bai was and excitedly turned his head to take credit. Then, something soft and a little wet brushed against his forehead. Xianxia reacted for a while before he realized that it was Bai's lips. The assistant who was following them was a young lady. When she saw this scene, she said in surprise, "Wow. Xianxia, there was no way to learn this piano." He used the excuse that he didn't want to delay the trainees' practice and hurriedly left the practice room. He went back to the van to wait for Bai. Not long after, Bai came out and went straight to his car. Xianxia was lying on the small table. Bai sat down beside him and rubbed the back of his head. "How did you know I was here?" Xianxia maintained his lying position. "I guessed." "Are you shy?" "Xianxia, what's there to be shy about? There are so many people watching." "It's just my mouth on your forehead." "What are you afraid of?" Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You didn't do it on purpose." Xianxia thought to himself, "That's because you don't pay attention to the couple fans." When this scene was broadcasted, there would be a storm of blood on Bilibili. Seeing that he didn't speak, Bai reached his hands into his arms and found his chin. He teasingly scratched it twice. "Why aren't you talking? You didn't do it on purpose, did you?" Xianxia, exclamation point. He finally got up and revealed a red face. "I don't." Before he could finish, the person in front of him pressed down. Bai stopped the rest of his words with a kiss and said, "You didn't do it on purpose, but I did it on purpose." After being separated for 3 days, not only the little fan, but he also missed her very much. So, he deliberately taught the little fan how to play the piano with his back hugged, just to be closer to the little fan. He gently kissed the other party's lips. Not long after, he found that the other party opened his mouth slightly, waiting for him to invade as he pleased. Bai's eyes darkened. He held the back of the other party's head and kissed him deeper as he wished. It was a long kiss. He gradually let go of the other party when he felt the little fan's hand grabbing the corner of his shirt tighter. The corners of Xianxia's eyes and lips had long since glistened with tears. His eyelids drooped as he gasped for breath. "It's the third kiss." Bai patted his back to help him breathe. You still haven't learned how to breathe? Xianxia glanced at him resentfully. He wanted to regain some face for himself, but he suddenly had an idea and changed his words. I'm not that smart. Maybe after a few more times, I'll be able to master it. Baiyi was stunned. He wanted to tease the little fan, but he was tricked by the little fan. He pursed his lips. You're right. How many times can I learn? Xianxia stretched out a finger. Baiyi, just once. No. Xianxia swallowed and said carefully, it's once a day. Baiyi. Baiyi couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll do as you say. Xianxia felt that this trip to the studio was worth it. It was definitely worth it. Kissing Baiyi once a day, it felt so good. He happily took the poor Baiyi to eat Japanese food. After eating, he happily went to find Xianxia to do his hair and makeup. In the afternoon, after the 5 mentors were all in place, the program team would record the mentors' creation, which was what Wei Qin went to Baiyi's room to discuss some time ago. The recording location was in the music room and the studio where the first rating was recorded. In fact, this recording had little to do with him, because he and Xianxia didn't have the ability to create original works. They were only there to make up the numbers, so it was mainly done by the other 3 experts. So, when everything was ready, he pulled Xianxia into the music room and sat on the ground, enjoying the discussion of the other 3. However, as he watched, he found that Wei Qin kept glancing at Baiyi. When Baiyi spoke, his gaze became more unscrupulous. In the past, he didn't figure out how he felt about Baiyi. He thought that Wei Qin's gaze was the same as his, out of admiration for his idol. Now that he was with Baiyi, he could tell at a glance that Wei Qin didn't admire Baiyi, but liked him. Just like how he liked Baiyi, he liked him. He was a little upset, but he could see past it. After all, Baiyi was so outstanding, it was normal for someone to like him. The music score was more or less discussed before, and now that it was almost settled, the next step was to fill in the lyrics. Yang joked, we're working hard on the music, while Jiai and little brother Qi are eating, drinking, and having fun. Isn't that unfair? Wei Qin said, yeah, it's unfair. Hey, I'm talking about you guys. Yang hooked his finger at Xianxia. Stop eating grapes. Come and help us come up with ideas. Okay. Xianxia patted his butt and stood up. What do you need us for? Yang didn't say anything. He took out his phone and played a melody. Did you guys make this song? Xianxia asked. Yes. Listen well. Now we need to fill in the lyrics, Wei Qin said. Sis, help us think of a few lines. After that, he paused. Teacher Qi, if you have any ideas, you can also participate in the discussion. Wei Qin called Xianxia sis, but called him Teacher Qi. He asked Xianxia to help fill in the lyrics, but asked him to participate in the discussion if he has any ideas. It was obvious that he excluded Xianxia from the 4 of them. However, he wasn't wrong. After all, Xianxia's identity wasn't a mentor, but Xinguang's observer. At the beginning of the show's production, he was set as a cannon fodder for the sake of popularity. Upon hearing this, Yang and Xianxia immediately understood the subtext and embarrassment flashed across their faces. Then, they recovered their expressions. Yang laughed and said, little brother Qi's freestyle skills are not bad. It shouldn't be a problem for him to fill in a few lines. Hurry up and give us a few lines. Yeah. Xianxia echoed. Is there a rap in this song? Or little brother Qi can take care of the rap part. Wei Qin said coldly, the rap part is brother Ye's part. I can't give it to him, okay. Baiyi had been listening to them expressionlessly. At this moment, he frowned and interrupted, in that case, the 5 of us will be divided into 2 groups. Wei Qin, brother Yang, and sister Jiai will be in one group. Xing and I will be in the other group. Each group will be responsible for the main song, and we'll discuss the chorus together. As for the rap, I'll give it to Xing. I believe he can write it well. Upon hearing the grouping, Wei Qin's face fell. Baiyi asked, is that okay? Yang and Xianxia naturally agreed. From the first recording, they realized that Wei Qin and Xianxia didn't get along. If they were to write lyrics together, they would be at each other's throats. Would they be able to handle it? Bai Ye's suggestion was the most suitable for the current situation. Moreover, they could tell that Bai Yi was defending Xianxia. They were all smart people, and they immediately made a plan in their hearts. Since Bai Yi had spoken, Wei Qin couldn't refute him because of the recording. He pulled a long face and walked to a corner of the music room with Yongyuyang and Xianxia. Bai Yi led Xianxia to another corner and comforted him in a voice that the camera couldn't hear. "Don't be angry, it's not worth it." Xianxia said, "I'm not angry." Bai Yi thought that he was being stubborn and wanted to pinch his wrist to comfort him. Xianxia sneered. "If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't even remember his surname." Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. He almost forgot that this little fan was someone who could talk back to Kevin. How could he be afraid of Wei Qin? Sure enough, Xianxia, who couldn't be more lazy just now, grabbed the score and held the pen. He was full of ideas and could even hear the swish of the pen on the paper. Bai Yi stole a glance. Although the writing wasn't mature enough, in the newbie village, he was already considered a top player. He gave Xianxia the rap part and wrote the theme song himself. The theme song and the rap were similar in weight. Half an hour later, he and Xianxia stopped writing at the same time. There were 3 people on the other side who were faster than them. Yongyuyang whistled. "Come, it's time to check the results. Do you guys want to sing first or should we?" Bai Yi said like a gentleman, "You guys go first." As the vocal coach, Yongyuyang's singing was the best. He didn't think too much and naturally stepped forward. "Brother Yuyang," Wei Qin stopped him. "Let me sing." "Oh, okay." Yongyuyang stepped back. Wei Qin walked to the center of the room, turned on the stereo, and tested the microphone. He adjusted his voice and sang the first verse of the theme song. Yongyuyang was known as the king of love songs, so his lyrics were emotional and nonsensical. It was very suitable for Bai Ye's trap theme. Wei Qin's languid voice was also more suitable to interpret this part. When he sang, his gaze was the same as before, faintly falling on Bai Yi. It was as if this love song was sung for him. Xianxia took a deep breath. The first verse of the theme song wasn't long. Wei Qin finished singing quickly. Everyone praised him politely and then it was Bai Yi and Xianxia's turn. Xianxia couldn't wait to step forward and cause trouble. Bai Yi shook his head and stopped him. "I'll go." "Okay." He stepped back, feeling wronged. Bai Yi tested the microphone and took out the score. Xianxia had been writing by himself and was curious about what he wrote. 2 seconds later, Bai Yi looked in Xianxia's direction and sang the first line with a smile. "Meeting you was the luckiest accident." Wei Qin's face turned pale. Originality was the segment that tested the trainees' overall quality the most. They needed to be proficient in music theory, dance, and have a certain level of ideas and appreciation for music. This was the most difficult stage for the trainees to pass, but passing it was an excellent exercise and sublimation. Win-win cooperation was also one of the main themes of the program team's design of this round. The days of mutual persuasion and accommodation, endless discussion, and quarreling over a single note passed quickly. With everyone's efforts day and night, it was the day of the competition. The trainees presented a visual and auditory feast for the audience. Of course, behind the stage was the farewell. A total of 19 trainees were eliminated in this round, leaving only 25 people. These 25 people would be divided into 5 groups of 5. Each group would be led by a mentor to enter the next round of mentor-assisted performance. In the mentor-assisted performance segment, 5 people would be eliminated, leaving the last 20 people to prepare for the debut carnival night and compete for 6 spots to debut. Because the mentors were mainly mentors, this segment had a strong sense of entertainment and entertainment. It would not have much of an impact on the overall situation. Whether the 5 people would stay or leave was basically determined by the popularity accumulated by the online voting. However, the trainees did not seem to think so when it came to the allocation of groups. The program team's grouping plan was to release 5 songs, and the trainees would blindly choose from the highest to the lowest in order of results. At the same time, in order to avoid the mentor's personal characteristics, such as Yongyuyang being good at slow songs, Xianxia not being able to sing or dance, and so on. The 5 songs were relatively homogeneous. After choosing, they could adapt according to the situation. The trainees were very careful in their choices. When the mentors revealed the songs, it was obvious to the naked eye that those who chose Xianxia were a little disappointed. Those who chose Baiyi were very happy. With Baiyi's popularity, if they entered his group, they would be guaranteed a spot in the next round with the help of Baiyi's fans for 2 days. As for the other instructors, Wei Qin's overall strength was strong, Yang Yuyang's lib was infectious, and Xianxia's group mainly relied on the trainees' performance. They had more opportunities to show their faces and would not be overshadowed by the instructors. Only Xianxia was different. Although he had shown the basics of singing and dancing, the combination of singing and dancing was another matter. No one had seen him on stage before, so no one knew if he could sing or dance, or if he could hold the formal stage. Everyone anxiously followed behind the tutor and walked towards the practice room with the tutor's signature. Xianxia also led the team to look for the practice room. He glanced at Baiyi while he was at it. He and Baiyi were on the far left and right respectively. Not happy. Everyone entered the practice room. Xianxia ordered, "Xiayuan, close the door." The trainee named Xiayuan closed the door. Xianxia put away his gentle expression. The 5 trainees knew that he was going to speak and consciously stood in a row. "I know that drawing me is the result you don't want to see the most." Xianxia paused. "You may be very disappointed now." The 5 of them looked at each other. They probably did not expect him to say it out loud. "But you have to remember that this is your competition, not mine. No matter how I perform, whether I have stage experience or not, you have to be on your own. I'm just the icing on the cake. You are the real cake." The trainees exchanged glances. They all knew in their hearts that Teacher Qi was going to shift the blame. When their group's results were not good, Teacher Qi could say that the trainees' abilities were not good enough, and not his own problem. Of course. Xianxia paused. "When you hear this, you may think that I'm shifting the blame." The trainees, was Teacher Qi a roundworm in their stomachs? How did he know everything? He continued, "Don't make a conclusion about whether I'm shifting the blame or not. Let's see if I'm a mule or a horse. As for you, you have so much more stage experience than me. Don't be outdone by a newbie like me. Can you do better than me?" No one dared to make a sound. But they all gave the answer in their hearts, yes. Only singing and not dancing and only dancing and not singing were both hooligans. Those who had never been on stage were all armchair strategists. Maybe when they stood on stage, they would forget all the movements they had practiced. Xianxia knew that they were embarrassed to say, so he did not continue to ask. He shouted at Xiayuan, "Play the video of somebody. Let's watch it together." The song their group chose was called Somebody. It was a dance song with a strong rhythm. Xiayuan turned on the tablet. The trainees were about the same age as Xianxia. There was no sense of distance between them. They sat on the floor in front of the tablet with him. 3 minutes and 40 seconds later, the song came to an end. Xianxia took out the small notebook he had been using since the beginning of the competition. It recorded the performance of each trainee. In fact, after recording the show for so long, Xianxia could more or less remember what each trainee was good at and what they were not good at. He looked at the notebook because he was afraid that his memory would deviate. The cameraman had always been very curious about his notebook. He also focused on the page. He saw that it was densely packed. The entire notebook was almost full. After thinking for about 5 minutes, Xianxia said, "First of all, let's discuss how to adapt somebody. Time is tight. I'll say my opinion first. You can add on later." The 5 of them were stunned. Usually, they felt that Teacher Qi was very easygoing. He never refused to play games. They didn't expect him to be so decisive when it came to business. Among the 5 of you, Lu Zinan and Xiayuan are good at dancing. Yang Yuan has a strong voice in the low range. Meng Meng is an all-rounder. She specializes in dancing. Jiang Yan's subwoofer rap is superb. After analyzing, our team lacks a high-functioning vocal. Do you agree? Oh my god, Teacher Qi had analyzed them so thoroughly? The five of them nodded in surprise. So, speed up the rhythm and change it into a more intense dance song. Avoid large sections of singing. It's most suitable for our team. Do you agree? After Xianxia described their characteristics, they had this idea. They nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Then I'll go find the arrangement teachers. Yang Yuan and Jiang Yan, you two learn the song and give me the score thoroughly. The remaining three of you can divide it among yourselves. Each of you will write a dance. I'll be done in about 2 or 3 hours. I hope to see your results when I come back. Okay. By the way, Xianxia seemed to have remembered something. There's no fixed center for this performance. The main song will be written according to how suitable it is for each of you. Everyone will take turns to lead the chorus. You can see which part you want during the break. We'll discuss it when I come back. After that, Xianxia ran to the production room without waiting for their response. The sooner he went, the sooner he could finish editing. Everyone could get used to the music earlier. If he went late, the arrangement teacher would help the other groups first. It would be a waste of time. It turned out that he had foresight. Other than him, there were no other teachers in the production room. After he made his request to the arrangement teacher, the latter said that it was a piece of cake and asked him to wait for a while. Thus, he sat obediently at the side and watched the dance video. The teachers got the song 2 days earlier than the trainees, so he had practiced in advance. The dance was basically fine, but the singing was not skilled enough. It was not difficult to rearrange the song. The difficult part was the communication process. The arrangement teacher changed the song a little and showed it to Xianxia until he was satisfied. Then, he moved on to the next part. 2 hours passed unknowingly as the cycle repeated itself. During this time, even if he was bored and missed Bai Yi, Xianxia resisted the urge to send Bai Yi a message. Work was work, and love was love. Bai Yi was a person who took his work very seriously. He could not disturb him at this juncture because of his own selfish desires. But God might have heard his thoughts. Not long after, the figure he missed appeared in the practice room. When he saw Xianxia, Bai Yi said in surprise, "You came earlier than me." "I took the initiative," Xianxia said cheekily. "You didn't beat me, did you?" "Yes, I didn't beat you. You have the most foresight." Bai Yi looked at the arrangement teacher's screen and agreed with Xianxia. The arrangement teacher listened to their conversation and was surprised. After working with Bai Yi for a while, he realized that Bai Yi was cautious. No matter who he was, he had a faint sense of alienation. It was the same for Yong Yuyang, Wei Qin, and the others. They discussed the song together. On the surface, it seemed quite harmonious, but in fact, they were very polite. This was the first time he heard Bai Yi talk to another person in a helpless and indulgent tone. The internet said that Bai Yi and Xianxia had a good relationship. It seemed that Xianxia was not trying to gain popularity. It was really good. The arrangement teacher said, "Xianxia will be done soon. Then, I'll do it for you." "Okay." Bai Yi pulled a stool and sat on Xianxia's right. "I'm not in a hurry." Xianxia could not help but sniff when he was surrounded by a familiar aura. Then, he realized that the other party was sitting a little far away from him, about half an arm's length away. He secretly observed the arrangement teacher, assistant, and the others. He realized that they were all focused on the song and no one was paying attention to him. So, he grabbed the sides of the stool and took a small step to the right. Then another small step, and another small step again. In the end, he successfully shortened the distance to less. Then a punch. Bai Yi looked at his movements and raised his eyebrows. Even though he was closer, Xianxia still did not dare to ask. He took out his phone. "What time are you going to practice until?" "Bo, I'm not sure. It depends on the progress. If the progress is fast, around 10 o'clock. Xing xing, cat scratches the floor. JPG, Bo, what's wrong? Xing xing, nothing. Xing xing, I want to practice with them for a while. It will probably be very late. Go back to the hotel and rest. Don't wait for me." Recently, after Xianxia suggested practicing kissing, the two of them would find time to kiss once a day. Now that the two of them had different schedules, health was of course more important than kissing. Xianxia would never let Bai Yi wait for him without sleeping just for a kiss. Bai Yi did not say anything else. He only said, "Okay, I'll see how it goes." The two of them were very close. When they lowered their heads to type, it was inevitable that they would see each other's phones. At this moment, someone sent Bai Yi a message. He switched to reply. Xianxia realized that he had set a WeChat pinned. The pinned friend's name was a light yellow xing symbol. Xianxia pondered for 2 seconds and realized that it was himself. God, when did Bai Yi set him as a pinned friend? Why didn't he know? An indescribable sense of joy and happiness rushed to his heart. Xianxia was so happy that he was about to explode. He could not wait to run 20 laps outside. As he ran, he shouted, "I'm Bai Yi's only pinned friend. I'm Bai Yi's only pinned friend." As he thought, he could not help but rub his hands on his legs. Then, he realized something else. Bai Yi had been his pinned friend for a long time, but he had never changed Bai Yi's name. Firstly, Bai Yi's profile picture was too recognizable. Even if he changed his name, he could still remember it. Secondly, in his heart, his love for Bai Yi was comparable to his worship for him. He respected everything about Bai Yi and did not change his name. However, now that Bai Yi had changed his name, he also wanted to make a couple note with Bai Yi or something. People who had just fallen in love were like this. They always wanted to make a little cumbersome ceremony to show that they were different from the other party. He thought for a while, moved his fingers, and changed Bai Yi's name to the same moon symbol. Just then, Bai Yi finished replying to his WeChat. Seeing his actions, he asked in a low voice, "Why did you change my name to the moon?" Was he using the moon to refer to the night in his name? Xianxia was speechless. How did he get caught? He acted shamelessly. "I'm not telling you." Bai Yi was not a curious person, but it was amazing that all the actions of the little fan could arouse his interest. He asked again. Xianxia continued to act shamelessly. "I'm not telling you." Seeing that the little fan was unwilling to say, Bai Yi could only choose to hold it in. 5 minutes later, the arranger asked Xianxia to listen to the final version. Xianxia listened to it and was very satisfied. He said goodbye to Bai Yi and left. Young Master Bai was a little depressed. Xianxia did not know that his boyfriend had been annoyed by the emoji. He skipped to the practice room. At this time, the trainees who had finally finished the task given by Teacher Qi were resting and chatting against the wall. Yang Yuan said, "Do you understand what Teacher Qi meant when he said there is no fixed center of the performance?" Center referred to the person standing in the middle of a performance. Meng guessed, maybe he wants everyone to have a chance to show their faces. Xia Yuan, logically speaking, the mentor should be the center of the performance, and the team's task is to stand out from the mentor. It was like this last season. Lu Zinan, I just asked the other groups. They and the mentor also tacitly agreed that the mentor is the center. They are dividing the parts according to their strengths. Xia Yuan, how many groups did you ask? Lu Zinan, except for Teacher Chen's group. Chen Jia came from a theatrical background and was destined not to be the center. Hearing this, the others did not know what to say for a while. The practice room suddenly fell silent. 30 seconds later, Meng was the first to break the silence. Well, I think Teacher Qi is really good. I like the way he does things. Jiang Yan agreed. And from the previous episodes, he has the foundation of song and dance. He just needs to integrate singing and dancing. We can actually guide him. Yes, as for stage experience, he will definitely not have stage fright. As long as he can remember the position and not make mistakes, it will be fine. Xia Yuan concluded, it seems that Teacher Qi is not worse than the other mentors. Then let's learn from him well? Yes. The others nodded. Teacher Qi is very smart. Let's guide him well. It won't take long for him to master it. The 5 of them were suddenly full of confidence in their team. They got up and continued to practice. Xianxia pushed the door open and came in. Seeing the children working seriously, he praised, not bad. How far are you? Your assignment is basically complete. We are familiarizing ourselves with it. And thinking about how to teach you. Okay, let's listen to the modified music first. Let's learn the first 4 octaves of the dance. The 5 of them listened attentively and praised, "Oh my God, this is the accompaniment that just appeared in my head. Xianxia, are our brainwaves connected? Ha 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 ha, I'm telling the truth. This version is the most suitable for our team. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." "We think so too." Everyone answered with a smile. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Xianxia felt that the 3 hours were not in vain. He took off his clothes in high spirits, revealing his thin and white arms. Then the trainees discovered a very sad thing. Teacher Qi, who in their eyes needed to be guided, did not need them to guide him at all. In fact, he even guided them without saying a word. Specifically, after the 5 of them had a preliminary understanding of somebody, Xianxia taught them to break down the 4 octaves of the dance. Then, he would lead them to sing along to a piece of music. This would speed up the progress. The 5 of them showed their most sincere doubts. "So with your strength, why are you being Xinguang's observer? Isn't it better to be a mentor?" As he expected, they really practiced until almost 12 o'clock today. This was because today was the first day of learning somebody, and there were more things to digest. Xianxia wanted the trainees to use their brains to digest first before doing the devil's training, so he deliberately let them go back early. The trainees were confused and quickly left. Xianxia also woke up old Qin, who was sleeping and snoring, and returned to the hotel. However, as soon as he closed the door, someone suddenly hugged him from behind. Xianxia was scared out of his wits. After a while, he remembered that in order to make it easier to meet with Bai Yi and not let the knocking on the door alarm others, he asked for an Rance room card and gave it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi had not used it a few times. Who knew that he would use it to scare him tonight? Why didn't you say anything?" Xianxia's voice was small. "I thought there was a thief." "Bai Yi, scared?" "Yes. That's right to be scared." Bai Yi rubbed his chin on the top of his head. "You didn't tell me what the moon means." Xianxia almost forgot about it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Yi deliberately hid in his room to scare him. It was actually to take revenge for his concealment. How childish. Xianxia wanted to play with him. He lowered his IQ to the same childish level as Bai Yi. "You actually dared to take revenge on me. Then I won't tell you." "Bai Yi. Are you serious?" "Yes, it's true." "Then I'll have to change the punishment." "What?" Before Xianxia could say what, the person behind him grabbed his chin and forced his face to the side. The next moment, Bai Yi tilted his head and kissed him. After training, Xianxia wasn't very good at breathing. However, he learned how to respond. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and carefully touched Bai Yi's. Bai Yi tightened his grip around the other party's waist. Under his invitation, he entered his city. It was late at night. Other than the ticking of the clock, only the soft sound of water could be heard. At the end of the kiss, Bai Yi's breathing became chaotic. His body pulled a few inches away from Xianxia, and the kiss ended prematurely. With his lips suddenly empty, Xianxia was a little unsatisfied. He narrowed his eyes and wanted to continue kissing Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi said, "Wait, don't provoke me." Xianxia didn't know why, but as long as Bai Yi said something, he would listen and stand there obediently. The 2 of them were silent for a while until Bai Yi's eyes became clear again. He pinched his little fan's cheeks and said, "Tell me." Xianxia was helpless. "Are you really that curious?" "Yes." "Okay." Xianxia was a little embarrassed. He lowered his voice and said, "I read a poem before. I don't know if you've heard of it before." "Poem?" Bai Yi was even more curious. "Read it to me." "It's a poem by Fan Qingda." Xianxia lowered his head, revealing a slender and white nape. "I wish I was like the stars and you were like the moon. Every night, the light shines brightly. I wish I was like the stars and you were like the moon. Every night, the light shines brightly." Almost instantaneously, Bai Yi understood the feelings contained in this line of the poem. His chest ached, and he bowed slightly. He planted a precious kiss on the other party's neck. "Huh? Early in the morning, Xianxia was still in a daze. As soon as he got into the car, he was woken up by Enran's shout. He took a sip of milk and complained, "What happened, Sister Enran? Why are you wearing a collared shirt?" Enran asked curiously. "It's almost 30 degrees today. Aren't you afraid of the heat? Isn't it inconvenient to dance?" Xianxia was speechless. He touched the back of his neck as if to cover it up. "I forgot to turn off the air conditioner last night. My neck is a little cold. I'm wearing a collared shirt today." "Oh my God, did you catch a cold?" Enran looked worried. "Let me take a look." The two of them had been together for a long time. To Enran, Xianxia was no different from a younger brother. She reached out to touch the back of his neck. Xianxia hurriedly stopped her. No, it's not a big problem." "Really?" "Really, I'll definitely tell you if there's a problem." "Okay." Enran reluctantly returned to her seat. After the crisis was resolved, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to catch up on sleep. However, when he arrived at the practice room, he received another soul interrogation from the 5 little chicks. "Little teacher Qi, your shirt is so handsome. Don't you feel hot wearing it?" Xianxia said perfunctorily, "This is just a style. On the stage, there are many people wearing mink fur in summer and shorts in winter. I'm the same." "Oh, that's right." The chicks were dumbfounded and were easily fooled by him. Xianxia secretly rejoiced and organized everyone to warm up. Halfway through the warm-up, Xiaoyuan suddenly said, "By the way, little teacher Qi, we found a problem last night." "What?" "After returning to the dormitory, I asked the other trainees." Xiaoyuan paused. "Teacher Wei's group took the same route as ours. They also took the dance route." Xianxia nodded. He was not surprised. Wei Qin's dancing skills were stronger than his vocal skills, so he naturally had to focus on dancing. "Have you heard the song by Group 3? Wei Qin was in Group 3. Xianxia asked. "No, they set the tone yesterday and rearranged the song today." Yang Yuan interjected, "It's equivalent to being half a day later than us." Meng, that's right. As far as I know, our team is the fastest." Hearing this, the others could not help but look at Xianxia. If it wasn't for him swiftly and decisively deciding on the direction of the rearrangement, they wouldn't have been able to snatch half a day's time. Half a day might seem short, but in a total preparation time of less than 6 days, many problems could be solved. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not notice the gratitude and admiration in their eyes. He was thinking about how to avoid Wei Qin. If they performed the same type of song and dance, especially if they were the 3rd group and the 4th group, the audience would inevitably compare the 2 groups. Once the comparison was made, their team would definitely have no chance of winning. After all, based on the number of fans on Weibo alone, Wei Qin's popularity was more than double his. Not to mention, Wei Qin came from a talent show and had a lot of practical experience. Beating him would be like beating an ant. He could only win by surprise. Xianxia thought about it and gathered the team members. He deliberated and said, "I want to change the dance moves for the interlude." After hearing Xianxia's suggestion, all the team members raised their hands in agreement. Therefore, after spending 10 minutes making some adjustments, the team continued to immerse themselves in training. At noon, Xianxia was debating whether to have lunch with Bai Yi or eat with the team members. Before he could decide, Bai Yi sent a message, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Xianxia asked back, "What do you want to eat?" "Bo, I'll listen to you." Xianxia remembered last night and was a little annoyed. He said in a huff, "I want to eat with the team members." However, 3 seconds later, he regretted it. What if Bai Yi believed him and didn't want to eat with him? He threw away the tissue that he was using to wipe his sweat and hurriedly wanted to delete the message. Then, 2 more messages appeared on the screen. "Bo, okay. Bo, I got it." "Xianxia? What's so good about it? What do you know? I'm so pissed off. Lu Sun once said that the blisters on the soles of his feet were made by himself. He was right. Xianxia regretted his huff just now. Why did he say that he didn't want to eat with Bai Yi? It was already the second last round of the competition. The show would end soon and he would have to go his separate ways with Bai Yi. By then, with Bai Ye's mountain of work, they might not be able to see each other for a long time. It was not easy to see each other, so they had to cherish each other. He was so annoyed that he lost his appetite. He silently returned to the mirror and prepared to think about eating in half an hour. But before he could play the music, there was a knock on the door of the practice room. Bai Ye's pleasant low voice sounded. "Can we come in?" "Us? How many people? Could it be that the program team was here to film?" The trainees quickly tidied up their appearance and asked Xianxia with their eyes. Xianxia was expressionless. "Okay, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Bai Yi led the way into the practice room, followed by a string of 5 trainees. They were all from Team 1, Bai Ye's team members. Xianxia glanced outside the door and didn't see any trace of the cameraman. He wondered, where's the cameraman? Bai Yi was stunned. "Why are you looking for him? You're not here to film?" After saying a few words, Bai Yi realized that the little fan had misunderstood. He was curious as to why the little fan's brain circuit had turned in a completely different direction. At the same time, he called out to the trainees of Team 4. "Stop practicing when you're almost done. I'll treat you to a meal." "Really? Really?" Oh. The practice room was instantly filled with screams. Who was Bai Yi? He was the pinnacle of all artists and trainees who walked the path of singing and dancing looked up to. Would they be happy to have a chance to be in close contact with the pinnacle? Nonsense. Of course they would be happy. Xianxia was a little confused. Before he could react, he was pushed out of the practice room by Xia Yuan and the others. The cameraman stationed in Team 4's practice room saw that there was material and jogged all the way to the back. Not long after, Xianxia came back to his senses. He stepped to Bai Ye's side and subconsciously grabbed his arm. "The trainees are all training in isolation. How can we bring them out? I've already told the program team." "Will the program team agree?" "They have to agree even if they don't. Also." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows at the 2 cameramen behind him. "They can also get benefits." Xianxia belatedly realized that not only was there a group of brats around him, there were also 2 surveillance cameras. He resentfully let go of Bai Ye's arm. The next moment, Bai Yi seemed to sense his disappointment and gently put his elbow on his shoulder. They looked like ordinary high school students who liked to put their arms around each other's shoulders because they were close. However, everyone knew that Bai Yi had never shown this level of intimacy to anyone except for acting. At least in front of the camera. The 10 trainees exchanged glances and instantly became a family. Seeing that there was material here, the cameraman on the left ran over. "Mr. Bai, do you usually hug Mr. Qi like this?" Seeing the black camera, Xianxia shook his shoulder, trying to shake off Bai Ye's arm. He was afraid that someone would see through him. However, Bai Ye's elbow pressed down and firmly stuck to his shoulder. He said calmly, "Not often. We communicate face to face more often." Xianxia couldn't help but think of their nightly practice. Indeed, face-to-face communication was more common. His ears burned uncontrollably. The cameraman asked a few more questions about them, and Bai Yi answered flawlessly. After a while, they arrived at the parking lot. Bai Yi organized the trainees and got on the program team's minibus one by one. Xianxia was the second last to get on. There were no more seats behind him, so he sat in the second row. Bai Yi was the last to get on, so he naturally sat next to him. After the cameraman finished filming their movements, he went to the back row for follow-up. When the minibus started, Xianxia hurriedly lowered his voice and asked in confusion, "Why do you suddenly want to treat the trainees to a meal?" Bai Yi looked at him. "I don't want to treat the trainees to a meal." "Then why did you pull so many people out and ask the program team to borrow the minibus? Do you have a script?" "What script?" Bai Yi sighed and said helplessly, "I want to treat you to a meal." After a pause, he softly spat out a sentence as if venting, "Idiot." The idiot Xianxia still didn't quite understand. If it wasn't for the variety effect, what was the purpose of pulling the trainees out with great fanfare? Bai Yi looked at his little face full of question marks and explained patiently, "You want to eat with the trainees, and I want to eat with you, so I can only bring everyone." It turned out that he was paying for his own anger. Xianxia listened and rubbed the tip of his nose in shame. Whether it was for Bai Ye's own eating habits or to satisfy the trainees, Bai Ye had to treat them to a good meal. A good meal for more than 10 people would cost a lot of money. Xianxia was extremely distressed and ashamed. He secretly swore an oath. "I will never say angry words again." Bai Ye didn't know what he was thinking. He took out his headphones, gave one to him and the other to himself, and listened to the music quietly. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant. Xianxia looked at the words Japanese-style barbecue and shed tears of poverty. In the morning, Bai Ye had reserved seats in advance. It was a big private room. There were 2 tables in the private room, one big and one small. The small table could seat 4 people, and the big table was longer and could seat about 14 people. The cameraman didn't eat at noon. Bai Ye invited them to eat together, so they sat at the small table. Bai Ye, Xianxia, and the trainees sat at the big table. This barbecue restaurant used the most traditional small charcoal stove. There were a total of 4 stoves on the long table. After ordering, wagyu, snowflake beef, and frost beef were served like flowing water. Xianxia looked at the wagyu that had 6 grains per plate and cost 398 yuan. His heart was bleeding. The trainees who knew how to barbecue acted as waiters. Under their patient barbecue, the fragrance of the wagyu filled the private room. In order to thank the host, the trainees picked up the best piece of meat and placed it on Bai Ye's plate. "Teacher Bai, thank you for treating us to barbecue." "You're welcome." Bai Ye calmly transferred the meat to Xianxia. "Order whatever you want from the waiters." "You're welcome." Everyone looked at his actions, smacked their lips, and thanked him all at once. Xianxia was heated by the tisk-tisk and touched the tip of his ear. The age of 10 to 20 years old was the age when they could eat a lot. The young men hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Seeing that the meat was almost cooked, they buried their heads and began to eat heartily. Xianxia listened to the sound of them chewing and his mind was full of, "They are eating Bai Ye's money, they are eating Bai Ye's money, they are eating Bai Ye's money." The meat in his bowl was no longer fragrant. Bai Ye had never had a good appetite. Seeing him poking at the meat with his chopsticks, he frowned. "You don't like to eat?" "No, I'm not that hungry." Bai Ye recalled the feeling of being able to hug his waist with one hand last night, and the pain of his shoulder blade just now. He said seriously, "Eat more even if you're not hungry. You're too thin." Xianxia said, "A piece of meat costs more than 60 yuan. Bai Ye, he pinched the space between his eyebrows. "If you don't like it, I'll feed you myself." Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. He really wanted Bai Ye to feed him. However, he only dared to think about it. There were so many people present. If Bai Ye really fed him, he was afraid that he would die in minutes. Under Bai Ye's despotic power, Xianxia symbolically ate a few pieces of meat and half a lemon sari. Halfway through the meal, there was food in their stomachs. The trainees couldn't hold back their lively temperament. One after another, they chased each other, hit each other, and ran away. It was a mess. Bai Ye liked the quiet and didn't want to listen to their noise. Seeing that the cameraman had finished his meal and was about to film the trainees, he silently moved to the small table. While he was at it, he lifted the young fan by the collar and brought him over. He asked the waiter to add a few more plates of meat and vegetables. Xianxia quickly stopped him. "I think everyone is almost full. Why are you ordering food?" "For you to eat." "Xianxia, I'm full." Bai Ye didn't bother to answer. He glanced at the young fan the whole time. How could he not know how much the young fan ate and whether he was full? He lowered his eyes and observed the charcoal stove. When the dishes were served, he used a pair of tongs to pick up the prawns and meat and put them on the grate. His movements were not practiced. Xianxia watched for a while before he realized that Bai Ye was roasting the meat. Young Master Bai, who was used to being served since he was young, was actually roasting meat for him. No need, no need. I'll do it myself. I can roast it myself." He quickly stopped young Master Bai. Bai Ye said lightly, "Sit down obediently. I'll roast it for you." Xianxia, Bai Yi lifted his eyelids and stopped him with his gaze. Xianxia had no choice but to wait obediently. Fortunately, roasting meat was not difficult to cook. Bai Yi's completion rate was not bad. He picked up a baked prawn with cheese. After careful observation, it should be cooked. He removed the head and skin and handed it to Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia. He actually fed me. Someone's watching. Xianxia stuttered. Put it down. Xianxia's back was facing the long table while Bai Yi was facing it. Therefore, Bai Yi could see the trainee's situation. He did not move his hands. Eat. It's okay. No one's watching. Regardless of whether anyone was watching or not, this stalemate would attract more attention. Xianxia gritted his teeth and swallowed the whole prawn. Then, to prevent himself from being fed again, Xianxia obediently filled his stomach. Bai Yi finally showed a satisfied expression. After watching him wipe his mouth, he smiled faintly. Why is your face so red? It's too hot in the room. I'm roasting it. By the way, I haven't asked you. Bai Yi seemed to have thought of something. It's so hot today. Don't you feel hot wearing a collared shirt? Xianxia's face was so red that it was about to bleed. It's all because of you. He said awkwardly. You kissed my neck last night and accidentally left a red mark. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. He reached out and pulled his collar open. Sure enough, on the left side of the fan's neck, there was a faint mark of a strawberry. He kissed it last night when he was aroused, but he did not use too much force. The fan's skin was too white and tender. It was easy to leave a mark if he touched it. For example, he had pinched the fan's waist 2 days ago. In the end, he accidentally found that there were finger marks on the side of the fan's waist when they were dancing. What kind of body was this? Bai Yi let go of his hand and fixed his collar. Seeing the fan's complaining face, he apologized in a low voice. I was wrong. I won't kiss your neck next time. Xianxia's black face was full of question marks. What the hell? Not kissing the neck? A collared shirt was not that expensive. It was not like he could not afford it, Bai Yi could not guess what he was thinking. He changed his way of coaxing him. When we get in the car, I'll rub it for you. Try to rub it open. Enough, really enough. Xianxia fell into deep despair. It seemed that he had to fight for it himself. He pursed his lips and struggled for a few seconds. Then, he mustered his courage and said, Brother Yi, it seems like some charcoal flew into my eyes. It hurts. Help me take a look. Bai Yi stood up with both hands on the table and quickly bent over to take a look. However, before he could find out what was wrong with the fan's eyes, he suddenly felt a wet sensation in his Adam's apple and a slight tingling pain. Xianxia raised his chin and quickly bit his Adam's apple. Okay, we're even. After paying the bill and looking at the long drink list, Xianxia felt even worse than if his diamond mine had been stolen. So he turned his heartache into grief and anger and vented his anger on his team members. For a few days, the poor guys were trained by him until they had nothing to live for. They were night elves every day, as if they could become Buddhas at any moment. It wasn't until the day before the public performance that he finally vented his anger and let the guys go back to rest. On the day of the public performance, when they saw Xianxia backstage, everyone's eyes were bright. It was obvious that they had slept through the night. Xianxia didn't do makeup with the trainees, but his style was the same as his team members. They were all dressed in a hip-hop style of red and black, and the visual effect was very strong. A red hair band was tied around his forehead, and his bangs were blown to the back, revealing his complete and clear facial features. His eye makeup wasn't as heavy as the trainees'. The ends of his eyes were swept over with red eyeshadow, and the color wasn't so obvious. It was like a peach blossom falling and accidentally landing on his face. It looked bright and beautiful, but also had a hint of elegance. This is the first time I've seen teacher Little Chi do stage makeup. I didn't expect it to be so suitable. Teacher Little Chi, you should debut as a singer again. When the time comes, we'll hug your thigh and you'll take us flying. Listening to the trainees teasing, Xianxia also laughed at them. Whether you can take me flying or not depends on your performance. Hee hee, then we'll definitely work hard and try to take you down. Hey, Teacher Bai is here. Good afternoon, Teacher Bai. You're also very handsome today. The trainees' little mouths were smeared with honey. Bai smiled and encouraged them, then turned to Xianxia. Stretch your tendons. Be careful. Don't hurt your ligaments. I'm done. Bai nodded. Good luck later. Okay, Xianxia replied solemnly. I'll do my best. Backstage was full of people, so it wasn't suitable to say too much. Bai looked at him gently and returned to his team. Little did he know that all of this fell into Wei Qin's eyes. In the past, he had only suspected that Bai liked Xianxia. But when he saw the look in Bai's eyes when he was singing, he had to admit that Bai really liked Xianxia. But why would Bai like that kid? In terms of strength, he was many times stronger than Xianxia. In terms of personality, he was more elegant and reserved than Xianxia. Even in terms of order of arrival, he had known Bai for more than 2 years before Xianxia. How could Bai ignore him and fall in love with a young lad who only had a little money in his family? He was not convinced. My time was about to come to an end. The judges of the debut party were made up of live judges and online casters, and had nothing to do with the mentors. He clearly knew that today was his last chance to get Bai back. Bai admired strong artists. Today, he would use all his trump cards to prove to Bai. He was better than Xianxia. He was better than Xianxia. Wei Qin stared at Xianxia darkly. Xianxia seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at Team 3. Wei Qin, who was in the crowd, sneered at him. Then, as if avoiding something dirty, he turned his head away and did not look at him again. Xianxia was slightly uncomfortable, but he could understand Wei Qin's feelings. He had experienced the feeling of unrequited love for a short time. Anyway, it was sour and not good. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that Bai had always been very indulgent towards him. Before he confirmed his relationship with Bai, he would be inexplicably jealous from time to time. Now that he thought about it, he was in no position to be jealous. If it were someone else, they would have ignored him. Only Bai was not angry. Instead, he indulged him and even cooperated with his unreasonable jealousy. He seemed to like Bai more. He took out his phone, bit his lower lip, and typed, "You take care of yourself too." Mustering his courage, he added 2 more words, "Brother, Bai." If there were not so many people backstage, he would have rushed over and kissed that little fan who flirted with him every day. The number of audience members for the mentor's performance was set at 1,000. For the sake of fairness, the system randomly selected them. There might be a problem with a higher percentage of fans, but on the surface, there was not much difference, so it was more fair. The scoring method was also live voting and online voting. After each group's performance, the audience would score the entire group's performance. After waiting, the scores would be added to each trainee's online voting score to rank and eliminate them. The performance order was based on the order of the songs during the blind selection. The first group was Bai's group, the second group was Yongyuyang's group, the third group was Wei Qin's group, the fourth group was Xianxia's group, and the fifth group was Xianxia's group. The audience entered the venue at 1 p.m. At 1:40 p.m., under Xianxia's announcement, the first group appeared. It was Bai's performance right off the bat. The live audience and the other groups of trainees were very excited. Xianxia and his group members stood in front of the LCD screen backstage. They stared unblinkingly at the man surrounded by 5 trainees. Little Teacher Qi. Xiaoyuan stretched his neck. Does Teacher Bai have a fixed center like our group? Judging from the standing position, it seems so. Meng Meng looked at the standing position and nodded. Hearing Meng Meng's words, the others backstage also came to a realization. Bai stood at the back of the group and was blocked by 3 people. It was impossible for him to be the center. As for why they had the illusion that Bai was surrounded by people, it took a while for everyone to understand. It was because his aura was too strong and too dazzling. Even if he stood at the back, no one could block out his light. As long as he was there, the audience's eyes would automatically focus on him and no one else would be seen. This was Bai. Xianxia's gaze became more and more intense. Afraid of being caught on camera, he immediately restrained himself and sat with his group members to watch the performance seriously. The style of their group song is languid and lazy. There's a lot of feeling. Yang Yuan listened to a few lines and praised, "Teacher Bai's turn is amazing. My head is numb from listening to it." Xianxia thought to himself, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Lu Zinan said, "Not only is Team 1's song difficult to sing, but the dance didn't reduce the difficulty. Teacher Bai is ruthless, but he's also good at teaching." Xianxia thought to himself, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Xiaoyuan said, "My roommate has a trainee in Team 1 who almost broke down because of this song. But no one in Team 1 resents Teacher Bai. They all said that the 5 days they studied with Teacher Bai were the 5 days they felt the most since they entered the industry. Teacher Bai is too amazing. Of course, so is our little teacher Qi." Xianxia thought to himself, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Jiang Yan said, "Wow. Teacher Bai's bass rap is so explosive." Xianxia thought to himself, "Do I even need to tell you that?" Before he could finish feeling proud in his heart, everyone in Team 4 turned to look at him in unison. Xianxia thought that since everyone was done bragging, it was his turn to brag. He said smoothly, "Brother Yi is the first breeze of spring, the first piece of watermelon in summer, the first ear of wheat in autumn, and the first snowflake in winter. He's the clear stream in the mountains, the deer in the forest, and everything beautiful in the world. He's the inspiration for the Creator to create mankind." Team 4 was speechless. "Little teacher Qi." Meng pointed to the door. "The choreographer is looking for you," Xianxia said. "Oh, I'll have to trouble you to delete that part for me." With that, Xianxia got up and went to the corridor. The choreographer was holding a document in his hand and asked him, "Teacher Qi, are you sure you want to perform that show later?" "Yes." "No wires?" "No, the effect won't be good if I add wires." "Okay, I got it." The choreographer waved the document in his hand. "This is a disclaimer. If you get injured during the performance, the production team will not be responsible. This is company procedure. Please cooperate and sign it. From a personal point of view, I definitely don't want to see any accidents happen to you. People from big companies like to make a fuss over nothing," Xianxia thought. He had performed this show many times before, and there had never been a problem. After signing the disclaimer, Xianxia returned backstage. At this time, Team 1 had finished their performance and was accepting votes from the audience. As everyone expected, more than 800 of the 1,000 audience members had voted. The rest who did not vote might have voted because the trainees they supported were in other teams and did not want to give extra points to Team 1. Then came Team 2. Yong Yang adapted a Korean love song, which was very charming when paired with jazz funk. He received more than 700 points in total. Then came Team 3. Wei Qin went on stage. Wei Qin's costume was similar to Xianxia's. It was a dark rock style. With smoky makeup and eyeliner, coupled with a strong gaze and mysterious sound effects, the visual effect was quite strong. After the first part of the main song, it was time for the chorus. Wei Qin walked to the front of the line. Before he opened his mouth, he suddenly lifted the hem of his shirt. His well-trained abdominal muscles and Apollo's belt were displayed in front of the audience. The audience was stunned for a second, and then the female audience members screamed and cheered hysterically. "Ah, who would have thought that they could see such a handsome guy like Wei Qin showing off his abdominal muscles in a mentor's performance? What a fortune!" Backstage, Xiaoyuan's mouth was wide open. "Damn, Teacher Wei is so hardworking. Don't swear." Xianxia looked at the camera. "Sister, please delete this sentence later." "Xiaoyuan, watch the show quietly." Alright then, Xianxia didn't think there was anything wrong with Wei Qin's approach. For a mentor, the task was to help the trainees achieve good results that would help them advance. It didn't matter what method was used. And it turned out that Wei Qin didn't just rely on showing off his body to attract the audience. Before the song ended, he gave a long second high note, and the effect was very shocking. The audience lost control. In the end, Team 3's score was 867 points. It was only 40 points away from Baiye's team's 913 points. At the moment when the score was announced, Baiye lowered his head and typed, "Don't feel any pressure." Just be yourself. Xianxia was already in the waiting area. He replied, okay, I got it, brother. After that, he clapped his hands and said to the other 5, we spent so much energy, suffered so much for today's performance. In terms of proficiency, the other teams are definitely not as good as you, so bring out your training spirit and finish this performance with 0 mistakes. Are you confident? Trainees. Yes. Xianxia, why are you speaking so softly? Xiaoyuan drooped his head and didn't say anything. Frankly speaking, the first 3 teams were so strong that it was impossible not to be discouraged. Especially since Team 3's style was similar to theirs. With such a gem in front of them, the pitiful confidence they had gained with their sweat had disappeared without a trace. Xianxia could guess their concerns. He said seriously, there are still 2 minutes left. Whether you're confident or not, you have to finish this performance. It's better to be happy than sad. Besides. He paused. Why are you so sure that we can't do it? Perform well and leave the rest to me, okay? When he spoke, his gaze was firm and his expression relaxed. When the trainees saw his expression, they didn't know why, but they suddenly felt at ease and at ease. Chi shouted, okay. That's right. Xianxia put his hand in the center of the circle formed by the 6 people. Team 4, do your best. The other 5 put their hands on the back of his hand. Team 4, do your best. The stage lights were dimmed. Xianxia led his team to the stage and lined up according to their positions. Then the distant sound of a cello rang out and the lights turned on. Yang Yuan turned around and held the microphone with both hands. He opened with a low and resonant a cappella. His voice was clear and clean. The audience couldn't help but close their eyes and listen carefully. In the next second, the bass and heavy drums suddenly cut in. Meng smiled evilly and jumped out of the lined-up formation. 2 short high notes directly sped up the rhythm of the music and pushed into the first section of the theme song. It had to be said that such a contrasting opening could stir up the mood. The audience below talked to each other. The first 2 in this group are quite good. Yes, I think so too. The first theme song with 48 beats was easier to sing. Everyone unanimously decided to give it to Lu Zinan, who was lacking in vocal skills. The second one with 48 beats was Xianxia. Huh? The audience couldn't help but be curious. Don't the mentors all sing the chorus? With this section, Xingguang's role as the observer is a little too big. Yes, give our Meng a few more seconds to show his face. Shu, lower your voice. Don't let Xingguang behind you hear us. However, when the team's formation ended, the 6 of them quickly adjusted their formation and entered the blade dance part of the chorus. Seeing Xianxia standing on the far left of the last row, Meng Fan touched his cheek and said embarrassedly, I've wronged little teacher Qi. He actually chose the same position as teacher Bai and didn't choose the center position. Bai didn't need popularity, but Xianxia was different. He, who had been doubted all the way, needed to perform more than most people. He needed to be seen by the audience and affirmed. But he didn't. He chose to be a member of the team instead of letting the trainees dance for him. Yes, another Meng Fan said. Actually, for a while, I always thought that the part where Class F left was the program team script to support him. Now I understand that little teacher Qi is really worthy of being liked. I raise both feet in agreement. I've already become a fan, ha ha ha. After the blade dance that was so neat that even the angle of raising their hands was exactly the same, the second theme song was completed by Xiaoyuan and Yang Yuan together. Next was the second chorus of the blade dance. After that, the drum beats became more rapid. The 5 of them lined up in 2 columns and grabbed Jiang Yan's shoulders. Jiang Yan made a throat-slitting gesture in front of the camera. The fangirls below the stage were so impressed by his coolness that they shouted his name. Jiang Yan! Jiang Yan! Very satisfied with the effect, Jiang Yan raised his head. With the first rap, the stage became his home. After nearly 15 seconds of rap, Jiang Yan's performance was wonderful. Finally, he returned to the team with a smile. Before he returned, he gave Xianxia a high five. It seemed to mean, I'll leave the stage to you, brother. Under the climax of Jiang Yan's performance, all eyes were focused on Xianxia. They wanted to know how he would continue the pleasure brought by Jiang Yan. Continue to rap and ignite, or change to a solo dance to show more exquisite dancing skills. Xianxia also nodded at Jiang Yan and prepared to leave the line. The next moment, when they saw his appearance, the studio was silent for a few seconds. He was originally wearing a red leather jacket and black trousers. Unknowingly, he had taken off his jacket. Inside, there was a pure white jacket with tassels on the front lapel. Coupled with the pink at the corner of his eyes, he looked like a little demon that sneaked out of the Peach Blossom Cove. Bright eyes and white teeth, innocent and pure. At this time, the drums disappeared and the rhythm of the music slowed down. The cello accompanied by the flute appeared again. Probably to match the mood, 2 white ribbons fell from the ceiling of the studio and fell on Xianxia's left and right. The ribbons are quite beautiful. It seems that we guessed wrong before. The female audience in the back whispered to their friends. Teacher Little Chi doesn't want to rap or solo. He wants to sell his face. But I like his face. Even if he stands there motionless, he looks good. If I didn't already have a brother, I might be his fan. Ha 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 ha. The girls were discussing fervently. But just as they all agreed that Xianxia wanted to rely on his face to attract popularity, Xianxia pulled the ribbons on both sides with both hands. After a somersault, he was in an upside-down position. His left leg was tightly wrapped around the ribbons. Without giving the crowd a chance to react, his arm quickly rose with the ribbons. When they remembered that this Western-looking teacher Little Chi had once relied on traditional cultural acrobatics to appear on the news broadcast and the Communist Youth League's video, the ribbons had already hung Xianxia in the air, nearly 5 meters above the ground. And they didn't see any protective measures such as steel wires. F***ck. Oh my god. Oh my god. It was as if a large stone had been thrown into a pool of water. With a whoosh, the recording studio boiled over. Unfortunately, being hung upside down in the air didn't mean that the show was over. On the contrary, Xianxia's show had just begun. He was performing a type of acrobatics called hanging silk. The actor used 1 or 2 ribbons to complete various technical movements in the air, accompanied by clothes, makeup, and so on. The effect was very elegant, as if he was flying in the air. Time was tight and Xianxia didn't have time to waste. He grabbed the ribbons and used the strength of his waist to return to a standing position. Then he stretched his right leg forward, leaned back, and did a split in the air. Ah, so soft. Is this really the flexibility of a human? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He retracted his right leg and twirled around the ribbons twice, the tassels of his clothes fluttering. After twirling left and right, he opened his hands and switched to twirling slowly up and down. With the mechanical arms moving back and forth, he looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It was so beautiful and unreal. The sound of the flute gradually weakened. Finally, Xianxia twisted his legs and hooked onto the ribbons. Suddenly, he let go of his hands and fell straight down. The audience opened their mouths wide and were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. Backstage, Bai was so worried that his arms tightened and he almost couldn't control himself. Fortunately, Xianxia's ankles were firmly hooked. After falling down, he hung firmly on the ground. The audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. After pausing in the air for a second, the sound of the flute was about to fade away. His legs were still wrapped around the ribbons. He grabbed the ribbons with his left hand and climbed up. His body bent into a bow and his right hand saluted in the air. He saluted all the audience, all the members of the program team, and the team members he practiced with day and night. The sound of the flute stopped and the cello played the last note. Xianxia finally landed on the ground. In the audience, 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. Everyone stood up and looked at the person in the middle of the stage who had not yet stabilized himself. Applause, cheers, and cheers. The thunderous applause filled the studio. All the trainees backstage could not help but stand up and applaud, including Bai. 5 minutes later, the score of the 4th group was released. They had a total of 907 points, less than 10 points away from the first group. Looking at the unconcealed admiration in Bai's eyes, Wei Qi knew that he had lost to Xianxia in this round. It was a complete and utter defeat. End of chapter 86. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.